Hi guys! I'm glad to see you back on our channel. This is part 3 of the story I Got a System That Shows the Price of Everything. If you missed the previous part, don't worry, the link is waiting for you in the description and the pinned comment. Your likes and comments mean a lot to me, as they not only help promote this video but also motivate me to keep creating interesting stories for you. So, don't hesitate to share your thoughts and feelings. Thank you for being with us, and enjoy the video. In the previous part, Zhao Peng thanked Hu Yan for helping him with the business, which allowed him to earn money and buy a house. In turn, Hu Yan advised him to enjoy life but be ready to let go if the relationship wasn't worth the effort. While they were sitting in a restaurant and drinking, Hu Yan received a call from Qin Zixuan, who soon joined them along with Qin San and the security. Hu Yan and Zixuan chatted warmly, and she even ordered additional dishes. During the conversation, Zixuan advised Zhao Peng to keep records of all Wu Yuan's expenses on business events to avoid accusations of embezzlement. In the middle of the dinner, a waitress brought a dish with offal, claiming that the owner had added it. Hu Yan suspected something was wrong and ordered an investigation. It turned out that the meat had been treated with a rare drug that weakens the body. Hu Yan and Zixuan realized that their enemies had already started to act. Zixuan instructed Qin San to find out who was behind this, and then she and Hu Yan helped the drunk Zhao Peng out of the restaurant. When they arrived at Hu Yan's house, Qin Zixuan was still holding his hand tightly. With his other hand supporting Zhao Peng, Hu Yan could only talk to her. "What? Can't bear to part with me? Alright, after I settle Zhao Peng, I'll come upstairs to find you." Qin Zixuan's face turned bright red, and she gave Hu Yan a sharp look. However, her face quickly turned pale again. "You. Be careful. Don't worry. There's no one in this world who can harm me yet," Hu Yan replied. "But you must be careful. I fear they might come after you if they can't get to me." Qin Zixuan nodded. "For now, without you, I won't eat anything outside." Hu Yan gently pinched Qin Zixuan's cheek. "Good girl." Qin Zixuan playfully swatted Hu Yan's hand away, and reluctantly, they parted. In his current state, carrying Zhao Peng was no more difficult for Hu Yan than dragging a dead dog. After settling Zhao Peng, Hu Yan sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Despite all the planning he had done when agreeing to help Qin Baoxiang, he still felt overwhelmed facing the actual situation. After all, he was still young. However, Hu Yan did not regret his choice. By doing this, he was giving himself a chance to protect Hu and Zixuan. Even without him, those people would eventually target Qin Zixuan. They wouldn't even spare Qin Baoxiang, who was their partner in starting the business, let alone his daughter. The only regret was that Hu Yan could only see the person who prepared those contaminated lamb innards, the one who fed the sheep the drugs, and the terrified waitress who served them. Hu Yan realized that even with the waitress's cooperation, it would be challenging to trace back to the person who instructed her. But now, with his exceptional painting skills, anything was possible. If they want to play, let's play big. The next day, Hu Yan drove Qin Zixuan to work together. Qin San followed in Qin Zixuan's car. After arriving at the company, Hu Yan quickly handled his tasks. His main job now was to identify hot-selling items for the sales department to list. For appraisals, he managed issues through real-time video calls. By noon, Hu Yan had finished his work. After lunch with Qin Zixuan, Hu Yan advised her to stay in the office while he and Qin San went out to handle some matters. Qin Zixuan agreed, reminding him to be careful. This was one of the things Hu Yan loved most about Qin Zixuan. She never interfered with his decisions and always supported him. This quality promised a happy marriage. Last night's incident had led the waitress to admit that someone had given her 500 yuan to deliver those lamb innards. The person claimed to be a friend of the owner and acquainted with Hu Yan, so the waitress didn't think much of it. Reporting this to the authorities wouldn't help, as no scientific method could detect the contamination in the lamb innards. Holding the waitress long-term would be illegal, so Hu Yan simply had Qin San arrange for someone to keep an eye on her. Soon, Qin San drove Hu Yan to an old neighborhood where the restaurant owner rented rooms for the employees. The waitress, terrified from the previous night, hadn't left her room. At the top floor, a young man who had been with Qin San yesterday was guarding the door. Seeing Hu Yan, the young man bowed slightly. Hu Yan nodded and asked, "Anything unusual?" The young man shook his head. "Nothing special, but it seems she's been eating constantly inside." Hu Yan's expression changed. "Damn it. Knock on the door, quickly." Qin San knocked, but there was no response for a long time. They stopped and listened carefully, hearing the sound of someone munching on snacks inside. Hu Yan looked around, finding nothing useful. Seeing the old security door, he pulled out a health certificate from his pocket. Tianhai Pawn Shop was a legitimate company, requiring regular health checks for all employees. Ho Yan hadn't expected to use the certificate this way. He slid it through the door gap, moved it up and down a few times, and the door opened. As the door opened, Kyun-san and his companion looked at Hu Yan with a peculiar expression. Without time to explain, Hu Yan rushed inside. The old two-bedroom layout revealed the waitress they had seen yesterday, stuffing herself with a large bag of snacks amidst a chaotic mess. Her stomach was so bloated that her shirt buttons had popped open, but she kept eating. Kyun-san and his companion were stunned, feeling a chill despite their training. Even a bloody scene wouldn't have fazed them, but this was too bizarre. In their moment of shock, Hu Yan dashed forward, grabbed the snacks from the waitress, and threw them outside. The waitress, frantic, lunged to retrieve them. Ha Yan grabbed her tightly. Failing to get the snacks outside, the girl reached for the large bag of snacks still nearby. Ha Yan kicked the bag away. Ah! Ah! The girl let out an inhuman scream, clawing at the discarded snacks. To her, Hu Yan and the others were invisible, unimportant. Ho Yan twisted the girl's arm and told Kyun-san, "Go to the bathroom and get a big basin." The girl's eyes shone with a beastly light, making guttural noises, staring at the discarded food. Though unsure of Hu Yan's plan, Kyun-san quickly brought a large wash basin. Hu Yan said, "Put it in front of her." Kyun-san did as instructed. Ho Yan then held the girl's neck and gently slapped her stomach. Blia. In a revolting stench, the girl began to vomit uncontrollably. Kyun-san and his brother's faces contorted, but seeing Hu Yan persist, they didn't cover their noses. After a long while, the girl stopped vomiting. Though pale, she seemed more lucid, no longer devoid of human emotion. Ho Yan had Kyun-san bring water for the girl to rinse her mouth, and then warm water for her to drink. Knowing the girl could now understand him, Hu Yan asked, "Did the person who asked you to give us those lamb innards also give you these snacks?" In pain, clutching her stomach, the girl nodded. Ho Yan had Kyun-san bring chopsticks in a porcelain bowl, telling the girl, "They said we were ungrateful, right?" The girl nodded again. Ho Yan inspected the vomit, using chopsticks to pick out some pieces, placing them in the white porcelain bowl, adding water, and setting it before the girl. Seeing it, the girl vomited again. Ho Yan didn't stop her. Curious, Kyun-san asked, "What's in the bowl? Is it worse than what she vomited?" Without answering, Ho Yan had Kyun-san dispose of the vomit, clean the basin, and bring it back. The girl's stomach now empty, she dry heaved as Kyun-san cleaned up. After drinking more water, the girl seemed calmer. Ho Yan set the bowl before Kyun-san and his partner. In the water were some vomit and a fine red thread. Initially, Kyun-san saw nothing unusual. But as the girl vomited again, and he looked closer, he saw the red thread wriggling in the water. Then he and his partner both vomited. When they finally stopped, Hu Yan faced Kyun-san's partner. "Did you leave your post?" The already pale young man turned whiter. I got bored and went out for cigarettes and some snacks." Ho Yan nodded. "Comfort has made you forget your training." Even Kyun-san's expression changed. He pleaded, "Ho Yan, give my brother a chance. He's still young." Ho Yan replied, "Leaving might be safer. Staying with me could be dangerous." The young man stood straight, bowing, "Please give me a chance. I'm not afraid of death." Ho Yan looked at him and nodded, "All right, I'll save you this time." Through Kyun-san's introduction, Ho Yan learned that the young man before him was named Kyun Lee. Since he had just started working, he hadn't yet earned a nickname. After seeing Kyun Lee vomit, Ho Yan noticed something unusual in the way he wiped his mouth. "Show me your left hand." With the back facing up, Ho Yan instructed Kyun Lee. At first glance, there didn't seem to be anything wrong. "Do you notice anything different about the back of your hand?" Ho Yan asked. Kyun Lee looked at his hand and shook his head in confusion. "Look closer," Ho Yan prompted. After scrutinizing his hand, Kyun Lee noticed, "It seems the veins are a bit more prominent." Ho Yan lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and then brought the glowing tip close to the enlarged vein. Kyun Lee grew tense. Ho Yan had said he would save his life, and he didn't seem to be joking. But what was Ho Yan doing with the cigarette? As the cigarette approached the vein suddenly twitched. Kyun-san grabbed Kyun Lee's wrist, causing beads of sweat to form on Kyun Lee's face. Ho Yan shook his head. "Let go. Even if you hold his wrist, this thing can still move through his veins to his heart." Kyun Lee pulled out a military knife and raised it high. "Wait," Ho Yan stopped him. "There's no need for that. Besides, If you cut off your hand and the bug moves to your chest, what then? Qian Li trembled, struggling to speak. Even if I have to cut out a piece of flesh, I want it out. Hou Yan shook his head. That's not necessary. Hu Yan pointed at the worm-like vein and explained, this is called a greedy worm. It's not that the worm is greedy, but whoever consumes it becomes gluttonous. It's used in Miaojiang to feed pigs. Normally harmless, but in excess it causes overeating to the point of death. The waitress began to cry upon hearing this. After being forcibly fed the worm, all she remembered was a compulsion to eat. Without Hu Yan's intervention, she would have eaten herself to death. Thank you, she said tearfully. Hou Yan shook his head. For others she might be useful for identifying suspects. But not for him. Having seen the two types of Gu worms, Hu Yan had already identified the person responsible. You should leave the city as soon as possible. I don't know when I can resolve this. If they find out you're still alive, you'll be in danger. The terrified girl nodded eagerly. When asked about travel expenses, she said she had enough. After helping her pack and seeing her off at the train station, Hu Yan and Qin San returned to Tianhai pawn shop. Qin Zixuan quickly learned what had happened. Hou Yan briefly explained and took them to his office. After having his secretary fetch a few items, Hu Yan turned to Qian Li. Qian Li, you were infected on your way back from buying cigarettes, right? Someone bumped into you. Qian Li recalled, yes, on the second floor, a man bumped into me. I was in a hurry and didn't pay much attention. Hou Yan nodded. He had seen this scene while tracing the worm's origin. He took a transparent straw from the secretary and retrieved the greedy worm from his pocket, placing it at one end of the straw. He placed the other end on Qian Li's hand. Whatever happens, don't move unless I tell you to. Qa nodded. Hou Yan aligned the straw with the vein. As it neared, the vein twitched again. A small bulge formed, growing until a black dot appeared. Then a worm-like creature slid into the straw. Hou Yan quickly placed the straw into a prepared basin and poured alcohol over it. The worms wriggled for a moment, and then went still. It's done, Hu Yan said, relieved. He explained, Qian Li lay at a lurking leech Gu worm. It moves quickly in the bloodstream, seeking larger veins and eventually blocking the heart, causing sudden death. Hospitals usually mistake it for a blood clot. Luckily, these worms are attracted to greedy worms, making it easy to extract. Qian Li bowed deeply. Thank you for saving my life. Hou Yan waved it off, we're family, no need for thanks. Qin Zixuan, furious at their ruthless methods, remarked, it's outrageous how they treat human lives so carelessly. Her anger was mixed with concern for Hu Yan. Good thing you know medicine now. Hou Yan looked out the window and said, since they're in such a hurry, we shouldn't wait either. Tomorrow we'll return the favor and make a little profit while we're at it. What's the plan? Qin San was eager. Ever since Hu Yan came into his life, things had been exciting. Hou Yan smiled, it's a secret for now. You'll see tomorrow. After work, Hu Yan received a call from Zhao Peng. Wu Yunyuan and Feng Li wanted to invite Hu Yan to dinner. Knowing the risks, Hu Yan declined, saying he was busy and advised Zhao Peng to stay elsewhere for a few days. The next morning, after handling company matters, Hu Yan drove to the Dongyuan Jade Factory. Hou Yan had avoided the gambling stone shops in Jiangcheng because Qin Zixuan told him that most of them were owned by Wang Jianguo and Qin family shareholders. Destroying their businesses would break the rules. But things had changed. The person who raised the Gu worms was at Dongyuan Gambling Stone Workshop. The workshop, the largest in Jiangcheng, had over 800 stores and was managed by Wang Jianguo's second daughter, Wang Yali. Although Qin Zixuan knew her, they weren't close. Upon arrival, Hu Yan quickly bought all valuable raw stones, spending over 9 million yuan with a potential resale value of over 30 million. As they loaded the stones onto their truck, a Ferrari pulled up, and a woman in a green leather coat with a silver mask covering half her face stepped out. Miss Qian? What brings you to my jade factory? Wang Yali assumed it was a big client. Seeing the huge purchase, she came to investigate, hoping to build a connection. But then she saw Qin Zixuan. Qin Zixuan maintained her politeness. Hello, Miss Wang. Long time no see. I'm just here with a friend. As they talked, Hu Yan focused on the middle-aged man who had arrived with Wang Yali. He matched the man who had raised the Gu worms. Friend Wang Yali smirked. Isn't this your fiancé? It's all over the circle that you found yourself a live-in husband. Miss Qian, you do have unique tastes. Qin Zixuan had always found Wang Yali's remarks off-putting. Knowing the backstory now, she understood why. But despite understanding, the harm was real. Qin Baxiang had also been harmed, losing 2 sons. Without knowing Hu Yan's plan, Qin Zixuan didn't want to waste time with Wang Yali. Wang Yali scrutinized Hu Yan and said, "So this is your man? Not impressive. Does he have any special skills?" She emphasized skills with a sneer, making it sound derogatory. The man behind her laughed, adding, "He must be really good at something." Blushing with anger, Qin Zixuan started to speak, but Hu Yan stepped forward. Hu Yan looked at Wang Yali and said, "I recently met a lady named Wang Yanhuan. She resembled you. She praised me not just for my skills but for my finesse." Wang Yali's expression changed instantly. Wang Yanhuan was her sister, and Hu Yan's comment had hit a sore spot. In fact, Hu Yan didn't know anyone named Wang Yanhuan. On the way here, Qin Zixuan had told him some things about Wang Jianguo's family. Seeing Wang Yali's pale face, Hu Yan continued, "Your sister is more impressive than you. She drives a Lamborghini." Hu Yan wasn't referring to the car but to face with half of Wang Yali's face missing. Any mention of half and face was like insulting a bald monk for being bald. However, Wang Yali didn't lose her temper. She took a deep breath and said, "Let me introduce someone. This is our security chief, Mr. Dao Lang." Standing behind Wang Yali, Dao Lang stepped forward and extended his hand. "Nice to meet you. You must be Hu Yan." Hu Yan seemed puzzled. "Dao Lang? Isn't that another name for a mantis?" Dao Lang didn't mind. "Yes, exactly. My surname is Dao, and when I was born there was a mantis next to my bed. That's how I got my name. Nice to meet you." He kept his hand extended, clearly aiming for a handshake with Hu Yan. To avoid arousing suspicion, Hu Yan hadn't brought Qin Li today. Dao Lang and his team probably thought Qin Li was already dead. Hu Yan first extended his hand, positioning himself in front of Qin Zixuan and the others. As agreed, this gesture meant he had identified the Jiu master. Gu masters were mysterious and powerful figures, respected and feared by ordinary people. Even Qin Zixuan and Qin San felt a mix of mystery and reverence. Upon seeing Hu Yan signal the identity, they immediately stepped back. Noticing their reaction, Dao Lang's eyes narrowed. "What, Mr. Hu Yan, you don't even want to shake hands?" "Hey ha ha," Hu Yan laughed. "No, it's just that insects naturally avoid me. I fear Mr. Dao Lang might also want to keep his distance." Saying this, Hu Yan extended his hand. A hint of malice flashed in Dao Lang's eyes. For Gu masters, insects were their most trusted friends. Hu Yan's words were like telling a dog lover you enjoyed eating dog meat. However, Dao Lang thought, "Enjoy your moment. Soon, you won't even know how you died. I'll show you the power of the insects you look down on." Dao Lang smiled and said, "Not at all. Insects have no reason to fear powerful humans. It's humans who should fear insects." With that, he clasped Hu Yan's hand tightly. Qin Zixuan felt her heart clench, filled with anxiety. If it weren't for her, Hu Yan wouldn't be facing such danger. As their hands clasped, Dao Lang's smile grew more intense. Initially, he planned to subtly eliminate Hu Yan. Now, after being insulted and seeing Wang Yali provoked, he decided to inflict some immediate pain. "Let me show you the joy these insects you despise can bring." Ha ha ha. As Dao Lang thought this, a scorpion's tail emerged from his sleeve. Just as the scorpion's tail rose, Hu Yan happily slapped Dao Lang's hand. "Nice to meet you." Ha ha ha. Dao Lang's expression changed instantly. The scorpion's tail had stung his own hand. He couldn't believe Hu Yan had seen it coming, and was faster than the scorpion's strike. But the reality was, Dao Lang had shot himself in the foot. Just a coincidence. Dao Lang could only rationalize it this way. Scorpions are different from other venomous creatures. Most venomous bites cause numbness, but scorpions and wasps cause intense pain. This particular scorpion, named Tormentor by Dao Lang, caused excruciating and long-lasting pain. As the scorpion's tail pierced his hand, Dao Lang's face changed color, and sweat poured down his face. "Wow, brother, Dao Lang is really tough, sweating so much in this cold weather." Hu Yan gave a thumbs up. "However, I know a bit about traditional Chinese medicine. Your symptoms might indicate severe kidney yang deficiency. You should be careful when walking." The first part made sense, but why would kidney deficiency affect walking? Dao Lang's smile was strained. "Kidney deficiency? Why should I be careful when walking? I've never heard that before. For mild kidney deficiency, you don't need to worry about walking. But with severe deficiency like yours, you might accidentally jolt your kidneys apart," Hu Yan explained. Dao Lang's smile was grim. "Brother Hu Yan, you have a great sense of humor." Their hands remained clasped. Even if Dao Lang had a way to ease the pain, he couldn't use it with his hand occupied. Observers could tell from their expressions that Hu Yan had won the first round, and Dao Lang was suffering. How could they tell? Dao Lang was trembling from the pain. Despite his immunity to toxins, he wasn't immune to pain. Everyone understood, though Qin Zixuan and her group felt a sense of justice, while Wang Yali was distressed. Trying to help her lover, Wang Yali reached out, saying, "Hu Yan, nice to meet you." Ho Yan had to release Dao Lang's hand and shake Wang Yali's. Professionally, one should only lightly touch a lady's fingers. But Hu Yan grasped Wang Yali's hand firmly. "Nice to meet you too." Wang Yali screamed, "AHA?" As she screamed, Hu Yan quickly let go and looked at his hand. "Huh? Strange, why is there a scorpion in my hand?" Qin San couldn't help but laugh out loud, ha ha ha. He stopped only when Qin Zixuan shot him a look. Dao Lang's hand had turned black. He gritted his teeth, took a small bottle from his pocket, and poured some liquid on Wang Yali's hand, then his own. Both their right hands were swollen like buns. Dao Lang bowed to Hu Yan. "I've heard of your remarkable skills. Today I am convinced. Impressive." Hu Yan waved. "I have mere tricks compared to your prophetic abilities. Truly enlightening." Qin San, playing along, asked, "Brother-in-law, how did you know Mr. Dao Lang has such prophetic powers?" Hu Yan explained, "Think about it. If Mr. Dao Lang didn't foresee being stung by a scorpion today, why would he have prepared medicine in advance?" Qin San gave a thumbs up. "Brilliant. Truly brilliant." With the antidote easing their pain, Wang Yali, still sweating and trembling, glared at Hu Yan with malice. "A kept man with some skills, huh?" Qin Zixuan, hearing this, was about to retort, but Hu Yan stopped her. "We agreed, I'll handle the troubles." Despite her anger, Qin Zixuan respected her partner's wish, nodding and stepping back. Hu Yan chuckled, "I wouldn't say that, Miss Wang. Being a kept man requires some skills." Wang Yali, unable to win verbally, and having lost physically, looked to Dao Lang for a solution. Dao Lang gave her a look, indicating to be patient, and suggested, "It's rare to meet. Let's sit inside for tea." Wang Yali, knowing Dao Lang's cunning nature, played along, "Yes, come inside for tea." Ho Yan shook his head, "We're here to purchase some high-quality jade, maybe another time." "Don't be like that." Dao Lang reached out, seemingly to hold Hu Yan back. As he did, he flicked a droplet of poison towards Qin Zixuan. This secret poison could corrode skin, causing it to ooze and rot unless treated by Dao Lang's antidote. Dao Lang's skill ensured the droplet would burst if blocked, guaranteeing harm. As the poison flew towards Qin Zixuan, Wang Yali felt a sadistic pleasure imagining her disfigured face. All this happened in an instant. Hu Yan casually waved his hand, blocking the poison and flicking it away. The droplet didn't burst but followed Hu Yan's hand's trajectory and flew away. Hu Yan used the cloud hand technique from Tai Chi, skillfully channeling his inner energy with his arm movements. The energy in his palm rotated, absorbing and deflecting the force, which he then redirected with a throw. Dao Lang knew Hu Yan practiced martial arts, but he never expected this level of mastery. Seeing Hu Yan's movements, he felt a sense of dread. Quickly, Dao Lang dashed in front of Wang Yali. However, Hu Yan was a beat faster. As Hu Yan flung the poison, Dao Lang couldn't reach in time and had to block it with his hand. The thin membrane designed to burst upon impact became Dao Lang's nightmare. The poison splattered upon contact with his palm, exploding with a light pop. Fine droplets sprayed out, forming a mist in front of Wang Yali. Knowing Dao Lang was covered in poison, she screamed and turned her face away. Her instinctive self-protection led most of the poison to hit her masked face. The mask hissed as the poison reacted. Fear surged through Wang Yali, but her upraised hand wasn't so lucky. A burning itch, more terrifying than pain, spread across her hand as tiny blisters formed. She raised her hand to scratch, but Dao Lang grabbed her wrist. "Don't scratch." Seeing Dao Lang's face covered in blisters, Wang Yali screamed, "Ah!" Dao Lang's face was now covered in blisters, worse than a toad's skin. Ignoring his own pain, he quickly applied the antidote to Wang Yali's hand, then to his face, gritting his teeth against the burning itch. Wang Yali's screams were harrowing. The scene was more intense than any movie. Qin Zixuan instinctively touched her face, shuddering at the thought of it being disfigured. She felt grateful that Hu Yan was there to protect her. Even Qin San's legs felt weak. Watching the scene unfold, he realized that if he had been the one facing Dao Lang, he could have dodged, but protecting Miss Qin would have been impossible. Thankfully, Dao Lang's antidote worked well. Wang Yali's screams subsided, but her look towards Hu Yan was now mixed with fear. "Why are you here?" she asked, her voice hoarse and trembling. Without major events, the gambling house didn't have many customers, but word of the masked queen of Dong Yuan's humiliation would soon spread. Wang Yali hated the thought, but her hands itched even more. Hou Yan dropped his smile and said, "We're here to make some money and teach those who can't see their limits a lesson." "What do you mean?" Wang Yali glared at him. Hou Yan shrugged. "I mean, those who mess with me will suffer twice as much." Lighting a cigarette, Hou Yan took a deep drag and said, "It's not over yet. Just wait and see." Wang Yali scoffed. "This time you win, but next time." Hou Yan waved, signaling everyone to get in the car. "When I said it's not over, I meant this time isn't over. Check your wounds carefully." Without looking at their reactions, he got into the car and drove off with a truckload of jade stones. Wang Yali stomped her foot in frustration. "Dao Lang, what did he mean by it's not over?" Dao Lang looked at his wound, stunned. His antidote had always worked perfectly. Never before had his poisons backfired. But today, Hou Yan had turned the tables. Dao Lang's hand, far from healing, was swelling more, and the pain and itching had intensified with a burning sensation. This wasn't normal. Wang Yali hadn't noticed yet, thinking the pain was typical. But Dao Lang knew better. He had prepared for poison, but Hou Yan had outsmarted him. "Why are you so slow today?" Wang Yali nagged. "You're usually so efficient. What happened?" Dao Lang, lost in thought, ignored her. "What's wrong?" she asked, reaching for him. Dao Lang jerked away. "Don't touch." "What's the matter?" she asked. With a grim face, Dao Lang said, "There's always someone better. I thought my skills unmatched in this city, but I was wrong." Wang Yali had never seen him so dejected. "It's just a setback. We'll plan and strike back harder next time." "You don't understand the seriousness," Dao Lang said. "We can't mess with Hou Yan." Why Wang Yali couldn't fathom why the man who had always dealt with her enemies seamlessly was now terrified of Hou Yan. Dao Lang, dealing with poisons for years, had a unique physical condition requiring constant medication to suppress the toxins. Hou Yan's substance had countered these treatments, turning benign medicine into poison. A green snake slithered from Dao Lang's pant leg, a toad hopped away, and centipedes crawled off him. Various poisonous creatures left him, signaling something was seriously wrong. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of liquid dripping filled the room, making Wang Yali shudder. Watching the yellow fluid oozing from Dao Lang's hand, she felt nauseous and vomited bile. Seeing her own hand starting to ooze yellow fluid, she asked, "What will happen to us?" "Move as little as possible. The more you move, the faster the poison acts. I estimate we have about a month before we rot away," Dao Lang said grimly. "Aha!" Wang Yali screamed, horrified by the realization that Hou Yan's warning had been deadly serious. Feeling the burning pain in her hand intensify, she asked, "What should we do?" He Dao Lang's laugh was hollow. "This is karma. We've harmed many people." "That was all you?" Wang Yali trembled. "Ha ha ha!" Dao Lang laughed madly. "I knew you'd blame me eventually." Wang Yali couldn't deny that deep down, she did blame him. Despite his actions being ordered by her or her family. Dao Lang, looking aged, said, "Call Hou Yan. You might still survive." "What about you?" she asked. Dao Lang shook his head, pulling out a packet of powder. "My fate was sealed the moment I failed. As a Yu master, failure means death. I don't want to die miserably like my victims." He downed the powder, staggered to a car, and drove off. Desperate, Wang Yali called Qin Zixuan. Qin San had barely driven the pickup truck away from the gambling stone house when Hou Yan asked him to pull over by the roadside. Seeing the puzzled looks from Qin San and Qin Zixuan, Hou Yan explained, "Didn't I say it's not over yet? I think Wang Yali will call you soon." "What did you do?" Qin Zixuan asked. Hou Yan smiled. "We can't just let them bully us, right? If we don't retaliate, what if they become bolder and target you directly one day?" Qin Zixuan nodded, and Hou Yan continued, "I prepared something on my hand in advance." Before he could finish, Wang Yali's call came in. Her voice trembled, as if she was both terrified and in pain. "Miss Qin, I was wrong. For the sake of my father, please spare me." Qin Zixuan glanced at Hou Yan, seeking his opinion. "Ask for the Dongyuan gambling stonehouse," Hou Yan said. Trusting Hou Yan completely, Qin Zixuan didn't hesitate. "I want your Dongyuan gambling stonehouse." "No way!" Wang Yali's hysterical voice came through the phone. The Dongyuan gambling stonehouse was a crucial asset for the Wang family, providing immense profits over the years. They would never accept such a condition. "Miss Qin, please. My father would rather watch me die than agree to this." Though not fully aware of what Hou Yan had done to Wang Yali, Qin Zixuan sensed an opportunity from Wang Yali's softened tone. "I don't need money. Besides the Dongyuan gambling stonehouse, there's nothing else I want. I have other things to do. If you don't agree, so be it." We're not in a hurry. With that, King Zixuan hung up the phone. On the other side, Wang Yali stood frozen, remembering Dao Lang's warning not to move. She gritted her teeth and called her father, Wang Jianguo. Dad, here's what happened. What should we do? How are you now? Wang Jianguo asked. I can't move. Dao Lang said if I move, the poison will act faster, and the yellow liquid will cause more ulcers. Within a month, I'll rot away. After a long silence, Wang Jianguo said, endure it for now. Since we've failed, we need to show an attitude. I'll call Qin Baoxiang. He hung up and called Qin Baoxiang. The phone rang for a long time before Qin Baoxiang answered. Old Wang, what do you need? Didn't we just see each other at the meeting this morning? Wang Jianguo laughed heartily. Brother, I miss you after not seeing you for a while. Qin Baoxiang replied, really? Why don't you come over for dinner? We haven't gathered in a long time. Bring old Lu and old Zhang too. Wang Jianguo hesitated. That sounds good, but I'm not sure if they have time. I'll come over first. By the way, I have a minor issue to discuss. Qin Baoxiang laughed. If it's minor, let's talk about it when we meet. He then hung up. Fuming, Wang Jianguo cursed. That old fox is still so cunning. He called again. Brother, it's urgent, involving our children. It wouldn't be good if old Zhang and old Lu knew. Fine, Qin Baoxiang replied. Tell me, I'm listening. Wang Jianguo briefly recounted what happened between Wang Yali and Hu Yan. Listening, Qin Baoxiang's mouth curled into a smile. He felt his strategy was working perfectly, but his tone was stern. That child went too far. I'll scold her right away. Wang Jianguo was about to say some polite words like they're just kids, don't be so harsh, but Qin Baoxiang hung up again. Left with no choice, Wang Jianguo waited. In the Qin family's villa, Qin Baoxiang called his house phone, then placed his mobile on the table. Ah Fu, make some Da Hong Pao tea. I need a good drink. Wen Lingji asked, Old Qin, what's got you so happy that you're bringing out the Da Hong Pao? The real Da Hong Pao tea was rare and precious, even more so than usual for a man of Qin Baoxiang's stature. Qin Baoxiang smiled broadly, crossing his legs. When Qin Bo brewed the tea, he offered him a cup, saying, Ah Fu, join us. It's a rare happy day. Qin Fu, surprised and honored, asked, Master, what's the great news? I don't recall you being this happy even when you recovered from your illness. After pouring the tea, Qin Fu first served Qin Baoxiang, then Wen Lingji, and finally himself. He quickly refilled the pot. Sipping his tea, Qin Baoxiang said, recovering from my illness was good, but that was just personal. Even if I give my all, it's uncertain if Tianhai can develop better in the future. But Hu Yan's actions today were brilliant. I chose the right person, and that's what makes me happiest. Wen Lingji's eyes lit up. Seeing her daughter find happiness was her greatest joy. Old Qin, have you decided that Hu Yan will be our son-in-law? Qin Baoxiang didn't respond directly, blowing on his tea. Living together for so long, Wen Lingji could tell that Qin Baoxiang was pleased to have found a pawn like Hu Yan. After another sip, Qin Baoxiang looked at Qin Bo, who had served him for half a lifetime, and who now sensed his cue. Master, what exactly did Hu Yan do to make you so happy? Qin Baoxiang, filled with joy, replied, he demanded Wang's Don Yuan gambling stone house. Can you believe it? Qin Bo, worried, asked, will it work? That place is vital to the Wang family. HMP and Baoxiang snorted. Thinking about it infuriates me. They caused Lingji to lose her second pregnancy and her ability to have more children. They blackmailed us into the gambling stone business and didn't include me. Now it's their turn to regret. Sipping his tea, he continued. They can either hand over the gambling stone house, or let Wang's daughter die. When Lingji interjected, it's been so many years. Why not let it go? We're doing well now. Isn't your recovery the greatest blessing? No. Who knows if Hu Yan succeeded by chance? We must bite a chunk out of the Wang family to deter the others. Qin Baoxiang explained. Do you know what they did to Hu Yan and Shuang Xuan? If Hu Yan hadn't noticed and countered, we wouldn't be here enjoying tea. Wang's plan was to cripple Hu Yan and poison Shuang Xuan. Then the pawn shops would fall into their hands. Wen Lingji sighed. We owe Hu Yan so much. Qin Bo pondered. Will Wang Jianguo give up the gambling stone house? Qin Baoxiang grinned. He can't bear to. He's long resented Wang Yali's face. Without her cunning, Dao Lang wouldn't be loyal to her. He might rather let her die than give up the gambling house. Taking another sip, he said. The kids did well. I'll support them. He ended the call and set up a conference call with Lu and Zhang. Old Lu, old Zhang, when are you coming? Wang called for a gathering. We haven't met for a long time. Lu responded. I'll be there soon. Zhang agreed. I've been waiting for this day. After some small talk, Qin Baoxiang said, Wait, Zhuang Xuan is calling. She says it's urgent. Don't hang up. He began his act. What? Nonsense. We're lifelong friends. How dare you demand Wang's gambling house? If you do that, we're no longer father and daughter. He sighed. Old Zong, old Lu. This child has grown too bold. How can I face old Wang? After a pause, Zhang said, the child has a point. Wang's daughter was at fault. Lu added, indeed Yali went too far. Suang Xuan's anger is justified. Qin Baoxiang sighed deeply. Brothers, please help persuade her. I can't face Wang anymore. Seeing Qin Baoxiang resume sipping tea, after hanging up the phone, Wen Lingji couldn't help but say, that was so obvious, even I could tell it was an act. Qin Baoxiang wore a smug smile, of course. I want them to know it's an act but still have to play along. Anyone else might not catch on, but Wang Jianguo, that old dog, would rather sacrifice his pawns than give up the Dunyuan gambling stone house. Right now. I bet they're having a conference call. Since everyone knows the situation, Wang Jianguo has to play the role of a loving father, otherwise, people will call him heartless. Ha ha ha. King Zixuan was right. Wang Jianguo, who had been calling non-stop, didn't call back. Instead, he was on a conference call with Liu and Zhang. Old Wang. How did you mess up so badly? Liu asked. Wang Jianguo snorted. What could I do? Kids make mistakes. Zhang said. This isn't simple. I think old Qin wanted us to know. Wang Jianguo grumbled, of course. He deliberately kept his phone busy, and then called you both to put me in a tight spot. Liu agreed. That old fox is too cunning. Now, you have no choice but to follow his plan. After a long silence, Wang Jianguo said, I made a misstep. I have to give in. But I won't bow to the Qin family. Zhang asked. What do you plan to do? Liu cautioned. Don't be rash, old Wang. We can endure this and find another chance later. Wang Jianguo sighed. I know. Just watch. After hanging up, Wang Jianguo's breathing was labored from anger. Damn it. Those two idiots. Despite their alliance against Qin Baoxiang, they still secretly competed with each other, not wanting anyone else to take Qin Baoxiang's place. It was meaningless to remove one rival only to elevate another. After calming down, Wang Jianguo resumed the conference call, now connecting Qin Baoxiang as well, along with Liu and Zhang, who had been informed earlier. Greetings, old brother. Congratulations on your good health. We're on our way to your house. We can't wait. Just as Qin Baoxiang predicted, they continued their charade, pretending as if they weren't all in on it together. Qin Baoxiang laughed heartily. Great. It's been so long since we gathered. I'm excited. Ha ha ha. By the way, Wang Jianguo interjected, since Hu Yan insists on this matter, please don't blame the kids. He's from an ordinary family and became your son-in-law without receiving a decent gift. Let's consider this incident my gift to him. Their plan to have their chosen candidate marry King Zixuan was to prevent Qin Baoxiang from marrying her to a wealthy, influential family, which would leave them no chances. Wang Jianguo wanted to solidify Hu Yan's status as a son-in-law, subtly mocking him in the process. Qin Baoxiang, acting oblivious, said, Old Wang, what are you talking about? Even if we disregard our children, how could I abandon you, my brother? I told them if they ever bring up the gambling stone house again, we'd sever ties. Wang Jianguo, covering the phone, cursed, Damn you, Qin Baoxiang. Pretending to be noble, huh? You say you won't take the gambling stone house, but you're not mentioning curing my daughter. You're trying to make me look bad. Fine. I won't let you win so easily. Uncovering the phone, Wang Jianguo laughed. Old brother, you're overthinking it. Money is just money. Family is more important. Let's not let this ruin our relationship. Sai Qin Baoxiang sighed. I never favored Hu Yan because he came from an ordinary family. How could he risk so much for billions without considering my face? Fine, I'll give in this time, but after this, I'll cut ties with him. Wang Jianguo, trembling with anger, covered the phone again, cursing, Damn you, Qin Baoxiang, gloating after taking advantage. Fine, we'll see who wins. Uncovering the phone, Wang Jianguo continued with forced cheerfulness, Ha ha ha. You're right, old brother. This is nothing. Hu Yan is capable, or your daughter wouldn't have chosen him. Let's go with that. Wang Jianguo thought a few angry words would end it. But then Qin Baoxiang said, Yes, I talked to your daughter. She said Hu Yan is very capable. I don't know if she was praising or mocking him. Why can't these kids get along like we do? Zhang and Liu covered their phones, laughing so hard they nearly choked. Wang Jianguo, barely holding back his anger, swallowed a heart pill, afraid he might pass out. Alright Qin Baoxiang, you're feeling bold now that you're better. Fine, let's play. I'll find someone to deal with Hu Yan. In a country this big your son-in-law can't be invincible. After catching his breath, Wang Jianguo spoke, no longer cheerful. He. Old brother, let's discuss this in person. Your niece is still out in the cold wind. Oh, Qin Baoxiang acted as if he just remembered. I must be getting old. I'll call now. We'll talk when we meet. Hanging up, Qin Baoxiang resumed drinking tea leisurely. When Lingji, unable to watch any longer, said, Old Qin, since you agreed, have Hu Yan handle it quickly. Don't let the girl suffer. Qin Baoxiang shot her a glance. You think Wang Yali is innocent? She teamed up with Dao Lang, a Gu master, to create my illness. I won't be satisfied until she suffers properly. Sipping his tea, he laughed. Hu Yan really knows how to get even. After another sip, his face darkened. Wang Jianguo tried to shut me up by giving the gambling stone house to Hu Yan. Well played. But I don't need that business. It's good to keep Hu Yan motivated. Cough, realizing he'd said too much. Qin Baoxiang coughed and fell silent. Sitting in the car for over an hour, Ho Yan remarked, This isn't right. How is Wang Yali holding out? Isn't she afraid of dying? Qin Zixuan checked her watch and said, Let's go. The matter is settled. We should return to the company and have lunch. Hu Yan was puzzled. How do you know? Previously I didn't. But now Qin Zixuan wanted to explain that after returning home last time, she understood more about Qin Baoxiang's methods. Given the years of open and covert battles among the shareholders, Qin Baoxiang, now healthier, wouldn't miss the chance to strike back at his old rivals. After a moment of silence, she continued, Once the matter is settled, we won't need to cut open the stones. Since the gambling house is ours, we can't let customers walk away empty-handed. Hao Yan nodded, having discussed this with Qin Zixuan earlier. If they couldn't neutralize the Wang family's hidden Gu master, Hu Yan planned to regularly buy all valuable stones, eventually driving the gambling house out of business. Returning to the gambling house, they found Wang Yali still standing there. Despite her efforts to endure, the freezing weather and the sight of her worsening hands had taken a toll. She looked relieved to see Hu Yan, knowing she might survive but unsure what pain awaited her. Without a word, Hu Yan approached with his medical kit, wearing gloves. He used blotting paper to absorb the yellow liquid from Wang Yali's hands, then a scalpel to remove the infected skin. Though sweating in pain, Wang Yali made no sound, assuming Hu Yan was deliberately torturing her by not using anesthesia. In reality, the anesthetic would have conflicted with Hu Yan's medicine, slowing the healing process. After removing the dead tissue and applying the special powder, Ho Yan bandaged the wounds and said, You saw my medical skills. I can heal your hands and also your face. Wang Yali's eyes lit up with hope but quickly dimmed, knowing Hu Yan wouldn't help her out of pity. To get her face fixed, she'd need to pay a price. Already having given up the gambling house, she wondered what else Hu Yan could want. Looking at Qin Zixuan, Wang Yali dismissed any inappropriate thoughts about Hu Yan. What do you want? Ho Yan smiled. The gambling house is mine now, but I need supply channels to keep it running. Wang Yali gritted her teeth. You're dreaming. Seeing Wang Yali's furious and venomous expression, Hu Yan remained calm and continued to smile, saying, Fine, consider it a dream. After all, it's not me who needs to make a living here. He handed Wang Yali 2 bottles of medicine, one for internal use and one for external application. Without saying another word, Hu Yan and his group turned and left. On the way back, Qin Zixuan frowned deeply. Hu Yan asked, What's wrong? Qin Zixuan replied, You were right. Even if we get the gambling stone house, we won't be able to run it. Hu Yan shook his head. No, you're mistaken. Not only can we run it, but we can also run it very well. Qin Zixuan looked puzzled. We don't have the supply channels for jade raw stones. How can we manage it? Ho Yan explained, I've done some research. Out of the 800 shops in Dongyuan Gambling Stone House, half belong to the Wang family. The other half are subleased. If those other shops have channels, we won't have a problem. I know that, Qin Zixuan said, but the channels differ in quality and price. Ho Yan nodded. True. If Wang Yali doesn't cooperate, we'll just buy at higher prices initially to keep things running. Even if they couldn't secure the best prices, the rental income from the subleased shops was substantial. Hu Yan calculated that with an average rent of around 200,000 per shop for over 400 shops, they could still make a considerable profit. Qin Zixuan remained skeptical. High purchasing costs aren't sustainable for business. Ho Yan had anticipated this but believed Wang Yali would eventually give in. Even if she held out, he could establish his own supply channels. 3 days later, after Wang Yali had mostly recovered, she signed the transfer contract with Hu Yan. The Donyuan Gambling Stonehouse now had a new owner. Hu Yan renamed it Cayenne Gambling Stonehouse. This marked the beginning of a busy period for Hu Yan. Qin Zixuan helped by appointing loyal management staff, mostly from the Qin family's core members. Though they might not have high academic qualifications like Qin Tian or Qin Chu, their loyalty was unquestionable. Notably, Qin Chu's sister, Qin Ru, returned from abroad. After learning about the chemical plant incident and how Hu Yan saved her life, she felt indebted and volunteered to join Hu Yan's business. Despite her ordeal, she had fully recovered, looking even more beautiful, although her expressions were somewhat artificial. Wang Yali, upon hearing about Qin Ru's return, called Hu Yan, sarcastically asking, "Since you're so skilled, why not help your own people?" Ho Yan replied simply, "Give it a week and you'll see." Over the next few days, Hu Yan personally treated Qin Ru, combining herbal medicine, acupuncture, and his inner energy. By the end of the week, Qin Ru could smile naturally again, her previous injuries completely healed. This not only boosted Hu Yan's reputation but also gave Qin Zixuan the idea of having Hu Yan work as a part-time plastic surgeon. Hu Yan, however, declined, focusing on bigger goals. As Qin Zixuan's cosmetics company flourished, she partnered with Hu Yan to open 180 medical beauty centers. Hu Yan's technology-based investment secured him 40% of the shares. Offering treatments for spine and joint pains, the centers quickly became popular, with memberships and treatments in high demand. Meanwhile, half a month passed smoothly except for issues at the Gambling Stone House. Lacking supply channels, the Wang family hoped to see Hu Yan struggle. Despite the higher costs, Hu Yan managed to keep the business thriving. Curious, Wang Yali visited the Gambling Stone House. She was surprised to find a new sales method introduced by Hu Yan. Instead of individual sales, stones were sold in piles, with the assurance that at least one stone in each pile contained jade. Initially skeptical, a wealthy customer bought an entire pile and found a valuable jade stone, proving Hu Yan's claim. This new method attracted many customers, creating a buzz and drawing in people from surrounding cities. Business boomed, much to Wang Yali's dismay. Realizing Hu Yan's innovative strategy, Wang Yali called him after getting permission from her father. "I've decided. You can have the supply channels, just treat me." "Wise choice," Hu Yan replied before hanging up. This was just the first step in his plan. With the supply channels secured, he had more strategies ready to ensure the business thrived. Actually, Hu Yan knew that when the Wang family said they would provide supply channels, it meant they would sell him jade raw stones directly transported from Dian and Giwi regions, instead of the resold ones that had passed through multiple hands. This meant that the Wang family would still make a profit. Money has never been made by one person alone. Ho Yan was just starting out, and securing this deal was already a significant achievement. If he went to Dian and Giwi to find suppliers himself, it would only be worth it if he expanded the gambling stone business several times over, with at least 5 cities in the sales network. As long as Hu Yan had a steady supply, he could maximize profits. Another half-month passed, and Wang Yali's illness was completely cured. She even became a loyal customer of Tianhai Cosmetics. One day, snow began to fall from the sky. As usual, after finishing his tasks at Tianhai Pawn Shop, Hu Yan went to the Gambling Stone House. Recently, the stock of raw stones had noticeably decreased. Snow had caused construction sites in the north to shut down, making it a peak time for many seasoned gamblers to come out and gamble on stones. Ho Yan called the supplier. As previously agreed, new stock was supposed to arrive in Jiangqing today. Soon, the other party answered, saying that the snow had delayed them a bit, but they would arrive at the freight station by 3 p.m. At 3 p.m., Hu Yan arrived at the freight station to wait. When the large trucks began to roll in, he knew the goods had arrived. The person handling the delivery was a man in his 40s from southern Yunnan, named Bai Yefi. His Mandarin was quite standard, making communication easy. After chatting for a while, Ho Yan asked, "Brother Bai, according to the previous arrangement with Donyuan Gambling Stonehouse, we should be able to choose our stock first, right?" Bai Yefi replied, "That's not possible now. Everyone's saying you have too much good luck. If you pick first, there won't be anything left for the others." Although Cayenne Gambling Stonehouse was the largest in Jiangqing, it didn't mean other places didn't have similar businesses. Bai Yefe had a point. Hu Yan nodded and said, "All right, how about this? I won't open the packages. I'll just point to the trucks I want, and you can deliver them. How about that?" Bai Yifei nodded. That works. As long as the packages aren't opened, it's not against the rules. No one can complain. Ho Yan nodded. Then looked at the trucks from a distance and pointed. I'll take these few trucks. Bai Yifei nodded. Okay. I'll have them sent over soon. Ho Yan casually asked about the jade piece hanging around Bai Yifei's neck. Brother, are you into jade as well? Bai Yifei shook his head. We truck drivers don't know much about these things. This piece was passed down in my wife's family. They say it keeps me safe on the road. And you know what? It really did save my life once. With nothing else to do, Bai Yifei started to open up. While chatting, they grew more familiar. Ho Yan suggested they grab a bite at a nearby restaurant, and Bai Yifei agreed. On a cold day, they found a Sichuan-style hot pot restaurant nearby, run by Bai Yifei's fellow townspeople, which he liked. While eating, Bai Yifei shared that he had been in a serious accident when he first started transporting raw stones. Fatigued, he crashed his truck under a bridge. The front of the truck was wrecked, but he was unharmed. However, the jade piece he was wearing was broken. He had it repaired and kept wearing it despite warnings that it might no longer be effective. Bai Yifei didn't care, believing it had saved his life once and might do so again. Ho Yan could see that Bai Yifei was currently struggling financially. He had only a little over 10,000 yuan in savings, quite low for someone of his age and position as a team leader, indicating some unspoken difficulties. Brother Bai, it seems you're troubled by something. How about we have a couple of drinks and talk it over? Hu Yan suggested. Bai Yifei sighed. Well, it's just my mom's cancer. Treating her drained our savings, and my wife took the kid back to her parents' place in anger. Ho Yan offered to help, saying he had some medical knowledge and wrote down a herbal remedy. Though it couldn't cure cancer completely, it could alleviate pain and prolong life. Bai Yifei was deeply moved. I've heard of your medical skills before. I didn't know how to ask for your help. Thank you so much. Ho Yan replied, Brother Bai, you're a good son. For someone who spends all his savings on his mother, I'm happy to call you a friend. They toasted and drank more. As they chatted, Bai Yifei mentioned his desire to bring his wife and child back, but his wife was angry about the money spent. Ho Yan proposed, I can help you earn money. I see that jade piece you're wearing. I can sell it for at least 800,000 yuan. What do you think? Bai Yifei was astonished. Brother, are you joking? This piece is said to be unlucky by some. Ho Yan explained, I'm also an appraiser at Tianhai pawn shop. This piece may look ordinary, but it's actually high-quality Tianhuang jade, worth at least 5 million if undamaged. Even now, I can sell it for a good price. Bai Yifei couldn't believe his ears but agreed. Hu Yan transferred the money directly to him. During this time, Hu Yan had learned a lot from Old Tao, and he was confident he could restore the jade to about 70% of its original value. They returned home happy, having formed a strong friendship. This connection meant that Bai Yifei could handle future shipments smoothly, even if Hu Yan wasn't around. Back home, it was past 8 p.m. Hu Yan, slightly tipsy, was startled to see Zhao Peng sitting silently on the couch. You scared me, Hu Yan exclaimed. What brings you back? Zhao Peng looked worn out, but seeing Hu Yan brought a warm smile to his face. You're back, Zhao Peng greeted him, in a tone that suggested something serious was on his mind. What happened? Hu Yan asked, sensing trouble. Zhao Peng had tried to meet up several times, but Hu Yan had been too busy. Now, seeing Zhao Peng at his home meant he was facing a big problem. Seeing Zhao Peng still downcast, Hu Yan suggested, let's go have a drink. Sure, Zhao Peng agreed immediately. They went to a small bar named Little Braised Master near the community. It was a cozy place known for its braised dishes, perfect for drinking. Zhao Peng poured them some beer. What's been keeping you busy? I tried to meet you several times, but you were always tied up. Ho Yan replied, end-of-year company stuff. Lots to do. He didn't want Zhao Peng to worry, knowing his friend's strong competitive spirit. Zhao Peng was determined not to be left behind, valuing their brotherhood. And you? Hu Yan asked. What's been keeping you so busy? Not spending time with Feng Li. Zhao Peng shook his head with a smile. Let's drink first. After they toasted and downed a glass, Zhao Peng refilled their cups. First, I want to thank you, Hu Yan sincerely. Come on, Hu Yan interrupted, looking annoyed. No need for that between brothers. Listen to me first, Zhao Peng insisted, looking earnest. Hu Yan had no choice but to listen. I've realized a lot lately, Zhao Peng continued. I used to not understand because I had no family. Now I see how hard it is to save money. Earning 200,000 yuan might not be difficult, but saving it is. And recently, with Feng Li and some others, they all said that even family wouldn't easily give 200,000 yuan to start a business. Hu Yan laughed, raising his glass. Is that your big realization? Let's just drink. I'm serious, Zhao Peng said, clinking glasses with Hu Yan. After downing another glass of wine, Zhao Peng seemed to loosen up a bit. You're my best friend, my brother. You're also my only family, Zhao Peng said. I have no one else to talk to. Ho Yan nodded. That's right. Better to talk about it before it's too late. After a brief silence, Zhao Peng said, It's not a big deal really, just feeling a bit tired. When Zhao Peng mentioned me, Feng Li, and some other people, Hu Yan had already guessed what was going on. It's normal to feel tired. Especially now with Feng Li and some other people, Hu Yan teased. Take care of yourself, brother. Zhao Peng scratched his head awkwardly. I can't hide anything from you, he said, raising his glass again. They drank together, then Hu Yan asked, So, did you find true love? Zhao Peng shook his head. On the contrary, I'm more confused now. I'm starting to doubt if true love even exists. Hu Yan encouraged him. Tell me about it. It's like this, Zhao Peng began. Before I had a girlfriend, I always thought that if a girl liked me, I'd treat her like a princess and make her the happiest woman in the world, no matter how much I had to suffer. Exactly, Hu Yan agreed. That's why most guys start off being total simps in their first relationships. Zhao Peng laughed. But I still envy you. When you were a simp, it was in college. At least it started with genuine feelings. Ho Yan didn't deny it. True. That's why I've never hated Sun Jiaqi. She was my first step from boyhood to manhood. She gave me a normal experience of growing up, without too much harm. Zhao Peng nodded. Yeah, she showed you the real world for the first time. Zhao Peng took another drink before continuing. It's different for me. I liked a girl in school who didn't care for me back then. After starting work, we met again, and she got together with me. I knew she was after my money, but I still fell for her. Ho Yan patted Zhao Peng's shoulder. It's alright. No matter what someone gives you, if you can turn it into growth and experience, it's worth it. Zhao Peng looked at Hu Yan in surprise. I've been working so hard, but why am I still so far behind you? Ho Yan playfully punched Zhao Peng's shoulder. If you can joke about it, you haven't been hurt enough to learn. Hey, Zhao Peng chuckled. Yeah, I think so too. So I cheated. Ho Yan didn't say anything. He understood that in real life, some things are beyond our control. Even with his ability to see through things, sometimes he had to play dumb. Ho Yan listened as Zhao Peng continued his story. As Hu Yan's artwork gained popularity online, Zhao Peng also gained some recognition. Unable to resist Wu Yuanyuan's constant advances, he finally gave her a small share of the profits, 0.5% from his share. During this time, apart from Hu Yan, Zhao Peng didn't mention this because he knew Hu Yan was busy. 0.5% translated to over 20,000 yuan a month for 3 paintings. Wu Yuanyuan frequently suggested that Hu Yan paint more, hoping to increase their earnings. Seeing Zhao Peng dealing with buyers, Wu Yuanyuan couldn't help but be envious. But no matter how much she pressured Zhao Peng, he didn't relent, appreciating Hu Yan's generosity. Not long ago, Wu Yuanyuan arranged a meeting between Zhao Peng and an important friend, who turned out to be a beautiful woman named Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang had everything Zhao Peng admired: big eyes, tall figure and good looks, scoring at least an 8 out of 10. Surprisingly, Wu Shuang could drink and talk well, flattering Zhao Peng non-stop. People generally enjoy compliments, and Zhao Peng, being young, was no exception. They hit it off, and Wu Yuanyuan quietly left. That night, Zhao Peng and Wu Shuang ended up at a hotel together. During their stay, Feng Li called Zhao Peng, who lied about being out on business. Originally feeling guilty, Zhao Peng was surprised when Wu Shuang seemed unbothered by his relationship status. Strangely, she disappeared the next morning. When Zhao Peng asked Wu Yuanyuan about her, Wu Yuanyuan said Wu Shuang didn't want to interfere with his relationship. Ha Yan played with his glass, amused. Zhao Peng noticed Hu Yan's teasing expression. Old Hu, you can look down on me if you want. I know it was a ploy, but I fell for it. Zhao Peng sighed. Every day I can't stop thinking about Wu Shuang. Ho Yan asked, So, Wu Yuanyuan's goal was for me to paint more or for you to give her more commission? Zhao Peng shook his head. No, she just wants me to break up with Feng Li. Ho Yan nodded, realizing Wu Yuanyuan's clever tactic. If she had asked directly for a bigger cut, Zhao Peng would have been put off. But by making it seem like Wu Shuang was genuinely interested, she fed Zhao Peng's vanity and hopes for true love. After being hurt by Feng Li's materialism, Zhao Peng was more susceptible. Zhao Peng said, I thought Feng Li was after my money, but Wu Shuang seemed different. I decided to break up with Feng Li. He smiled awkwardly, but after I told her, Wu Shuang showed up at our store. You can guess what happened next. Hao Yan laughed, I can tell. You've lost weight. Wu Shuang must be a real handful. Zhao Peng punched Hu Yan lightly, you jerk. Take it easy, brother. Hu Yan laughed. So, did you break up with Feng Li? Zhao Peng nodded. She asked for a breakup fee, saying I wasted her youth and time. Hao Yan wasn't surprised. It was typical of Feng Li. Zhao Peng continued, I offered her the apartment, but she still wasn't satisfied. Finally I told her that if she had agreed to marry me before buying the apartment, none of this would have happened. I wouldn't have broken up with her. Zhao Peng downed a big glass of beer. Maybe because we were classmates, she didn't push it further. Hao Yan nodded. Her initial conditions led to this outcome. He added, but be careful with Wu Shuang. She might have ulterior motives. Yeah, Zhao Peng nodded. She hasn't asked for money, but Wu Yuan must have told her how much I make. A monthly income of 200,000 yuan is a big deal in Jiangcheng. It's normal for people to be interested, Hu Yan said. Just enjoy it, but don't take it too seriously. Zhao Peng's eyes glistened. Old Hu, aren't you going to scold me? You saw through Feng Li from the start. Without your help I would have lost a lot more. Hao Yan shook his head, smiling, as long as you're happy. That money isn't a big deal. I only have one request, always set a price on your actions. Know how much someone is worth to you. If it's too much, let go. Let go if it's too much. Zhao Peng pondered, then nodded, I get it. Wu Shuang is after the money too. Let's drink. Hu Yan lifted his glass. Seeing Zhao Peng's gloom, Hu Yan tried to lighten the mood. Don't overthink it. Earning money is a skill. You can see it as them appreciating your ability. Zhao Peng smiled bitterly, drinking more but still feeling down. Hao Yan shared a joke he recently saw online. On a blind date the girl seemed nice. She asked how the guy got there. He said by bus. She said she rode an electric scooter. After dinner they both declined a ride home, but met again at the parking lot. The girl drove an X5, and the guy an S6. They smiled and left. That afternoon, they met at a car rental company. Feeling embarrassed, the guy went to relax at a bathhouse. There he met her again, and even ended up choosing her. They kissed, and he reached down, only to hear her whisper, isn't mine bigger than yours? Zhao Peng burst out laughing, almost choking on his drink. You're bad, old Hu. You should take me to places like that to broaden my horizons. Hao Yan laughed. Aren't you afraid of meeting someone bigger than you? They laughed heartily, putting the heavy talk behind them. They reminisced about their school days and childhood fun, drinking more as they went on. While they were enjoying themselves, a group emerged from a private room, led by a drunken man holding a woman. It was Sun Jiaqi, the girl they had mentioned earlier. Sun Jiaqi glanced at Hu Yan and Zhao Peng. The Xiao Lujiang Tavern was a small two-story restaurant with simple private rooms, divided by bamboo screens. While they were talking earlier, Hao Yan had overheard some of the conversation from the adjacent table. Coincidentally, those people were business owners from the Cayenne Jade Stone Market. They were discussing how they had earned quite a bit of money recently under the new boss. It seemed that Sun Jiaqi had already noticed Hu Yan and Zhao Peng sitting nearby, which is why Hu Yan hadn't heard her voice during their conversation. Sun Jiaqi's gaze towards Hu Yan and Zhao Peng was different. When she looked at Hu Yan, there was a hint of nostalgia and a sense of closure. But when she looked at Zhao Peng, her gaze was more unfamiliar, with a mix of emotions that were hard to decipher. It was clear that Sun Jiaqi had overheard Hu Yan and Zhao Peng's earlier conversation. The man with his arm around Sun Jiaqi appeared to be young, around 25 or 26, and was clearly drunk, mumbling to himself. My dad says I'm too young and don't understand business. Haha. You see, all that talk about business strategies and experience is nonsense. It's all about luck. When I first took over it was tough, but now with the new boss, my monthly turnover is almost as much as my dad's annual earnings. Ha 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 ha. The people around him chimed in with agreement. Exactly. It's not about how good you are, but how lucky you are. Now Chen is making over 2 million a year, definitely one of the top businessmen in Jiangcheng. Of course he's probably in the top 500 in a city of millions. That's impressive. The best part is that Chen is still young. In a few years, with a few more stores, he could be making tens of millions a year. The young man named Chen shook his head vigorously. You don't get it. If I wait a few years, it'll be too late. I've already got offers for a few vacant storefronts. If I don't act now, I'll miss out. I'm planning to. Seeing one of his friends heading towards the bar, he quickly pushed Sunjiaki aside and ran over, saying, I said I'm treating tonight, you can't do this. He pulled out his phone and drunkenly scanned the code to pay. Sunjiaki stopped near Hu Yan and Zhao Peng, saying, you guys are drinking here too. What a coincidence. Yeah, quite the coincidence, Hu Yan replied awkwardly, feeling a bit guilty since they had been talking about her earlier. Zhao Peng, a bit drunk, looked at Sunjiaki and said, congratulations on finding a great boyfriend. You'll soon be a millionaire. Sunjiaki, seemingly changed after her ordeal with Lu Lily, shook her head. You never know in this world. Maybe we'll break up soon, just like you and Feng Lai. At least she got a house out of it. I might end up with nothing. People with money often change. Her words were laced with meaning, and even in his drunken state, Zhao Peng could catch the undertones. However, he held back out of respect for Hu Yan's ex-girlfriend. He simply smiled and said, everyone gets what they need. Kids talk about good and bad, adults talk about gains and losses. Ho Yan nodded at Zhao Peng's words, appreciating the maturity behind them. However, the phrase everyone gets what they need made Sunjiaki's face flush with embarrassment. This hit home for her, as she often found herself considering a person's financial status when choosing a partner. She had even investigated Hu Yan's salary at Tianhai, assuming he made over $1 million a year since he was working for someone else. Not wanting to dwell on these thoughts, Sunjiaki noticed her boyfriend had finished paying and said, I won't keep you. My friends had a bit too much to drink. We'll catch up another time. The young man named Chen, who had been looking around, now noticed Hu Yan and Zhao Peng. Initially he hadn't paid them much attention, but now he looked at Hu Yan more closely. Upon recognizing Hu Yan, his eyes widened with excitement. Stumbling slightly, he walked over quickly. Sunjiaki, fearing a confrontation, stepped in front of Hu Yan. Brother Feng, they're just my college friends. We were just catching up. Chen Xiaofeng, seemingly ignoring her, pushed her aside and stood in front of Hu Yan with an excited expression. Seeing his excitement, Hu Yan wanted to avoid any misunderstanding. We're really just old classmates. No need for any misunderstanding. Chen Xiaofeng grabbed Hu Yan's hand. President Hu. It's me, Xiaofeng. Hu Yan looked confused. You are. I'm Chen Xiaofeng from Shengi Jade Stone Market. Don't you remember? You personally advised us on our sales model. Oh, Hu Yan smiled. I remember now. You were one of the first store owners to believe in my sales plan. Chen Xiaofeng vigorously shook Hu Yan's hand. Yes, and that's why I was one of the first to make money. So, since you and my girlfriend are classmates, could you prioritize renting the vacant storefronts to me? Well, Hu Yan hesitated. This could set a precedent and lead to endless trouble. Chen Xiaofeng quickly added, I'm not asking for a discount. Just that if the price is the same, I get priority. Ho Yan nodded. That can be arranged as long as there was no special treatment. It wasn't an issue. And, I have another idea. Chen Xiaofeng hesitated. Then he turned and shouted towards the bar, put this table on my tab, and bring 2 more cases of premium beer, along with the best dishes. He then sat down at their table. Ho Yan quickly said, Brother Chen, we've had enough to drink. How about we get together another time? Chen Xiaofeng shook his head vigorously. President Hu, meeting you today is a huge honor. There's no way I can pass up this chance to drink with you. It would be an honor I could boast about for a lifetime. Given the circumstances, Hu Yan couldn't refuse. After all, this was Sunjiaki's boyfriend. Alright, let's sit together then. Sunjiaki hesitated but eventually sat down. The remaining people exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Chen Xiaofeng waved them off, saying, Guys, I've met a big shot today. I'll make it up to you another time. You all head home first. The group nodded, waved at Hu Yan and Zhao Peng, and left. Sunjiaki tried to persuade him, Brother Feng, you've had enough. Hu Yan and his friend have work tomorrow. Chen Xiaofeng glanced at her. Have you had too much? Do you know who your classmate is? Sunjiaki shook her head in confusion, looking at Hu Yan. Did you change jobs? Hu Yan said, No, I just started a small business. Understanding, Sunjiaki nodded. She assumed Hu Yan had rented a storefront at Cayenne Jade Stone Market with his savings, which is how he knew Chen Xiaofeng. Chen Xiaofeng didn't fully understand Hu Yan's position but knew he was a significant figure at Cayenne Jade Stone Market. Even if Hu Yan's role was minor, it was still impressive enough to earn Chen Xiaofeng's respect. Ho Yan's small business must be quite substantial. Recalling the praise from his friends earlier, Chen Xiaofeng felt his face flush. He quickly raised his glass. President Hugh. First drinks on me. Sun Jiaqi, knowing her boyfriend had drunk a lot, tried to stop him. Xiao Feng, you've had enough. Hao Yan isn't a stranger. There's no need to drink so much. Chen Xiaofeng hesitated, and Hu Yan interjected, she's right. We're all friends here. No need for formalities. Let's just chat. With Hu Yan's agreement, Chen Xiaofeng took a sip instead of downing his glass. Hu Yan, you're very approachable for someone in your position. Hao Yan smiled. There are plenty of capable people out there. Chen Xiaofeng nodded and looked at Zhao Peng. Is this your classmate too? Anyone who can drink with Hu Yan must be important. Sun Jiaqi introduced. This is Zhao Peng, another college friend. They were best friends in school. Now he runs an antique shop in the old town. Chen Xiaofeng nodded. Zhao Peng. It's nice to meet you. I'd like to visit your shop sometime. Zhao Peng, having a good impression of Chen Xiaofeng, shared the shop's name. Chen Xiaofeng exclaimed, oh, impressive. You're the owner of Dongpeng Antiques? I've even pre-ordered a painting from you. Paid 1,000 yuan as a deposit. It's said to be a piece by the new artist 3,000 years. Is that from your shop? Zhao Peng nodded. Yes, it is. And? Ho Yan, knowing Zhao Peng was tipsy, quickly interrupted. It's getting late. How about we continue this another day? If Hu Yan hadn't intervened, Zhao Peng might have revealed that Hu Yan was 3,000 years. Realizing Hu Yan's intent, Zhao Peng refrained from saying more. He understood Hu Yan didn't want to seem like he was showing off in front of Sun Jiaqi's boyfriend. Chen Xiaofeng, feeling he hadn't fully connected with Hu Yan, knew it would be harder to approach him in the future. But since Hu Yan suggested it, he had to respect his wishes. Alright, President Hu. Let's meet again soon. You're always welcome at my shop. Sure, Hu Yan shook hands with Chen Xiaofeng. After shaking hands warmly with Hu Yan and Zhao Peng, Chen Xiaofeng left with Sun Jiaqi. In the car, Sun Jiaqi couldn't help but ask, what's Hu Yan's role at the market that you respect him so much? Chen Xiaofeng sighed. I don't know his exact title. But you know Wang Yali, the woman with the half-face. Sun Jiaqi nodded, having heard of her. Chen Xiaofeng continued. Hu Yan now holds her position. Sun Jiaqi was shocked, so Hu Yan is the manager of the entire market. Chen Xiaofeng nodded. Yes. Normally someone in his position likely has shares in the business. Even if he doesn't, a job like that probably pays over 100 million a year. Over 100 million a year? Sun Jiaqi felt a tightness in her chest, finding it hard to breathe. The next day was Saturday, and Hu Yan didn't have to work. After his morning exercise, he indulged in a rare lazy sleep-in. However, at 9:30, his phone's ringtone interrupted his pleasant dream. Still half asleep, Hu Yan picked up the phone, feeling annoyed at being disturbed from his dream about Qin Zixuan. Who is it? Wow, such a temper? Have you forgotten about me, Mr. Hu? A charming voice came from the other end. Ho Yan wondered, who could it be? He opened his eyes to check the caller ID'd and saw it was Kai Lai. Oh, it's you! The diva. What made you think of me amidst your busy schedule? After a hearty laugh, Kai Li said. I'm rarely back in Jiangcheng, so I called you as soon as I had the chance. What can I do for you? Do you need a ride from the airport? How could I trouble you? Mr. Hu. Kai Li had been extremely busy since Hu Yan helped her find a rare piece of Zheng Dafu's work, earning her a spot as Gu Yufan's last disciple. Coming back to Jiangcheng, of course, I have to personally thank my benefactor. Don't joke, Hu Yan laughed. You have the talent, otherwise, you wouldn't be where you are today. Hu Yan was sincere. Even with Gu Yufan's support, Kai Li couldn't have reached her current position so quickly without her own abilities. That's true, but I'll never forget the person who helped me take that crucial first step, whether it was her acting skills or genuine sentiment. Even over the phone, Hu Yan could feel the emotion. Enough with the flattery, we'll talk when we meet. I drank a lot last night. You'd better let me sleep a bit longer. Oh. Sorry for disturbing your rest. Young Master Kai Li pretended to be terrified but then changed her tone. But we're almost off the highway. What should we do? Alright, you win. Hu Yan feigned helplessness. Fine, I'm at Tianhai Gardens. Call me when you get here. Got it. Kai Li was pleased. Hu Yan was still the same as always. Hao Yan got up and freshened up. As soon as he was dressed, Kai Li's call came through. Hu Yan answered and went downstairs. A Dodge minivan was parked at the community gate. The license plate matched what Kai Li mentioned. Behind it were a G-Class and an Alphard. The door of the Dodge opened, and Kai Li waved at Hu Yan from a distance. Hao Yan got in and sat beside Kai Li. Kylie didn't hide her longing, giving Hu Yan a big hug. "I've missed you so much." The driver and the manager pretended not to see this. Ho Yan laughed. "Careful, if your fans find out, they'll tear me apart." Kylie playfully punched him. "You're so bad. I've been thinking about you every day." Ho Yan looked at Kylie and noticed that her demeanor had changed, reflecting her newfound confidence from her successful career. The diva has become even more beautiful and charming. "Are you hiding any secrets?" Hu Yan teased. Kylie gave him a flirty glance. "So what if I am?" Ho Yan, taken aback by her directness, scratched his nose and smiled awkwardly. "Don't joke around, you're a public figure now." Kylie affectionately linked her arm with his. "It's fine, everyone here is family. They won't say anything." "What made you come back?" Hu Yan asked. "I'm filming on location in Jiangcheng for a while. Don't get tired of me hanging around." She hugged his arm tightly as if trying to absorb him into herself. "All right," Hu Yan agreed readily. Kylie smiled charmingly. "I knew you'd be the best to me." Ho Yan replied. "It's fine. But don't blame me if I'm busy." Kylie playfully punched him again. "Okay, as long as you don't deliberately avoid me." "No problem." The two old friends chatted happily. Kylie left a good impression on Hu Yan, different from the usual celebrities. She was grateful for Hu Yan's help, often looking after his business or sending him gifts. When Hu Yan sent her cosmetics, she immediately decided to endorse them before even using them. After trying them, Kylie became a lifelong fan of those cosmetics. Kylie was back to shoot a treasure hunting TV series. She had mentioned it to Hu Yan, who casually remarked that he managed the business of Cayenne Jade Stone. Kylie then persuaded the director to film in Jiangcheng, partly to help promote Hu Yan's business. She also wanted to shoot a commercial for Tianhai's cosmetics, fulfilling her promise. This way, even if Qin Zixuan knew Hu Yan was with Kylie, she wouldn't say anything since it was for business. Even the expenses would be covered by Qin Zixuan. Suddenly, Hu Yan had a strange thought. Am I being ordered to court women? But then he realized he was probably the one being courted. Seeing Kylie's sweet look, Hu Yan was even more convinced. The investors, hearing about the shoot in Jiangcheng, were intrigued. They praised Kylie's vision and were eager to try their luck at Cayenne Jade Stone. Many of them were wealthy playboys looking for new thrills. Kylie also mentioned Hu Yan's excellent eye for treasures, which was why they agreed to pick him up. The convoy stopped at Tianhai Hotel, Jiangcheng's best, showing the investors' generosity. While waiting in the lobby, Hu Yan saw Kylie return after changing clothes. They entered a luxurious private room where 5 people were engaged in lively conversation. Seeing Hu Yan and Kylie, they politely nodded. Kylie introduced Hu Yan to everyone. Knowing he was a top appraiser, they warmly shook hands with him, eager to get his insights later at Cayenne Jade Stone. As they still had work in the afternoon, the drinking was moderate, mostly complimenting the investors. The investors were keen to please Hu Yan, who was equally protective of Kylie, creating a delicate balance. After lunch, they headed to Cayenne Jade Stone. Hu Yan let them explore first, offering to help when they were ready to buy. He had some private matters to attend to. Kylie didn't know the entire Cayenne Jade Stone was Hu Yan's, so she didn't act overly familiar with him in front of others. Ho Yan went to the headquarters where Qin Ru was managing. Despite recovering, she still needed Hu Yan's regular treatments. Seeing Hu Yan, Qin Ru stood up. "Mr. Hu, you're here." "Yes." Ho Yan preferred being called Mr. Hu over more formal titles, feeling he hadn't yet reached such heights. Kylie and her investors are here to have some fun. Make sure they're well protected and not scammed. Cayenne Jade Stone was large, with many shops and some stubborn ones still using old sales tactics, like hiring shills to lure in customers. With Kylie being a big star, Hu Yan wanted to ensure her safety. Qin Ru made the necessary calls for arrangements. Then Hu Yan began her treatment, a mix of gratitude and embarrassment for Qin Ru. The treatment improved her mobility and appearance, but she was shy about the intimate process. Ho Yan, though, saw it purely as a medical procedure, with deep respect for the craft and the patient's dignity. Despite her nervousness, Qin Ru always cooperated fully with Hu Yan's treatments. Qin Ru's facial skin was replaced with skin from her leg, which made treatment easier. After Hu Yan used medicine and internal energy to activate the skin's vitality, continued use of Tianhai Cosmetics facial masks would lead to complete recovery. However, the deeper burns on other parts of her body were beyond the reach of current medical science. A while ago, Hu Yan had even made a special trip to Yangcheng to visit a renowned traditional Chinese medicine clinic known for treating burns. After studying their methods, Hu Yan fully mastered their burn treatment techniques. To heal the scars from Kian-Ru's burns, the scars needed to be removed first. Then, medication would be applied to promote the growth of new skin. This process was extremely complex, but Hu Yan had already completed it. It wasn't out of altruism, but because he felt somewhat responsible. After all, if he had insisted more back then, Kian-Ru wouldn't have ended up like this. Now, Kian-Ru's new skin had fully grown. The only problem was that, like her face before, it was somewhat numb and lacked sensitivity. Hu Yan might have been a bit obsessive. He didn't want any of his works to be flawed. Perhaps he also felt that a young woman shouldn't feel inferior in certain aspects. For these reasons, Hu Yan had been diligently treating Kian-Ru. Even though Kian-Ru's new skin was white, translucent, and radiant, Hu Yan had no improper thoughts. After applying the medication evenly, he slowly massaged the injured areas. Kian-Ru would feel a warm flow passing through the previously numb areas, making her aware of her skin's existence again. Though she said nothing on the surface, Kian-Ru felt deeply grateful to Hu Yan. Hu Yan had saved her life. Previously, Kian-Ru thought she would live a lonely life, not wanting anyone to see her scarred skin or her expressionless face. When Hu Yan restored her facial expressions, Kian-Ru simply said, "Thank you," but at home, she cried and laughed in front of the mirror, unable to sleep the whole night. Whenever Hu Yan's hands brushed over her scars, Kian-Ru would think, "What can I do for him in the future?" Then she would smile bitterly, realizing how great the gap was between her and Hu Yan as she spent more time with him. "I used to think I could teach this guy without knowledge or skills a lesson with my brother Qin-Shu. I didn't expect that we were the ones with inflated opinions of ourselves." Reflecting on all Hu Yan had done, Kian-Ru could only describe it as astonishing. Even though she witnessed everything firsthand, she still couldn't understand how Hu Yan managed it. When Hu Yan cut open the jade stones, revealing the sparkling jade inside, Kian-Ru was even happier than Hu Yan. At some point, she began to see Hu Yan as the most precious jade, more valuable than imperial green or the three colors of happiness. But Kian-Ru didn't feel jealous. She had been raised to be Qin Zixuan's companion since childhood. She was happy that her young mistress had found the world's most precious treasure. Unconsciously, Kian-Ru's mouth curled up in a smile, something she had strived to do for a long time but couldn't achieve before. Now it came easily. "Wow. In a good mood today," Hu Yan said with a smile. Usually during their open-hearted sessions, Kian-Ru was extremely nervous. But today, she smiled. However, Hu Yan regretted speaking as Kian-Ru immediately tensed up, her face turning red. Hu Yan shook his head helplessly. "Why are you still not used to this? How many times have we done this? Didn't I say, I'll make you beautiful so you can have a happy future?" Kian-Ru's body trembled, and she shook her head. "I'm only here to support the young mistress. My only goal in life is to help her do what she loves." Although Hu Yan had said similar things before, this was the first time Kian-Ru expressed her true feelings. Hu Yan knew it was hard to change deeply ingrained beliefs. But step by step, anything was possible. Everyone should live their own life, no matter what others have done for you. Those who truly care about you want to see you happy. If someone demands something from you, their help is conditional. Once you repay them, it's over. Ultimately, you need to be yourself. Life doesn't come twice. So don't live it so burdensome. Hu Yan's words struck a chord in Kian-Ru, leaving her unaware of when he left. "You've done so much for me. Can I ever repay you?" Kian-Ru murmured as she sat up. "Forget it. You're different. Maybe you've never expected anything in return." At first, Kian-Ru felt extremely inferior when showing her scarred skin to Hu Yan. But as her skin improved, she believed she wasn't inferior to any other girl. Yet for some reason, Hu Yan's seemingly indifferent gaze made her feel even more self-conscious. Shaking her head, Kian-Ru got dressed and tidied her appearance in front of the mirror. "Will you ever live your own life?" Shaking her head again, she muttered, "Let's repay him first." After leaving the office, Kian-Ru went to the security room to check the surveillance and locate Hu Yan. She then donned her coat and went out. After leaving the office, Hu Yan called Kai Li to find their location and went over. When he found them, Kai Li didn't look happy. Hu Yan soon learned that one of the investors, feeling generous, had already lost over 3 million yuan. Kai Li pulled Hu Yan aside, pouting. "They acted so grand before, but after losing some money they turned nasty. They said you were avoiding them because you had no skills. It's so annoying." Hu Yan smiled. "It's fine. Investors talk big. Let them say what they want. I'll make him happy later to avoid trouble for you." Kai Li pouted. "It's fine if they say things about me, but I can't stand them talking about you. Just because they have some money, they think they can treat us like servants." HMPF. Ho Yan shook his head with a smile. Often, having money does make a difference. It's normal. He pulled Kai Lai. Come on. Let's not upset them and affect your filming schedule. It was a fact that investors rarely made a one-time investment. The crew had to comply to secure future funding, which often led to unspoken rules. Given Kai Lai's status, she wasn't likely to be subjected to such rules, but the crew had other beautiful actresses. The pressure from investors could be very effective. Only someone like Kai Lai could afford to ignore them, but even she couldn't change the fact that directors and producers would feel the heat from disgruntled investors. Before they could rejoin the group, director Lin Bei ran over. Ms. Kai? Could you help smooth things over? Mr. Peng seems to have taken a liking to Xiao Ya. He dares. Kai Li was furious. She had experienced hardships early in her career and cared for newcomers. Xiao Ya, whose full name was Anya, was a beautiful new actress from a humble background. Part of Kai Lai's reason for taking this role was to help Anya. Seeing Kai Lai's anger, Lin Bei paled. Please, keep it down. If we offend him, we're in trouble. You may not fear him, but we can't handle it. Kai Lai was about to explode when Hu Yan intervened. It's hard for everyone. Let's be considerate. Kai Lai calmed down at Hu Yan's words. Hu Yan asked Lin Bei, what's going on? Lin Bei sighed. At the hotel, Mr. Peng asked Xiao Ya to drink with him. Ms. Kai said it would be inappropriate with you around, so he stopped. But when you left, Mr. Peng insisted on calling Xiao Ya. She took a cab over and Mr. Peng asked her to pick jade stones. Xiao Ya, inexperienced, picked randomly and lost over 3 million yuan. Mr. Peng got angry, calling her a jinx and demanding she be removed from her role. For what reason? Kai Lai was furious again. Just because he has money. Losing and blaming others. I'm going to talk to him. Wait. Kai Lai glanced at Hu Yan. This isn't your concern. Hu Yan said. I'll go with you. Kai Li, reassured, nodded. Hu Yan had never let her down. At Shengqin Jade Market, a pure, big-eyed girl was hiding behind Kai Lai's manager, her eyes red from crying. Across from her was an angry Mr. Peng. Kai Li had introduced him as Peng Si Yuan, the son of the CEO of Jianan Liquor Group, and a major investor in this project. Kai Li confronted Peng Si Yuan. What's going on, Mr. Peng? Why are you picking on a young girl? Peng Si Yuan snorted. She's ungrateful. I checked online. Even spending 1 million here should yield something worth at least hundreds of thousands. I spent over 3 million and got nothing. Isn't that a scam? I can afford to lose, but I won't stand for being played. Kai Lai asked, what's that got to do with Xiao Ya? Peng Si Yuan replied, she picked this place. Do you think she's involved? Kai Lai learned that Xiao Ya, waiting for the crew, was approached by a middle-aged woman who praised Shengqin Jade Market. When Peng Si Yuan asked Xiao Ya to pick a jade shop, she remembered the woman's words and brought them here, resulting in a huge loss. Even Kai Lai found the situation tricky. Not understanding the situation, Hu Yan, of course, knew what was going on. He had been running the jade market for some time, and was well aware of the tricks used there. This Shenzhen Jade Market was one of the old stubborn shops that completely rejected Hu Yan's new sales strategies, still relying on collusion with shills to deceive customers. Qinru had sent people to keep an eye on Kai Lai and her group, warning them to be wary of shills. However, Xiao Ya, who came by taxi, was unaware. She led everyone to Shenzhen Jade Market, and they mistakenly thought she was familiar with the shop owner. Consequently, they were seen as easy targets. It's no wonder Peng Si Yuan suspected Xiao Ya of colluding with others to scam him. However, it was hard to say if he had other ulterior motives. After hearing both sides, Kai Li said to Xiao Ya, exasperated, Xiao Ya, couldn't you tell that woman was a shill? By this time, the shill had already slipped away. Xiao Ya, feeling wronged, said Sister Kai, no one told me. How was I supposed to know she was a scammer? Kai Lai felt helpless. If it weren't for Qianru's warning, they who don't usually mingle with the general public wouldn't have known about these tricks either. Seeing that Kai Li had nothing more to say, Peng Si Yuan became even more arrogant. Xiao Ya, I'll give you a chance to make up for your mistake. It's up to you to take it. Otherwise, don't think about staying in this crew. Xiao Ya burst into tears, crying even more bitterly. She was a regular university student, not a specialist. She took this acting job to earn some extra money and was noticed by Kai Lai, who gave her a chance to be on camera, which solved many of her financial problems. Xiao Ya cherished this opportunity, but now, her dreams seemed about to shatter before they could take off. Hao Yan smiled and said, Xiao Ya, shouldn't you thank Mr. Peng for giving you this chance? Xiao Ya was taken aback. She had always thought, based on Kai Lai's words, that Hu Yan was a very good person. However, at this moment, she felt that the Hu Yan she had heard about was very different from the one in front of her. Brother Hu Yan, the way Mr. Peng wants me to make amends. She bit her pale lips, summoning the courage to say, I really can't do it. That's okay. If you can't do it, I'll do it for you, Hu Yan said with a smile. Xiao Ya, still young and naive, widened her eyes in surprise. So, tonight, you'll go to his room. Many onlookers couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even Kai Li couldn't hold back her laughter, but then she glared at Peng Siyuan angrily. Peng Siyuan's face turned red with rage, as this comment exposed his dirty intentions. To avoid escalating the situation, Ho Yan quickly said to Xiao Ya, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Peng's compensation can be handled right here. Xiao Ya was even more confused, shaking her head repeatedly. I'd rather not be an actress or make films than go to his room or even here. No way. Ho Yan admired Xiao Ya's vivid imagination. Come with me, he said, tugging on her sleeve and leading her inside. Xiao Ya resisted, fearing Hu Yan might really help Peng Siyuan harm her. But Kai Lai came over, linking arms with her, and said, come on, trust me, Hu Yan won't harm you. Xiao Ya, who usually listened to Kai Lai, stopped struggling. Inside the shop, Hu Yan looked around at the neatly arranged jade stones. He then said, Xiao Ya, pick a random number. I'll choose a stone based on that number. If it loses, I'll cover the cost. If it wins, it will count as making amends to Mr. Peng. How about that? Hearing this, Xiao Ya finally relaxed. So this is what you meant by making amends? I thought. Kai Lai nudged her, hurry up and pick a number. Oh, Xiao Ya realized, 300. Just as she was about to say the exact amount Peng Ziyuan lost, Hu Yan interrupted her, all right, 300 it is. He then moved along the stones, counting as he went. When he reached 300, he stopped at a jade stone priced at 150,000 yuan. This one, Hu Yan said, paying for it and asking the shopkeeper to cut the stone. The shopkeeper, delighted to see another easy target, offered them seats and served tea enthusiastically. Soon, the cutting machine buzzed, and the first cut was made. The crowd gasped as green jade appeared. Green. It's green. It's been a long time since we've seen green. Wow. They hit the jackpot. Just randomly picking a number, and it turns out green. Among the excited chatter, Peng Siyuan was also shocked. In reality, Xiao Ya's number didn't matter. Hu Yan would always pick the stone he had already eyed. Peng Siyuan, though inexperienced, could see Hu Yan's skill. Ms. Kai, I apologize. Your friend is indeed remarkable. Kai Lai was proud. Of course, I told you, wait for Hu Yan to come. At least you won't lose money. Peng Siyuan, with no more reason to argue, was now thinking about how to get along with Hu Yan to make his trip to Jiangcheng enjoyable. After the green jade appeared, the shopkeeper stopped, waiting for the owner's decision. The shop owner, a chubby middle-aged man with slick back hair and a neatly trimmed mustache, approached. Congratulations, brother. How about I offer you 1 million yuan? If you keep cutting, the price might not be as high. Hao Yan smiled and shook his head. Thanks, but keep cutting. The shop owner, with no other choice, stepped aside, and the cutting resumed. With careful cuts, a high-quality piece of jade emerged. Though common, it was of good transparency and size, valued at around 3 to 4 million yuan. The shop owner returned, brother. How about 3.5 million, plus your 150,000 back? You can walk away with a neat profit. Hao Yan gestured to Peng Siyuan. It's Mr. Peng's jade. Ask him. Peng Siyuan, ecstatic, patted Hu Yan's shoulder. Good brother, no sale. I'll keep this for my collection. Happy, he hugged Hu Yan like an old friend. Let's try a few more. Ha Yan smiled. I'm at your service. Peng Siyuan gave a thumbs up. Let me return that 150,000 to you. He asked for Hu Yan's bank details, and Hu Yan obliged. Taking back his rightful earnings, Hu Yan felt no need for modesty. Ho Yan helped Peng Siyuan select over a dozen stones, 3 of which contained jade. Though not very valuable, they made a small profit. Let's find another shop, Peng Siyuan said. This one seems to be out of good stones. Ho Yan was speechless. Such words were taboo. As expected, the shop owner took offense. Buddy, what are you saying? You make money and insult my business. Not knowing the rules, Peng Siyuan couldn't back down now. If I say it's out, it's out. If I say there's good stuff, will you sell it all? The shop owner picked up a wrench and said, You're looking for trouble. Ho Yan calmly said, I recall. No trouble is allowed in this market. Aren't you afraid of being kicked out? Hey, the shop owner sneered, my brother-in-law is the head of security here. Let's see who gets kicked out. Seeing the shop owner had connections, Peng Si-yuan felt uneasy. Let's talk this over. Fine, the owner said. You defamed my shop. Pay for the damage. Peng Si-yuan realized backing down was wise. How do you want to resolve this? Leave the jade you cut as compensation, and you can go. What? Peng Si-yuan was shocked. Why don't you just rob me? The owner weighed the wrench and said, this is our territory. We can say you tried to rob us. Who do you think the authorities will believe? Hearing their accents, the shop owner knew they were outsiders. A friend pulled Peng Si-yuan aside. Let's leave, Peng. We can deal with this later. Realizing the wisdom in this, Peng Si-yuan agreed. All right, but you'll regret this. As they turned to leave, the shop owner spat, I've seen many fools like you. Wait, Hu Yan didn't move. He told Kai Lai, call security. He pointed to the security phone on the wall. The shop owner tightened his grip on the wrench. Go ahead. I'll show you what despair looks like. Hu Yan smiled, thinking, on my turf, you think you can make me despair? Who gives you the courage? Before Hu Yan could speak, a stunning woman in a navy blue outfit with a beige wool coat walked in. Who gives you the courage to make my friend despair on my turf? The shopkeepers went silent, recognizing Qin Ru immediately. In the eyes of the merchants at Cayenne Jade Stone Market, Qin Ru was the true boss. Hu Yan was just the one pulling the strings behind the scenes, with Qin Ru handling the actual operations. Even those who occasionally saw Hu Yan thought he was merely a department manager. Like Chen Xiaofeng, Sun Jiaqi's current boyfriend, they believed this. So, when Qin Ru appeared, the merchants who had gathered around fell silent. The mustached shop owner quietly dropped his wrench and approached her. Ms. Qin, what brings you to my place today? Your place, Qin Ru snorted, ignoring him. She walked straight to Hu Yan. Mr. Hu, I failed to handle things properly. Please punish me. Hu Yan shook his head. It's not your fault. This was unexpected. But the shop owner here claims the head of security is his relative. I was unaware of this. Qin Ru's eyebrows raised, understanding Hu Yan's implication. She stepped aside to make a phone call. Peng Si-yuan's view of Hu Yan changed. Previously, Kai Li had introduced Hu Yan merely as an appraiser and marketing manager at Tianhai Pawnshop. Such a position didn't warrant much respect from Peng Si-yuan, who valued Hu Yan only for his appraisal skills. However, seeing Qin Ru, the head of this massive jade market, treating Hu Yan with such respect, Peng Si-yuan sensed something unusual. Ms. Kai. Is Hu Yan really just an employee at Tianhai? Kai Li nodded. Yes, she wasn't lying. Even Zhao Peng wasn't aware that Hu Yan owned the jade market, as Hu Yan didn't want to draw attention to himself. Most employees at the market didn't know Hu Yan was the owner, assuming he was a sales consultant hired by Qin Ru. After all, one of Hu Yan's roles was as the marketing manager at the pawn shop. People believed Tianhai had acquired Dongyuan Jade Market, assuming the Qin family was behind the purchase, which was plausible. Peng Si-yuan approached Hu Yan and said, Mr. Hu, your friend here is very impressive. If this matter is resolved, can we invite her for a meal? Hu Yan glanced at the eager Kai Lai and the now relaxed Zhao Ya. He nodded. I'll ask her if she can honor us with her presence. Clearly, Kai Li and the others wanted to stay on good terms with the investors. Peng Si-yuan put his arm around Hu Yan's shoulder. Brother, don't be so modest. From an old hand in romance like me, it's clear that the head of this jade market wouldn't refuse even if you asked her to stay the night. Haha. He patted Hu Yan's shoulder familiarly. Hu Yan shook his head with a smile. You're overthinking it. Peng Si-yuan looked at Hu Yan astonished. Brother, are you a rookie? You can't see it. He leaned closer and whispered, not just her, even Ms. Kai. If you don't believe me, come stay at the hotel tonight and call Ms. Kai to your room. Hu Yan glanced at Kai Lai, who was curiously watching them, and hurriedly said, stop joking. Ms. Kai is a diva now. Why would she be interested in someone like me? Peng Si-yuan looked around and whispered, let's make a bet. Better not. Hu Yan had no interest in such a bet. It would only strain his relationship with Kai Lai. Too bad, Peng Si-yuan said, shaking his head. Just then, the head of security and over a dozen security guards arrived, standing in line in front of Qin Ru, too scared to make a sound. Since Qin Ru took over the jade market, security had been tightened and their benefits improved. Higher wages and comprehensive insurance gave them a strong sense of belonging. Working here paid more than the average wage in Jiangqing, and they had pensions for retirement. The job wasn't hard, and they were willing to do it for life. So, knowing Qin-ru was angry, they were all nervous. Qin-ru looked at the mustache shop owner. Your name is Sun Dikai, right? Sun Dikai didn't expect Qin-ru to remember his name among the 800 merchants. Yes, Ms. Qin. We're all family here. Surely you won't side with outsiders against me. This was a bad habit left over from the previous management. No matter what conflict arose between customers and merchants, the previous management always sided with the merchants to keep their rents, which was a significant part of the income. Qin-ru nodded. Yes, as long as your actions are justified, I'll support you unconditionally. But your actions aren't justified. What era do you think this is, still bullying customers? She shook her head and looked at the security managers. Her gaze settled on a slightly chubby man whose stomach strained the buttons of his uniform. Wang Biao. Sun Dikai is your brother-in-law, right? In truth, Qin-ru hadn't known this before. But Sun Dikai was unaware of Qin-ru's character, though Wang Biao knew well. When Wang Biao arrived, he knew things were bad. Standing there, his legs trembled. Under the previous management, he often colluded with Sun Dikai to cheat customers. Since Qin-ru took over, she strictly forbade this, and Wang Biao had restrained himself, but his brother-in-law, a habitual swindler, continued his ways despite warnings. Wang Biao stepped forward and stood straight. Yes. Qin-ru nodded. Didn't I tell you to warn your brother-in-law to change his ways? This jade market isn't run by the previous owners anymore. If he keeps doing this, I won't go easy on him. Wang Biao nodded. Yes, Ms. Qin. I warned him, but he didn't listen. I couldn't stop him. Qin-ru nodded. You did, but not forcefully enough, proving you're not capable of your role. You're relieved of your duties as head of security. Wang Biao dejectedly nodded. Understood. Fear finally showed on Sun Dikai's face. Boss, I'm a merchant here. You should protect our legal rights. Legal rights, Qin-ru retorted. We've forbidden collaborating with shills to deceive customers. You knew this and still did it. Is that legal? Sun Dikai glanced at Wang Biao, who didn't look back, realizing he had no support. Boss, I accept your punishment. Previously, resolving such issues involved apologizing to customers and paying a token fine. But Qin-ru smiled. Making money has made you complacent, hasn't it? No, I'm just cooperating with your punishment. Sun Dikai smiled, cursing internally. Wait until I get a chance. I'll teach you a lesson, showing you the power of the unrestrained. Qin-ru took a stack of contracts from the security manager. Sun Dikai, your lease expires in a month and a half. After that, you're out. Qian Jade Market will never work with you again. Sun Dikai turned pale. Previously, business was tough, and he wouldn't have minded leaving. But now, seeing others make big money, his good days were near, only to be kicked out. Qin-ru's resolute tone left no room for negotiation. Sun Dikai's thug instincts kicked in. He bent down, picked up the wrench, and threatened, Don't think you're untouchable because you're rich. I'll make sure you never enjoy your money. Peng Siyuan, witnessing this for the first time, was glad he hadn't confronted them earlier. Otherwise, the wrench aimed at Qin-ru's head would have hit him instead. Qin-ru stood firm, watching the wrench swing towards her head, her hair fluttering in the wind, but she didn't flinch. A loud clang rang out as the wrench flew, hitting a jade stone and sparking. Sun Dikai's right hand trembled, bleeding from the base of his thumb. Qin-san had appeared before Qin-ru, his fist still raised. Yes, Qin-san had punched the wrench out of Sun Dikai's hand. Seeing the bent wrench, Sun Dikai couldn't believe it. Qin-san checked his fist, smiled, and bowed deeply to Hu Yan. Others didn't understand, but Hu Yan knew. Clearly the martial arts Hu Yan had taught Qin-san had paid off. With Qin-san's skill, he could have easily kicked Sun Dikai away. But he chose to show off, and no one could stop him. Ho Yan didn't mind, it was effective. Sun Dikai would likely never seek revenge now. Qin-san's display not only impressed everyone but also made Peng Siyuan respect Hu Yan even more. A legendary fighter showing such respect meant Hu Yan's influence was profound. On the way back, Peng Siyuan clung to Hu Yan like an old friend, his affection so obvious it made Kai Li cringe. Brother Hu Yan, do you know my greatest gain from this trip to Jiangcheng? Ho Yan smiled. Wasn't it finding jade? Such luck is rare even in many years of jade trading. Peng Siyuan shook his head. Even without money, I wouldn't value a few million worth of jade. Oh, Hu Yan asked, feigning surprise. Then what is it? Peng Siyuan hugged Hu Yan. Meeting you, brother. You're my biggest gain. I should thank you for the honor, Hu Yan said with a smile. Peng Siyuan pretended to be angry. Speak like that again, and I'll be upset. Alright, Brother Peng. I have something to discuss. Hu Yan glanced at Kai Lai and Xiao Ya in the Xiao Ye in the back. Peng Siyuan insisted on riding with them, and they couldn't refuse. I've taken Xiao Ya as my god sister and plan to help her rise to fame. Do you have any objections? Peng Siyuan laughed. None at all. Ms. Kai, tell the director I'll add 2 million to Xiao Ya's scenes. Hu Yan chuckled, thinking, all that fuss over 2 million. Thank you, Brother Peng, on Xiao Ya's behalf. Don't mention it. Ms. Kai, when you shoot our commercial in a few days, include Xiao Ya. Hu Yan said. I'll add 10 million to your endorsement fee. Peng Siyuan fell silent. Actually, Peng Siyuan and his group had bodyguards, but in today's situation, even with bodyguards, dozens of people swarming would be useless. Just as Sun Dikai said, if they got beaten and the shop got smashed, they'd probably still have to compensate. Unless they had a master like Qing San who could take on 100 men alone. Therefore, everyone looked at Hu Yan with newfound respect. At dinner, Hu Yan and Qing Ru sat at the main table. Unfortunately, Peng Siyuan wanted to see Qing Ru's bodyguard, but didn't get the chance. Once the food was served, Peng Siyuan stood up, raised his glass high, and said, Today, I, Peng Siyuan, am honored to have met Ms. Qin and brother Hu Yan. Without you, I'd be in trouble today. Everyone laughed. Only Qiu remained calm. It was nothing, Mr. Peng. Actually, I was meddling. Even if I hadn't stepped in, Mr. Hu could have handled it. Qinru wouldn't take credit. Strictly speaking, she bore some responsibility for today's incident. Earlier, Ho Yan had informed her that Kai Lai would be bringing the crew and investors to the jade market. If they visited their shop, they should ensure they had a good time. After all, Kai Li had put in a lot of effort to make this happen. The TV series The Golden Eye was a hugely popular online novel a few years back. Turning it into a series had the potential to be a huge hit, according to Hu Yan. If successful, Cayenne Jade Market could gain nationwide fame. Given Kai Lai's dedication, Hu Yan couldn't afford to mess this up. Unfortunately, before Qin Ru could make arrangements, Peng Siyuan's group had already been misled by Xiao Ya. Hearing this, Peng Siyuan didn't suspect anything. That expert is a friend of brother Hu Yan. Qin Ru nodded. Yes, Mr. Hu was worried something might happen at the jade market today, so he specially invited the expert to protect everyone. Qin Ru's martial arts skills were good enough that she wouldn't have been chosen as Qin Zixuan's confidant otherwise. Even if Qin San hadn't acted, Qin Ru could have easily dealt with Sun Dikai. However, her intervention wouldn't have had the same impact as Qin San's. This demonstration was to show their importance to Peng Ziyuan and the crew. Qin Ru continued, I'm very sorry about today. Despite Mr. Hu's instructions, things still went wrong. She raised her glass. I toast you all as an apology. She downed a full glass of liquor in one go. Everyone applauded. Peng Siyuan gave a thumbs up. Ms. Qin, you truly are a remarkable woman. Everyone nodded in agreement. Managing the jade market, even if she wasn't the owner, was a job worth billions annually. These investors couldn't compare with her without substantial backing. Ho Yan said. Ms. Qin is still recovering from her injuries. Let's not make her drink anymore. It was true drinking wouldn't aid Qin Ru's recovery. But Hu Yan's timely words made Peng Siyuan respect Qin Ru even more, seeing she was still handling their issues despite her injuries. The meal was harmonious. When it was time to leave, Peng Siyuan and the crew leaders personally escorted Hu Yan and his group to the hotel entrance. Director Lin Bei specifically told Qin Ru, we'll be filming at Cayenne Jade Market again. We'll need your cooperation. Qin Ru nodded. Rest assured, our security team will provide continuous protection. After some pleasantries, everyone parted ways. Qin San drove Qin Ru back, and only when Hu Yan was left did Qin San excitedly say, Master Hu, I must bow to you as my master. Taking advantage of Qin Ru's departure, Qin San couldn't contain his excitement any longer. Ho Yan laughed. You rascal, don't get into trouble and say you learned it from me. Qin San burst into laughter. Scratching his head, he got into the car and said, my skills now surpass Qin Er's, and I'm on par with Qin Da. I used to dream of surpassing them, but now that I have, I don't want it anymore. Ho Yan said. Afraid the boss will find out and transfer you? Qin San chuckled. Following the young miss and you, life is much better. If I had to work for the boss or the old master, my life would be over. Ho Yan understood. Qin San was too restless for a more restrained role. Back home, the night passed uneventfully. The next day, The Golden Eye began filming at Cayenne Jade Market. Thanks to Peng Siyuan's additional 2 million and Hu Yan's influence, the director gave Xiao Ya more screen time. Xiao Ya proved to be quite talented, earning praise from the director. However, several minor roles in the show required beautiful actresses, and the director couldn't find suitable candidates after several days. Frustrated, Peng Siyuan said he was willing to pay more to find the right people to enhance the show's appeal. His investment had a share of the profits. If the series became a hit, it would promote his business and yield a return. Main actors were crucial, but well-chosen minor roles could also boost viewership. Peng Siyuan wasn't stingy about this. Unfamiliar with Jiangqing, they found it hard to locate suitable actresses in Dongyuan. Ho Yan suggested they try the university district. Sure enough, following Hu Yan's advice, they soon found temporary actors who satisfied both the director and investors. Ho Yan had no interest in visiting the set, simply offering his congratulations. For Hu Yan, promoting the jade market and successfully advertising Tianhai Cosmetics was the main goal. Tianhai Cosmetics was his and Qin Zixuan's venture, separate from Tianhai Group. Using Tianhai's name was just for publicity. Ho Yan focused on the advertising plan. With Qin Zixuan too busy, he had to handle it personally. After reviewing several plans, none met his expectations. He wanted to convey a natural, pollution-free feeling, but the commercial planners couldn't capture it. Frustrated, Ho Yan reviewed many cosmetic ads but found them all cliched. Fortunately, the cruise schedule at the Jade Market and the Antique Street allowed Hu Yan some time. One day, as snow fell, blanketing Jiangqing in white, Ho Yan finished work and parked his car. Thinking of inviting Qin Zixuan for dinner, he picked up his phone, only for Kai Lai to call. Ho Yan, it's snowing. I haven't seen snow in ages. Can you take me to the river to see it? Kai Lai's excitement made it hard for Hu Yan to refuse. Alright, I'll come get you. Shortly after, Ho Yan parked at Tianhai Hotel. Kai Lai, dressed in a long white down jacket and a pink scarf covering her face, got in. She glanced at Hu Yan and asked, "It sounded like you didn't want to come." "Not at all," Hu Yan replied. "Who wouldn't envy me for enjoying the snow with a star? I'm just worried your fans might tear me apart." He showed her a large scarf he had prepared. Kai Li, removing her scarf, gave him a skeptical look. "You've got someone new and forgot about the old, haven't you? Should I call Xiao Ya?" "Nonsense," Hu Yan said. "Can't you tell I'm only looking out for Xiao Ya because of you?" Kai Lai's mood brightened. "Glad you still have a conscience." Looking at Hu Yan, she said, "I can't figure you out. Even someone as capable as Qin Ru respects you so much. I wonder how many secrets you have, and how many women secretly admire you." Ho Yan shook his head. "You're overthinking. If I were that good, I'd have kids by now." Kai Lai laughed, amused by Hu Yan's joke. The idea was nice, but the north wind made it hard to enjoy the snow by the river for more than 5 minutes. After taking a few photos, Kai Li couldn't bear the cold. Ho Yan suggested they go to Wula Hot Pot by the river to eat and watch the snow. Kai Lai, wanting to spend time with Hu Yan, agreed. It was mealtime, and she was excited. "I've missed this flavor for so long. Hotel food is boring." Happy, or maybe premeditated, Kai Lai cheerfully linked arms with Hu Yan and walked to Wula Hot Pot. It was the busiest time at Wula Hot Pot. Fortunately, Hu Yan had called ahead and reserved a window seat. Outside, the snow blanketed the river, and snow-covered willows lined the banks. Near the restaurant, the owner had a 2-story copper hot pot statue, now also covered in snow. Looking at the scene and Hu Yan, who was focused on ordering, Kai Lai wished time would stop, allowing her to stay with him peacefully forever. The food wasn't all served yet, but they couldn't wait to start eating. At the table next to them, a group was chatting. "Did you know The Golden Eye is being filmed in Jiangqing?" "Yes, at Cayenne Jade Market. I heard Kai Li is starring. I love her. I'll go see tomorrow. Let's go together." "Too bad I didn't get chosen as an extra. I could have gotten an autograph." The conversation, by some female students, showed their anticipation for the series. Kai Lai, fearing recognition, turned towards the window. She looked at Hu Yan with a mix of pride and helplessness. Ho Yan understood, smiling as he gave her food. "Eat more. You're too thin. It's for work." "I usually skip dinner," she said, but ate heartily, clearly enjoying the flavor. But their peace was short-lived. Soon after they started eating, Kai Li received a call. Peng Siyuan had been attacked, and they wanted Kai Li to return quickly, bringing Hu Yan to resolve the matter to avoid complications. After hurriedly settling the bill, Hu Yan took Kai Li back to Tianhai Hotel. Kai Li had kindly brought the crew to film at Cayenne Jade Market to help promote Hu Yan. She believed Hu Yan was merely a manager at the market. Given all her effort, Hu Yan couldn't let her down. However, Hu Yan found it strange that Peng Siyuan didn't report the incident to the police but instead called Kai Li back urgently. More importantly, he specifically requested Hu Yan to come along too. Clearly, there was something shady involved. Upon arriving at Peng Siyuan's room, Director Lin Bei led them to the door, shook his head, sighed, and left. The scene was worse than Hu Yan had imagined. First, the branded hotel room door was kicked in and deformed, with the lock completely broken. The luxurious suite was a mess, with damaged furniture, and even a chandelier worth thousands of yuan fallen from the ceiling. The room looked more like a crime scene than a hotel room. Peng Siyuan lay on the sofa, his face bruised. 2 bodyguards lay on the carpet, their limbs wrapped in bandages. Medical staff were administering IVs. Kai Li had never seen such a scene, much more real than in any TV drama. Nervously, she clung to Hu Yan's arm. To her surprise, she noticed Hu Yan's body trembling slightly. This calm and composed man was now strangely agitated. Peng Siyuan looked at Hu Yan and said, "Mr. Hu, it seems you have some influence." The hotel management didn't even hesitate, they just sent doctors right away. "You must be quite powerful." Ho Yan's laughter was cold. "Not much, the hotel is under Tianhai Group, so I have a bit of leverage." Actually, Hu Yan understood what Peng Siyuan was insinuating. Why didn't the hotel call the police or talk about compensation? Seeing Hu Yan not taking the hint, Peng Siyuan's face darkened. "Ho Yan, I wanted to be friends, but I didn't expect you to set me up." Oh, Hu Yan raised an eyebrow. "What makes you say that?" He sat down on the sofa unceremoniously. Peng Siyuan warned, "Be careful. I still have the right to report this to the police. Make sure to preserve the evidence." Hu Yan smiled. "All right, I'll call the hotel staff to bring over the footage. That should be the best evidence, right?" He took out his phone. Seeing this, Peng Siyuan panicked. No need in his haste, the ice pack fell from his face, revealing panda-like bruises. Kai Li glanced at him and couldn't help but laugh, though she quickly became serious again. She understood that if this situation wasn't handled properly, their trip to Jiangqing would be ruined. It would greatly affect the crew and her tight schedule. But there was nothing Kai Li could do now. She could only look at Hu Yan with hopeful eyes, wishing he could work another miracle. The medical staff replaced the ice pack on Peng Siyuan's face and gave some advice before leaving. In pain, Peng Siyuan finally caught his breath and said, "Now that we're alone, Mr. Hu, what are you planning?" Ho Yan shook his head. "It's not about my plans. What do you think happened?" "You think I'm wronging you?" Peng Siyuan, agitated, sat up, the ice pack falling again. Staring at Hu Yan with panda eyes, he said, "Fine, I admit I'm a bit of a womanizer. But among people like us, who isn't?" He turned to Kai Li. "Ms. Kai, haven't I been respectful to you?" Kai Li nodded reluctantly. Peng Siyuan snorted, "Even if I'm not the cleanest person, it's not something to be ashamed of. Internet tycoons are the same. Don't think you can blackmail me with this." The room fell silent. Although Kai Li believed in Hu Yan's integrity, Peng Siyuan's words made sense. She hesitated but then said, "This needs to be resolved. Mr. Peng, can you be straightforward?" Peng Siyuan snorted, "It's about those 2 temporary actresses the crew hired. I took a liking to them, invited them to the hotel for some fun, but they refused. Instead of calling the police, they wanted to call Hu Yan. Isn't it obvious that it's a setup?" Before Peng Siyuan could finish, there was a loud slap. Kai Li was stunned. The ice pack shattered, ice scattered everywhere. The 2 bodyguards, who had been pretending to be unconscious, opened their eyes, glanced at each other, then at their broken limbs, and closed their eyes again. Peng Siyuan, covering his face, looked at Hu Yan in shock. You. Ho Yan grabbed Peng Siyuan by the collar and slapped him repeatedly. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of slaps scared Kai Li pale, making her scream. She was genuinely terrified. The usually polite Hu Yan had such a violent side. Soon, Peng Siyuan's face was swollen like a pig's head, with blood trickling from his mouth. Peng Siyuan screamed, "Murder! Murder!" Immediately, a crowd gathered outside the door. Ho Yan seemed to calm down instantly and said to the onlookers, "I'm treating a patient. Go about your business." Though people saw Hu Yan pinning down Peng Siyuan in a rather unconventional treatment method, some knew of Hu Yan's medical skills. "Mr. Hu is a master in medical arts. We better not interfere." Yes, with Mr. Hu, any illness can be cured. Mr. Peng is lucky to have Mr. Hu treating him personally. The crowd dispersed. Peng Siyuan's face turned red, and he could only make muffled sounds as Hu Yan covered his mouth. Once everyone left, Hu Yan picked up the ice pack and wiped his hands. How's that? Stimulating, right? This is karma. Have you seen others feeling helpless like this? Ho Yan seemed genuinely interested in Peng Siyuan's reaction. Peng Siyuan's eyes widened as memories of his past misdeeds surfaced. Previously, he had always used money to settle things, feeling a twisted satisfaction. But Hu Yan gave him a new kind of feeling, one that money couldn't erase. Ho Yan started making calls. Bring my medical kit. Yes, it's under your office desk. Right, bring it personally. After the call, Hu Yan seemed calmer. Kai Lai and Peng Siyuan both wondered if Hu Yan had split personalities. He had been so violent, and now he was fetching his medical kit to help? Ho Yan lit a cigarette, talking to himself. Scumbags like him, I've always wanted to beat him up. He turned to Kai Lai, I've already given you face. Otherwise I would have beaten him up over Xiao Ya's incident. Kai Lai, unsure of what to say, picked up the ice pack and carefully wiped the blood from Hu Yan's hands. Seeing Hu Yan's hands still trembling, she realized it wasn't from fear but lingering anger. Kai Li bit her lip and said, Hu Yan, calm down. Anger isn't good for you. I'll quit the show. No matter the loss, I won't work with such people. Ho Yan glanced at Kai Lai. It's fine, the show must go on. The jade market needs the promotion, and this series is the best way to advertise our cosmetics. If needed, I'll find investors for you. Kai Li nodded, understanding, and stayed silent. She then noticed Peng Siyuan texting. The guy was smart, avoiding phone calls and secretly texting for help while Hu Yan and Kai Lai talked. Kai Li tugged at Hu Yan and whispered, he's texting for help. Ho Yan, ignoring her, said, Kai Lai. Let me tell you a joke. Someone tried to poison me with a voodoo curse recently. Guess what happened? Kai Lai, despite the odd timing, cooperated with a smile. What happened? Ho Yan continued. Did you see the news about a man found dead in his car at the bottom of a cliff? His body was decayed. Kai Li remembered the news, which said the man likely committed suicide by ingesting a strong poison, causing rapid body decay. Many wondered why someone would choose such a gruesome method. Peng Siyuan shivered, dropping his phone. Hu Yan picked it up and read the message. Big brother, I've been set up in Jiangcheng by someone named Hu Yan. Please help me get revenge. Ho Yan glanced at the profile picture and laughed. Let me send it for you. And he did. Peng Siyuan, stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ho Yan, you're dead. Do you know who you just messed with? Ha 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 ha. Before Hu Yan could respond, his phone rang. Why didn't you call earlier? It was Hu Jiaxin, her voice trembling. We're in trouble. It's fine, Hu Yan replied. I should have hit harder. I'm planning to go even further. Peng Siyuan and Kai Li shuddered. Ho Yan continued. You've grown up, huh? Acting behind my back as an extra. Do you need more pocket money? Hu Jiaxin's sobbing came through the phone. We just thought it'd be fun. Come here. I'll show you what real fun is. When Hu Yan entered the room and saw Peng Siyuan and his bodyguard's injuries, along with some clues at the scene, he realized it was the work of Yao Ru. Moreover, his sister Hu Jiaxin was involved. With his keen observational skills, Hu Yan could trace back the entire process in his mind. He saw how Hu Jiaxin was bullied and resisted, how Yao Ru struggled internally before finally teaching the culprits a lesson. It was as if he had witnessed everything firsthand. This was why Hu Yan's body trembled slightly upon entering the room. He was furious. Although the two girls hadn't suffered much physically, they were severely traumatized. Hu Jiaxin was shaken up, while Yao Ru feared expulsion from school for hitting someone. As for Peng Siyuan, his accusations and attempts to shift blame were a ploy to make the girls comply. In his mind, Hu Yan was just a regular employee with limited power. Even if Hu Yan had connections due to his appraisal skills, would anyone stand up for him? Peng Siyuan believed that as long as Hu Yan was sensible, he would be happy to receive a generous reward after Peng Siyuan got what he wanted from the two beautiful girls. He thought these girls might just be acquaintances of Hu Yan's from his hometown. Otherwise, why would the prettiest girls at the university that Hu Yan recommended be people he knew? It was actually a coincidence. When the crew sought extras at the university, Hu Jiaxin, being a fan of Kai Li, and knowing Hu Yan's connection to her, got excited and decided to audition. She thought that with Hu Yan's friendship with Kai Li, they wouldn't be mistreated on set, so she pulled Yao Ru along. Yao Ru's beauty and Hu Jiaxin's distinctive features perfectly suited the roles in the script, so they were cast as extras. Unexpectedly, they didn't get to meet Kai Lai as Hu Jiaxing had hoped, let alone speak to her. Peng Siyuan, upon hearing they knew Hu Yan, mistakenly thought Hu Yan had arranged for these better girls as a favor, making him secretly praise Hu Yan's efforts. Peng Siyuan then told the girls that Kai Lai invited them to dinner at the hotel, claiming Hu Yan arranged it. Thinking Hu Yan was setting up a surprise, Hu Jiaxin and Yao Ru believed him. Instead of a surprise, they encountered a nightmare. In Peng Siyuan's room, he made numerous insinuations. The naive girls, thinking it was Hu Yan's arrangement, asked repeatedly when Kai Lai and Hu Yan would arrive. Peng Siyuan, increasingly captivated by Yao Ru's unparalleled beauty and her serene aura, grew more excited. Realizing the girls weren't catching on, he thought Hu Yan had sent purer girls to please him. To ensure they didn't leave, he spiked their drinks. Initially unsuspecting due to his polite demeanor, the girls dismissed safety warnings and waited eagerly for Kai Lai and Hu Yan. Soon after drinking, Hu Jiaxing felt dizzy, as if drunk. Alarmed, she decided to leave, but Peng Siyuan, seeing the drug take effect, grabbed her. Yao Ru, sensing danger, intervened. Despite having consumed the drug, she wasn't an ordinary girl. Trained in real combat skills since childhood, she had some inner strength that made the drug less effective. Though Peng Siyuan struggled to even touch Yao Ru, he was undeterred, calling his bodyguards for help. Hu Jiaxing, seeing the danger, urged Yao Ru not to hold back. With her fighting skills, Yao Ru quickly overpowered the bodyguards, leaving them injured and writhing in pain. Yet Peng Siyuan, excited by the struggle, threatened to report Yao Ru for assault unless she complied, further claiming it would ruin Hu Yan and Kai Lai's lives. Yao Ru, fearing the repercussions on Hu Yan, hesitated. Seeing this, Hu Jiaxing, despite her weakened state, urged Yao Ru to fight back, asserting that the law wouldn't protect such villains. Realizing the situation, Yao Ru decisively beat Peng Siyuan, grabbed Hu Jiaxing, and fled the hotel, eventually reaching a hospital for treatment. Hu Yan, seeing the scene at the hotel room, was enraged not just by the girl's ordeal but by Peng Siyuan's twisted intentions. His phone call with Hu Jiaxing confirmed his fears, and he commended her for her bravery, reassuring her. Back in the room, a knock interrupted Hu Yan's thoughts. "Who is it?" Hu Yan asked. "It's me." With the medical kit came Qian Ru's voice. "Come in." Qian Ru entered with the kit, frowning at the mess but saying nothing. Hu Yan opened the kit and began his work. Peng Siyuan, recalling Hu Yan's previous mention of a gruesome news story involving someone who crossed him, trembled and stammered. "Hu Yan, do you know who I messaged? He's untouchable in the business world. If you harm me, you'll be finished in China." Hu Yan smiled warmly. "Don't worry. I just slapped you to help your circulation. I'll treat you well, healing all your injuries and ensuring you abandon your improper thoughts." Peng Siyuan, terrified by Hu Yan's smile, pleaded, "Please Hu Yan, let's talk. Name your price. If you harm me, negotiations will be impossible." Hu Yan shook his head. "Your head is swollen from the injury, making you talk nonsense. Let's treat your illness first, then we can talk." Peng Siyuan wept internally, thinking, "If I'm treated, I'll be ruined." Hu Yan was about to start treating Peng Siyuan when there was another knock on the door. Hu Jiaxing's voice called out, "Brother, are you inside?" "Yes." "Come in," Hu Yan replied. The door opened a crack, and Hu Jiaxing peeked in. Hu Yan glared at her and said, "Now you know fear? What were you thinking earlier?" Pouting, Hu Jiaxing pulled Yao Ru into the room. Though Hu Yan was angry, seeing the girls' pale faces and trembling bodies made his heart ache. Despite having seen the events unfold through his keen perception, seeing them in person brought him relief. If it weren't for Yao Ru protecting you, Hu Yan shook his head, unable to scold his sister further. He turned to Yao Ru and said, "Thank you." Yao Ru clutched her clothes and shook her head, unable to speak. Seeing her brother, Hu Jiaxin's courage grew. She looked at Peng Siyuan with disgust but noticed something strange. "Yao Ru, I don't remember you beating him up this badly." Yao Ru nodded in agreement. Peng Siyuan thought, "I really have the worst luck running into you too." Hu Yan said, "I didn't think Yao Ru's methods would leave a lasting impression. So, I helped him improve his circulation." Hu Jiaxing couldn't help but laugh but quickly sobered up, remembering the earlier terrifying events. Her teeth clenched in anger. Hu Yan mixed various powders from the medical kit, adding honey to create a paste. Using a wooden spatula, he began applying the paste to Peng Siyuan's face. Peng Siyuan trembled in fear. "Hu Yan, please, I beg you, spare me." Hu Yan paused and said, "I'm treating you, and you're complaining." Without waiting for a response, He grabbed Peng Siyuan's chin and smeared the paste on his face. Unable to move, Peng Siyuan's legs kicked frantically. Hao Yan continued applying the paste while saying, "You've seen others begging for mercy before. How did you feel then?" Peng Siyuan was stunned. "You found it thrilling and fun, didn't you?" Hu Yan asked, looking into his eyes. "I feel the same way." Peng Siyuan cursed internally, "You're a psycho." Reading his expression, Hu Yan added more powder to the paste and continued applying it. Initially, the paste felt cool and soothing, but after the added ingredients, it burned. Realizing that resisting would only make things worse, Peng Siyuan stayed silent, enduring the pain. Just as Hu Yan finished treating Peng Siyuan's injuries, his phone rang. "Hey, it's been a while," the voice on the other end greeted. Ha Yan smiled. "Indeed it has. What's up, Hua Ji?" Peng Siyuan, overhearing the conversation, felt confused. "My little brother said he was bullied in Jiangcheng. I wanted to ask about it," Hua Xiaoqiang said. Clearly he hadn't called Peng Siyuan directly but reached out to Hu Yan, revealing much about their relationship. Hao Yan replied, "Hua Ji, your brother has no manners. He bullied my sister. What should I do?" Hua Xiaoqiang immediately turned serious. "Let me talk to that punk. Put it on speaker." Hu Yan did so. "Hello, Hua Ji," Peng Siyuan said. After a brief silence, Hua Xiaoqiang asked, "Who is this?" "It's me, Siyuan, your little brother," Peng Siyuan answered, confused. "Spit out the marbles in your mouth," Hua Xiaoqiang snapped. Hu Jiaxing couldn't help but laugh, and even Qin Ru smiled. Only Yao Ru kept her head down. Peng Siyuan, realizing the misunderstanding, explained, "Hua Gi, my face is swollen. That's why I'm hard to understand." "Oh," Hua Xiaoqiang responded, "serves you right. You dared bully Hu Yan's sister? You're out of our circle. Don't contact me again." "Hua Gi. Please. I'm sorry. Help me," Peng Siyuan pleaded. Hua Xiaoqiang told Hu Yan, "Brother, punish him as you see fit. If he resists, I'll crush his family's company. But don't kill him. Even Qin Laozong can't protect you then." Hao Yan reassured him, "Don't worry, Hua Gi. I'm just scaring him a bit while treating his injuries." "Good to hear," Hua Xiaoqiang replied. "Is your sister okay?" "Thanks for asking, Hua Ji. She's just shaken up. One of my sisters beat Peng Siyuan up a bit." "Hey. If it were me, I'd beat him first too," Hua Xiaoqiang laughed. "Anything else, just call." Ending the call, Hu Yan told Peng Siyuan, "You can report this to the police, but do you think they'll find any evidence against me?" Ignoring Peng Siyuan's response, Hu Yan took his sister and Yao Ru downstairs. On their way out, he instructed the hotel manager to charge the room damages to Peng Siyuan. To calm his sister, Hu Yan took them back to the hot pot restaurant. This time, they enjoyed the meal properly. While waiting for their food, Hu Jiaxin sat beside Kai Li, thrilled to finally meet her idol. Too shy to speak directly to Kai Li, she asked Hu Yan, "Brother, what did you do to that scumbag?" Hao Yan pondered how to explain and said, "He'll spend the rest of his life bowing his head." Still naive, Hu Jiaxin and Yao Ru looked puzzled. Kai Li blushed and whispered the explanation to Hu Jiaxin, who turned red with embarrassment and spat, "Gross. But he deserves it." Kai Li, slightly concerned, asked, "Hu Yan, this feels good, but will there be repercussions?" Hu Yan reassured her, "The hotel surveillance is saved. The authorities can verify the truth. As for my methods, they'll only see excellent medical skills. What can they do to me? Peng Siyuan is his family's only heir. Won't his family retaliate?" Kai Li asked. "That's why I involved Hua Xiaoqiang. If needed, his family's company might soon change hands," Hu Yan explained. Kai Li relaxed, knowing Hua Xiaoqiang's reputation. The rest of the meal was peaceful, and Hu Jiaxing's color returned. After dropping Kai Li at the hotel, Hu Yan decided it was best to have Hu Jiaxin and Yao Ru stay with him for a few days. Though reluctant, Yao Ru agreed after Hu Yan suggested they stay at Qin Zixuan's place, making it easier to watch over them. Once home, Hu Yan called Qin Zixuan, who was still out, but instructed him to get the key from the concierge. Thinking it best for his sister to be close, Hu Yan had them stay at his place for now. After all they'd been through, being with family was the best comfort. Yao Ru and Hu Jiaxin helped tidy up the house when, unexpectedly, Zhao Peng returned. When Zhao Peng entered the room, he smiled and said, "Jiaxin and Xiao Ru are here too." Hu Jiaxin replied, "Yes, we missed my brother and came to see him." Yao Ru just nodded. In the past, Zhao Peng would be as awkward around Yao Ru as she was around Hu Yan. Now Zhao Peng could face Yao Ru comfortably, showing his growth. Looks like women truly help men mature, Hu Yan thought. After the recent events, Hu Jiaxing seemed to have recovered quickly, proving that family is the best remedy for emotional wounds. After chatting briefly with the girls, Zhao Peng pulled Hu Yan into his room. "What's up?" Hu Yan asked. Zhao Peng's behavior clearly indicated something was up. In the past, Zhao Peng's emotions were written all over his face, but now he could hide his true feelings, another sign of his growth. "What do you think?" Zhao Peng countered. Hu Yan shook his head. "It's either money, women, or both." Zhao Peng gave a thumbs up. "I keep trying to catch up, but I never do." "You experience more. You think more." "What's up?" Hu Yan asked. Zhao Peng lit a cigarette and opened a window slightly, not wanting to bother the girls with the smoke. A thoughtful gesture. "It's about Wu Shuang, my current girlfriend," Zhao Peng said, shaking his head. "She's already trying to take over my finances." Hu Yan nodded. "Understandable. Love becomes more practical after leaving school. You did say she was interested in your money. What should I do?" Zhao Peng asked. Hu Yan smiled. "You already have your own ideas. Why ask me?" Zhao Peng laughed. "Nothing escapes you. Still, I feel like I've been played." Zhao Peng took a deep drag of his cigarette. "The store's earnings go directly to Wu Shuang. Wu Yuan said it's to prevent me from wasting money, but it's clearly premeditated." "All the income?" Hu Yan asked. "No, your paintings and calligraphy sales still go to me," Zhao Peng replied. "Then it's fine," Hu Yan said. "As I always say, as long as you're happy. Spending 20,000 yuan a month isn't much." "Wow. You must be rolling in it if 20,000 yuan a month is nothing," Zhao Peng said, stubbing out his cigarette. He didn't know Hu Yan earned over 200,000 yuan monthly and owned profitable ventures like the gambling stone workshop and the booming cosmetics and beauty industry. Hu Yan laughed. "Enjoy it. If you lose money, I'll cover it." Zhao Peng gave another thumbs up. "You're the best, bro." The two shared a laugh. That's what friends are for, talking through problems together. Zhao Peng wanted to express how Wu Shuang's mind games exhausted him and how he still had feelings for her. Hu Yan's unspoken message was clear: enjoy the relationship while it lasts. If Zhao Peng's heart gets broken, Hu Yan would ensure those who hurt him would regret it. Zhao Peng understood that pure love was hard to find, and money-driven relationships were common. Hu Yan's wealth meant they could always make those who valued money over people regret their choices. Zhao Peng felt better, though he still longed for genuine love. Hu Yan patted his shoulder. "Remember what you said before? Women either value your money or your talent, which usually translates to money. So why stress?" Zhao Peng punched Hu Yan playfully. "You're right. Unless you find someone who doesn't care about money, it's all about money." Feeling better, Zhao Peng mentioned, "Remember what old Kyun said about signing for expenses?" Hu Yan nodded. Zhao Peng continued, "Wu Yuan said it wasn't necessary, so I never signed." Hu Yan asked, "But did you sign when Wu Shuang got your shares?" "No." Zhao Peng shook his head. "I said it was too much trouble." Hu Yan nodded. "Good. It means she'll think twice before trying anything. I hope she doesn't do anything foolish." Zhao Peng nodded, thinking it was unnecessary worry. If things went south, they could just end the partnership. Because Hu Jiaxin and Yao Ru were around, Zhao Peng didn't drag Hu Yan out for drinks. After Qin Zixuan returned late and saw the girls off, they called it a night. The next day, after finishing work, Hu Yan visited the gambling stone workshop. Wandering around, he saw how well Qin Ru managed it, aligning with his vision. Unlike other places, there were few tricksters around. If any shop was caught collaborating with them, Qin Ru terminated their contract. As the new year approached, business boomed under Hu Yan's management. Even ordinary folks came to try their luck, making the atmosphere more lively and genuine. Near the film cruise area, a familiar figure approached Hu Yan. "Kyun-san, having fun?" Kyun-san respected Hu Yan more but still maintained a playful demeanor. "Since following your orders, life's been good. Keep an eye on the crew. Don't let anything happen to them, or your good days will end," Hu Yan said. Kyun-san immediately got serious. "Don't worry, I'll protect them with my life." Hu Yan nodded. "How's Peng Si Yuan?" Kyun-san grinned. "Just as you said. He got expert consultations. They all praised your treatment, saying he's practically healed without scars." Laughing, Kyun-san added, "But Peng Si Yuan asked why he couldn't perform. Experts said he's physically fine, so it's psychological." Hu Yan chuckled. "Exactly as planned. He'll have to rely on psychological treatment for a while." Kyun-san marveled at Hu Yan. "I respect you, boss. If I mess up, don't use such methods on me. Hou Yan reassured him, don't worry. I have worse methods. Really, Qin-san was shocked, feeling a deeper respect for Hou Yan. After a moment, Qin-san asked, why would Peng Si-yuan hire a psychologist for that? Hou Yan lit a cigarette. Those who can't understand those who can. He needs it to feel normal. Qin-san nodded. If he doesn't get help, he might change in ways he doesn't want, Hou Yan added. Coughing from the smoke, Hou-san thought, I'd better stay on his good side. Peng Si-yuan didn't return to Qianan because he didn't want his family to know what had happened. He wanted to handle everything before going back. Peng Si-yuan knew that if his family learned about his actions and the consequences, they would be extremely disappointed. His family had already warned him multiple times to settle down and start a family before indulging in any further recklessness. They made it clear that they would not tolerate any more of his nonsense. However, Peng Si-yuan knew that marriage would mean taking on family responsibilities and losing the freedom to have fun. Under his family's strict supervision, engaging in any indecent activities would be nearly impossible. He wanted to enjoy himself fully before settling down to take on his responsibilities. But now, things had taken a turn for the worse. Losing his ability to have children meant he would lose his status as an heir, and with that, everything he had. He was filled with regret. Peng Si-yuan still couldn't understand why he had been so unlucky. Over time, Peng Si-yuan investigated Hou Yan and discovered that Hou Yan was not just an employee of Tianhai, but also the son-in-law of the Qin family. He initially believed that throwing some money around could resolve any issue. However, after several unsuccessful attempts to negotiate with Hou Yan, he had no choice but to seek expert medical advice and psychological treatment. His investments had failed, but his family was still unaware of it. He still had a few million yuan left to maneuver. Knowing that Hua Shaoqiang would be coming to Jiangcheng soon, Peng Si-yuan decided that his best chance was to make Hou Yan compromise. Peng Si-yuan contacted a few friends from his circle who had good relations with Hua Shaoqiang and invited them to Jiangcheng. He also promoted the gambling stone workshop, describing it as a place where one could easily strike it rich. Even among the privileged second-generation kids, this one cut makes you poor, one cut makes you rich game was something new and enticing. Their families usually prohibited such gambling activities. However, the forbidden nature of the game only increased their curiosity. Hearing that Hua Shaoqiang would be there as well, many agreed to come. Peng Si-yuan planned to use these connections to pressure Hou Yan into a compromise, hoping to restore his health at the lowest possible cost. Meanwhile, Hou Yan and Qin-san were watching the film crew shoot a scene. Although Hou Yan found it interesting at first, he quickly lost interest, apart from being impressed by Kai Lai's acting skills. He asked Qin-san to stay and keep an eye on things while he wandered off. As he strolled around the bustling gambling stone workshop, Hou Yan noted with satisfaction that the number of visitors had doubled compared to the past. Almost every store had business, unlike before when months would go by without a single transaction. The lively atmosphere made Hou Yan feel like he was in a dream. When he graduated from university, his dream was to find a stable job, get married, and live a peaceful life. Little did he know that he would end up owning a highly profitable gambling stone workshop. As he walked aimlessly, he noticed a crowd gathered in front of a store, and the sound of an argument caught his attention. How can you run a business like this? You said there would be at least one valuable stone in each batch. Yeah, this is a scam. We haven't seen anything like this happen to anyone else. Why are we so unlucky? This is fraud. We're going to report you. Hearing the commotion, Hou Yan walked over and saw that Qin Ru had arrived and was being protected by Qin Lei. Seeing Hou Yan, Qin Ru sighed in relief. President Hu? I'm glad you're here. I was just about to call you. Qin Ru explained that a group of people had pooled their money to buy the remaining stones in a batch for 1.05 million yuan, but found nothing valuable. According to Hou Yan's method of organizing the stones, there should have been at least one valuable stone in every batch, so this outcome was almost impossible. Hou Yan knew that the likelihood of such an occurrence was extremely low. He asked if the store owner was sure that no valuable stones had been found previously, and Qin Ru confirmed this. Let's check the surveillance footage. If it turns out the store owner is right, we'll compensate the customers double, Hou Yan said. Qin Ru nodded and led Hou Yan inside the store. To his surprise, the person behind the counter was Sun Jiaqi. Is this your store? Hou Yan asked. Sun Jiaqi was equally surprised. Like other store owners, she thought Qin Ru was the boss of the gambling stone workshop. She had assumed Hou Yan was merely a temporary sales consultant. Sun Jiaqi nodded. It's good that you're here. I heard you're the one who came up with this marketing strategy. Now there's a problem, so you should fix it. Seeing Sunjiaki speak to Hu Yan in this manner, Qianru was about to lash out, but Hu Yan quickly stopped her. "This is my classmate's store," Hu Yan explained. Qianru understood and didn't say anything further. Turning to Sunjiaki, Hu Yan said, "I'm here to solve the problem." He then instructed Qianru, "Please arrange for compensation. Regardless of who's at fault, we can't let this affect the store's reputation." Qianru nodded and told Sunjiaki, "I'll transfer 2.1 million yuan to you right away for compensation. However, if it's our fault, we'll also cover your supply costs. But if it's your fault, you'll be responsible for the compensation." Sunjiaki was taken aback by how quickly Qianru agreed to such a large sum based on Hu Yan's word. Not having much experience in business, she quickly called Chen Xiaofeng. "Brother Feng." She explained the situation to him, and shortly after, Chen Xiaofeng arrived. He was also surprised to see Hu Yan but focused on Qianru. "Thank you, President Qian. I agree with your proposal." Qianru promptly transferred the funds to Chen Xiaofeng. He nodded to Hu Yan and said, "Sorry, I have something to attend to. Jiaqi will take care of you." Hu Yan smiled. "It's fine, take care of your business." Chen Xiaofeng nodded and left. Qianru asked Sunjiaki to show them the surveillance footage. However, they were stunned to find the surveillance system wasn't running. Qianru was furious. "How can we investigate without surveillance footage?" Sunjiaki, shaken by Qianru's anger, stammered, "Is it really that important?" However, seeing Hu Yan, she calmed down and said, "Isn't it obvious? Your supply didn't have any valuable stones." Qianru coldly replied, "Clause 6 on page 3 of your contract clearly states that if the surveillance system is faulty, we are not responsible for compensation." Sunjiaki's heart sank. She hadn't read the contract and didn't know about this clause. Turning on the surveillance system was her responsibility, but she had forgotten in the rush of the morning. This was a 2.1 million yuan issue. She feared Chen Xiaofeng's reaction. She had finally found a good boyfriend and didn't want to ruin it with this mistake. Seeing Sunjiaki's pale face, Hu Yan said, "President Qian, can you give her a break? This is my classmate's store." Qianru replied coldly, "No exceptions. We must follow the rules, or how will we manage such a large gambling stone workshop?" Hu Yan couldn't argue with Qianru's logic and gave an apologetic smile to Sunjiaki. Strict rule enforcement was something he himself had always insisted on. Oddly, Sunjiaki felt a sense of satisfaction seeing Hu Yan struggle, even though he was trying to help her. She couldn't control it. "Isn't there any other way?" Sunjiaki asked. Qianru replied, "Even if there is another way, you'll have to cover the compensation yourselves." Sunjiaki was at a loss, and unsure whether to tell Chen Xiaofeng immediately or try to handle it herself. Qianru said, "Let's check your transaction records." They went downstairs, where Sunjiaki handed the computer to Qianru and brought out the day's transactions for her to review. After looking at the records, Qianru's expression grew even grimmer. "Look at this. There were supposed to be 20 stones and 10 were sold. But when the problem occurred, only 9 were left. Where did the missing stone go?" Sunjiaki checked the records and found a discrepancy of 1 stone's worth of money. "How is this possible? I recorded everything carefully." Sunjiaki was frantic. Qianru said, "It looks like you can't handle this. This isn't just about compensation. I can terminate our contract immediately. Get your boss here." Realizing she couldn't avoid this, Sunjiaki quickly went to find Chen Xiaofeng. When Chen Xiaofeng returned, he was visibly anxious. Without acknowledging Hu Yan, he spoke to Qianru, "President Qian, it's our mistake. Can you show some leniency? I was one of the first to support this marketing strategy." Qianru remained expressionless. "I can't make exceptions for everyone. How would I manage such a large workshop?" Seeing no room for negotiation, Chen Xiaofeng turned angrily to Sunjiaki, "You incompetent woman. I told you not to turn off the surveillance to save on electricity. And your records are a mess. I'm so unlucky to have you as a girlfriend. Now, we've lost everything. Are you happy?" Looking at Chen Xiaofeng's face, Sunjiaki's tears welled up in her eyes. She thought about the time she broke up with Hu Yan. At that time she had just started her internship at a city museum, full of dreams and aspirations for life, like other girls. She believed that with her hard work, she could create a bright future. However, after working for a while, Sunjiaki realized that life was much harder than she had imagined. With her major, it was impossible to stay at the museum. But she regretted not listening to her family and stubbornly choosing a major she loved, only to face unemployment after graduation. Under the kind advice of many experienced people, Sunjiaki finally understood. Kids from small cities like them, wanting to settle in a big city, need either a good job or to marry someone from that city. So, Sun Jihaki went back and broke up with Hu Yan. Although Sun Jihaki felt that her face at that time was much better than Chen Xiaofeng's now, Hu Yan's feelings back then might have been similar to hers now. What did I say back then? Sun Jihaki remembered. Hu Yan, I know you're a good person and have been very good to me. But life is too hard. With our majors, even if we work hard all our lives, we probably won't be able to buy a house in Jiangcheng. I'm sorry, but we should break up. Sun Jihaki remembered how agitated Hu Yan was at that time, clenching his fists with red eyes. But soon, Hu Yan seemed to understand. He just said, "All right, I wish you happiness." And just like that, their passionate love ended simply. In an instant, past memories flashed through Sun Jiaqi's mind. She slightly curled her lips, and tears fell. Chen Xiaofeng continued rambling. Do you know how good our business is now? We make tens of thousands of yuan a day. Yet you save money by shutting down the computer after work. And haven't I told you? The accounts must be clear, or we'll have to pack up and leave if something goes wrong. Now, look what happened. Are you satisfied? Chen Xiaofeng, panting, continued, we lost over 2 million yuan, the store was taken back. I have nothing left. And most importantly, it was clearly their fault, but we don't have any evidence. Who else can I blame but you? Qian Ru, unable to bear it any longer, said with disdain, Chen Xiaofeng, are you even a man? Blaming everything on a woman when something goes wrong. She shut down the computer to save you money. She didn't turn on the surveillance because she was busy for you. And I checked the accounts. They were detailed. The problem likely isn't with her. Also, the main responsibility lies with the manager. What can a man like you achieve? Chen Xiaofeng glanced at Qian Ru. Even if he was about to be kicked out, he didn't dare to say a word against her. Because anyone who had done business knew that someone who could support such a big business was not someone he could mess with. At this point, Hu Yan said, the problem isn't with Sun Jihaki, but with you. Before Hu Yan could finish, Chen Xiaofeng got furious. He thought, I can't offend Qian Ru, but who do you think you are, Hu Yan? You're just a consultant, not even a staff member of the Jade Stone Shop, and you dare to step on me. Hu Yan, who do you think you are? This is a dispute between my girlfriend and me in the Jade Stone Shop. What does it have to do with you? Are you here to laugh at me? Chen Xiaofeng nodded and said, don't think I don't know anything. You two had a thing during school, right? Even though I was drunk that day, I'm not stupid. Sun Jiaqi looks at you differently than she looks at that Zhao Peng guy. I'm telling you. This woman is now my girlfriend. It has nothing to do with you. Hu Yan laughed angrily. All right, I won't meddle in your relationship, but I still have a say in the Jade Stone Shop's affairs. What gives you the right? Chen Xiaofeng asked. This is my family store. Please leave. Initially, Hu Yan didn't want to argue with Chen Xiaofeng, knowing it wouldn't look good to ruin his ex-girlfriend's relationship. But this Chen Xiaofeng, like a mad dog, was snapping at everyone over a minor issue. Hu Yan nodded, fine. I'll leave, okay. Then Hu Yan turned to Qian Ru and said, handle it as you see fit, don't worry about me. As Hu Yan walked out, Chen Xiaofeng sneered, does he really think people care about him? Then, looking at Qian Ru, he said, President Qian, there's no one else here now. Please give me a break, considering it's my first offense. Give me a chance. Qian Ru sighed. Oh, actually, I do have to give him face. Otherwise I'd be fired. It's not easy to find a position worth tens of millions a year. I don't want to lose it. Chen Xiaofeng's eyes widened. President Qin, you're joking, right? Joking, Qian Ru said helplessly, actually. From the start, Hu Yan asked me to give him face. I said I wouldn't, but I have to. Qian Ru looked at Chen Xiaofeng with pity. You really dare to talk, saying it's your family store? Let me tell you, the property owner is Hu Yan. Every building in this Jade Stone Shop belongs to Hu Yan. Chen Xiaofeng stumbled, almost falling. He had thought Qian Ru was the head of this place, earning billions a year, and that was impressive enough. But hearing that everything here belonged to Hu Yan shattered his worldview. Impossible. Isn't he just an outsider working here? How could he have billions of assets in less than a year? Even Sun Jiaqi forgot about her issues with Chen Xiaofeng for a moment. Impossible. He's only been working at Tianhai pawn shop for a short time. How could he be worth billions? I can't be bothered to explain. When you signed the new lease, didn't you look at the landlord's name? Qian Ru said, turning away. Prepare to be kicked out. With that, Qian Ru walked away. Chen Xiaofeng stood there dumbfounded for a long time. Suddenly he went madly searching for the recently renewed lease contract. Seeing the name on the property certificate, he slumped into a chair. Chen Xiaofeng grabbed his hair in despair. After a while he suddenly looked up at Sun Jiaki, who was staring blankly out the window. He rushed over and grabbed her shoulders. Jiaki. We're saved. Sun Jiaki turned her head, her eyes still unfocused. What did you say? Chen Xiaofeng didn't notice her expression, excitedly saying, You and Hu Yan No, your classmates. He's so rich, and he clearly came here to help us. As long as you ask, he'll definitely help. Such a small amount of money is nothing to him. Why would he hold it against us? Classmates, Sun Jiaki murmured. Yes, we are classmates. But why is my life so hard while he's so successful? What did I do wrong? Don't worry about that. Chen Xiaofeng shook her shoulders. Just go find Hu Yan. If you ask, we'll be saved. Sun Jiaki laughed. It's you who'll be saved, not me. With that, Sun Jiaki turned and walked out. Chen Xiaofeng saw something wrong with Sun Jiaki, but, thinking about the 2 million yuan loss, slowly lowered his hand. Although Sun Jiaki was not in a good state, Chen Xiaofeng, who knew her well, believed she would go find Hu Yan. Seeing Sun Jiaki walking along the street of the Jade Stone shop, she took out her phone and called Hu Yan. Hu Yan, I want to see you. Hu Yan heard the despair in her voice and quickly said, Where are you? I'll come get you. Sun Jiaki looked around and said, I'm at the gate of Kaming Jade. Don't move, I'll be right there. After Hu Yan hung up, Sun Jiaki's lips curled slightly. You're still the same Hu Yan. But I'm no longer who I used to be. Before long, Hu Yan's G-Class Mercedes parked steadily beside her. Hu Yan opened the door and said, Let's talk in the car. Sun Jiaki got in without hesitation. Seeing her silence, Hu Yan drove out of the Jade Stone shop. It was already past 4 in the afternoon when Hu Yan parked in front of Yulanju Private Restaurant. This was a private restaurant discovered by Qin Zixuan, which Hu Yan also liked. Getting out of the car, Hu Yan booked a private room with the manager. Bringing Sun Jiaki in, the manager personally led them to the usual Xiang Lanting private room. This was a room with a window overlooking the garden. A cluster of orchids had already withered in the cold. Looking at the bleak scene outside, Sun Jiaki remained silent. When the waiter arrived, Hu Yan ordered a few dishes and handed the menu to Sun Jiaki. Order something you like. Sun Jiaki smiled and said, You've already ordered all my favorites. Thank you for remembering. Hu Yan smiled. It's a habit now, I like them too. Sun Jiaki nodded and said nothing more. When all the dishes were served, Sun Jiaki asked for a case of beer. Hu Yan, let's have a few drinks. Hu Yan thought for a moment and agreed, knowing the restaurant had a dedicated driver. All right, but don't drink too much. Sun Jiaki opened a beer, poured a glass for Hu Yan, and filled her own, raising her glass. Hu Yan, congratulations on your success. Hu Yan laughed. Oh please. Success is relative. It's about living happily. You're right, Sun Jiaki agreed, downing her beer. Seeing this, Hu Yan didn't stop her. When Sun Jiaki ordered the beer, Hu Yan specifically requested German Kolschbier, a light beer. However, what happened next surprised Hu Yan. When someone wants to drink a lot, even a light beer won't stop them. It seemed like drinking water would have the same effect. 2 hours later, a tipsy Sun Jiaki raised her glass, saying, Hu Yan, I'm done with Chen Xiaofeng. He's not even a man. But this is partly my fault. You won't leave me in the lurch, right? Seeing Sun Jiaki drunk, Hu Yan nodded. Of course I won't. We're close, how could I not help you? Sun Jiaki laughed. You're still so kind to me. Actually, I've regretted it for a long time. Sun Jiaki shook her head vigorously. Forget it. No point talking about it. I can't reach your level now. Let's just drink. Yeah, let's drink. Hu Yan was curious about what Sun Jiaki would do next. I hope it won't turn into a drama of friends with benefits or something, Hu Yan thought. Recently, Qin Zixuan has been very busy. Not only does she have to manage the affairs of Tianhai Group, but she also has to oversee the site selection and operation of the cosmetics factory and beauty wellness center. However, Qin Zixuan is in a good mood. Previously, she carried a heavy burden with her work, but now, she is working hard for her and Hu Yan's future. It's strange, even though she's doing the same work, her mindset has changed, and so has her mood. Despite being busier now, Qin Zixuan doesn't feel as tired. Hu Yan has urged her many times to take breaks. But Qin Zixuan always replies, I'm not tired. Yet, during this period, Qin Zixuan hasn't come home early even once. Often, After a long day of work in another city, she still rushes back home. Ho Yan advised her not to overwork herself, but Qin Zixuan said, I have to. Staying out feels exhausting. Coming home and knowing you're downstairs makes me not feel tired. Because of these words, Hu Yan was touched for a long time. For some reason, while drinking with Sunjiaki, Hu Yan thought of this and couldn't help but smile. Sunjiaki glanced at Hu Yan and asked, thinking of your girlfriend? Hu Yan didn't lie and nodded yes. She's lucky to have such a good boyfriend like you. Hu Yan shook his head. No, I'm not that good. Sunjiaki glanced at Hu Yan. I thought you'd say you used to have a good boyfriend too. Not really, Hu Yan replied. Actually, if I've improved at all, it's thanks to her. The kind of man you become is greatly influenced by the woman you meet. Sunjiaki drank a glass alone. Hu Yan's words seemed to sting her. Are you saying the people I met were no good, so I'm not good enough? Sorry. I'm not good at flattering people, Hu Yan said sincerely. I think there's some truth to it. We're all like children who never grow up. Different upbringing leads to different outcomes. We grow into different people because we meet different people. Ho Yan looked at Sunjiaki earnestly. When you meet someone who makes you better, you'll understand. Sunjiaki fell into deep thought, seeming to agree with Hu Yan's reasoning. Around 6 o'clock, Hu Yan's phone rang. Without avoiding it, Hu Yan answered the call directly. Old Qin, missing me again? Yes, I can't eat before asking if you've eaten. What are you eating? Hu Yan's phone was loud, and the room was quiet. Even without the speaker on, Sunjiaki could hear the lovely female voice, Qin Zixuan's voice. Recently, Sunjiaki hadn't asked if Hu Yan had a girlfriend, but she always doubted that Qin Zixuan was really his girlfriend. However, after learning that Hu Yan owned the entire Jade Stone shop, she suddenly believed it. She thought that no matter how capable Hu Yan was, he couldn't have amassed so much wealth in such a short time. The only explanation was that his girlfriend was the daughter of the Tianhai group. At this point, Hu Yan said, I'm at your favorite Yulon private restaurant, will you come? Qin Zixuan replied. Going there must mean you're with a female friend. Wouldn't I be interrupting? Yeah, it's better if you don't come. I'm on a date with my ex-girlfriend. You won't get jealous, right? Qin Zixuan said. Stop being so smug. If your ex had a chance, I wouldn't be here. Enjoy your meal. Tell her I'll apologize and invite her another time. I really can't make it today. All right. Hu Yan reluctantly hung up the phone. Looking at Sunjiaki, he said. My girlfriend said she's too busy to come, but she apologizes and will invite you another time. She's lucky. Sunjiaki drank another big glass of beer. Today I don't want to go back to Chen Xiaofeng's place, nor do I want to stay in a hotel. Is it okay if I stay at your place? Ho Yan was taken aback by Sunjiaki's directness. Is she really looking for something more than just friendship, he wondered. Out loud he said. How about I help you find a hotel? Sunjiaki replied. Aren't you living with Zhao Peng? Are you afraid your girlfriend will doubt you? She seems to trust you a lot. Ho Yan smiled. Whether she doubts me or not is her business, but I need to respect her, right? Sunjiaki understood that Hu Yan meant that regardless of whether Qin Zixuan would suspect anything, he didn't want to add any burden to their relationship. Feeling like she had swallowed a whole lemon, Sunjiaki couldn't speak for a moment, sourness choking her words. After another drink, she said, All my things are in my bag, ID, bank card, everything. Ho Yan was about to say he could take care of it, but then a different thought occurred to him. All right, once you're done drinking, we'll go back together. Sunjiaki had expected Hu Yan to refuse, so she was surprised when he agreed. Does he still desire me? When they were dating, Sunjiaki knew Hu Yan was physically attracted to her. But now that Hu Yan had Qin Zixuan, such an agreement felt unexpected. Suddenly Sunjiaki felt a strange sensation in her body. She hurriedly drank another large glass of beer, but her face remained flushed. Hu Yan, I'm tired. I want to go back and rest early. Despite trying to control her emotions, Sunjiaki's voice still trembled slightly. However, Ho Yan didn't seem to notice and paid the bill, calling for a driver. As they left, the once reserved college girlfriend almost hung on to Hu Yan, leaving him speechless. Back in college, even if Hu Yan wanted to be intimate, this girl would shy away. But now, smelling her familiar yet strange scent, Hu Yan sighed. Time really can change a person. In the car, Sunjiaki leaned on Hu Yan, seemingly really drunk. The driver, understanding the situation, drove them to Tianhai Gardens' underground parking lot without a word. He even asked Hu Yan, Does your girlfriend need help? She seems very drunk. Ho Yan didn't correct him, thanking him instead, No, thank you. Hearing this, Sunjiaki couldn't help but smile. Ho Yan helped Sunjiaki into the elevator. Afraid she might fall, he slightly bent over, letting her lean on him as he opened the door. As they entered, Sunjiaki silently prayed, I hope Zhao Peng is out tonight. Miraculously, there was no sign of Zhao Peng. Ho Yan gently placed Sunjiaki on the sofa and went to boil some water. Secretly watching Hu Yan busy in the kitchen, Sunjiaki felt confused. What am I doing? Is this right? But it was too late to turn back, so she decided to go along with it. Soon, Hu Yan brought a large cup of hot water. Helping Sunjiaki drink a lot, she looked much better. With a flushed face, she said, I'm going to take a shower. Ho Yan went to the bedroom, fetched some new underwear and toiletries, and handed them to Sunjiaki. Holding her head, Sunjiaki walked to the bathroom. She noticed Hu Yan's apartment was not only spacious and luxuriously decorated but also very clean. Looking around, Sunjiaki was surprised to find no signs of a woman's presence. Could it be that Hu Yan and his girlfriend haven't taken that final step? For some reason, thinking about this excited Sunjiaki. Entering the bathroom, the spotless white marble washroom amazed her. The makeup shelf had no women's cosmetics at all. This convinced Sunjiaki even more that Hu Yan and Qin Zixuan were still at the proper distance stage. Feeling a mix of frustration and excitement, Sunjiaki stripped off her clothes, finally feeling cool. Holding the sleepwear and toiletries Hu Yan prepared, she unconsciously smelled them. A familiar yet mature scent. Putting down the sleepwear, Sunjiaki stepped into the shower. Turning on the rain shower, the large spray head poured water over her slightly heated body. She meticulously cleaned every inch of her skin, as if trying to wash away the dust and scars of the years. But after a long time she still wasn't satisfied. Fearing Hu Yan might get impatient, she repeatedly soaped and scrubbed. As the heat intensified, she had to lower the water temperature, only feeling better when cold water poured down. However, she still couldn't wash away the grime or figure out how to face Hu Yan outside. Knowing time had passed, Sunjiaki still lacked the courage to go out. Finally, summoning her courage, she turned off the shower, stepped out, and saw a red-faced, sad-eyed girl in the mirror. Once, when she was with Hu Yan, this girl in the mirror brimmed with youthful passion and confidence. In less than a year, such a change. Unknowingly, tears blurred Sunjiaki's eyes. Perhaps when Chen Xiaofeng urged her to beg Hu Yan she had planned all this. But realizing Hu Yan and Qin Zixuan were still proper, she got scared. Facing a pure relationship, Sunjiaki felt like ink that would ruin it. Resolutely nodding, Sunjiaki dressed and walked out, only to find the living room empty. After searching, she picked up the phone on the coffee table, finding a note underneath. Don't overthink it. Rest well. Ho Yan's handwriting pulled Sunjiaki back to harsh reality. Her barely stabilized mood collapsed again. Ha Hu Yan. You bastard. The sound of grinding teeth echoed harshly in the empty living room. Qin Zixuan came back late again today. She glanced at her Patek Philippe watch and saw it was already 10:30 p.m. Even so, the elevator still stopped at the door of apartment 2201. It had been like this for a while now. Although she talked and video called with Hu Yan every day, it had been a long time since she had seen him in person. Qin Zixuan knew she was busy, and Hu Yan was also very tired. Despite insisting on coming home every day, each time she stood at the door of 2201, she would lift her hand but never had the heart to ring the bell. She didn't want to wake the sleeping Hu Yan. Today was no different. She raised her hand symbolically, smiling, imagining Hu Yan opening the door in surprise and lifting her up in a hug. No wonder Sunjiaki was furious. After the note saying, "Don't overthink, rest well," Hu Yan had also written, "By the way, the pajamas are Zhao Peng's. Remember to put them in the washing machine after wearing them." Sunjiaki was so angry she could hardly breathe. Not only had Hu Yan brushed her off, but he also didn't even let her wear his pajamas. The familiar scent and the mature manly smell. Thinking about the pajamas she was wearing, Sunjiaki felt uncomfortable. She picked up her phone, ready to call Hu Yan and scold him, but as she found his number, she hesitated. Forget it. What am I to him now? What right do I have to criticize how he treats me? Feeling defeated, Sunjiaki slowly sat back down on the sofa. A sense of powerlessness and confusion spread throughout her body. Just a moment ago when she stepped out of the bathroom, she had thought everything through. She planned to tell Hu Yan that they were over, thank him for his care, and urge him to cherish his current girlfriend. However, before she could say anything, Hu Yan had already made up his mind and done it so thoroughly. Sun Jiaqi then realized how heart-wrenching this conclusion was. Thinking about her love with Chen Xiaofeng and his face when she made mistakes, Sun Jiaqi felt a bitter taste in her mouth. At that moment, the ding of the elevator touched Sun Jiaqi's heart. He's back. He couldn't let go of me after all? What should I do? In an instant, Sun Jiaqi's heart raced, and she didn't know what to do. She listened carefully and found the footsteps stopping at the door. Sun Jiaqi felt her heart leap into her throat. Her palms were sweaty with nervousness. I shouldn't be like this. Despite trying to convince herself that she and Hu Yan were already in the past, Sun Jiaqi couldn't help but want something to happen at that moment. She listened to the sounds outside the door, thinking Hu Yan was hesitating. Sun Jiaqi felt this matched Hu Yan's mindset. Even if he still had feelings for her, he didn't want to betray his current girlfriend. Sun Jiaqi struggled with whether to leave a beautiful memory or create an immortal legend. It all depended on her decision and actions now. Recalling their moments in college, Sun Jiaqi's lips softened into a gentle smile. Back then, Hu Yan was still naive, but his warm personality was unmistakable. Thinking about how he would remember and try his best to help her with even her casual remarks, Sun Jiaqi clutched her chest, feeling empty where it used to be full. She dared not breathe loudly, afraid to miss something. Sure enough, the footsteps lightly sounded again, and it seemed Hu Yan chose to be a good, upright man. The sound of the elevator door opening made Sun Jiaqi feel as though everything she longed for was slipping away. Her heart screamed, no. She quickly ran to the door and opened it. As the door opened, the elevator door closed. Sun Jiaqi reached out, feeling bitter. But she didn't call out the name in the end. Tears blurred her eyes again. However, just as she despaired and hated her own helplessness, the elevator door opened again. But instead of Hu Yan's conflicted face, she saw an indescribably beautiful face, whose surprise quickly turned to coldness. Is it you? Is it you? Both of them asked at the same time. Qin Zixuan stepped out of the elevator, her face resuming its usual cold elegance. What are you doing here? Where's Hu Yan? Feeling caught, Sun Jiaqi stammered. Don't misunderstand, nothing happened between Hu Yan and me. Qin Zixuan said calmly. I didn't misunderstand. I just want to know where Hu Yan is now. Sun Jiaqi looked puzzled, thinking that if she were in this situation, she would have been furious by now. But this stunning woman before her remained unbelievably calm. Is this what confidence looks like? Even without doing anything, standing in front of Qin Zixuan made Sun Jiaqi feel suppressed and breathless. He sent me back and then left. I don't know where he went. Sun Jiaqi's mind was a mess, and she couldn't think of any excuse, so she told the truth. All right, have a good rest. We'll meet again sometime. With that, Qin Zixuan turned and pressed the elevator button. Wait, Sun Jiaqi didn't know why, but Qin Zixuan's calm politeness made her feel insulted. Qin Zixuan turned, anything else? Sun Jiaqi calmed her emotions. Don't you suspect anything between us? Qin Zixuan smiled a little and said, rest well, don't overthink. Watching Qin Zixuan's graceful departure, Sun Jiaqi felt that she would have insomnia for life every time she heard that phrase again. The elevator stopped at 2301. Qin Zixuan softly stepped out of the elevator, gently took out her key, and slowly opened the door. Without turning on the light, she used her phone's weak light to see Hu Yan asleep on the sofa, a satisfied smile on her lips. Idiot. Half asleep, Hu Yan suddenly heard the sound of running water. Having drunk quite a bit of beer, he immediately reacted. With difficulty he half opened his eyes, and walked to the bathroom out of habit. Because both apartments were identical and fully furnished, he had no trouble navigating. Reaching the bathroom door, he noticed the light was on. Did I forget to turn off the light? But the need was urgent, so Hu Yan didn't think much. He opened the door and went in, unbuckling his belt to relieve himself. 10 minutes earlier, Qin Zixuan had quietly returned to her room, changed into her robe, and went to the bathroom. The warm water seemed to wash away the day's fatigue. Thinking of Hu Yan sleeping in the living room made Qin Zixuan smile even in the shower. This guy, worried I'd suspect something, came to my place. Thoughtful of you actually. Seeing Sun Jiaqi wearing Zhao Peng's pajamas, Qin Zixuan had figured it out. Ho Yan was meticulous. Even if Qin Zixuan had come back early and caught them, she would understand without needing an explanation from Hu Yan. As to how she recognized Zhao Peng's pajamas, it was because she had been trying to buy things for Hu Yan recently. Ho Yan always refused, saying the clothes she bought were too expensive. Comfort was more important than brand names, he said. People who wore brand names mostly did it to attract attention, except for a few who had the status to justify it. Better to support domestic brands with the money. Qin Zixuan agreed, so she had also stopped buying foreign brands for herself recently. She preferred casual clothes now. However, even though Hu Yan didn't want expensive clothes, Qin Zixuan felt that pajamas and underwear should still be of good quality. So, Ho Yan's current pajamas and underwear were the best domestic brands. Comfortable and well-fitting. Zhao Peng's, on the other hand, were silk, looking fancier. In fact, they weren't more expensive than Hu Yan's. Hence, Qin Zixuan recognized them at a glance. Thinking of this, Qin Zixuan laughed. Ho Yan's consideration of her feelings made her feel warm inside. Just as she was reminiscing about her moments with Hu Yan, smiling with happiness, the bathroom door opened, and a sleepy Hu Yan walked in. Without looking at her, he proceeded to relieve himself. If it were anyone else, even though Qin Zixuan was capable of defending herself, as a girl, she might have screamed. But it was Hu Yan who came in. And he looked desperate. Men holding in their urine can damage their kidneys. Despite her blushing and pounding heart, Qin Zixuan's first concern was Hu Yan's health. So, she stayed still. She dared not look. As the sound of water echoed, Qin Zixuan wished she could disappear into a hole. But after Hu Yan relieved himself, he muttered, "Why did I forget to turn off the water after my shower?" He finally noticed the running water in the shower. The shower and wash area were separated by a glass partition. When Hu Yan looked at the shower, his eyes widened. A rush of heat surged, and something sticky trickled from his nose. Yet, oblivious, Hu Yan murmured, "I must be dreaming. This is a good dream. Let me enjoy it." Qin Zixuan thought that if Hu Yan discovered her, his respect for her would make him leave immediately. But he claimed he was dreaming. That was clearly self-deception. As she saw Hu Yan, she instinctively posed to cover herself. But facing Hu Yan like this, Qin Zixuan couldn't bear it. "You're not dreaming, go out." Qin Zixuan's voice trembled, her whole body feeling awkward. Ho Yan heard her, responded with an "oh" and turned to leave. Sai Qin Zixuan, on impulse, called out, "You're bleeding. Wash it off quickly." Ha Yan, obediently, stopped and washed his face. To her surprise, he didn't turn back, but after washing and stuffing tissue in his nose, he walked out without hesitation. Moments ago, fearing Hu Yan might act shamelessly, Qin Zixuan was now frustrated by his swift departure. Stupid guy. Ungrateful. HMPH. After scolding him, she laughed. This conflicted feeling was unique to those in love. She wanted Hu Yan to be infatuated but also feared he'd go too far. Recalling Hu Yan's obedient behavior, any doubts she had vanished. If he could respect her this much, how could he do anything with Sunjiaki? After Hu Yan left the bathroom, he let out a sigh of relief. "I pretended to be dreaming just now, I hope she didn't notice." Touching the tissue on his nose, Hu Yan felt embarrassed. Then he thought, wait a minute, I'm the future son-in-law of the Qin family. What's wrong with looking at my future wife taking a shower? Thinking this, Hu Yan stopped and turned around. He raised his hand to open the bathroom door again but hesitated. Should I walk in confidently and say, "I'm your future husband so I can watch you shower"? Hu Yan chuckled at his own thoughts. Never mind. Good things come to those who wait. I'll be patient for now. He looked down at his frustrated member and said apologetically, "Sorry, buddy." Qin Zixuan blushed as she finished her shower. Usually she would wrap herself in a towel and change into new pajamas in her room. But thinking about the naughty guy Hu Yan in the living room, she obediently dried off and put on her pajamas before going out. Seeing that Hu Yan wasn't waiting outside the door for a sneak attack made Qin Zixuan feel both relieved and slightly disappointed. Tiptoeing to the living room, she found Hu Yan asleep on the sofa again. Seeing her beloved sleeping so contentedly, Qin Zixuan felt a pang of heartache. This man would rather inconvenience himself than do something she disliked. Gently stroking Hu Yan's forehead, Qin Zixuan carefully covered him with the blanket he had kicked off. Then, she kissed him lightly on the forehead and whispered, "Good night, my silly." Hu Yan wasn't actually asleep. Feeling a fragrant breeze, he knew Qin Zixuan had come. He used to wonder what kind of perfume she wore. Later he couldn't help but ask and found out it was natural. She had a natural body fragrance and didn't need perfume. Feeling the warm lips on his forehead, Hu Yan's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to hold Qin Zixuan and do what he wanted. But thinking about how hard she worked day and night for their future, he didn't want to disturb her rest. Otherwise he wouldn't have pretended to be asleep. Waiting outside the bathroom, and being affectionate when she came out, Qin Zixuan wouldn't refuse. But a man should have a conscience, right? She was so tired, how could Hu Yan bear to take away her rest time? As the charming body fragrance faded away, Hugh Yan reluctantly whispered, "Good night." The next day, Hugh Yan, as usual, got up early to train, practicing breathing exercises and boxing to prepare for any unexpected situations. When Qin Zixuan woke up, Hugh Yan was already gone. She picked up the blanket, sniffing it with a happy smile. She understood all that Hugh Yan did. Knowing he didn't wait outside was because he cared for her. "Thank you, heaven, for letting me meet you in my best years." Seeing it was still early, Qin Zixuan called Hugh Yan to ask what he was doing. Hou Yan said he had just finished his morning exercise and was about to have breakfast. So, they agreed to meet at the breakfast shop opposite Tianhai pawn shop. This shop was where they had their first meal alone together and was a memorable place in their love life. When Qin Zixuan arrived, Hugh Yan was already there, having ordered her favorite food. Qin Zixuan smiled. "This seems extravagant. You weren't like this before." Hou Yan smiled. "You used to be my boss. Why would I spend so much money on you?" Qin Zixuan playfully asked. "But now I'm still your boss. Why do you spend so much?" Seeing Qin Zixuan's teasing smile, Hou Yan said, "Who said this is for you?" Qin Zixuan's smile froze. "You have another date. Is it your ex-girlfriend?" No, Hugh Yan shook his head. "This is for the future mother of my children." Qin Zixuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled with joy. Smooth talker. They began a happy breakfast date, but Qin Zixuan was too busy, frequently checking her watch. Clearly wanting to spend more time with Hugh Yan, but time didn't permit. Hou Yan quickly finished his meal and said, "I'm done. If you're busy, go ahead. The future is long, no need to rush." Qin Zixuan nodded, finished her porridge, wiped her mouth, and reluctantly left. Only then did Hugh Yan check his phone. He had declined several calls earlier, wanting to enjoy a meal with Qin Zixuan. Sometimes, Hugh Yan wondered, is making so much money really a good thing? All the time is wasted on making money, with no time to enjoy. But looking at the bustling people on the street, Hugh Yan was relieved. Because most people, even without making a lot of money, are still busy every day. Rich people just have no time to enjoy it. But those without money have no right to enjoy it at all. Hugh Yan called Sun Ji-hee back. "What's up? Where did you sleep last night?" Above you. Hugh Yan realized it sounded wrong and quickly corrected. "I mean, upstairs in my house." Upstairs. Sun Ji-hee didn't understand what Hugh Yan meant. "Oh, the 23rd floor is where Qin lives. I didn't want your boyfriend to misunderstand, so I stayed there." "You mean your girlfriend would misunderstand?" Sun Ji-hee's tone was sour. But now, she had no right to demand anything from Hugh Yan. Even if Hugh Yan helped, it was out of his kindness. "I had someone check on Chen Xiaofeng's issue. They privately sold a piece of rough stone this morning, which is a serious violation." Sun Ji-hee didn't seem to care about that and asked, "So it has nothing to do with my bookkeeping?" That's right, Hugh Yan had already seen it when the incident happened. So, he wanted to say it had little to do with Sun Ji-hee. The main issue was Chen Xiaofeng's poor management. Unfortunately, Chen Xiaofeng didn't give Hugh Yan a chance to explain then. Later, Hou Yan had Qin Ru find the buyer. The rough stone indeed yielded a jade worth over 500,000 yuan. With this, Chen Xiaofeng had no chance to argue. Because, in such sales, the rough stone must be cut on the spot to see if there's any investment value left. However, the chance of buying a good piece right away is rare. Qin Ru had questioned Hugh Yan's method initially. If a good piece was sold early, the rest couldn't be sold. But people's gambling mentality would make them buy unpurchased piles of rough stones. Selling a good piece would make it easier to fill the rest with worthless stones. Sun Ji-hee asked, "What do you plan to do?" "It's up to you," Hou Yan said. "If you think this shop will be half yours in the future, let's pretend this never happened." Sun Ji-hee thought for a moment and said, "Thank you. But this shop has nothing to do with me anymore. I just want to make up for my mistakes." Aside from not turning on the surveillance, Chen Xiaofeng's shop still has serious management issues. Sun Ji-hee understood Hugh Yan meant handling Chen Xiaofeng's shop issues without mentioning the surveillance, thus absolving her of responsibility. "Let's leave it at that," Sun Ji-hee said. "Can you help me find a decent job?" Hou Yan thought for a moment and asked, "What's your preference?" Sun Ji-hee was stunned. She thought Hugh Yan only had the jade shop. But his question implied the jade shop was just a part of what he controlled. So, she tentatively asked, "Is there a job suitable for me besides the jade shop?" "The cosmetics factory offers stable work but is a bit dull. I think working at the beauty and wellness center would be better. The environment is good, there's performance-based pay, and you can earn more. The clientele is high quality, and you can network with some top-tier people. Sun Jiaqi quickly replied, that sounds good. But would they hire someone with a history major? Those shops are Ho Yan was about to say mine and Qian's, but thinking it sounded boastful, he said, I have some influence there. Just follow the store rules and serve the clients well. I'll send you some addresses, you can see which one suits you. Okay. After handling Sun Jiqai's matter, Ho Yan called Hu Jiaxin back. What's up? Hu Jiaxin said. The Yangtze Beauty and Wellness Center near the university town is opening soon. I want to work part-time there, okay. No need to ask, it must be because Yao Ru was working part-time, so Hu Jiaxin wanted to follow. But Yao Ru knew massage, what could Hu Jiaxin do? But as her brother, Hu Yan couldn't refuse. Go ahead and help out, but don't expect to make money, just learn. Okay. I didn't plan to make money anyway, just to gain experience. Hearing his sister's words, Hu Yan nodded. By the way, what about Xiao Ear's shop and your extras work? Hu Jiaxing said. We'll help out at Xiao Ear's shop on weekends. As for the extras, we'll show up if there are any scenes with us. Hu Yan realized, you talked to Zhuan Xuan first, right? How did you know? No. Ho Yan thought, if Qin Zixuan didn't agree, there's no way you'd have such a flexible job. Ho Yan gave Hu Jiaxin a few words of advice about working diligently and learning, then hung up the phone. Finally, he dialed the number he had ignored the most. Is this Hu Yan? Hu Yan frowned and replied, Peng Xiao. Peng Siyuan said, yes, it's me. Glad you haven't forgotten me, Mr. Hu. Ha Yan smiled, what's up? What exactly did you do to me? Was it psychological suggestion or something else? You don't need to know, that Hu Yan said. As long as you get the punishment you deserve, I'm satisfied. Ho Yan was not about to leave any evidence behind. Peng Siyuan took a deep breath and said, I understand, talking over the phone isn't convenient. Can we meet face to face? After all, things need to be resolved. Sorry, not interested. Hu Yan finished and hung up the phone directly. This was within his expectations. After suffering such a big loss, it would be surprising if Peng Siyuan just let it go. After hanging up, Hu Yan checked his WeChat messages and saw that Kai Li had sent him one. Ho Yan, Peng Siyuan asked for your number. I told him. Sorry. Be careful. Hu Yan replied with a smiley face. It's okay, since I dared to offend him, I'm not afraid of him. Kai Li quickly responded, still, be careful. Got it, Hu Yan said. By the way, do you have time today? Let's have lunch together. Today I don't have any scenes, so it's a date. Kai Li seemed in good spirits. Great. I'll pick you up at noon. Ho Yan first dealt with work matters, then drove to the Tianhai Hotel. He sent a message to Kai Lai. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Kai Lai came down, bringing Xiao Ya with her. Sacrificing the opportunity to be alone with Hu Yan showed how much Kai Lai cared for Xiao Ya. As soon as she got in the car, Kai Li complained. Xiao Ye heard I was going to have lunch with you and insisted on coming along to thank you for making her your god sister. She's very grateful and wants to treat you to a meal. Ho Yan knew that Kai Li had taught her all this. Xiao Ya said seriously. Brother Hu Yan, please give me a chance. Ho Yan smiled, since you're already here, I won't send you back. Xiao Ya, feeling nervous, looked at Kai Li. Kai Li smiled and said, don't worry, Hu Yan isn't like other investors. He said he'd treat you as a sister, so he will. Xiao Ya, who trusted Kai Li completely, repeatedly thanked Hu Yan. Thank you, brother Hu Yan. Hu Yan smiled and started the car. What do you want to eat? Ho Yan had great respect for people who, despite difficult circumstances, worked hard for themselves. Kai Li thought for a moment and said, something unique. I'm tired of work meals. Not that the ones you've prepared aren't good. Since Hu Yan and Hua Shaoqiang started investing, the quality of meals on set had improved a lot. But no matter how good the food, eating the same thing every day gets boring. Ho Yan nodded understandingly. Since Xiao Ya was treating, he naturally wouldn't choose an expensive place. How about a Korean restaurant near the university town? It's pretty good. Kai Lai said. Okay, let's go there. With the destination set, Hu Yan drove and arrived at the Korean restaurant near the university town within half an hour. This was a place Hu Yan frequented during his university days. It was affordable and clean. As soon as they entered, Kai Lai saw the kitchen through a large glass window, showing all the operations and the environment, which gave a great first impression. Many restaurants focus only on the dining environment, while the kitchens are in a terrible state. This place was different. Seeing the clean and organized kitchen made the dining experience much better. Ho Yan found a small tatami room, turned on the electric heater, and sat down on the heated mat. It was very comfortable on a cold winter day. This place is nice, Kai Li complimented. Xiao Ya, who rarely ate out, looked around curiously. Hu Yan wondered how such a pure child ended up on this path. But everyone has different life experiences, and there was no point in thinking too much about it. Ha Yan ordered a duck hot pot with some vegetables. A whole duck was stewed until tender, the milky white broth sprinkled with red chili powder, with potatoes and perilla leaves added in. It looked very appetizing. Duck hot pot has cooling and beautifying effects. You're both working hard on set, so eat more to replenish yourselves. Kai Li and Xiao Ya nodded and started eating. After a few bites they were full of praise. Hu Yan opened a bottle of rice wine and said, "Drink a little rice wine to cut the grease. It's low in alcohol and has a sweet and sour taste, perfect for women." Kai Li knew Hu Yan had no intention of getting them drunk, so she told Xiao Ya to eat and drink without worry. At first, they found the fermented taste of the rice wine a bit odd. But after a few sips, they got used to it and found that it really cut the greasiness of the food, making it taste even better. They didn't need much encouragement from Hu Yan to keep drinking and eating. But Hu Yan warned them not to drink too much as the wine had a delayed effect. So, they only drank 1 liter of rice wine and stopped. The duck hot pot, paired with perilla leaves, removed the gamey taste of the duck, making it delicious. The rich broth made them exclaim how good it was. When it was time to pay, Hu Yan didn't fight Xiao Ya for the bill. It totaled 230 yuan. After paying, Xiao Ya looked at Hu Yan with gratitude. Hu Yan didn't mind and said, "Since Xiao Ya treated us to the meal, let me treat you to some relaxation." Kai Li laughed. "No KTV or massages, we don't want to spoil the kid." Hu Yan glanced at Kai Li. "You're just a young girl yourself. Why talk like an old woman? Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Kai Li was just joking, but Hu Yan's scolding tone made her feel very pleased. It showed their close relationship. Hearing Hu Yan call her a young girl brought a smile to Kai Li's face. She didn't ask where Hu Yan was taking them, feeling that just being called a young girl was worth everything. Hu Yan parked in front of a grand and rustic-looking shop. The 3 of them got out of the car. Seeing the sign Yangtze Beauty and Wellness Center, Kai Li frowned and asked, "Hu Yan, are you treating us to a beauty session at her current status?" She had dedicated beauticians, makeup artists, and stylists. Plus, she was used to specific skincare products. Hu Yan said, "I have shares in this shop. Try the environment and techniques and give me some feedback. Oh, and don't worry, all products are developed by Tianhai Cosmetics." Hearing Hu Yan's explanation, Kai Li smiled. "That's good. I trust the products." With that, the 3 of them entered the shop. As the door opened, a girl in a well-fitted uniform greeted them with a slight bow. "Welcome." Hu Yan was stunned by the voice. "Jiaxin." Hu Jiaxin, acting as if she didn't recognize him, said, "Sir, it's work time. No personal visits. If you need to talk to me, please wait until after work." Hu Yan was speechless. Kai Li said, "Is it really you, Ji Jiaxin?" Seeing Kai Li, Hu Jiaxin's tone changed instantly. "Sister Kai, you're here. Great. Come in, I'll get you some tea." Watching his sister bustle about, Hu Yan said sarcastically, "Am I really your brother, or was I just a freebie?" Kai Li laughed at Hu Yan's remark. "You must have lectured her before. Even if I'm her brother, does she have to hold a grudge?" Hu Yan shook his head. Sitting in the waiting area, they soon saw Hu Jiaxin bringing over 3 cups of tea. "Sir, please enjoy the tea." Hu Yan, feeling speechless, took the cup. Hu Jixin then warmly said to Kai Li and Xiao Ya, "Sister Kai, Sister Xiao Ya, have some tea." Kai Li and Xiao Ya, trying not to laugh, pretended to drink the tea. Hu Jiaxin looked at Hu Yan and said, "Sir, what service would you like?" She handed him the service menu. "Enough," Hu Yan said angrily. Hu Jiaxin, maintaining her professional demeanor, said, "Please support my work, Mr. Hu." Kai Li and Xiao Ya turned away, pretending not to see. Hu Yan saw that other staff were busy and whispered, "What are you doing? Trying to make your brother look bad?" Hu Jiaxin shifted a bit and said, "Didn't you tell me to work hard?" Both Hu Yan felt choked up. "Fine. Miss Hu Jiaxin, give me a shoulder massage." Hu Jixin replied, "Sorry sir, I'm in reception. I can arrange for a professional therapist to serve you." Hu Yan, realizing he was getting nowhere with her, pretended to drink the hot tea and said, "Give these 2 ladies a beauty treatment and a full body massage." Hu Jiaxin nodded, "Okay sir. Please choose a price range." Different levels of skincare products and therapists have different prices. Hu Yan said angrily, the most expensive ones. Okay, Sir. Hu Jiaxin maintained her professional tone. And for you, sir? Hao Yan thought for a moment and said, a full body massage. Also the highest level, Hu Jiaxin asked. Hu Yan said firmly, yes. Okay, Sir. Hu Jiaxin continued professionally, would you prefer a one-time session or a long-term package? What's the difference? Hu Yan asked. A one-time session has no discounts or bonuses. A membership card offers many benefits, Hu Jiaxin explained enthusiastically. After a lengthy explanation, Hu Yan asked, do you get a commission for selling memberships? Well, Hu Jiaxin's tone changed. Yes, brother. She gently nudged his shoulder. Hao Yan said, so you only recognize me as your brother when there's a commission. Kai Lai and Xiao Ya couldn't hold back their laughter anymore. Hu Jiaxin ignored Hu Yan and turned to Kai Lai and Xiao Ya, asking Sister Kai, Sister Xiao Ya, how much do you plan to spend on a membership card? Kai Lai and Xiao Ya immediately stopped laughing, and this time, it was Hu Yan who smiled. Hu Jiaxin, still young and inexperienced, quickly shifted the conversation to money matters. So, what are the options? Kai Lai asked. Seeing an opportunity, Hu Jiaxin gratefully explained, our company offers 3 types of cards. One is for general use, mainly for body treatments. It's 10,000 yuan per card. Hao Yan listened with interest as these packages were designed by professionals in the beauty and wellness industry. A 10,000 yuan card only covered basic treatments and services from junior therapists, focusing on skincare and wellness. The therapists were trained by the company. A 30,000 yuan card provided services from experienced staff trained by the Yao family's girls, offering therapeutic treatments for health issues. A 100,000 yuan card, with no upper limit, provided services from the Yao family's girls or their hand-picked elite therapists, promising solutions for any skin and chronic health problems. Hu Jiaxin eloquently described the packages, leaving Kai Li and Xiao Ya in awe. They didn't expect Hu Yan to bring them to such a high-end place for relaxation. Xiao Ya became even more self-conscious, having spent just over 200 yuan treating Hu Yan and Kai Lai to a meal, while the cheapest card here was over 10,000 yuan. Seeing their discomfort, Hu Yan said, I'll take 2 100,000 yuan cards. Hu Jixin was stunned, having thought Hu Yan brought clients to boost business, not that he would spend his own money. Brother, why spend so much? They can't come often. Hu Yan retorted. Now you remember I'm your brother, trying to save me money. Actually, it wasn't Jiaxin's fault. She didn't know that Hu Yan had a stake in the business. She thought it was all Qin Zixuan's, and Hu Yan was just bringing in customers. Grumbling, Hu Jiaxin took Hu Yan to get the cards, muttering, I've never seen you spend money so lavishly on me. Seeing his sister's resentment, Hu Yan said, I gave you a pendant worth millions, and you still think I'm stingy? Besides, this is business you wouldn't understand. Hu Jiaxin's eyes lit up. I do understand. Sister Kai is going to be the spokesperson for Tianhai Cosmetics. This is a company expense, right? Hu Yan didn't discourage her thinking. It showed she was growing up. Exactly, so take good care of them. Hu Jiaxin nodded, no problem, as long as you're not the one paying. The siblings chatted while getting the cards. When Hu Yan handed them to Kai Li and Xiao Ya, both felt a bit embarrassed. Hu Yan, this is too much. Ho Yan replied, you're helping me evaluate, I should thank you. Thinking the chain store was part of Tianhai, they assumed Hu Yan was doing this for work and accepted the cards. The 3 of them went upstairs to a double room, while Hu Yan found a single room for himself. The store was still in its trial phase, and Hu Yan wanted to experience it himself, as Qin Zixuan had suggested. He had been too busy lately to find the time. Removing his heavy winter coat and changing into the store's clothes, Hu Yan lay down on the massage bed. The room was comfortably warm, set at 28 degrees Celsius. Checking his phone, Hu Yan saw a message from Qin San. The other party has made a move. Stay safe. Hu Yan replied, understood. Don't alarm them. Then, pretending to be drowsy, he closed his eyes on the comfortable massage bed. Soon he felt gentle hands massaging his temples, then his scalp. The touch was light, seemingly afraid to wake him. Peng Si Yuan, the gift you prepared for me, I will make sure Hua Shaoqiang sees it all. After that he won't think I've been too harsh on you. The girl nudged him, signaling him to turn over. Hu Yan cooperated, turning to lie face down. His face rested in a hole in the bed, ensuring easy breathing. Just as he turned, he glimpsed the feet of the masseuse through the hole. Recognizing the shoes, Hu Yan identified the woman and decided to go along with it. Suddenly, he felt a prick on his da point on his back. Acupuncture? Why wasn't I informed? Before he could finish speaking, he felt pricks on both Jianjing points simultaneously. Ho Yan feigned unconsciousness. Dumped into a car trunk, Hu Yan messaged Hua Shakyang. The show is about to start and shared his location. Half an hour later, Ho Yan found himself in a spacious private room. A seductive woman holding a smoking incense stick. Opposite him were several young men, including Peng Siyuan. Pretending to struggle, Ho Yan acted weak, ensuring their confidence. Peng Siyuan clapped his hands, prompting applause from the others. Peng Siyuan grinned, "Mr. Hu, you've put in a lot of effort." But his smile faded. "You're not as powerful as you think. Martial arts mean nothing today. It's futile." "Hey ha!" Laughter erupted. Ho Yan smirked but remained silent. Peng Siyuan introduced his companions. He gestured to a bespectacled young man on the left. "This is Qi Weiyan, from Lingxi Tobacco. Tobacco and alcohol go hand in hand, and he's my close friend." Qi Weiyan greeted Hu Yan, "Pleasure to meet you." Ha Yan nodded slightly. Next, Peng Siyuan pointed to the right. "This is Hong He from Jingxi Trading." Hong He glanced at Hu Yan and nodded. Lastly, he introduced the young man holding the seductive woman, Miao Buwei from Miao Village. Miao Buwei introduced, "This is my cousin, Su Yao'er." He looked at Hu Yan. "I don't see anything special about you. How did Tianhai's princess fall for you?" Hu Yan stayed silent. Miao Buwei sneered, "I bet the rumors are exaggerated. Otherwise, how come my Yao'er has you spellbound?" As the others laughed, Su Yao'er spoke in a seductive voice, "He hasn't looked at me once." "Oh." Everyone was stunned. "Then how did you bring him here?" Su Yao'er explained, "It was easier than expected. Mr. Hu was overconfident, bringing no bodyguards, just 2 women. Peng Siyuan had specifically hired Miao Buwei and Su Yao'er to invite Hu Yan. They were pros at this. After investigating Hu Yan's connections, they decided targeting Hu Jiaxin was easiest. They had been tracking Hu Jiaxin and struck when Hu Yan was talking to her downstairs. Su Yao'er sneaked into the second floor, disguised as a staff member, and entered Hu Yan's room. After hearing this, Su Yao'er scrutinized Hu Yan. "He's different. Even when he saw me, there was no desire in his eyes. It makes me doubt my own charm." Haha. Despite her words, she remained confident in her allure. Miao Buwei, holding Su Yao'er, asked Hu Yan, "Who's prettier, my Yao'er or your Qian princess?" Ho Yan shook his head. No comparison. His hand discreetly dialed a call. "Why?" Miao Buwei asked. "Are they equally beautiful?" Ho Yan shook his head. "My Qian doesn't wear makeup. This lady is like a powdered winter melon." "How can you compare in truth?" Su Yao'er was uniquely beautiful, though not heavily made up. But in Hu Yan's eyes, no one could match Qin Zixuan or Yao Ru. Even compared to Qian Xiao'er, Su Yao'er's charm couldn't compete. Su Yao'er's confident smile vanished. "Mr. Peng, after we're done, I want to play with him for a few days." Peng Siyuan waved. "No problem, just don't kill him." These two were Peng Siyuan's close friends, brought by Qi Yan. Qi had thought they could solve Peng's health problem. But after examining Peng, they found no signs of poisoning. So, they had to target Hu Yan. Peng Siyuan continued, "Mr. Hu, I think you know what I want. Cure my illness and give me Yao Ru, and we're even. How about it?" Seeing Hu Yan smile, Peng Siyuan pressed, "You already have Qin Zixuan. I don't want your sister, just an unrelated girl. Why refuse? I'm doing this out of respect for Mr. Hua. Otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Hu Yan asked. Peng Siyuan sneered, "Otherwise, not just your sister and Yao Ru, but I'd want a taste of Qin Zixuan too." "Haha. We agree." "Yes." "Haha." Only Miao Buwei said, "Why not take them all? Can Hua refuse us? He'd just cover it up to save face." Peng Siyuan said, "Let's solve my problem first. Maybe Hua will be more eager than me." Haha. As the others laughed, Ho Yan joined in. Haha. Peng Siyuan and his friends watched Hu Yan laugh freely. But they couldn't bring themselves to laugh. Peng Siyuan said, "Hu Yan, don't think you can act recklessly just because Hua Xiao looks after you. Remember, when we were hanging out you were still in school. When things go wrong, it's the outcome that matters." "Exactly," Qi Yan added. "We're from a genuine circle." "And what about you, Hu Yan? Who do you think you are? To put it nicely, you're the son-in-law of the Qin family of Tianhai. To put it bluntly, you're just a pawn for the Qin family. He, with a stern face, said. That's right. Even within our circle, many people desire Qin Zixuan. Who do you think you are, Hu Yan? Think you got lucky? Let me tell you, once Qin Baoxiang, that old fox, is done using you, your days are numbered. Did you hear that? Peng Siyuan said persuasively. Ho Yan, don't be foolish. Just because you know a bit about appraising treasures and have some martial skills, do you think you can become a phoenix? That's unrealistic. We're all heirs to major corporations. If something happens, our families will spare no effort to help us. But you, if something happens to you, who will help you? He glanced at the Omega watch on his wrist and said, Look, it's been more than an hour. Who's come to help you? After talking for so long, Hu Yan still had a nonchalant look. Peng Siyuan was furious. Don't think I won't do anything to you. Even if something happens to you, no one will care. Except for your parents who might collect your body, who else will help you? Know your place, solve my problem, and bring Yao Ru here. Or better yet, bring Miss Q in here. We promise you future glory and wealth, isn't that good? Hu Yan finally spoke. Are you all done? Peng Siyuan looked at his friends, saw no one else wanted to speak, and nodded. Let me say something, Hu Yan said. Go ahead, we have plenty of time, Peng Siyuan said generously. Hu Yan lowered his head and said, Hua Xiao, did you hear all that? I can't stand them anymore. A voice came from Hu Yan's pocket. I heard everything. Peng Siyuan's face changed dramatically. Ho Yan, you set me up. He signaled to Miao Buwei. Miao Buwei immediately pulled out a triangular dagger from his pocket. It was a Japanese weapon from World War II, with 3 blades and 6 blood grooves. A single cut would create 3 wounds, making it very difficult to stop the bleeding. Miao Buwei pressed the triangular dagger against Hu Yan's neck. Peng Siyuan said, Since it's like this, you better solve my problem right away, or we'll both suffer. Before Hu Yan could speak, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Who is it? Peng Siyuan yelled angrily. Didn't I say no one should come in? Before he finished speaking, the door was pushed open. Hua Xiao Qiang walked in with a gloomy face. Hua Ji Peng Siyuan immediately stood up. Even though he knew Hua Xiao Qiang had sided with Hu Yan earlier, he was still afraid of him. Hua Xiao Qiang came in, looked at everyone, snorted, and sat down without saying a word. Instead, Hu Yan spoke. Hua Ji, you lost again. Hua Xiao Qiang nodded. Don't worry, I won't renege on my debt. But give me some face. Peng Siyuan had never seen Hua Xiao Qiang being so humble. Hua Gi, what is Hu Yan to you? How dare he speak to you like this? I'll cripple him right now. Hua Xiao Qiang couldn't take it anymore. He suddenly stood up and slapped Peng Siyuan hard across the face. The crisp sound woke Peng Siyuan up from his daze. Idiot, Hua Xiao Qiang scolded. I told you, even Wu Zhaonan was dealt with by Hu Yan, let alone you. If I weren't trying to save your life, do you think I'd be talking to Hu Yan like this? Peng Siyuan spat out a mouthful of blood, moved his jaw, and said, Hua Gi, thanks for your help. But can you pretend you didn't see this? Hua Xiao Qiang shook his head helplessly and sneered, Fine. Continue your performance. Peng Siyuan seemed to have made up his mind. He looked at Hu Yan and said, What other tricks do you have? Show them now. But you only have 1 minute. If you can't solve my problem, your family will have to collect your body. He signaled to Miao Buwei again. Miao Buwei immediately pressed the triangular dagger against Hu Yan's chest. Hu Yan laughed. 1 minute? It seems I need to show some real skills. He looked at Peng Siyuan and said, By the way, didn't you say earlier that martial arts are a thankless endeavor? Peng Siyuan nodded. That's right. These two are my brothers, hired by Qyan. He implied that even skilled martial artists were just his bodyguards. Hu Yan smiled, then suddenly moved his body. Miao Buwei was instantly thrown out as if struck by a spring. Hua Xiao Qiang shook his head and looked at the incredulous Peng Siyuan. I told you, Ho Yan dealt with Wu Zhaonan. Unfortunately, Wu Zhaonan's abilities are top secret. I can't reveal his skills, but they're formidable. Peng Siyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, Su Yao'er, who had been watching Hu Yan warily, had a twitch in her eye. 18 cloth waves? Are you a descendant of a hidden martial family? No, that can't be, Su Yao'er muttered in confusion. Even a martial artist hit by my needle shouldn't be able to move. No, Hu Yan shook his head. I taught myself. And by the way, you missed with your needle. I know a technique to shift acupuncture points. Point shifting technique, Miao Buwei, who had just gotten up, said with a trembling voice. Then he looked at Su Yao'er. Let's go. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he spoke. After agreeing to join the Kyun family, Ho Yan knew he would face many crises. He wasn't afraid of most things, but constant assassination attempts were hard to guard against. The only way to protect himself was to be strong enough. So during this period, Hu Yan had Qin Zixuan help him collect handwritten manuscripts from ancient martial arts masters. Ho Yan didn't need actual martial arts manuals. In his eyes, as long as it was a handwritten manuscript, it would be useful. Martial arts manuals were closely guarded secrets. But various manuscripts were not rare. Martial artists weren't calligraphers. So, during this time, Qin Zixuan helped Hu Yan collect many handwritten manuscripts from past martial arts masters. As a result, Hu Yan learned a lot. Self-defense was not a problem. Seeing that Miao Buwei and Su Yao'er were about to leave, Ho Yan sidestepped. The matter isn't over. No one leaves. As he spoke, two cold lights shot out from behind Hu Yan. Thud. With two sounds, Miao Buwei and Su Yao'er fell. At this moment, Peng Si-yuan finally felt fear, unknowingly backing into the corner of the room. Ho Yan's actions felt unreal to him. But seeing it with his own eyes, Peng Si-yuan's fear was unmistakable. Meanwhile, Hong He and Qi Weiyan were hiding behind Hua Shao Qiang, their faces full of pleading. Hua Shao Qiang cupped his hands towards Hu Yan and said, "Brother Hu, your skills are becoming more refined. Congratulations." Ho Yan shrugged and said, "Hua Ji, you're too kind. People say martial arts are just minor skills, good for being a bodyguard at best." Hua Shao Qiang shook his head. "You, stop joking." Just then, Qin Zixuan kicked open the room door and rushed in. Seeing Hu Yan, the killing intent in Qin Zixuan's eyes softened a bit. "Why are you here?" Hu Yan asked. Qin Zixuan glared at Hu Yan and said, "If the manager hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known." Behind her was Qin San, who winked at Hu Yan, indicating, "The young lady is really angry this time, handle it well." Ho Yan shrugged. "It's no big deal, why make a fuss?" But when Qin Zixuan saw the two red streaks on Hu Yan's back, her teeth clenched. She gently touched his back and asked, "Who did this?" Earlier, Hu Yan had used his internal energy to expel the needles, suppressing the strong anesthetic in one spot. When the needles were expelled, the anesthetic was also neutralized. However, the blood also came out at the same time. "By the way," Hu Yan said, "there's still one left." He turned around, and another needle shot out from his back, landing on Peng Si-yuan's lips. Peng Si-yuan let out a scream, and his lips immediately swelled. Qin Zixuan seemed to understand who was behind it. She looked at Peng Si-yuan and said, "The Peng family. If I, Qin Zixuan, don't uproot your family, I won't be called Qin." "Enough," Hu Yan said. "This has nothing to do with you. Go home and rest." Qin Zixuan took a few deep breaths. But this trait of hers was unique. She always gave Hu Yan face in front of others. She said, "Take care of yourself," and then turned and left. Hong He and Qi Weiyan, confused, couldn't help but ask Hua Shao Qiang, "Hua Ji, isn't Hu Yan just a son-in-law of the Qin family? Why does the Qin family's eldest daughter seem to care so much about him?" Hua Shao Qiang looked at the two brothers as if they were idiots. But this was understandable. During Qin Baoxiang's birthday, Hu Yan had the upper hand in everything. After those events, no one talked about it. Everyone knew the Qin family had taken a son-in-law to bear the burden, but they didn't know Hu Yan and Qin Zixuan were genuinely in love. Hua Shao Qiang sighed and, without explaining, said, "You two just offended Hu Yan, although not too badly. If you don't want to end up like Peng Si-yuan, you'd better show some sincerity." The brothers, seeing Peng Si-yuan's miserable state, and hearing Qin Zixuan's threat to uproot the Peng family, were scared out of their wits. They quickly nodded and bowed to Hu Yan, saying, "We're sorry, Mr. Hu. We didn't recognize your status. Please forgive us." An apology won't be enough. If it were, Peng Si-yuan wouldn't be in this state, Hu Yan said. "Think carefully before you speak." The brothers' legs shook, and they looked at Hua Shao Qiang. Hua Shao Qiang asked, "Ho Yan, how do you want to handle this?" Ho Yan pointed to Su Yao'er and Miao Buwei and said, "These two are wanted criminals. I have a video of the woman kidnapping me. The mastermind is the eldest son of the Peng family. They tried to extort 20 billion from me." He looked at Hong He and Qi Yan. "If you two don't testify for me, you'll end up like Peng Si-yuan, living with your heads down." "Yes, that's what happened. I saw it all," Qi Weiyan said through gritted teeth. He didn't want to jeopardize his future. Seeing Qi Weiyan, Peng Si-yuan's close ally, admit to it, Hong He quickly followed suit. "That's right. We tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. He got what he deserved. Ping Si Yuan sat on the floor, realizing that good friends share good times, but in tough times, they would stab him in the back. Ping Si Yuan was someone who could read the situation well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have quickly backed down when he saw he couldn't get his way at the gambling house. When he had the upper hand, he would always strive for the greatest benefit for himself. As an investor, Peng Si Yuan thought about how to make money and use his position to gain every possible advantage. He would take young actors to hotels for private talks, discuss plots with Yao Ru and Hu Jiaxin, and even use Kai Lai's identity to get Hu Yan to help him make a profit at the gambling house. But when the situation was unfavorable, he knew how to retreat and compromise. This was one of those times. Seeing that he couldn't win, Peng Si Yuan immediately knelt down to Hu Yan. "Mr. Hu, please give me a way out. How can I make it up to you? After all, we're all friends with Hua Yi. If something happens, we can talk it out." It seemed like he was sincerely apologizing to Hu Yan, but he was actually trying to use Hua Xiao Qiang's name. Hua Xiao Qiang could easily see through this. "Peng Xiao, cut the nonsense. I told you before, I'd come back in a few days and then deal with the situation between you two. But now you've messed it up and want me to clean up the mess. Think again." Peng Si Yuan didn't expect Hua Xiao Qiang to reject him outright. He could only look at Hu Yan with pleading eyes again. "Mr. Hu, I'll do whatever you ask. Just tell me." Hu Yan smiled and said, "You're probably wondering how I uncovered your plan, right?" Peng Si Yuan was genuinely puzzled. Why did things happen so coincidentally? As soon as something happened, Hua Xiao Qiang arrived? In fact, Hua Xiao Qiang had been in town for 2 days. He had already discussed Peng Si Yuan with Hu Yan. From Hua Xiao Qiang's perspective, even if a friend made a mistake, they didn't deserve severe punishment. Hua Xiao Qiang thought Hu Yan was being a bit harsh, but Hu Yan believed Peng Si Yuan was far from being the harmless person Hua Xiao Qiang saw. So they agreed that if Peng Si Yuan didn't plot against Hu Yan within a week, it would mean he truly repented and would change his ways. In that case, Hu Yan would help Peng Si Yuan recover unconditionally. However, just 3 days in, Peng Si Yuan couldn't sit still. Jiangqing was Tianhai's territory. Any movement on Peng Si Yuan's side wouldn't go unnoticed by Hu Yan. As soon as Peng Si Yuan's 2 brothers, Qin and Hong He, along with Su Yao Aar and Miao Buwei, arrived in Jiangqing, Hu Yan knew about it. While having dinner with Kai Lai and Xiao Ya, Qin San informed Hu Yan that someone was following them. Hu Yan deliberately didn't look at Su Yao Ar at the beauty salon to avoid arousing suspicion. When Hu Yan saw Su Yao Ar's shoes, he had already figured out who she was and what she was capable of. If it weren't for this, Hu Yan wouldn't have let Su Yao Ar use the needles on him. Hu Yan was betting with Hua Xiao Qiang that Peng Si Yuan wouldn't change and would continue his unscrupulous ways. With that, Hua Xiao Qiang's men took down the guards outside and overheard all of Peng Si Yuan's plans. The only surprise for Hu Yan was that Qin Zixuan found out. But this didn't affect the plan. Now, with Hua Xiao Qiang already having lost, he had to follow Hu Yan's lead and execute the next steps of Hu Yan's plan. After Hu Yan finished speaking, Peng Si Yuan felt completely defeated. Hua Xiao Qiang walked up to Peng Si Yuan, wanting to slap him a few times. But considering his future misery, he lowered his hand. "Do you know what I promised Hu Yan before?" Peng Si Yuan shook his head blankly. Hua Xiao Qiang smiled, "You really have guts. Even Hu Yan's woman isn't off limits to you? Let me tell you the truth. If you had sincerely apologized, Hu Yan would have treated your illness, and that would be the end of it. But since you're so ambitious, I'll help Hu Yan crush your family's business. Let's see how you, Peng Xiao, will rise from this." Peng Si Yuan was stunned. He never expected Hu Yan to have such a big appetite. Just trying to do something, he now faced such a huge price. I'll definitely change in the future. Can you give me another chance?" Hu Yan coldly said. "Did you ever give those girls a chance when you were bullying them?" Peng Si Yuan said. "But I gave them money afterward." Hu Yan glanced at Hua Xiao Qiang. Hua Xiao Qiang shook his head and walked out. Hu Yan said, "We'll give you money too, but you'll lose a lot." With that, Hu Yan also left. As for Su Yao Ar and Miao Buwei, Hu Yan had Qin San hand them over to the authorities. Without the protection of these wealthy second-generation heirs, who knows how many times these two would have died by now. In a private room at Tianhai Grand Hotel, Hu Yan and Hua Xiao Qiang sat across from each other. "Hua Yi, what are your thoughts on acquiring Jianan liquor industry?" This was something Hua Xiao Qiang had promised Hu Yan, so he couldn't go back on his word. Since Peng Siyuan has made things difficult for me, I'll naturally help you with this. You're an expert in stock operations, and I'll fully support you financially. Once it's done, we'll split it 51-49, as agreed. Ho Yan nodded. At Qin Baoxiang's birthday banquet, Ho Yan had crushed Song Tianlin and Li Dongzi, which Hua Shaoqiang had witnessed firsthand. Therefore, Hu Yan and Hua Shaoqiang agreed that if Peng Siyuan reformed, Ho Yan would treat him, and they could remain friends. However, if Peng Siyuan continued his misdeeds, Hua Shaoqiang would join Hu Yan in a stock market operation to suppress Jianan liquor industry, and then acquire the company under the Hua family's name. Tobacco and alcohol had always been the most profitable businesses in China's commercial circles. Hua Shaoqiang also saw great potential in this business. However, since the Peng family was an established liquor company, and he had a relationship with Peng Siyuan, it wasn't easy for him to take action. But with Hu Yan's maneuvering, they now had the means to proceed. He and Qyan faced no punishment. Hua Shaoqiang said Hu Yan had given them face, and told them to reflect on their actions. Knowing their roles, they wouldn't dare act otherwise, especially after seeing Peng Siyuan's fate. The thought alone made their scalps tingle, especially in Hong He's eyes. Miao Buwei and Su Yaoyer, who seemed invincible, were no match for Hu Yan. If Hu Yan wanted to deal with them, no one could protect them. They wouldn't even know how they died. To them, Hu Yan was now terrifying. That night, the two left Jiangcheng and never dared to return. Ho Yan raised his glass and said, "Hua Ji, here's to our cooperation." Hua Shaoqiang reluctantly raised his glass, clinked it, and said, "To our cooperation." Of course, Hua Shaoqiang didn't show too much happiness because he didn't want to appear greedy in Hu Yan's eyes. But his real feelings were evident. With Hu Yan's expertise and his financial backing, acquiring a listed company soon was something to be happy about. "Brother Hu, besides helping the Qin family with their business, what else are you up to?" Ho Yan replied, "Just small ventures. I opened a gambling house and a recycling center. Most of my funds are tied up in stocks." If it were someone else, Hua Shaoqiang would think they were crazy. These three businesses didn't seem big, but Hua Shaoqiang knew that Hu Yan, a stock market expert, could easily multiply his investments several times over a year. And the gambling house, which Hua Shaoqiang had visited, was booming. It made him envious. By the way, when the Peng family business acquisition is complete, put some effort into marketing. Don't just be a hands-off boss. Ho Yan nodded, "No problem. I have a medicinal wine formula that will definitely sell nationwide." He took out a bottle of dark red liquid from his bag. "This is my exclusive formula, which solves many men's problems. Hua Ji, have a taste." Hua Shaoqiang smiled. "If it's as good as you say, I'll handle the distribution." Ho Yan gave Hua Shaoqiang a knowing look. "Try it and see. By the way, did you bring your own people?" Hua Shaoqiang chuckled. "I'm not as tasteless as Peng Siyuan. Wherever I go, I'm well prepared." Ho Yan knowingly smiled and poured Hua Shaoqiang a glass. Hua Shaoqiang had tasted all the best wines in the world. Taking a sip, he gave a thumbs up and nodded, "Good." "What's good about it?" Hu Yan asked. Hua Shaoqiang thought for a moment, savoring it carefully. "When you first taste it, it's slightly spicy but not overwhelming. But once it hits your stomach, a warm sensation spreads, reaching your lower abdomen. It's a feeling no other wine has given me." Ho Yan gave a thumbs up, "Well said." Hua Shaoqiang shook his head with a smile. "But does it have the effects you mentioned?" "We'll see tonight. Rest assured, brother, it'll make you feel strong and won't deplete your energy." Hearing this, Hua Shaoqiang took another big sip. The two continued drinking and chatting amiably. Brother Hua Shaoqiang asked, "With your vision, why did you invest in a recycling center? Is it really that profitable?" Ho Yan smiled. "No matter the business, it depends on who's running it, right?" He took out a box from his bag and placed it in front of Hua Shaoqiang. "These scraps came from the recycling center. Consider them a gift." Oh, Hua Shaoqiang was curious. He slowly opened the box. A fragrant aroma filled the air. Hua Shaoqiang first picked up a string of agarwood beads. "This is good stuff, found at a recycling center? Unbelievable." He held it up, examining it closely, clearly fascinated. "Not only is it top-quality agarwood, but it also has health benefits," Hu Yan explained. "And has a known provenance." "A documented piece?" Hua Shaoqiang asked, intrigued. "Yes," Hu Yan said. "This was once worn by Du Yusheng, the old leader of the Green Gang." "Really?" Hua Shaoqiang was almost shocked. "Is there proof?" Hao Yan took the beads, spread them apart, and used his phone's flashlight. Each bead had a small character Yang inside the hole. Du Yusheng's original name was Du Yu, later changed to Du Yong on the advice of Zhang Taiyan. Hua Xiao Qiang knew this too. Brother, this is a treasure, Hua Xiao Qiang praised. They admired such figures. Hao Yan had indeed hit the mark. Giving me such a valuable gift, do you have another favor to ask? Hua Xiao Qiang was perceptive. Hao Yan nodded. It's not a big deal. I just want to use your connections to open a few recycling centers in the major ancient cities. I'll handle the operations. What do you think? If it were anyone else trying to discuss investing in a recycling center with Hua Xiao Qiang, they would probably be laughed out of the room. However, holding the string of beads, Hua Xiao Qiang had a feeling that perhaps becoming a king of junk wasn't such a bad idea after all. Are you sure these treasures were all found at your recycling center? Hua Xiao Qiang asked. Hu Yan nodded. Our country has a history of over 5,000 years. Many historical treasures are hidden among the people. It's our responsibility to bring these treasures back to light. Hua Xiao Qiang nodded, thinking to himself, I don't care about responsibility. Wearing this stuff just gives me more prestige. In fact, anyone wealthy would love such items. They carry more prestige than brand name clothes and watches. The only fear was having a fake among their possessions. By the way, how did such good things end up in a recycling center? Hua Xiao Qiang asked, genuinely curious. Good things like agarwood, which has a unique fragrance, are hard to find. Hou Yan explained. Actually, this isn't the first time I've found such treasures. To avoid these items being stolen during turbulent times, their owners often disguise them. Hua Xiao Qiang knew a bit about this. How were they hidden? Hou Yan said. They were originally coated in a layer of wax, then polished and painted to look like worthless elm wood. But I had Brother Liu, who manages the recycling center, keep an eye out. He sent me a video, and I immediately recognized it as a treasure. You could tell from the video alone. Hua Xiao Qiang was genuinely shocked. Hao Yan nodded. I wasn't entirely sure, but I had a feeling I couldn't miss it. Hua Xiao Qiang nodded repeatedly. I know a few treasure appraisers who say that sometimes intuition is more reliable than eyesight. Hu Yan nodded. He could indeed tell the authenticity from the video, but being too confident could make people skeptical. A bit of humility and mystery made others believe more. Hua Xiao Qiang asked, so when the recycling center receives uncertain items, they send you a video, and you can generally determine their value. Hu Yan nodded. Exactly. Hua Xiao Qiang clapped his hands. Let's do it. Only a fool wouldn't. Tomorrow, I'll find locations in various ancient cities. We don't need to make money from recycling, we'll just look for treasures. Isn't that right? Hu Yan smiled and gave a thumbs up. Absolutely, and the recycling center's profits go entirely to the managers. If they find good things, they get bonuses too. Brilliant, Hua Xiao Qiang praised. Why didn't you have the Qin family do this? Hua Xiao Qiang clearly thought that working with the Qin family would maximize profits. Hu Yan knew he had to address this concern. If he didn't, all the excitement just now would be pointless. Honestly, my current status is just as the Qin family's son-in-law. Not only does it sound bad, but I also have to take hits for them. But if I achieve results within 3 years, I'll officially marry Qin Zixuan. Only then will I be worthy of the Qin family's favor. After a moment of silence, Hua Xiao Qiang said, You're a good man. I've always been a wanderer in love, but I admire deep feelings. Qin Zixuan made a good choice with you. I'll take care of this. Investment, site selection, all on me. As for profits, just think of me when you find good things. I'm not in it for the money. I just want a big exhibition area to boost my prestige. Hua Xiao Qiang looked at Hu Yan with an air of generosity, clearly saying, I don't need the money, I admire you and want to help. Just sell me good things first. Hu Yan said, That's exactly why I chose to work with you. It's the best way to maximize profits. Hua Xiao Qiang was stunned. I feel like I've been tricked. Ha ha. Ha ha. They both laughed heartily. At that moment, there was a knock on the private room door. Who is it? Hu Yan asked. It's me, came Qin Zixuan's voice. Hou Yan knew that Qin Zixuan wouldn't be at ease until she saw him after today's events. Hou Yan got up to open the door, and Hua Xiao Qiang stood up as well. When the door opened, Qin Zixuan's eyes were slightly red. Hou Yan was taken aback. Qin Zixuan said bluntly, I overheard part of your conversation just now. I'm sorry. No problem. No problem, Hua Xiao Qiang quickly said. We weren't discussing anything shady. Besides, you're Hu Yan's fiancé, not an outsider. Thank you, Qin Zixuan said to Hua Xiao Qiang, but discreetly took Hu Yan's hand. Ho Yan understood she was actually thanking him for his earlier words about marrying her properly. To ease Qin Zixuan's emotions, Hu Yan asked, "How did you know about what happened?" Qin Zixuan glared at Hu Yan. "Qin-san is from our family. Do you think he wouldn't tell me about your situation?" As she spoke, Qin Zixuan's eyes reddened again. "Next time, don't do such dangerous things." "What's dangerous about it?" Hu Yan said nonchalantly. "Just a few small fries, they couldn't do anything to me." Qin Zixuan, feeling aggrieved, said, "You were bleeding, and you say it's not dangerous?" Ho Yan smiled. "Some things worth achieving start with a bit of blood." Qin Zixuan blushed and didn't say anything. Hua Xiao Qiang chuckled awkwardly. "If you two keep showing off your love and telling dirty jokes, I'll leave. I don't want to be a third wheel." Dirty jokes? Hu Yan was puzzled. "What do you mean?" He then realized his words had a double meaning. "I meant there's no gain without pain." "What were you thinking? How dirty-minded." Qin Zixuan pretended not to understand, lowered her head, and drank a glass of juice. Hua Xiao Qiang pointed at Hu Yan, his face red from holding back laughter. "You really got me there. I always thought I was the best. Now I see, apart from spending money, I can't compare to you." "What are you talking about?" "I don't get it." Hu Yan feigned ignorance. "I've only been lucky with Qin. Before that, I was the one getting dumped." Hua Xiao Qiang looked at Qin Zixuan. "Is that true?" Feeling cornered, Qin Zixuan pouted. "Yes, even his ex wanted to stay at his place last night." "No way." Hua Xiao Qiang asked enviously. "Miss Qin, how can you be so generous? How did you tolerate that?" "What's there to tolerate?" Qin Zixuan said. "He stayed at my place to prove his innocence." Hua Xiao Qiang shuddered. "Am I hearing too much?" "Get lost." Hu Yan said grumpily. "I slept on the couch at her place." Hua Xiao Qiang widened his eyes. "Engaged and sleeping on the couch? Do you take me for a fool?" Believe it or not, Hu Yan didn't bother explaining. He picked up his drink and clinked glasses with Hua Xiao Qiang. "By the way, Hua Gi, drink up. This stuff is wasted on me." Seeing Hu Yan's genuine frustration, Hua Xiao Qiang took a deep breath and sighed. "I envy you. This is what perfect love looks like. Sadly, when I figured it out, it was too late. Now, even if I could endure it, the other side would insist on staying with me." Hua Xiao Qiang sighed deeply and took a big gulp of wine. Hu Yan glared at him. "You're blatantly showing off." "Haha." Hua Xiao Qiang, feeling he had finally outdone Hu Yan, laughed heartily. Qin Zixuan looked at Hu Yan apologetically, feeling conflicted. By the way, Hua Xiao Qiang looked at Qin Zixuan. "Miss Qin, is it true that apart from you and his first love, no other girls are interested in Hu Yan? He's quite handsome and talented." Hu Yan said, "Talent isn't as attractive as money and charm. Even if I were uglier than you, if I were richer, many girls would chase after me." Hua Xiao Qiang clutched his chest. "Hu Yan, you're openly retaliating out of jealousy." Qin Zixuan laughed at Hu Yan's antics. She quietly said, "Actually, the first person to notify me today was Yao Ru." Hua Xiao Qiang was puzzled. "Isn't she the girl Peng Siyuan risked everything for?" Qin Zixuan nodded. "Yes, that's her. So, my Hu Yan is quite charming." She hugged Hu Yan's arm as if afraid he'd run away. Hu Yan said, "Don't say that. She's just grateful to me." Qin Zixuan pouted but didn't argue. Hua Xiao Qiang looked Hu Yan up and down, then asked Qin Zixuan, "Honestly, how does Yao Ru compare to you?" Qin Zixuan was pleased. Hua Xiao Qiang had a way with women, calling her sister-in-law and comparing others to her, making her feel special. However, she wasn't that conceited. "Yao Ru is not only beautiful but also younger than me. Right now, she's about the same as me. In a year or so, people might compare me to her." Hua Xiao Qiang was taken aback. "Are you serious?" Qin Zixuan nodded. Hua Xiao Qiang looked at Hu Yan. Hu Yan glared at him, thinking, "I'm not falling for that. In my heart, my Qin is always the most beautiful." Qin Zixuan, pleased, leaned her head on Hu Yan's shoulder. Hua Xiao Qiang shook his head. "You're feeding me dog food. But now I'm really curious about this Yao Ru." He quickly added, "Don't get me wrong. I'm just curious if there's a girl who can match up to Miss Qin." Qin Zixuan encouraged, "If you can stop being a playboy, I'll support you in pursuing her." Hua Xiao Qiang looked at Hu Yan. "I'm afraid I'll never be able to hold my head up." Both Hu Yan and Qin Zixuan laughed. Ever since the incident at the hotel, Yao Ru had become much more cautious. So, when Su Yaoer thought she had snuck up to the second floor unnoticed, Yao Ru had already spotted her. Knowing Hu Yan was there, Yao Ru immediately sent him a message. Of course, Hu Yan had anticipated this and told Yao Ru not to make a fuss. However, after Hu Yan was taken away by Su Yao R, Yao Ru, worried, called Qin Zixuan. Amid Qin Zixuan and Hu Yan's cheerful laughter, Hua Shaoqiang picked up a small cup-like object and asked, "What's this?" Ha Yan glanced at it and said, "That's a rhinoceros horn cup." What Hua Shaoqiang was shocked. He had only heard of such things and had never seen one in person. Usually in pictures it looked like a wooden cup. So, when he picked it up and felt its weight, he knew it wasn't wood. But he never expected Hu Yan to actually have such a valuable item. Are you kidding? How could something like this be found in a recycling center? Ho Yan nodded. That's right. If you saw the condition it was in when it was collected, you wouldn't be surprised. Actually, Lu Shu had collected an old camphor wood liquor cabinet. Inside the cabinet's drawer, he found some broken fragments that were obviously very old, completely discolored, and pitch black. Hao Yan showed Hua Shaoqiang the video Lu Shu had sent him. Hua Shaoqiang couldn't believe his eyes. You mean the cup I'm holding was pieced together from those fragments? Hao Yan reached out his hand. If you don't like it, give it back. Hua Shaoqiang clutched the rhinoceros horn cup tightly, shaking his head. No way. This thing is worth more than gold per gram. And it's priceless. Good to see you know its value, Hu Yan said. Rhinoceros horn is cold in nature, bitter, sour, and salty. It has the properties of clearing heat and detoxifying, cooling blood and stopping bleeding, and calming the mind. Lai Shishin's Compendium of Materia Medica mentions rhinoceros horn, known as daiming by the locals, is best used raw according to Ming Dynasty's Qiao Mingzhong and Ji Yigyu Yao Lun. Rhinoceros horn varies in fatness, color and quality. When crafting utensils, those with a glossy finish and grain patterns are the best. Their color ranges from black as lacquer to yellow as butter, with a clear and distinct pattern. Hao Yan then asked, Hua Ji, what do you think of this rhinoceros horn cup? Hua Shaoqiang responded, it's exactly as you described, top quality. Don't worry, I won't sell it by the gram. Then he asked, it was in such bad shape and you managed to restore it. Hao Yan nodded, if I didn't have this skill, I wouldn't bother with recycling and treasure hunting. Hua Shaoqiang agreed, right? How many treasures are perfectly preserved when found as junk? He sighed, perhaps lamenting the rough fate of these treasures, or the lucrative nature of the recycling business. I should take this treasure home for my father. It's been hard to find him a good gift, Hua Shaoqiang said to Hu Yan. You don't mind, do you? Hu Yan replied, not at all. Once I give it to you, it's yours to decide. Besides, I heard your father loves to drink, so I prepared this specifically. White wine lacks aroma and is best served in a rhinoceros horn cup, enhancing its flavor. This way, your father won't think you're slacking off when you help me with the recycling business. Hua Shaoqiang pointed at Hu Yan, laughing, you're wise beyond your years. I almost thought you were an old schemer in a young man's body. You know your stuff, I'm impressed. Then, while Hu Yan watched with amusement, Hua Shaoqiang picked up another cup. What's this one? Oh, that's a vine cup, perfect for the medicinal wine I gave you, Hu Yan explained. You can try it now. I've cleaned and sterilized the cups. Impatiently, Hua Shaoqiang poured the medicinal wine into the vine cup. The brownish red wine looked richer and more fragrant in the rustic cup. It tastes less medicinal and more refreshing. Wonderful. Hua Shaoqiang downed the wine, smacked his lips, and nodded. This is your sincere gift, isn't it? Hao Yan nodded yes. The medicinal wine is good. But the cup enhances the drinking experience. Not just the value of the items, but the thought behind them surpasses any gift from my fair weather friends, Hua Shaoqiang said with emotion. Next, Hua Shaoqiang picked up the last item from the box, a jade pendant. In the eyes of the truly wealthy, jade wasn't as valuable as the previous items. Of course, the quality mattered. My family has plenty of jade. You should. Hua Shaoqiang paused and then exclaimed, is this warm jade? Hou Yan smiled, yes. I know the Hua family has plenty of jade, but jade nourishes people. Especially for women with a cold constitution, warm jade is particularly beneficial. I hope this will be worn by your future wife. This Hua Shaoqiang shook his head. It's too valuable. I don't know its exact worth, but warm jade is extremely rare. You should give it to Qin Zixuan. Hu Yan understood the implication. When Hua Shaoqiang identified it as warm jade, even Qin Zixuan, who came from a family that ran a pawn shop, had never seen it and was visibly impressed. Hao Yan laughed, whatever I have is for Qin. This jade, as precious as it is, pales in comparison to her. I give it to you in hopes you'll find a worthy partner. Qin Zixuan's grip on Hu Yan's arm tightened. Hua Xiao Qiang nodded, brother. You're thoughtful. I swear, if I don't find such a woman, this jade will never be given away. He then looked at Hu Yan. The value of these gifts equals the favor I'm doing for you. How can I face myself as your older brother? Don't talk about money, Hu Yan said. Your family is among the wealthiest in the country. Hua Xiao Qiang thought for a moment and said, fine. Just remember me when you find more treasures. As for the Peng family business, once the acquisition is complete, you'll have the controlling stake. Hou Yan raised his glass. To a brother who understands me. Hua Xiao Qiang, pretending to be tricked, said, am I being played? Hou Yan replied, how can you say that? Aren't you helping me for my sake? You don't want Qin and I to be separated, do you? Exactly. Hua Xiao Qiang raised his glass. And I'll never forget you in any profitable venture. After drinking, Hua Xiao Qiang suddenly asked, if I hadn't agreed to help or let you control the Peng family business, would you still give me these things? What's that supposed to mean? Hu Yan replied, of course, I would. Hua Xiao Qiang gave a thumbs up, generous. No, Hu Yan shook his head. If you didn't agree, I'd just let you look at them. What? Hua Xiao Qiang was speechless. That's too practical. Haha. Hou Yan laughed heartily, and even Qin Zixuan was amused. Seeing Hu Yan's approach, Qin Zixuan felt more and more that she had chosen wisely. Hu Yan was truly a gift from heaven. The evening ended with both host and guests in high spirits. When Qin Zixuan drove Hu Yan home, it was already midnight. Reluctantly parting, Hu Yan, who had been drinking, held Qin Zixuan close for a while. However, he eventually controlled his desires. Watching Hu Yan go inside, Qin Zixuan finally returned to the elevator. This man's care for her made Qin Zixuan's heart ache. Even after drinking, Hu Yan never made excessive demands to avoid disturbing her rest. What more could she ask for in a husband? Despite their reluctance to part, as the elevator doors closed, Qin Zixuan's lips curled into a smile. The next day, after handling business matters, Hu Yan was thinking about how to entertain Hua Xiao Qiang. Unexpectedly, Wu Yuanyuan called, saying there was trouble at the shop. Hou Yan asked why Zhao Peng hadn't called. Wu Yuanyuan explained that Zhao Peng probably felt embarrassed to trouble Hu Yan. Hou Yan thought for a moment, and called Hua Xiao Qiang to apologize, explaining that an urgent matter had come up. Hua Xiao Qiang, understanding, said he would take the opportunity to go out for a walk. Hou Yan then drove to the Dongpeng antique shop. When he arrived, he saw Zhao Peng sitting dejectedly at the shop entrance. Seeing Hu Yan, Zhao Peng was surprised. Why are you here? Hou Yan replied, if there's trouble, why didn't you call me? Zhao Peng smiled awkwardly. You're a busy man. How could I trouble you over a small shop issue? Hou Yan felt their relationship had quietly changed. Some things aren't measured by money, Hu Yan said. Hearing this, Zhao Peng nodded embarrassedly. A tall, well-built woman with a pretty face walked out of the shop. Zhao Peng introduced, Wu Shuang. This is my brother, Hu Yan. Hou Yan noticed her eyes were slightly red, indicating she had been crying. He nodded politely hello. Wu Shuang looked Hu Yan up and down curiously, and smiled. Zhao Peng always talks about you. It seems you're more important to him than I am. Hou Yan smiled. I'm his only family, so it's natural. Don't worry, we're normal men. No need to be jealous. Zhao Peng laughed and patted Hu Yan on the shoulder, as if their old camaraderie had returned. Wu Shuang smiled and nodded. Hu Yan, Zhao Peng didn't misjudge you. You're very capable and down to earth. Hey, Hu Yan said. I'm just an employee. Zhao Peng runs his own business, he's the capable one. Zhao Peng, pleased with Hu Yan's response, put his arm around Hu Yan and led him inside, asking Wu Shuang to make tea. When Wu Shuang went to the back to find tea, Hu Yan asked, what happened? Zhao Peng's smile vanished. It's nothing major, just bothers me. It turned out that a group of customers had come to the shop early in the morning. After choosing an item, they complained it was too expensive and insisted on a discount. However, Zhao Peng's shop always had fixed prices. Wu Shuang, now helping Zhao Peng in the shop, was straightforward and told them all prices were fixed and suggested they look for cheaper items. This embarrassed the customers, leading to a verbal dispute. The customer verbally attacked Wu Shuang, infuriating her to the point where she retaliated with a few sharp words. Eventually, the customer paid for the item they had chosen. However, while Wu Shuang was packaging it, the customer deliberately knocked the item, along with its box, onto the floor when she wasn't looking. The product, a glass craft piece, was handmade by a senior artist from Tianhai Chemical Factory and was quite valuable. Its wholesale price was around 8,000 yuan, with the retail price marked up to over 11,000 yuan. This incident took place in Zhao Peng's store while Zhao Peng was not present. The customer was very cunning, and the security footage showed no clear evidence of wrongdoing. All it captured was the two of them brushing past each other before the item fell to the ground. Despite reporting the incident to the authorities, the official response was that customers have the right to return items if they are dissatisfied, as the incident happened in the store. Wu Shuang had to swallow her anger and ended up losing over 8,000 yuan. Considering the profit margin, the total loss exceeded 10,000 yuan. To make matters worse, the customer continued to harass Wu Shuang, accusing her of being incompetent and insisting on further teaching her a lesson. Zhao Peng recounted the story briefly, clearly still fuming with anger. Wu Shuang went out of her way to prepare the best tea in the store for Hu Yan. By the time she returned, Zhao Peng had finished explaining the situation. Zhao Peng said, "Old Hu, have some tea. I think we should just let this matter go. Who has the time to come looking for trouble?" Wu Shuang poured tea for Hu Yan and Zhao Peng, saying, "I don't think so. Those women didn't seem like good people. They were professional in their insults and deliberately knocked over my item." Although Zhao Peng didn't go into much detail, Hu Yan, after seeing the broken item and piecing together the whole incident, agreed that Wu Shuang might be right. It wasn't a simple accident. It seemed like a scam specifically targeting small shops. This type of scam exists in many places. Even if the authorities know the store is not at fault, without concrete evidence, there's nothing they can do. Hu Yan carefully reviewed the incident where Wu Shuang's item was knocked over. The person walked behind Wu Shuang, blocking the surveillance camera, and then precisely hit her elbow, causing her to drop the item. Only a professional could pull off such a move without dropping their own belongings. Hu Yan said, "This incident might not be so simple. Keep an eye out. If anything happens, call me." Seeing someone finally standing up for her, Wu Shuang's eyes reddened with emotion. "I told you, but Zhao Peng didn't believe me and said I just didn't hold on to it properly." Zhao Peng replied, "I was just saying that to make you feel better about the money." Wu Shuang turned away, still upset with Zhao Peng. Hu Yan smiled, "It's not a big deal. If there's another problem, don't argue with them. It's not worth it over some money." Zhao Peng agreed, but Wu Shuang was not pleased. "Our money isn't easy to come by. Why should we let them bully us?" Hu Yan thought for a moment and agreed. "All right, if they don't come back, let's leave it at that. But if they do, I'll make sure you get justice." Zhao Peng, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "You're busy enough as it is, no need to trouble yourself." However, Wu Shuang was quite excited. "Old Zhao, Hu Yan is our friend, he won't let you be bullied." "Exactly," Hu Yan laughed. "We don't bully others, but we won't stand by and be bullied either." With Hu Yan's assurance, Zhao Peng could only nod in agreement. Hu Yan asked where Wu Yuan was. They explained that ever since Wu Shuang started working there, Wu Yuan had been off enjoying herself and hadn't been seen for days. When the incident happened, Wu Shuang had Zhao Peng call Hu Yan. Zhao Peng felt it was a small matter and didn't want to bother Hu Yan. So Wu Shuang called Wu Yuan, who admitted she couldn't handle it and contacted Hu Yan instead. Hu Yan thought for a moment and said, "Since they didn't immediately return the item, they'll likely come back to cause trouble tomorrow. I'll take this item back with me. When they come tomorrow, keep them occupied until I arrive." Zhao Peng nodded. And Wu Shuang smiled. After chatting for a while, Hu Yan took the broken item and left. Not wanting to neglect Hua Shaoqiang, Hu Yan invited him to dinner. Under Hua Shaoqiang's questioning, Hu Yan recounted the entire incident. Hua Shaoqiang thought for a moment and asked, "How do you plan to resolve this?" Hu Yan shook his head. "I haven't decided yet. Let's see what they do next." Hua Shaoqiang commented, "This is the plight of small businesses. Big companies have subtle ways of fighting, but small shops often face blatant extortion." Hu Yan nodded. Even if this was handed over to Tianhai's legal department, they wouldn't have a good solution. "Sometimes you have to fight fire with fire," Hu Yan said. "If they keep pushing, I'll step in and deal with them myself." Hua Shaoqiang laughed. "If it were me, I'd pay them off first and then find a way to deal with them later. I'd like to see how you handle it." Hu Yan smiled wryly. "Don't you have anything better to do than get involved in this?" "It's interesting," Hua Shaoqiang replied. "I've heard about such scams but never seen one. Of course I want to see it firsthand. There's not much else to do these days anyway. All right, I'll pick you up tomorrow to check it out." Hu Yan went back to rest. Early the next morning, he picked up Hua Shaoqiang and headed to the antique street. Just as they were about to arrive, Zhao Peng called. Hu Yan briefly said he was almost there and hung up. Upon reaching Dong Peng's antique shop, Hu Yan and Hua Shaoqiang were taken aback. The shop was full of old and disabled people, making it impossible for other customers to enter. Whenever someone tried to come in, two shrewish women would drive them away with vulgar language. Hua Shaoqiang said, "I told you, didn't I? It's better to pay them off first and then make a plan. The shop can't operate like this." In the freezing weather, Zhao Peng sat on the steps, looking despondent. Wu Shuang, now afraid, stood beside him, trying to comfort him. Seeing Hu Yan, Wu Shuang rushed over as if clinging to a lifeline. "What happened?" Hu Yan asked. Wu Shuang explained, "Early this morning, these people blocked our entrance, demanding compensation for the broken item. We told them we could make another one, but it would take a week. They demanded double the original price." Their actions infuriated Zhao Peng, who refused to pay and argued with them. "Did you call the police?" Hu Yan asked. "Yes," Wu Shuang said. "But the police said it was a dispute between us and advised us to settle it ourselves. We told them these people were disrupting our business, but the police said it was a public place, and they couldn't force them to leave. They just told them not to disrupt our business and left." Ho Yan understood. The scammers would behave while the police were present, and then resume their harassment once they left. He took out the repaired item and handed it to Wu Shuang. "Try using this, but I doubt it will work." Wu Shuang opened the package and saw the intact glass craft, showing no signs of damage. She nodded. "If they're still not satisfied, it means they're deliberately causing trouble." Zhao Peng, who had been silent, angrily said, "If they keep this up, I'll fight them. I'd rather close the shop than take this abuse." Hu Yan shook his head. "Don't act rashly. Leave everything to me." Zhao Peng nodded and followed Wu Shuang back inside. Hua Shaoqiang asked, "What do you think they'll do?" Ho Yan replied, "I repaired the item, but it's probably useless now. They won't back down without getting something out of it." "Exactly what I thought," Hua Shaoqiang agreed. Soon Zhao Peng and Wu Shuang returned, confirming Hu Yan's suspicions. Even with the repaired item, the scammers insisted it wasn't the same and demanded double the price. Ho Yan and Hua Shaoqiang got out of the car and approached the store, leaving Zhao Peng and Wu Shuang inside to stay warm. As they neared the entrance, two shrewish women immediately confronted them. "Get lost. We're not open for business. Move along. You're not welcome here." Hua Shaoqiang, unaccustomed to such treatment, was about to lose his temper. However, without his bodyguards, he wasn't confident. Ho Yan calmly said, "We're here to settle this. Name your price." The two women's eyes gleamed with greed. 50,000. At least 50,000, or this shop stays closed. "Right. You must be making plenty of money, so you won't miss this much." Ho Yan, not wanting to waste time, said, "Write a receipt. I don't want you coming back after I pay." One of the women fetched a piece of paper from her bag and wrote a receipt with practiced ease. After transferring the money, Hu Yan took the receipt and said, "Don't let me see you here again." Perhaps intimidated by Hu Yan's luxury car or satisfied with their haul, the women nodded and left with their group. Zhao Peng watched them leave, stomping his feet in frustration. "Old Hu, how much did it cost? I'll pay you back." Wu Shuang, unexpectedly tearful, said, "I didn't think it would end like this." Ho Yan smiled. "It's a small amount. It's not worth fighting over. You have a business to run." Zhao Peng nodded thoughtfully and said, "I'm sorry you had to go through this." "It's all right. They didn't hurt me. Let's move on." Only then did Hu Yan notice a handprint on Wu Shuang's face. Anger flared in Hu Yan. "I thought paying them off would be the best solution, but they even resorted to violence." Zhao Peng, gritting his teeth, said, "If you hadn't told me to stay calm, I would have fought them." Wu Shuang, still sobbing, said, "Forget it. We need to keep our business going." Hu Yan, eyes narrowing, said, "Don't worry. I'll make sure you get justice." Hu Yan finished speaking and immediately called Qin San, sending the names from the receipt and the images captured by the surveillance camera. "Help me investigate these people." After Qin San agreed, Hu Yan hung up the phone. Previously, he had been talking with Hua Shaoqiang. When Zhao Peng and the others returned, Hu Yan planned to resolve the matter quietly. After all, Zhao Peng's business needed to continue, and offending such a professional team wasn't wise. Thus, Hu Yan hadn't noticed Wu Shuang's face earlier. Now, seeing how brazen these people had become, Hu Yan no longer wanted to remain low-key. If the store couldn't stay open, Hu Yan, with his current capabilities, could easily find Zhao Peng a place that would make just as much money. Don't worry, I'll get justice for you, Hu Yiyan said. Even if the store has to close, I'll find you a good job that won't be any worse than now. Zhao Peng nodded vigorously, feeling deeply aggrieved by the situation. Wu Shuang, noticing his distress, held Zhao Peng's hand and tried to calm him down. Let it go. We can continue our business steadily without getting involved in these disputes. Zhao Peng shook his head. If I can't protect my own woman, what kind of man am I? If it weren't for old Hugh's advice, I would have done something by now. The fact that the other party included women, children, and the elderly had held back Zhao Peng's temper, otherwise, there might have already been an incident. Wu Shuang, holding the repaired craft, initially approached the other party with the intention of resolving the issue amicably. She presented the item saying, "Ladies, we have the exact same product you wanted. Please take a look." One of the main culprits glanced at it, and indeed found it identical. However, her sister immediately retorted, "It's not the same at all. Even if it were, we don't want it. We want the one from yesterday." Wu Shuang knew that if she admitted it was the same piece, they would immediately claim it was repaired and reject it. So she smiled and said, "This was made overnight by the same craftsman. How could it not be identical?" The other woman sneered, "You think it's the same? You must be an idiot." Zhao Peng was about to explode with anger. But Wu Shuang held him back, asking the other party, "So, how do you want to resolve this?" The woman demanded, "At least 50,000 yuan, or this won't end." Wu Shuang was furious. "That's extortion." Zhao Peng, unable to hold back any longer, shouted, "Don't dream about it. I won't give you a cent. People like you shouldn't be indulged." He was about to charge forward when Wu Shuang calmed him down, saying, "They're just a few women. Whether you win or lose, it will be a joke." Though still furious, Zhao Peng saw the logic in Wu Shuang's words and could only glare in frustration. The other woman taunted, "Come on, hit me. If you don't, you're not a man. You're a coward." Zhao Peng was driven to madness, but Wu Shuang clung to him tightly. At that moment, one of the women took advantage of their struggle and slapped Wu Shuang hard. The slap echoed like a strike on Zhao Peng's face. Oddly enough, it brought him to a chilling calm. "Fine. Wait and see. This matter will be resolved, but I'll make sure you regret it." The three sisters burst into laughter. "You big man, all you do is boast. You can't do anything else. Right, we're here. Come on, hit me. Coward. No money and still running a shop? Can't even come up with 50,000 yuan. Might as well die. Any woman with you is blind." Their harsh words pierced Zhao Peng like needles. His plan was to see how Hu Yan handled it. If things didn't improve, he'd deal with them himself. Hu Yan, having guessed Zhao Peng's thoughts, said, "Old Zhao, trust me. If you're not satisfied with my solution, do whatever you want afterward, okay?" Seeing Zhao Peng still fuming, Wu Shuang also persuaded him, "Zhao Peng, don't scare me. I'm counting on you for the rest of my life. You can't go doing anything reckless." Zhao Peng let out a frustrated yell and punched a hole in the store's renovation board, his hand immediately bleeding. Wu Shuang, tears streaming down her face, hurriedly used tissues to wipe his hand. Hu Yan was also seething with anger. Just then, a call came from Qian San. "I've found out. Jiang Yanqing's family is in the ceramics business. Jiang Yanling owns a suburban bus line. Jiang Yanhong is unemployed." Hu Yan said, "Got it. Send me the address of the ceramics shop." After receiving the address, Hu Yan said, "Take the day off. I'm taking you to watch a show." With red eyes, Zhao Peng closed the shop and got into the car with Wu Shuang. They arrived at the furniture wholesale market, at a ceramic street. Hu Yan parked in front of a shop called Qinghe Ceramics. After getting out, Hu Yan reminded them, "Remember, don't get agitated, just watch." They all nodded. Hua Shaoqiang, finding it interesting, followed them into the shop. Hu Yan looked around but didn't see Jiang Yanqing, who had signed the receipt. The store, over 100 square meters, had only one salesperson. The salesperson, a woman in her 30s wearing light makeup, politely asked, "What kind of products are you looking for? I can assist you." Hu Yan smiled, "We're just browsing." He walked up to an intelligent toilet and asked, "Can I touch this?" The salesperson smiled, "Sorry sir. This is our most expensive smart toilet. It costs over 30,000 yuan. If you like, you'll need to wear gloves to touch it." Hu Yan nodded, "No problem." The salesperson handed him a pair of white gloves. After putting them on, Hu Yan asked, "Is the quality of this product reliable?" "Rest assured, our brand's quality and after-sales service are top-notch," the salesperson said. "Good, I like the design too," Hu Yan said. Do you have more? I need 7 of these for my home. The salesperson's eyes lit up. We have plenty. How many do you need? I need them immediately. Do you have stock? Hu Yan asked. Let me check. The salesperson went to the counter and checked the computer records. Sir, we have 11 in stock. Great, Hu Yan said. Show me the stock. If they're all in good condition, I'll take them. The salesperson led Hu Yan to the warehouse, where he checked each item. All right, load them onto the truck, Hu Yan said. The salesperson was overjoyed, smiling ear to ear. Selling one of these would double her salary, let alone 7. Of course, sir. Please make the payment first, she said. No problem, Hu Yan replied. By the way, if they get damaged, will you compensate? Don't worry. They won't get damaged. We'll replace or refund any issues that occur before they reach your home. But if you damage them after delivery, we won't be responsible, she said. Fair enough, Hu Yan nodded. As long as they're fine here, I won't break them at home. The salesperson smiled cooperatively, leading Hu Yan to the counter to pay. Since he was buying in bulk, she offered him a 10% discount. Hu Yan declined. No discounts. I want full service quality. The salesperson, surprised, happily accepted the full payment. The total was over 270,000 yuan. Hu Yan paid promptly, and the salesperson handed him the after-sales slip. This is your after-sales slip. Contact us anytime if there are issues, she said. Hu Yan pocketed the slip and said, I'll watch you load the goods to avoid any issues. Of course, we guarantee everything will be fine, she assured. Hu Yan and the others waited. Zhao Peng, Wu Shuang, and Hua Xiaoqiang were puzzled. When the salesperson left, Zhao Peng asked, Old Hu, are you out of your mind? We were bullied, and you're giving them business. Hu Yan smiled mysteriously. We're using their tactics against them. Watch and learn. Zhao Peng thought about it. Sounds good, but I don't see how you'll do it. Don't end up losing more. Hu Yan laughed. Just watch. The show's about to start. When the salesperson returned, she served them coffee. Though the taste wasn't great, Zhao Peng drank several cups, feeling pleased. After half an hour, a delivery truck arrived. A driver and a mover got out, and the salesperson told them which items to load. Is the address Tianhai Garden, a 32201, she asked. Hu Yan nodded. Yes, can you deliver them? Of course. We've been in this business for years. We won't make mistakes, she assured. Just as she finished, Hu Yan said, I'm worried you might not even get out of the store. She laughed. You're funny. The samples had to be repackaged before transportation. As the movers wrapped the first toilet in shock-absorbing material and lifted it into the box, there was a loud crack. The entire toilet shattered. The salesperson was shocked, and then furious. How could you break it? It costs over 30,000 yuan. The movers looked innocent. You saw us. We followed the correct procedure. It's clearly a quality issue, not our fault. The salesperson was speechless, having just boasted about the toilet's quality to Hu Yan. All right, move the next one, she said. The movers nodded and went to get another one. As expected, another crack and the second toilet was broken too. The salesperson started sweating, looking at Hu Yan helplessly. These must be old samples. The ones in the warehouse are fine. Hu Yan nodded, no problem. But if this happens again, I'll report it to the Consumer Protection Agency. Don't worry. The warehouse stock is fine, she said. Her words had barely left her mouth when another crack echoed. And the third toilet broke. The salesperson's face fell completely. Seeing the situation, the salesperson became flustered and blushed. She said to Hu Yan, Sorry, I'll report this to the boss immediately. Hu Yan ignored her and looked at Zhao Peng and the others. Since we're here, let's record a video, Hu Yan said, shaking his phone. I've already taken several clips. At this moment, Zhao Peng and the others finally understood his plan. Especially Wu Shuang, who activated the video recording function on her phone and started filming the broken smart toilets scattered on the ground. She commented, The quality of this shop's products is really poor. Luckily they weren't loaded onto the truck yet, otherwise, who knows if we'd get compensated. She also took a close-up shot of the Qinghai ceramic sign. Zhao Peng began filming too, capturing not only the front of the store but also the warehouse. Even Hua Xiaoqiang found it amusing and joined in, filming videos for fun. However, Zhao Peng's recordings were already sufficient. Hua Xiaoqiang, on the other hand, filmed Hu Yan and Zhao Peng, finding this situation unprecedented and worth documenting. Hu Yan pointed out, Brother Hua, your footage is crucial. We were all involved in the dispute, but you're an outsider, so your evidence is more credible. Then, Hu Yan started chatting with the bystanders filming the scene, exchanging WeChat contacts with several of them. Only then did Hua Xiaoqiang realize that if the authorities got involved, Hu Yan's approach was indeed the right one. He shook his head, thinking how fortunate he was to have a friend like Hu Yan. It's good not to be his enemy. I'm really lucky. Unaware of Hua Xiaoqiang's thoughts, Hu Yan continued conversing with the onlookers. Is this bad luck? Everything I bought broke. Hu Yan, feigning a distressed look, said, I spent over 200,000 yuan just now. I'm worried the owner might run away. I really don't understand how such a poor quality shop can operate. Ceramics is a highly profitable business, but I didn't expect them to be so bold. This must go through legal channels to ensure a fair consumer environment. Hu Yan nodded, I think so too. I'm just worried the shop will accuse us of causing trouble. But you didn't touch those items, right? We did touch them, but we wore gloves. That's fine, normal quality checks. As long as you didn't break them yourself, the shop can't escape liability. Seeing Hu Yan talking so seriously, Hua Xiaoqiang couldn't help but laugh. He knew Hu Yan must have secretly done something, but he had no clue how. Suddenly, Hu Yan shouted, Stop. Seeing Hu Yan pointing at the salesperson, Zhao Peng and Hua Xiaoqiang rushed over to the counter. Hu Yan walked over slowly and said, Please don't touch the computer, or I'll call the police. The salesperson panicked, stammered, I was just checking the computer. What's wrong? Hu Yan said, I don't care if you check the computer, but deleting the surveillance footage is not allowed. Speaking slowly but moving quickly, Hu Yan grabbed her phone. You dare to snatch my phone, the salesperson screamed. Help! Robbery! Someone call the police. Hu Yan smiled at her, You're just like your boss. Then, Hu Yan put the phone on speaker. What's all the noise? Did you delete the footage? Delete it and report to the police. The salesperson immediately stopped shouting. I didn't get a chance to delete it, they caught me. Smashed the surveillance cameras. Hu Yan raised the phone and said, I've been recording. Even if you destroy the cameras, it'll still be evidence. Who's speaking? Asked the voice on the phone. It's the buyer, the salesperson replied. He took my phone and put it on speaker. What? Jiang Yanqing growled. Fine. Wait there, we'll be right back. Before the salesperson could respond, Hu Yan said, No rush, finish your meal first. How do you know we're eating? Jiang Yanqing asked. You took 20,000 from me just now, and you've already forgotten. There was a heavy breath on the other end. You're ruthless. I took 20,000 from you, and you want to scam me out of 270,000. No, Hu Yan denied, just a misunderstanding. I just wanted to buy some toilets, but they broke as soon as I touched them. There was heavy breathing on the other end. Fine. We'll discuss this face to face. After the call ended, Hu Yan asked Hua Xiaoqiang, Brother Hua, could you call the police? Sure thing. Hua Xiaoqiang promptly called the police. Then, they gathered around the counter to prevent the salesperson from tampering with the surveillance footage. Seeing no opportunity to delete the footage, the salesperson gave up. She might be related to the boss, but she was still just an employee and didn't want to risk too much. Soon, the authorities arrived. After asking about the situation, they copied the computer footage. Hu Yan also copied the footage in front of the officers. Seeing Hu Yan carrying a USB drive, one officer was surprised. Hu Yan explained, just in case. If your evidence gets lost, I'll have a backup. Then he raised the USB drive. I carry this for work every day. The officer nodded and told the salesperson to wait for the boss to return so they could resolve the case at the station. About half an hour later, a fleet of taxis arrived at Qinghe Ceramics. The Jiang sisters hurried out, followed by a group of men, women, and children. Jiang Yanqing glared at Hu Yan for a while, catching her breath. I thought you were some big boss, but it turns out you're just a thug. Hu Yan shook his head. I never scam people. I just don't want to be scammed. Jiang Yanqing's expression changed. Come upstairs to my office. We need to resolve this. Let's discuss it. Zhao Peng and Wu Shuang felt vindicated and were about to go upstairs. Wait, Hu Yan said. Don't go. If you go to her office, they could falsely accuse you of harassment. Zhao Peng broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the truth in Hu Yan's words. Right, these women could do anything. Jiang Yanqing glared at Hu Yan. You dare to slander us? I'll sue you. Hu Yan shrugged. Go ahead. At worst, I'll apologize. I can say it now. Sorry, I was wrong. The Jiang sisters' faces turned ugly. Hu Yan continued, but you can't fool yourself. Does the housing department know about your behavior? You're ungrateful, Jiang Yanling cursed. I'll make sure you can't stay in Jiangqing. Don't think I don't know you work for Tianhai Pawn Shop. When Qin Baoxiang started, he did many unethical things. A call from me, and you're fired. Believe it. Ho Yan smiled, go ahead. At worst, I'll quit. But now, I'll call the Consumer Protection Agency for triple compensation. Jiang Yanqing quickly stopped her sister and whispered, we're in the wrong now. Don't act impulsively. Then she signaled to Jiang Yanhong, who immediately clutched her chest and collapsed towards Hu Yan. Ho Yan sidestepped, and Jiang Yanhong fell to the ground. The Jiang family rushed over. Jiang Yanqing cried, sister, your heart condition is acting up. It's their fault. Call the police. Don't let them escape. Jiang Yanling also shouted, sister, don't scare me. We finally found you, we can't lose you again. Several older folks shed tears, child. Why is your life so hard? The onlookers murmured. Initially they thought Hu Yan was the victim. But the Jiang family's act confused them. Seeing the Jiang family's tearful performance, some pointed fingers at Hu Yan, calling him a scammer. Public sympathy can sometimes be misplaced, ignoring those truly in need. Zhao Peng and Wu Shuang were stunned, while Hua Xiaoqiang watched the performance calmly, trusting Hu Yan's plan. Ho Yan coldly laughed. The floor is cold, stop acting. I know some medicine. If it's a heart condition, I'll cover the medical costs. He took out his phone. Should I call 120? But remember, I'll cover heart disease, not other conditions. If there's no illness, you pay for the ambulance. Sure enough, the Jiang family fell silent. Jiang Yanhong stood up again. Jiang Yanqing said, fine. We'll compensate you. Go home, we'll send you 3 times the toilets, okay? Ho Yan gave a thumbs up, smart. You're selling fake goods, and you think I wouldn't notice? Compensating me 3 times with your goods would still make you money. Clever. Ho Yan addressed the young onlookers, don't stop filming, the show is just starting. He even made a heart gesture. What do you want? Jiang Yanqing asked. Even if it goes to court, the result is just triple compensation. Ho Yan said, Shaish. Don't interrupt my call. He put the call on speaker. Hello Tianhai Legal Department, how can I assist you? Hello, I'm Hu Yan, marketing manager at Jiangqing Pawn Shop. We've found a store using our Tianhai Ceramics brand. I need the legal department to draft a lawsuit. Sure, Mr. Hu. Please provide the store's details. The Jiang sisters' faces turned pale. Jiang Yanqing gritted her teeth. Hu Yan, what do you want? Hu Yan said, you wanted my brother's shop closed, right? Fine, I'll shut it down. But your store? He looked at Jiang Yanling, and your bus line, they're done too. Ha Yan wasn't bluffing. Selling counterfeit goods, being sued by the original brand, would lead to massive compensation. The Jiang family's business would collapse. With Tianhai involved, even if Hu Yan's words didn't carry weight, Qin Zixuan wouldn't let it slide. The sisters' eyes reddened, especially Jiang Yanhong. She screamed, I'll fight you, and lunged at Hu Yan, aiming to scratch his face. Zhao Peng moved to block her, but Hu Yan pushed him aside and faced the incoming attack without flinching. Jiang Yanhong lunged at Hu Yan with claw-like hands, her long nails aimed to tear at his handsome face. However, as she approached him, a sharp pain shot through her chest. Somehow the heavy counter had moved between her and Hu Yan, and she slammed her chest into its corner. Jiang Yanhong couldn't fathom how the massive counter ended up in front of her, but the pain in her chest made her fall to the ground, rolling and screaming in agony. It hurts. He's killing me. Someone stop him. The Jiang family was stunned. How could the heavy marble-topped counter have suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Yanhong? Some suggested calling the police. But the experienced Jiang Yanqing said, no need. We've lost this time. Her angry glare softened into sadness, and tears started streaming down her face. Hu Yan, Mr. Hu. Could you please hear my explanation? Ho Yan nodded and sat down, gesturing for her to continue. Jiang Yanqing hesitated but then began, her face sorrowful. My second sister, Jiang Yanhong, was kidnapped by traffickers when she was young. We only found her last month. She has done many things she shouldn't have and has suffered a lot. The Jiang family started to tear up. Jiang Yanqing continued, yesterday a shop employee insulted my sister, saying she couldn't afford the item. That's why, out of anger, she suggested we go back to our old ways. The story was true. The sisters had recently found their long-lost sister after more than 30 years and were naturally elated. They had been taking her around Jiangqing to enjoy herself. However, this wasn't the first time they had pulled such stunts. Initially, Jiang Yanqing and Jiang Yanling were against it, but after seeing how easy it was to extort shopkeepers, they gave in. This method had been incredibly effective, and they worried about having to support their sister. However, their sister had made over 100,000 yuan through these schemes. Ho Yan, as an appraiser, had studied various scams and schemes. This type of scam, known as sitting temple, was particularly insidious. Even if the authorities were involved, they would often advise the shopkeepers to let it go, because these scammers knew how to avoid criminal charges by staying just within legal bounds. Ho Yan squinted, listening to Jiang Yanqing's emotional story. Despite her tearful tale, Hu Yan remained unmoved. Even if everything you say is true, how does that concern me? Your familial love, built on hurting others, doesn't make it noble. He stood up, brushing off his clothes. Let's go. There's no need to watch this anymore. From here on, let Tianhai's legal team handle it. Jiang Yanqing panicked, knowing the consequences. Wait. Mr. Hu, name your price. I promise we'll never do this again. Ho Yan pressed his car key, and his car beeped in the distance. Do you think I need money? If you harm others, be prepared for the consequences. He and his companions got into the car and left. Jiang Yanhong stood up, clutching her chest. What will happen now? Jiang Yanqing shook her head. It's over. My years of hard work will all be for nothing. The Jiang family stood there, shocked. Ho Yan drove to a unique restaurant and said, Now that we've vented, let's have a good meal. Zhao Peng was excited, nodding. Old Hu, you're amazing. Only someone as clever as you could handle those stubborn women. Is that a compliment? Hu Yan said, feeling a bit downcast. Everyone laughed. Wu Shuang, still worried, asked, What if they come back to retaliate? Who cares? Zhao Peng said angrily. Even if we have to close the shop, we can't let people like them get away with it. Hu Yan nodded. If it were just your shop, I might have tried to resolve it quietly, but seeing how they've enjoyed their success, who knows how many more honest businesses they'll harm. Everyone agreed. They entered the restaurant, found a private room, and sat down. After ordering, Hua Shaoqiang asked, Old Hu, I know you're skilled, but how did you make the ceramics break so easily? Ho Yan took a sip of tea and handed the cup to Hua Shaoqiang. Hua Shaoqiang, thinking Hu Yan wanted more tea, poured him another cup. As soon as the tea hit the cup, it shattered into pieces. Hua Shaoqiang remembered Hu Yan's trick at Qin Baoxiang's birthday party, where he made beer heat up, scaring Wu Zhanan away. He realized Hu Yan must have used a similar technique to break the ceramics. Zhao Peng, always thinking he knew Hu Yan, was shocked. Old Hu, when did you learn magic? Hu Yan laughed. Just recently. How was it? Zhao Peng gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Wu Shuang, still confused, accepted Zhao Peng's explanation of magic and let it go. By the way, Hu Yan, how did you know those ceramics were fake? Ho Yan smiled. Sister-in-law, don't forget what I do for a living. Wu Shuang realized, right? You're an appraiser. If you can tell the authenticity of antiques, ceramics are no problem. Ho Yan nodded. Indeed, 2 samples were genuine. I didn't touch those. Hua Shaoqiang added, Of course you wouldn't damage Tianhai's brand. Ho Yan agreed. I hadn't planned on this, but seeing the situation, I decided to help Tianhai by exposing their fakes. Hua Shaoqiang nodded. In the ceramics business, counterfeiting is common. Unless you're an expert, it's hard to tell the difference. That's why people rely on brands, making it easy for unscrupulous businesses to take advantage. Zhao Peng and Wu Shuang, unaware of these intricacies, listened intently. Wu Shuang said, Next time we buy ceramics, we'll need your help, Hu Yan. Zhao Peng quickly added, Don't bother my brother for everything. Just go to reputable brand stores. That's right, Hu Yan said. People usually get scammed when they're looking for a bargain. Everyone nodded in agreement. Feeling better after the incident, Zhao Peng drank a bit more. Despite Wu Shuang's efforts to stop him, he kept drinking. When Wu Shuang couldn't wait any longer, she left, asking Hu Yan to look after Zhao Peng. Hu Yan agreed. Once Wu Shuang left, Zhao Peng stopped drinking as much. After Hua Shaoqiang had his fill, Hu Yan called a driver to take him back to the hotel. When Hu Yan offered to drive Zhao Peng home, Zhao Peng shook his head. Let's go to your place. Hu Yan noticed Zhao Peng seemed sober. He realized Zhao Peng wanted to talk, so he remained silent during the drive. At home, Zhao Peng sat on the couch, smoking. Old Hu, I'm not drunk. Ha Yan nodded. I can see that. What's on your mind? Zhao Peng thought for a moment and asked, What do you think of Wu Shuang? Does it matter? I said before. As long as you're happy. I'm serious. Seeing Zhao Peng's sincerity, Hu Yan said, I can't tell much, but she seems to genuinely care for you. Zhao Peng was silent for a while. But she's too controlling. She handles all the shop's money and wants me to hand over my earnings from selling paintings. Hou Yan understood. If you trust her, it's not a big deal. She might just be worried you'll spend recklessly. Zhao Peng sighed. It's not about trust, it's just. She seems influenced by Wu Yuan Yuan. How should I put it? Hou Yan thought for a moment. I haven't reached that stage, but habits aren't born overnight, especially in adults. Reflect on your situation. Are you partly to blame? Don't put it all on Wu Yuan Yuan's influence. Xiao Peng nodded. You're right. Wu Shuang is influenced by Wu Yuan Yuan, but if I hadn't been so obedient from the start, it wouldn't have come to this. Then don't overthink it, Hou Yan advised. If you can accept it, move forward. If not, look for someone else. Xiao Peng said. I have thought about that. But unlike with Feng Li, I find it hard to let go this time. Hou Yan shook his head. Can't let go? That's because you haven't found someone better than Wu Shuang yet. Think about it. Isn't your dissatisfaction rooted in the fact that Wu Shuang was introduced by Wu Yuan Yuan, and that you suspect she used tricks to win you over? Zhao Peng thought and realized it was true. His issues were different from Hou Yan's. Deep down, Zhao Peng believed both Wu Shuang and Feng Li were after his money. And himself. Was it for love? Or perhaps out of loneliness? Even if Hou Yan didn't say it, he understood. Zhao Peng, like many from single-parent families, craved love early. Especially orphans like Zhao Peng, who longed for a family in a way others couldn't understand. Hou Yan didn't want Zhao Peng to be a jerk but wanted him to find true love. Not just settling because someone looked good. That wouldn't last. Zhao Peng appreciated Hou Yan's intentions. Though they didn't spell everything out, they understood each other. The next day was Sunday. Hou Yan wasn't on duty and planned to spend the day with Hua Shaoqiang, who had come to Jiangqing specifically for him. Besides, if the acquisition of the Peng family business succeeded, Hou Yan would have his second company. Hou Yan waited downstairs at the Tianhai Hotel until about 10 o'clock, when Hua Shaoqiang leisurely emerged. He wasn't alone, which explained the delay. Walking beside Hua Shaoqiang was a girl in her early 20s. Although she wasn't as tall as Qin Zixuan or as lively as Yao Ru, and not as sweet as Qian Xiao Er, her figure was outstanding. Despite it being almost 10 o'clock, Hua Shaoqiang had slight dark circles under his eyes, while the girl looked radiant, clinging to Hua Shaoqiang's arm with a broad smile. Seeing Hou Yan, Hua Shaoqiang introduced. This is my girlfriend Xiao Min. Xiao Min nodded warmly. Hello Hou Yan, Hua Ji often praises you, which is rare. Even among the top young men in his circle, few impress him. That's kind of Hua Ji. Hou Yan replied with a smile. Don't flatter me too much, Hua Shaoqiang said. In my circle, either I don't like them, or they don't like me. Talking about it is pointless. Xiao Min laughed, knowing that Hua Shaoqiang was treating Hou Yan like a close friend. Hou Yan looked at Hua Shaoqiang and whispered, even good tonic wine should be used in moderation. You don't want to wear yourself out. Get lost. Hua Shaoqiang playfully punched Hou Yan's chest. I didn't sleep well. I was looking forward to you taking me to the antique market today. Xiao Min blushed, pretending not to hear their conversation. Hua Shaoqiang pulled Hou Yan aside and whispered, Brother, your tonic wine is amazing. I've tried many good things in my life, but usually the next day, my kidneys hurt. With your wine, I feel great and full of energy. He gave Hou Yan a thumbs up. Xiao Min couldn't help but lightly punch Hua Shaoqiang's arm, teasing him. Hua Shaoqiang laughed awkwardly and said, I'm determined to buy the Peng family's business. Just with your tonic wine, I'm sure we can triple its value. Hou Yan nodded. If Hua Ji is confident, that's good. But your kidneys do have issues, likely from past overuse. I'll give you a prescription to strengthen them. Great, Hua Shaoqiang said, hugging Hou Yan. You really know me well. Xiao Min playfully punched Hua Shaoqiang again. Stop with the tonics. Do you want me to be exhausted? I've been sleeping at the hotel, or I'd be a panda by now. Hua Shaoqiang teased, really? Maybe I should find someone to share your burden. You dare, Xiao Min said, hands on her hips like a protective little wolf. Hou Yan couldn't help but smile at their playful banter. Soon, Hou Yan drove them to the antique market. Hou Yan, you know I'm not short on money, but you have to help me find something good. I didn't come to Jiangqing for nothing. That's no problem. If you want genuine items, I can tell you the best place to go. What's that? Hua Shaoqiang asked with interest. Go to Tianhai Pawn Shop, Hou Yan said seriously. Their items are authentic, reasonably priced, and it helps my sales. Get lost, Hua Shaoqiang laughed. I have money, but I'm not a fool. Buying directly is no fun. I want the thrill of finding a hidden gem. Hao Yan shook his head, smiling. That's tough. Thousands come to the antique market with that mindset, but finding a real treasure happens maybe once a year. I know. It's all about the thrill. If I overpay, I won't blame you. If I buy a fake, I'll take the loss. Hugh Yan knew Hua Shaoqiang was joking. Alright, I'll do my best. Hao Yan parked the car, and they strolled into the antique market. For most people, the market's myriad items all seemed like treasures. Hao Yan had already told Hua Shaoqiang to look but not touch anything lightly, as many items were artificially aged or modern replicas. Handling them would reveal their inexperience, leading to potential disputes. As they walked, Hugh Yan noticed a Buddha statue in a shop that looked promising but was overpriced. Brother, is it a good piece? Hua Shaoqiang asked. Yes, but it's too expensive. Even bargaining would leave it overpriced. What if we don't bargain? Hua Shaoqiang asked. Then it's triple its worth. Damn. That's steep, Hua Shaoqiang said, glancing at the Buddha statue that didn't seem special. After visiting a few more shops, Hugh Yan suddenly stopped. May I ask about this? He said, pointing to a clay figurine next to the shopkeeper's tea table. Is it for sale? The shopkeeper hesitated, then said, it wasn't meant to be sold. Honestly, it's been in my family for generations. It's not valuable, but if you really want it, make me an offer. Hua Shaoqiang, puzzled, asked. Hugh Yan, the owner said it's worthless. Why do you want it? Sometimes, it's not about value. I just like it. This isn't for you, Hugh Yan said. It has no collectible value. It's just for my personal enjoyment. He made an offer with his fingers. How about this much? The owner shook his head. Sorry. Even though it's not made of valuable materials and isn't by a master craftsman, it's been in my family for many generations. I can't sell it for 8,000. Understood. Name your price. If I can accept it, I'll buy it. If not, I won't waste your time. Hua Shaoqiang tried to dissuade Hugh Yan, but Hugh Yan remained firm. No worries, the owner said. Meeting a connoisseur is rare. If you truly like it, I'll let it go for 15,000. Hao Yan, this is just a clay figurine. 15,000 is too much, Hua Shaoqiang said. It's just clay and lacks artistic design, but sometimes, you can't put a price on what you like. Ignoring Hua Shaoqiang's objections, Hou Yan told the owner, wrap it up for me. The owner, surprised, happily packed the figurine in a beautiful gift box. Hao Yan didn't haggle and transferred the money. As they left, the owner thanked them profusely. In a quieter spot, Hua Shaoqiang asked, did we find a treasure? Hugh Yan nodded. Exciting. How much is it worth? Hou Yan, mimicking Hua Shaoqiang, looked around conspiratorially before whispering, not a penny. What Hua Shaoqiang's face turned red with anger. Hou Yan, are you messing with me? Even Xiao Min pouted, displeased with Hugh Yan. I told you, this is for me. It's not for you. Why are you upset? Right. Why should I care? Hua Shaoqiang admitted. Who knows if you were serious with the owner? I was serious. I never lie. Alright, but why buy something worthless? Because in my hands, it's priceless. Priceless. Hua Shaoqiang and Xiao Min were stunned. Yes, priceless. When we get back, I'll show you. It took a moment for Hua Shaoqiang to grasp it. He then clapped Hugh Yan's shoulder. Fine, I like the sound of that. Hua Shaoqiang was extremely curious about these interesting items. Recently he had heard many legendary stories about Hugh Yan. Hou Yan was a low-key person who didn't like to show off. However, Hua Shaoqiang had gotten to know some of Hugh Yan's close friends, and naturally heard some stories about him. Hugh Yan himself was quite the legend. A kid from an ordinary family who majored in history, a field with bleak job prospects, somehow managed to get recognized by Tianhai Pawn Shop for his skills, securing a position there. He became a top appraiser in the shortest time in the company's history. From Qin-san, Hua Shaoqiang learned that as soon as Hugh Yan started working, he shone at a jade stone appraisal event, creating millions in profits for Tianhai. Within 3 months, his exceptional appraisal skills earned him the respect and admiration of his colleagues. Even now, many senior appraisers still sought Hugh Yan's help with difficult items. Hao Yan also revolutionized the century-old pawn shop's marketing strategy, transforming it into a booming online and offline business. He even invested in the TV series Golden Eye, meeting Kai Lai, who gained praise from Gu Yufeng thanks to Hugh Yan's sharp eye for valuable items. This contributed significantly to Kai Lai's success. All these achievements made Hua Shaoqiang feel that his own life had been too ordinary. Hou Yan's experiences were simply too exciting. And of course, These were just the tip of the iceberg of Hu Yan's capabilities. At Qin Baoxiang's birthday banquet, Hua Shaoqiang personally witnessed some of Hu Yan's talents. There were also rumors that Hu Yan, without spending a penny, forced the Wang family to hand over Jiangcheng's largest jade gambling shop to him. In the past, Hua Shaoqiang had been quite proud. After all, among the second-generation business heirs, aside from those with strong political connections, Hua Shaoqiang had no rival. His father had given him a few billion yuan, and within a few short years, he turned that into tens of billions. Compared to the typical rich kids who only knew how to spend money, Hua Shaoqiang had every reason to be proud. But compared to Hu Yan was a true self-made man of this era, with no help from his family in terms of work or investments. And from Hua Shaoqiang's analysis, Hu Yan had much more than what was visible. Hu Yan even mentioned owning a scrap recycling station. While it only provided a basic living for others, Hu Yan found many treasures there. This turned Hu Yan into a legend in Hua Shaoqiang's eyes. Thus Hua Shaoqiang was eager to collaborate with Hu Yan, or to share in his legendary experiences. Recently he observed Hu Yan's actions regarding Peng Siyuan and Zhao Peng, and silently gave him a thumbs up. If it were him, he would have solved these issues with money or force, which might have escalated matters further. But Hu Yan's methods suppressed the opposition so thoroughly they might not even think of revenge. At least, Peng Siyuan stood no chance now. However, Hu Yan warned that the Jiang sisters might not give up, due to their ignorance and fearlessness. With that in mind, Hua Shaoqiang continued to wander the antique market with Hu Yan, hoping to find hidden treasures while his curiosity about the clay figurines Hu Yan bought gnawed at him. After walking for hours, Hua Shaoqiang's feet were sore. But Hu Yan showed no signs of making a purchase. Hu Yan, I feel like you're leading a fool around, Hua Shaoqiang complained. Kai Li said you found a treasure easily last time. Hu Yan smiled. If finding treasures were that easy, who would bother starting a business? Everyone would just hunt for treasures daily. As I said, antiques require fate. Maybe the item destined for you hasn't appeared yet. Hua Shaoqiang could only smile wryly and shake his head. He had heard before that the current antique market was scarce in genuine treasures. In prosperous times, people hoard antiques. In turbulent times, they buy gold. Good pieces are hard to come by because collectors rarely part with them. Hua Shaoqiang couldn't help but complain. Hu Yan, when we get back, show me those clay figurines. Don't let my trip be in vain. Hu Yan shook his head. It's not that I don't want to show you. It's just that giving them to you would be pointless. But if you really want something, wait a few more days. I heard that Jiangning Province's antique dealers will hold a free trade exhibition in Jiangcheng soon. Many individuals and antique dealers will participate. You might find some real treasures there. Really? Why didn't I know? Hua Shaoqiang asked. That's normal, Hu Yan replied. Your reputation was in new industries. Who knew you had an interest in collecting? Hua Shaoqiang realized it was true. Before, if anyone had mentioned such things, he would have thought they were trying to scam him. But now, with Hu Yan as a mentor, his interest in collecting had grown. As they walked, Hua Shaoqiang suddenly exclaimed, Is that him? Did you see someone you know? Hu Yan asked. Hua Shaoqiang nodded. That's Qi Jinshan, an appraisal master from Suzhou. He's good friends with my father. I once wanted to learn collecting from him, but he refused, fearing I'd waste money. Beauty often attracts attention, and Xiao Min was indeed beautiful. Noticing the stares, Qi Jinshan glanced their way. Originally, Hua Shaoqiang didn't plan to approach, but now he had no choice. He hurried over. Uncle Qi, what brings you to Jiangcheng? Shaoqiang? What are you doing here? I'm here investing in a TV series with a friend. It's being filmed at a jade stone shop. Good, good. Always strive to improve. Qi Jinshan nodded approvingly. I'm here for the upcoming antique free trade exhibition. Some old friends and I came to check it out. He then looked at Hu Yan and said, This place is mixed with genuine and fake items. Be careful not to get scammed. Hua Shaoqiang, respecting his elder, nodded. I'm just accompanying a friend. Generally, anyone Hua Shaoqiang called a friend must be noteworthy. So, Qi Jinshan nodded towards Hu Yan. Hello, Uncle Qi. I'm Hu Yan from Tianhai Pawn Shop. Hu Yan. Qi Jian looked Hu Yan up and down. I think some friends here mentioned you. They said you're a rising star in Jiangcheng's antique appraisal scene. Is that you? I wouldn't dare, Hu Yan replied. I'm just an appraiser at the pawn shop, not a rising star. Good humility, Qi Jian nodded. In antiques you must be modest and learn from your seniors. Don't get arrogant after a few successes. That won't take you far. Ho Yan nodded. I understand, Uncle Qi. I'll keep learning. Noticing the box in Hu Yan's hand, Qi Zhenshan asked, Did you get something? Ho Yan couldn't refuse, given the relationship, so he nodded. Just some personal trinkets, nothing valuable. Mind if I take a look? Qi Zhenshan asked. Ho Yan handed over the box but said, Just personal favorites, not much to see. Qi Zhenshan opened the box slowly. Inside were several clay figurines. He frowned. What are these? Picking one up, he examined it closely. It's quite old. He put on his glasses, and some of his students gathered around. Teacher Qi, is this an antique? Qi Zhenshan shook his head. I've told you, age alone doesn't make something valuable. There are plenty of old stones. If age was all that mattered, quarry owners would be billionaires. Several young students chuckled. Qi Zhan examined each figurine and asked, Hu Yan, how much did you pay for these? Not much, Hu Yan replied, not wanting to elaborate. But Qi Zhenshan persisted. How much is not much? Didn't I tell you young people need to learn? Hua Shaoqiang noticed Hu Yan's discomfort and quickly said, Hu Yan already mentioned these are personal favorites, not valuable. He paid tens of thousands just for fun. Qi Zhenshan laughed. Tens of thousands? That's a lot for such trinkets. He looked around at his students. See this? This is what I've been warning you about. It takes decades to master this field. Otherwise you'll end up like this. He put the figurines back in the box with a disdainful look. However, some young women among his students looked at Hu Yan with interest, while the men eyed him with jealousy, seeing him as a show-off. Ho Yan, unfazed, carefully placed the figurines back in the box and closed it. Everyone makes mistakes. I've suffered my fair share of losses. There's no profit without risk. Just be more careful next time, Qi Zhan advised. Hu Yan smiled. I haven't lost yet. Qi Zhenshan frowned, sensing a challenge. Really? Including these figurines? Ha Yan nodded. No loss. Knowledge requires rigor, Qi Zhenshan said sternly. How do you explain not losing? Ho Yan didn't expect such aggression from a friend of Hua Shaoqiang's father, but knowing the temper of appraisers, he decided to show him. He reopened the box and carefully took out a sitting figurine, holding it in his hand. Qi Zhenshan watched closely but didn't interfere. After a moment, a thin stream of clay dust trickled from Hu Yan's clenched fist. Ho Yan's unexpected demonstration left Qi Zhenshan stunned. Turning a clay figurine into dust was unheard of. Qi Zhenshan's students were even more amazed. Several of the female students gasped, So cool, amazing, I love it. The male students, however, felt more disdain, believing Hu Yan was just showing off. Ho Yan smiled at Qi Zhenshan and asked, Master Qi, how much do you think this set of clay figurines is worth? Qi Zhenshan, unsure of Hu Yan's intentions, coldly replied, At most, a few hundred yuan. He felt he was being generous. If you crush it, will it turn into gold? He scoffed. Ho Yan shook his head. Of course not. I already told Hua Ji that I bought this set because I liked it, not for its value. To others it might be worthless, but to me, it's priceless. Ho Yan then opened his hand, revealing the figurine, now smaller but more refined. It no longer looked bloated but lively, with a natural expression and a balanced stance. This Qi Zhenshan was taken aback. May I take another look? Ho Yan handed the transformed figurine to him. Qi Zhenshan, now wearing gloves, gently brushed off the remaining clay dust. This is excellent, Hu Zhenshan admitted, noting the detailed craftsmanship and the hidden intricacies in the figure's expression. He shook his head again. Even though it's well made, it's still not worth much without a known artist behind it. He handed the figurine back to Hu Yan. Hu Yan took it, then mimicked the figure's stance, standing on one leg with an expression of delight. Qi Zhenshan began, but before he could finish, he felt an overwhelming urge to mimic Hu Yan's posture, experiencing a sudden burst of joy. Ho Yan quickly reverted to his normal stance, releasing Qi Zhenshan from the strange compulsion. Master Qi, now what do you think this is worth? Hu Yan asked. Qi Zhenshan, red-faced, finally admitted, I don't know. He turned sharply and walked away, his students scrambling to follow. Some bold female students asked for Hu Yan's WeChat contact, which he reluctantly shared, thinking of Qi Zhenshan's reaction. After Qi Zhenshan was out of sight, Hua Shaoqiang gave Hu Yan a thumbs up. Hu Yan, you're incredible. That old guy always lectured me. I've never seen him so embarrassed. Haha. Hu Yan smiled and shook his head, not saying much. He bought the clay figurines because they appeared cheap, priced at just a few dozen yuan each. But something unusual caught his eye. He saw the value of 10,000 yuan marked on them, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. Using his special vision, he discovered that the figurines had been covered with a layer of clay, masking their true nature. The original creator, Sun Lutang, was renowned for his work, but not the first to recoat the figurines. The true creator was Sun Tianpeng, a disciple of Ji He Hong, known for his unmatched martial arts. Sun Tianpeng had left behind these figurines, embedding his supreme techniques within them, disguised under a layer of clay. Sun Lutang, upon discovering the secret, became the last martial saint, fully understanding the techniques before resealing the figurines. Realizing their immense value, Hu Yan knew these were priceless treasures. After browsing the market with Hua Shaoqiang for the rest of the day, Hu Yan found nothing else of interest. Genuine items were exorbitantly priced. As they were about to leave, they noticed a commotion at a large stall. Hua Shaoqiang, eager for a distraction, led Hu Yan over. To their surprise, they saw Qi Zinshan arguing with another elderly man. That item was mine first. Are you trying to ruin my reputation? Qi Zinshan shouted. The other man shook his head. I'm not doubting you, but if it's genuine, it wouldn't have sold for such a low price back then. Now, it's overpriced. Not worth it, Qi Zinshan fumed. It's worth much more. Whoever buys it will profit. Fine, you buy it then, the other man retorted, leaving Qi Zinshan speechless and red-faced. The other man turned out to be Qiu Chengzi, a renowned figure in the antique world whom Hu Yan had seen before at Qianxiao Yi's family event. Recognizing Hu Yan, Qiu Chengzi's eyes lit up. Hu Yan, come over here. You're just the expert we need. Tell us, is this genuine or not? He pointed to a cloison vase. Hu Yan greeted Qiu Chengzi with a respectful bow. Master Qiu. Qi Zinshan turned and saw Hu Yan. It's you. Yes, it's me, Hu Yan replied. Do you two know each other? Qiu Chengzi asked. We met earlier. Master Qi is an elder of a friend of mine, Hu Yan explained. Good, Qiu Chengzi said. Since you know each other, you can help us judge this vase. Hua Shaoqiang and Xiao Min joined in, intrigued. They saw the price tag 13,500,000 yuan. Even Hua Shaoqiang was taken aback. He nudged Hu Yan and asked, is it worth that much? Hu Yan nodded. If it's genuine, it could be worth even more. Qiu Chengzi seized on this. See? Even Hu Yan says it's fake. Hu Yan sighed. I never said it was fake. Don't try to backtrack. You implied it was fake, Qiu Chengzi insisted. Reluctant to get involved in the dispute, Hu Yan said, this is a matter of evidence. This vase was appraised by several masters from Suzhou. Do you think you can overturn their verdict? Hu Yan rubbed his nose, pretending not to know them. The shop owner, speaking to a beautiful woman nearby, said, I bought this in Suzhou. The previous owner was emigrating and needed money, so I got it for a good price. The provenance is clear. This vase was originally a gift from the governor of Suzhou to his ancestor. Later taken abroad and bought back at great expense. Master Qi here confirmed its authenticity when I bought it, he added. Master Qi nodded, yes miss. If I didn't believe in its authenticity, I wouldn't have recommended you buy it. The woman, around the same age as Qin Zixuan, was stunning and had a warm, gentle demeanor typical of southern women. Seeing the crowd's attention, Hua Shaoqiang couldn't help but stare, much to Xiao Min's annoyance. The woman looked between Master Qi and Master Qiu, saying, I invited both of you to verify this vase, but you have conflicting opinions. Who should I trust? Qiu Chengzi pulled Hu Yan over, saying, this is Hu Yan, a rising star in Jiangqing's antique world. Don't be fooled by his youth, his expertise surpasses many so-called masters. He glanced pointedly at Qi Zinshan. Qi Zinshan snorted but remained silent. Qiu Chengzi introduced, this is Su Wanying, the daughter of the chairman of Suzhou Electric Company. Her father and I are old friends. Hu Yan, you must give an accurate assessment. If my niece gets cheated, I'll lose face. Su Wanying smiled, revealing charming dimples. Hello, I'm Su Wanying. You can call me Wanying. She extended her fair hand. Hello, I'm Hu Yan, he replied, briefly touching her fingertips before letting go. Su Wanying maintained her ladylike smile, making her approachable. Hua Shaoqiang, shocked, introduced himself. I'm Hua Shaoqiang, Hu Yan's friend. Hello, Su Wanying shook his hand. I've heard a lot about you, Hua Shao. Hua Shaoqiang laughed heartily. Su Wanying then turned to Hu Yan. Mr. Hu, do you think this vase is genuine or not? Hu Yan smiled and asked Qiu Chengzi. Master Qiyu, wasn't this place empty before? What's going on? Qiyu Chengzi explained, it's temporary, for the upcoming exhibition. Hu Yan nodded and shared his assessment. At this moment, Hu Yan finally looked at Su Wanying and said, I need to ask if the shop owner is a long-term merchant here. After all, doing business is tough nowadays. We can't affect their business and reputation. He then turned to the shop owner and said, it seems you're a collector just here for fun and not doing this for a living, right? The owner nodded. You can speak freely. To be honest, I bought this vase for over 700,000 yuan more than a decade ago. If it's real, I've got a bargain. If it's fake, it's not a total loss, right? Ha Yan gave him a thumbs up. Great. Then he addressed the crowd again. I can't determine the authenticity directly. I'll just perform a small action for everyone to judge. Both parties are my elders. Turning to the owner, Hu Yan asked, may I take a look? The owner nodded, and Hu Yan picked up the vase by its rim. Qi Zhenshan immediately erupted. Is this how you inspect things? Hu Yan replied, don't worry. If it breaks, I'll buy it. Holding the vase in his palm, with the bottom supported, he released it to let it stand on his hand. Everyone stepped back a bit, afraid the vase might fall and hit them. Hu Yan balanced the vase in his left hand, lightly ran his fingernails over its surface with his right hand. A series of crisp sounds rang out. Hu Yan smiled and placed the vase back in its original position. There was complete silence, except for the astonished expressions on Qiyu Chengzi and Qiyu Zhen's faces. After a while, Qiyu Chengzi clapped his hands and said, I never expected to see the Dingli Fakin technique today. I'm curious about your background. Su Wanying looked at Qiyu Chengzi and asked, Mr. Qiyu, what is Dingli Fakin? Mr. Qiyu smiled. I've heard that a long time ago, there were masters with unique appraisal techniques. There was finger listening and embrace for melody. Among them, finger listening involves flicking an item to determine its quality. Embrace for melody requires holding the item and using the fingers to discern authenticity. But only those who know these techniques can understand. Dingli Fakin, however, lets everyone see the authenticity. Everyone was confused. No one understood if it was real or fake. Su Wanying turned to Hu Yan and asked, Master Hu Yan, please enlighten us. Hu Yan, who had put his hands behind his back, brought them forward again. When he slowly opened his left hand, everyone saw it was covered in dust. Strangely, the dust on his hand had various deep and shallow marks. Qiyu Chengzi was stunned. The legend is true, his voice trembled. He turned to Qi Zhenshan and asked, Old Qi, what do you say now? Qi Zhenshan, also shocked, pursed his lips and said, a legend is just a legend. Who knows if it's true? Qiyu Chengzi, shaking with anger, retorted, you. Seeing Mr. Qiyu upset, Su Wanying shook his arm and said, Mr. Qiyu, please tell me about Dingli Fakin. Mr. Qiyu, clearly fond of Su Wanying, took a deep breath and said, those who master this technique can easily determine the authenticity of porcelain. To let others see the authenticity, they need to apply powder to their hands. If the patterns are even, it's real. If chaotic, it's fake. Looking at Hu Yan, he asked, is that correct? Hu Yan nodded. Mr. Qiyu is very knowledgeable, truly admirable. Su Wanying and the others were amazed by this lost art. They felt fortunate to witness it. Su Wanying asked again, Mr. Qiyu, is there a story behind this technique? Why does it work this way? Mr. Qiyu blushed slightly and said, I've only heard about it. Master Hu Yan, please explain. Hu Yan nodded, it's simple. By cupping the vase's flat bottom with a hollow hand, you create a sealed space, similar to a musical instrument's soundbox. Good porcelain has uniform quality. This Cloisonne enamel vase, in particular, has metal wires inside, which transmit sound well. The marks on my hand mirror the vase's internal metal wires. Showing his palm again, Hu Yan continued, genuine Cloisonne has uniform and tight structure, resulting in even patterns. Inferior craftsmanship leads to irregular metal wires, creating chaotic patterns. Applause broke out. Everyone felt they had witnessed a miracle. Su Wanying praised, Master Hu Yan, at such a young age, your skills are truly astounding. Qiyu Chengzi also felt proud, having recommended Hu Yan. Hu Yan had validated what he couldn't explain. However, Qi Zhenshan was displeased, these are just legends. Do you trust this kid over the dozen experts from our province? Legends are often tricks of charlatans, and you believe them. He refrained from directly calling Hu Yan a fraud, showing some respect. This Su Wanying hesitated, as Qi Zhenshan was a local. Despite being closer to Qiyu Chengzi, local matters often required Qi Zhanshan's help. Qiu Chengzi, shaking with rage, retorted, "Old Qi, you're twisting words. This is a master-level technique. How can it be charlatan tricks?" Qi Zinshan turned away, ignoring Qiu Chengzi. Infuriated, Qiu Chengzi shouted, "Answer me." Hu Yan pulled Qiu Chengzi's side, saying, "No need to argue. Let the owner decide." Just as Hu Yan was about to leave, he noticed something. Walking to another stall, he picked up a battered bronze statue. "How much for this?" The owner replied, "It's been in my family for ages. I don't know the price, but it must be quite old. I'm asking for 1.8 million yuan. Without hesitation, Hu Yan turned to Hua Shaoqiang and said, "Brother Hua, pay him." Hua Shaoqiang was overjoyed. He had been waiting all day for Hu Yan to say this. "All right." Even the owner was shocked. "You're not bargaining." Hua Shaoqiang, being clever, said, "I'm here for Buddhist statues today. Although this one looks rough, it's genuinely old. I'll buy it." Qiu Chengzi's and the others came over. Su Wanning asked Mr. Qiu, "Is it valuable?" Mr. Qiu shook his head, "Hard to tell, it's too damaged. Even if it's valuable, not this much." To avoid offending anyone, Su Wanning asked Qiu Jinshan, "Uncle Qiu, what do you think?" Qiu Jinshan, pursing his lips, said, "It looks old but is poorly preserved, with many chips and deformations. It's worth a few thousand at most." The owner turned pale, recognizing Qiu Chengzi, who had helped him secure a stall for the antique fair. Looking at Hu Yan, the owner asked, "Are you still buying?" Of course, Hu Yan replied, "I said I'd buy it. How can I go back on my word?" Turning to Hua Shaoqiang, Hu Yan asked, "Are you buying or not? If not, I will." Hua Shaoqiang responded, "I'll buy it. Although this statue is rough, it has many dents on its head, clearly not Shakyamuni. If I take it home, my mom might scold me. She is a devout Buddhist." "Stop talking nonsense," Hu Yan said. "If you're not buying, I'll pay." Taking out his phone, Hu Yan prepared to pay. Hua Shaoqiang hurried, "I'll buy it. I'll just make sure my mom doesn't see it." As Hua Shaoqiang was about to pay, Qi Zhenshan intervened, "Don't buy it. You'll lose money. Even if you have money to burn, don't waste it like this." Hua Shaoqiang fumed internally, "What does it have to do with you?" However, his father had borrowed a lot of money from Qi Zhenshan when starting his business. So Hua Shaoqiang had to show respect. "Uncle Qi, I'm just playing around, it's not much money." Qi Zhen was furious, "I'll call your father. Even if you're rich, you can't waste money like this." Seeing Hua Shaoqiang troubled, Hu Yan said, "Forget it, brother Hua. Mr. Qi means well. I'll buy it myself. I'll find something suitable for you later." Saying this, Hu Yan paid without giving Qi Jinshan any face. Qiu Chengzi sighed, "Hu Yan, you were too impulsive. This statue is too damaged. Even the best restoration expert will show it's been repaired. What a pity." With no other choice, Qiu Chengzi could only sigh. Hu Yan, delighted with his purchase, held the box as if he had found a treasure. Unable to bear it, Qi Jinshan asked, "Master Hu, could you explain why this treasure is so valuable?" He emphasized treasure sarcastically, making his ridicule clear. Hu Yan thought, "You want me to step on your face? Fine, I won't hold back." Hu Yan glanced at Qi Zinshan, then turned to Xiao Min and asked, "Do you have any lipstick with you?" Xiao Min was taken aback, but her face soon filled with gratitude. At this moment, the beautiful Su Wanying stood next to Hu Yan, watching him curiously. Despite this, Hu Yan first thought of Xiao Min, as they had come together, and she was now Hua Shaoqiang's girlfriend. Xiao Min appreciated Hu Yan's respectful behavior. Unlike Hua Shaoqiang, who couldn't help but sneak glances at Su Wanying, Hu Yan asked Xiao Min for something instead. However, Xiao Min felt embarrassed as she had left her makeup bag at the hotel for convenience. "Sorry, Hu Yan. I left my makeup bag at the hotel." "No worries, we can use dust if needed." Just as Hu Yan finished speaking, Su Wanying handed over a Lancome lipstick. "Will this do?" Hu Yan nodded. "Yes, thank you." Smiling, Su Wanying said, "I haven't had the chance to thank you for inspecting that porcelain for me. But can I ask, what do you need the lipstick for?" Hu Yan replied, "Master Qi here wants to see the Dingli Feiqin technique, right?" He glanced at Qi Zhanshan and continued, "Gilded bronze statues are different from porcelain, they endure more pressure and transmit sound more strongly. Dust gets disturbed by the powerful vibrations, making it hard to see the original patterns." Smiling, Hu Yan said, Borrowing your lipstick will let you see something surprising. Qiu Zhenshan scoffed, making such a fuss over a broken statue. Clearly you haven't seen much in life. Ignoring him, Hu Yan evenly applied the lipstick to his palm, then showed it to everyone. You all see this, right? Just an even coat of lipstick. I haven't drawn anything on it. Don't say later that I prepared it in advance. Hao Yan said this because after his Ding Li Feiqin performance earlier, Qi Zhenshen had quietly told Su Wanning that such tricks were pre-prepared. Su Wanning had frowned but didn't respond. Little did she know, Hu Yan had seen and heard everything. When Hu Yan mentioned it now, Su Wanning blushed. I didn't doubt you, Master Hu. But Uncle Qi is my elder, and I didn't want to disrespect him. Hu Yan nodded. I understand. He showed the lipstick marks on his palm again. After ensuring everyone saw it clearly, he lifted the 30-centimeter bronze statue, just like he did with the vase earlier. This time, Hu Yan applied more pressure when he rotated his wrist and lightly scratched the statue with his fingers. Ding! 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 4 crisp sounds echoed, followed by a prolonged buzzing sound that resonated around the crowd. Could I have been mistaken? Qiu Chengzi gasped. What's wrong, Mr. Qiu? Su Wanning asked. Qiu Chengzi shook his head. This statue is severely damaged, losing its original form. But from the sound, it seems to be a Ming Dynasty statue. If that's true. If that's true, what then? Su Wanning asked anxiously. It's hard to say, Qiu Chengzi replied, shaking his head. Despite her gentle demeanor, Qiu Chengzi's cryptic way of speaking frustrated Su Wanning. Mr. Qiu, why are you teasing me? Qiu Chengzi glanced at Qi Zhenshan. Look at old Qi. Su Wanning looked at Qi Zhenshan, whose eyebrows were furrowed as he stared intently at the statue in Hu Yan's hand. What's going on? Su Wanning asked, tugging at Qiu Chengzi's sleeve. Qiu Chengzi smiled. Don't shake me, my old bones might fall apart. Blushing, Su Wanning stopped. Qiu Chengzi continued, keep watching. Hu Yan will give us the answer. When the buzzing finally ceased, Hu Yan gently handed the statue to Hua Shaoqiang, asking him to hold it carefully. Then Hu Yan extended his palm towards the crowd. Instantly, the previously noisy crowd fell silent. After about 30 seconds, Qi Zhenshan's female student exclaimed, Master Hu, please hold still so I can take a picture. Her words reminded everyone, and flashlights started going off. Su Wanning, closest to Hu Yan, took a picture and was stunned by what she saw. Mr. Qiu, look. Qiu Chengzi examined the photo, his face filled with disbelief. Is this possible? Qi Zhenshan, not understanding, looked at Hu Yan's hand from a distance, seeing only the even lipstick marks with some patterns. He was intrigued by Qiu Chengzi's and Su Wanning's reactions. Let me see, Qi Zhenshan said. Su Wanning handed him her phone. Qi Zhenshan, usually calm, was now visibly shocked. He even put on his reading glasses to examine the photo closely. How can this be? The photo showed a beautiful image of the statue imprinted on Hu Yan's hand, as if the statue had been flattened and stamped onto his palm. The once damaged statue seemed to have regained its former glory, with flowing lines, ancient design and precise structure. What? Qiu Chengzi and Qi Zhenshan stared at the image, both saying simultaneously, what is this? They realized Hu Yan's tapping angle had hidden the statue's flaws, revealing its true form. But in the photo they noticed a circular indentation on the statue's left chest, resembling a heart. Buddha's heart. Yongle Xuande Buddha statue. Though they used different terms, they meant the same thing. Both men trembled with excitement. Hu Yan gestured for silence, and they nodded vigorously. Hu Yan took a tissue and wiped away the lipstick marks. Somehow as Hu Yan removed the lipstick, Su Wanning felt a pang in her heart, as if a miracle was disappearing before her eyes. But she understood it wasn't practical to keep the lipstick mark on his hand. Hu Yan said to Su Wanning, thank you again for the lipstick. Sorry for getting it dirty. I'll buy you a new one next time. I'll keep this one. Su Wanning, coming back to her senses, replied, no, Master Hu. Please return the lipstick to me. It's a witness to this miracle, and I want to keep it forever. Hu Yan smiled and handed it back. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. He waved to everyone and left with Hua Shaoqiang and Xiao Min. After walking away, Hua Shaoqiang gave Hu Yan a thumbs up. Bro, you're amazing. Being with you is always full of surprises. The only downside is you steal the spotlight. I feel invisible next to you. Hu Yan laughed. Just a coincidence. Xiao Min suggested, Brother Hua, let's stay here a few more days. Hua Shaoqiang, understanding her intent, replied, I'd like to, but being around him makes me feel inferior. Brother Hua, are you mocking me? Hu Yan asked. Hua Shaoqiang waved his hand. Come on. Didn't you see Su Wanying's reaction? She wasn't upset you dirtied her lipstick. She'd probably let you dirty anything of hers. Stop talking nonsense. Before Hu Yan could finish, Hua Shaoqiang yelped in pain. Ow! That hurts. Seeing Hua Shaoqiang grimacing, Hu Yan couldn't help but laugh. But he quickly took the statue to prevent it from being damaged. Xiao Min, pouting, said angrily, don't think I didn't notice. You were enchanted by that Su girl. Don't forget I'm still your girlfriend. Hua Shaoqiang defended, I was just curious. Su Wanying is said to rival Qin Zixuan from Hu Yan's family, so I looked a bit more. Xiao Min asked, and what did you conclude? Hua Shaoqiang smiled. I think she's not that impressive. Compared to my dear Minmin, she's far behind. Xiao Min, knowing he was lying, pinched him again. You think I'm worse than her, don't you? I didn't say that. Hua Shaoqiang denied and ran away. Ho Yan shook his head, thinking, reality often differs from rumors. Despite Hua Shaoqiang's playboy reputation, Hu Yan saw he treated his girlfriend well. Perhaps he was sincere with each one, but his nature was to easily fall out of love. After they left, Su Wanying watched them go, lost in thought for a long time. When she finally snapped out of it, she noticed Yu Chengzi's and Qi Zhen still gazing at where Hu Yan had disappeared. Feeling a bit better, Su Wanying asked, what is the Buddha's heart and the Yongle Xuande Buddha statue? The two old men sighed deeply. Qi Zhenshan sighed deeply, clearly in a bad mood, and said, Old Qiu, you explain. Alright. Qiu Chengzi's understood that Qi Zhenshan was deeply affected by Hu Yan's actions and needed time to recover. If I miss anything, you can add to it. Qi Zhenshan nodded in agreement. Qiu Chengzi began, from what I know in Tibetan Buddhist art, the gilded bronze statues made in the Ming Dynasty court are particularly notable. These statues, mainly produced during the Yongle and Xuande periods, are collectively known as Yongle Xuande court statues. In Lu Ruoyu's Zhou Zhangji, it is recorded that to promote Tibetan Buddhism, the imperial workshops were specifically established to create these statues, showing their importance. Su Wanying exclaimed, so these statues are akin to the imperial kiln's porcelain. Qiu Chengzi nodded. In fact, they are even more valuable. It is said that to foster relations with Tibetan Buddhism, some Yongle Xuande statues contain treasures from the imperial court. Considering the value of those treasures today, the worth is unimaginable. Su Wanying took several deep breaths before asking, what kind of treasures were hidden inside? Typically these treasures included pearls, agates, glass, coral, red beads, and cat's eyes. For a moment, Su Wanying was speechless. Qi Jingshan added, even without considering the hidden treasures, a Yongle Xuande statue itself is extremely valuable. Each piece represents the Ming royal family's dignity, crafted with meticulous precision. The finished products are vibrant, fine-textured, elegant, and grand, exuding royal charm. The designs are exceptionally beautiful. We couldn't believe such a valuable item could be damaged, which is why we misjudged it as a fake. You don't say. Qiu Chengzi's agreed. Compared to the typical Yongle Xuande statues, the one Hu Yan bought is severely damaged and deformed. Normally, such damage is unlikely because the bronze used was brittle and easily broken but not deformed. Clearly the seller lied. This statue wasn't a family heirloom but something he stumbled upon. Qi Zhenshan nodded. Without high temperature and pressure, it couldn't have been deformed like this. This precious item was ruined. Despite the damage, it still shows the typical Yongle Xuande characteristics: full and dignified, well-proportioned, with harmonious features, a gentle expression, high nose and thin lips, exuding an elegant charm. How could we mistake it for a poorly made replica? Enough lamenting, Su Wanying interrupted. Tell me, how much is it worth? Well, Qiu Chengzi's thought for a moment. Generally, Ming Dynasty statues are 2 to 4 times more valuable than Qing Dynasty ones. In 2006, their value was 9 times higher. The two 100 million statues sold in 2006 and 2013 were early Ming bronze gilded Shakyamuni statues. The one sold for 187 million yuan in 2013 drove the average price of Shakyamuni statues to 2.896 million yuan. There are about 400 Yongle statues in existence, with around 300 in China. Fewer than 100 Xuande statues exist, mostly in Tibet, rarely seen in inland areas. Su Wanying's eyes widened. Mr. Qiu? Are you saying this is a Xuande statue? Qiu Chengzi looked at Qi Jingshan, and they both nodded. Qiu Chengzi added, moreover, it's one with hidden treasures. How would you price that? Is it worth billions? Su Wanying asked. Qi Zhenshan shook his head, strictly speaking, it's priceless. Of course that's if it can be restored. Qiu Chengzi said. Tao Ju his at Tianhai pawn shop in Jiangcheng. What? Qi Zhenshan was stunned. Was he witnessing Hu Yan finding a treasure? Right. Qi Zhenshan suddenly remembered something. I saw Hu Yan before he recounted his first encounter with Hu Yan. The three exchanged bewildered glances. Are you saying Hu Yan found another priceless item before? Qi Zhenshan nodded. I didn't believe it at the time, but when he mimicked the pose of the clay figurine, I felt dizzy. But Hu Yan stopped, and I thought he was playing a trick on me, so I didn't treat him well. I get it. Qiu Chengzi slapped his thigh, startling Qi Zhenshan and Su Wanying. It's said that the appraisal techniques like embrace for melody and finger listening, especially the most difficult Dingli Fei Qin, were lost because only those with martial arts skills and internal energy could master them. The 18 clay figurines Hu Yan obtained might be a martial arts legacy. Exactly. Qi Zhenshan slapped his thigh too. No wonder he said that others see those items as worthless, but to him, they are priceless. Only someone with martial arts skills can see their value. I missed a true master. Qi Zhenshan was filled with regret, sighing repeatedly. Qiu Chengzi said, Old Qi, it's not just me saying this. You have a privileged background and high status which makes you stubborn. I told you Hu Yan isn't an ordinary person, but you didn't believe me. By the way, the legendary painter Sanqian Nian going viral online is Hu Yan. What? Qi Zhenshan and Su Wanying were both shocked. After a long pause, Qi Zhenshan stammered, Old Qiu, you know I have a bad temper, but I'm not a bad person. True. Qiu Chengzi nodded. If you weren't a good person, we wouldn't have been friends for decades. Good. Then, old friend, I have a favor to ask. Can you bring Hu Yan here so we can meet him? Qiu Chengzi smirked. You want to meet him and buy some of his Jin Huizhu paintings, right? I'm telling you, it's not that I don't want to help. Hu Yan's works are only sold in one place, and I've been on a waiting list for 3 months with no luck. What? Su Wanying and Qi Zhenshan were both stunned again. Can't we offer more money? Qiu Chengzi looked at him like he was an idiot. Do you think money will help? Everyone knows Hu Yan's Jin Huizhu paintings will skyrocket in value. If spending more money worked, my house would be filled with them. Though Qiu Chengzi's words were harsh, Qi Zhenshan had to agree. Given the rarity of Hu Yan's skills, the market value of his works was bound to rise. Moreover, Qi Zhane had seen Hu Yan's Jin Huizhu paintings elsewhere, and believed they surpassed those of past masters. I can't believe there's no way to get Hu Yan to paint for us, Qi Zhenshan said. One of the reasons Su Wanying came to Jiangcheng was to buy a Sanqian Nian painting and a significant antique for her grandfather's 80th birthday. Su Wanying nodded. Mr. Qiu, please. This is the main reason for my trip. If I fail, I can't go back home. Qiu Chengzi genuinely liked Su Wanying. Their families had been close for generations, and he treated her like his own granddaughter. Unless you can get Qian Jintang's daughter, Qian Xiao Er, or Qing Zixuan to help. Ho Yan would listen to them, Qiu Chengzi said. Qian Xiao Er had feelings for Hu Yan, though he didn't reciprocate. He owed her a favor and would certainly oblige if she asked. Similarly, Hu Yan had feelings for Qin Zixuan, so he would honor her requests. After Qiu Chengzi's analysis, Su Wanying and Qi Zhenshan both nodded. However, Qiu Chengzi was close to Qian Jintang but reluctant to ask Qin Zixuan. As for Qi Zhenshan, he had offended Hu Yan and had no way to approach him. The Yesu family, which managed a power company, had considerable influence. Su Wanying immediately called home. After a brief call, Su Wanying nodded excitedly. Ho Yan returned to the hotel with Hua Shaoqiang and Xiao Min for dinner before heading home. Soon after, he received an unexpected call from Qin Baoxiang. Ho Yan, it's been a while. You've been doing well, our family is very pleased. Ho Yan smiled. Thank you for the praise, Uncle Qin. Compared to Tianhai, I'm just starting my journey. Don't rush, Qin Baoxiang laughed. It's good to have ambition. After a pause, he said, to be honest, the Su family's beloved daughter is in Jiangcheng. Please take care of her. I heard you met and got along well. The Su family is an important ally for us. Do you understand? Got it, Hu Yan replied. I'll contact them right away. Good. I won't keep you. Rest well. After hanging up, Hu Yan, though not fond of Qin Baoxiang, knew he had to respect him as Qin Zixuan's father. Before Hu Yan could ask if Qin Zixuan was available, she called him. Her purpose was clear: to arrange for Hu Yan to host the Su family's daughter the next day. Hu Yan carefully pondered. Despite Qin Baoxiang's subtle manner, it was clear he held a certain level of respect and even fear towards the Su family. Otherwise, given Qin Baoxiang's personality, he would have simply asked Qin Zixuan to notify Hu Yan instead of calling himself. After all, even after Hu Yan's impressive feat of taking over the East Garden Jade Shop without spending a cent, Qin Baoxiang hadn't personally called to congratulate him. Yet for the sake of the Su family, he not only made the call himself but also arranged for Qin Zixuan to accompany Hu Yan in hosting them. This spoke volumes. Usually after finishing his business for the day, Hu Yan would spend his evening in the study reading. Unlike typical studies, the books in Hu Yan's study were in terrible condition. Some were found by Qin Zixuan, others were unsellable stock from pawn shops, and some were picked up by Liu Shu at recycling centers. Their common trait? They were all in disrepair. Some were so damaged that barely any complete text remained. These books were handwritten manuscripts by masters from various fields, valuable to Hu Yan. Hu Yan had developed a habit of reading these books before bed, revisiting the techniques and insights of past masters. In the morning, he would exercise to strengthen his body and hone his martial arts skills. Just as he entered his study, ding ding, a message notification sounded. Yang Ruo Qshui requested to add you as a friend. The note identified the sender as Su Wenying. Hu Yan thought for a moment. Given Qin Baoxiang's request, he felt he should comply. He clicked add. Immediately, a message arrived. Master Hu, I'm glad you accepted my friend request. Smile. Miss Su, you are too kind. Since you approached our chairman, how could a humble figure like me refuse? Trembling. Laugh, Master Hu, you are quite amusing. A talent like you would be revered anywhere. Hu Yan replied with a shocked emoji. Poaching? You don't intend to offer me a job, do you? Grin, I'd love to. But I don't have the authority in my company. Then, Su Wenying quickly sent another message. Master Hu, may I ask what treasure is hidden inside the Buddha statue's heart? Why do you want it? No, just curious. Oh, Hu Yan replied. Not for sale. Don't ask. Embarrassed, can't I even inquire? Hu Yan, without opening the statue, it's impossible to tell. Opening it would destroy its structure and reduce its value. Such artifacts have significant religious significance. Restoration is acceptable, but dismantling is considered desecration. Oh. Thank you for the lesson. I have a feeling you know what's inside though, right? Wrong. Su Wenying sent a sad emoji. Alright, let's discuss it tomorrow in person. Okay. Hu Yan didn't indulge her too much. After all, the fear of the Su family was Qin Baoxiang's concern, not his. Hu Yan didn't consider himself a member of the Qin family and felt no need to be subservient. Moreover, he believed that a girl like Su Wenying would look down on anyone who groveled before her. Switching his phone to airplane mode, Hu Yan immersed himself in the world of the book's authors. Early the next morning, Qin Zixuan called Hu Yan. Having just finished breakfast and standing near the front door, Hu Yan was picked up by Qin San and driven to the Tianhai Hotel. Hu Yan contacted Su Wenying via WeChat. Yesterday you met Hua Xiao, my good friend. Can he join us? I promised to go antique shopping with him today. He had to ask because Hua Xiaoqiang had called first thing in the morning, still upset about leaving the antique market empty-handed and wanting to go again. When Hu Yan mentioned his plans with Su Wenying, Hua Xiaoqiang insisted on tagging along. Su Wenying quickly replied, no problem, Master Hu's friends are my friends. I'd love to join you both at the antique market. Hu Yan replied with an okay emoji. Didn't expect you and Su Wenying to get along so well, Qin Zixuan remarked, noticing the interaction. Hu Yan was a bit surprised. Usually, Qin Zixuan remained calm and composed regarding his interactions with other women. This time, however, her tone carried a hint of jealousy. Hu Yan didn't explain, simply nodding. I'll tell her the date is off and block her, alright. Really, Qin Zixuan was stunned. Of course, Hu Yan said sincerely, any woman who makes my dear Qin uncomfortable, I must stay away from. Qin Zixuan burst into laughter and playfully punched Hu Yan. Enough with the theatrics. Despite no longer feeling any resentment, Qin Zixuan reflected on why she felt differently about Su Wenying compared to other girls who had been close to Hu Yan. She realized it was because those girls either didn't match her looks or status, or were far inferior in both aspects. Su Wenying, though she had never met her, was reputed to be beautiful and came from a family superior to the Qin family. This realization made Qin Zixuan question her confidence, wondering if it stemmed from a sense of superiority rather than genuine trust in her relationship with Hu Yan. Soon, Hua Xiaoqiang joined them. Greeting Qin Zixuan politely, Hua Xiaoqiang adhered to the principle of respecting a friend's significant other. Hou Yan was pleased and asked, "Brother Hua, why didn't Xiao Min join us? Did something happen last night?" Glancing at Qin Zixuan's disapproving look, Hou Yan quickly held his tongue. "Don't mention it," Hua Xiaoqiang said. "It's all your fault." Hou Yan was confused. "We weren't together last night. How could it be my fault?" "It's your fault anyway," Hua Xiaoqiang fumed. "Last night I asked Xiao Min, if you had to choose between me and Hou Yan, who would you pick?" Hou Yan raised an eyebrow. "You were asking for trouble." "Exactly," Hua Xiaoqiang said. "Listen to the whole story. Xiao Min had initially answered, 'Of course I'd choose you.' Hua Xiaoqiang, serious, had asked her to swear she was telling the truth. Xiao Min had sworn, touching Hua Xiaoqiang's heart. But then Hua Xiaoqiang added, 'What if I told you Hou Yan is wealthier than me? Who would you choose then?' Xiao Min hesitated but replied, 'I'd still choose you.' Hua Xiaoqiang had hugged her, feeling moved. "Why? Tell the truth." Xiao Min had reluctantly explained, "Because your dad is rich." Hua Xiaoqiang had nearly passed out from rage. It seemed his only advantage over Hou Yan was having a wealthy father. Why, Hua Xiaoqiang's face had darkened. Xiao Min had said, "Brother Hua, don't be angry. I don't want to lie to you. You said your dad gave you billions, which you grew into even more in 5 years. That's impressive. But Hou Yan built his wealth on his own, possibly surpassing yours in less than 6 months. He knows antiques, martial arts, painting, and has incredible luck. Honestly, anyone choosing you over him must be crazy or blind." Hua Xiaoqiang was still fuming. Hou Yan chuckled. "Rich people really know how to have fun." Qin Zixuan turned away to hide her laughter. Hua Xiaoqiang was still breathing heavily. "Did you sleep on the couch?" Hou Yan asked. "How did you know?" Hua Xiaoqiang looked pained. "Can you predict the future? Is there anything you can't do?" "No, you just seem to have a stiff neck from sleeping wrong. And it's clear you care about Xiao Min. At least she tells you the truth. Others might lie constantly." Hua Xiaoqiang stared at Hou Yan for a long moment before sighing. "You must be a fortune teller." Hou Yan smiled and shook his head. "Hold still." He grabbed Hua Xiaoqiang's head and began massaging his neck and shoulders. Hua Xiaoqiang cried out in pain, "Hou Yan, I give up. Please let me go. Are you trying to kill me?" Ignoring his pleas, Hou Yan continued. After a while he twisted Hua Xiaoqiang's neck, making a cracking sound, and released him. Hua Xiaoqiang was momentarily silent, then moved his neck and exclaimed, "This feels great. I'm cured." Laughing, Hua Xiaoqiang said, "You can even do massage? Compared to you, anyone choosing me would be a fool." Hou Yan, with a compassionate expression, patted Hua Xiaoqiang's shoulder. "Brother Hua, don't think like that. Look at the security guard outside. Compared to him, aren't you better off?" Hua Xiaoqiang cried out, "I can't stay in Jiangcheng any longer. Take me to the airport." Seeing Hua Xiaoqiang's frustrated face and his threat to go home, Hou Yan laughed, "Come on, brother Hua. If you don't want to compare yourself to a bodyguard, you can always compare yourself to others. Just avoid comparing yourself to me, and you'll surely feel accomplished." "Fine. I give up." Hua Xiaoqiang turned his face away in annoyance, refusing to look at Hou Yan. At that moment, Su Wenying arrived. Hou Yan got out of the car and waved. Su Wenying and her group smiled and approached. "Master Hugh, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon." "Oh, I'm no master," Hou Yan said. "Miss Su invited me, how could I refuse?" Su Wenying teased, "What, was it difficult for Master Hugh to come?" No, Hou Yan shook his head quickly. "Of course not. Seeing someone as beautiful as Miss Su is a rare opportunity. How could I refuse?" "That's more like it." Su Wenying smiled, her dimples showing. "So, where would you like to go?" Miss Su Hou Yan asked. "As a host in Jiangcheng, I'll do my best to fulfill your wishes. Let me think." Hou Yan and Su Wenying seemed to be having a great conversation. Standing behind them, Qin Zixuan and Hua Xiaoqiang were completely ignored. Unable to contain himself, Hua Xiaoqiang said, "I admit, other than my dad being richer than Hou Yan, I can't compare to him in any way." Pointing at Hou Yan, he continued, "Look at him, women are all over him. If you don't watch out, Hou Yan will end up in Miss Su's bed by tonight." Qin Zixuan found Hua Xiaoqiang's jealous tone amusing. This once powerful figure in the elite circle had been so overshadowed by Hou Yan that he resorted to stirring trouble for a sense of achievement. "It doesn't matter to me, As long as he's happy, Qin Zixuan said, then added, but from what I know, many women want to sleep with Hu Yan, yet he still lives alone. Hua Shaoqiang, stung by the retort, rolled his eyes and had nothing more to say. Just then, Hu Yan and Su Wenying seemed to have finalized their plans. Noticing Qin Zixuan for the first time, Su Wenying said, "This must be Miss Qin, right? You're even more beautiful than the rumors. No wonder my brother can't forget you." Hu Yan was taken aback, not expecting the usually gentle Su Wenying to say such a thing. Qin Zixuan maintained her smile. "Miss Su, you're too kind. I'm already engaged to someone," she said, linking her arm with Hu Yan's. "I appreciate your brother's affection." Seeing Qin Zixuan's display, Su Wenying's expression faltered briefly before she smiled again. "So the rumors are true. They say you're engaged to someone not from your social class. Is it Hu Yan?" Qin Zixuan nodded. "That's right. My family doesn't care about social status, they care about my happiness." Although Qin Baoxiang had his shortcomings, Qin Zixuan would never criticize him in front of outsiders. Su Wenying nodded. "I envy you for finding someone as outstanding as Hu Yan," she then added, seemingly casually, "but some people don't give up easily." Turning to Hu Yan, she said, "Master Hu, as excellent as you are, you should be careful of those who might covet you." "Oh!" Qin Zixuan smiled and asked, "Miss Su, can you be more specific?" Su Wenying's smile disappeared, and she spoke solemnly, "Many top entrepreneurs in our country have deep, hidden backgrounds. Few have truly started from scratch. It's like a flock of wolves with a few sheep mixed in. The outcome is predictable." Then she smiled again, "Master Hu, we've officially met today. Let's not dwell on these intriguing topics and continue our itinerary." With a gesture of plea, she led them back into Tianhai Hotel. It turned out Su Wenying had already booked a banquet here to avoid wasting time on meals. Hu Yan and the others followed her to a private room on the third floor. While walking, Hu Yan felt Qin Zixuan's hand trembling slightly. He gently patted her hand, signaling, "Don't worry, I'm here." When Hu Yan looked at her, Qin Zixuan gave a reassuring smile, though her face still looked pale. Once inside the private room, Qi Zhenshan eagerly lifted his teacup and said, "Hu Yan, I was blind to your greatness yesterday. Please forgive me." Hu Yan shook his head. "You flatter me." They drank tea together. Qiu Chengzi also lifted his cup. "We've known each other for a while. Yesterday's events were astonishing. I couldn't sleep all night." Hu Yan responded, "You're too kind, Mr. Qiu." While Su Wenying ordered the dishes, Hu Yan briefly recounted yesterday's events to Qin Zixuan. Her complexion improved, and she held onto Hu Yan's arm tightly, as if afraid someone might take him away. Whether intentional or not, when Qin Zixuan tightened her grip, Su Wenying's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Ignoring this, Qin Zixuan took out her phone and sent a message. Everyone introduced themselves. When they learned that Hua Shaoqiang was the son of the Hua family, Qiu Chengzi praised him, making Hua Shaoqiang quite happy. He gave Hu Yan a challenging look as if to say, "See, I'm recognized as a promising young man." Hu Yan glanced up, pretending not to notice, clearly indicating, "That's because they didn't compare you to me." Hua Shaoqiang gritted his teeth in frustration. Once the food and drinks were served, Su Wenying raised her glass. "Since we have other plans later, let's skip the alcohol. I'll toast with water. Master Hu, you are the most talented young man I've met." Everyone raised their glasses in agreement. Hu Yan winked at Hua Shaoqiang, who turned away in annoyance. Without alcohol, the meal ended quickly. Following Su Wenying's suggestion, they headed to the Jade Market. Being familiar with the place, Hu Yan led them to the open-eye Jade Market. On the way, Qin Zixuan messaged Qin Ru, asking her to ensure good hospitality. Upon arrival, Qin Ru personally greeted them, accompanied by well-trained security guards. Seeing the arrangement, Su Wenying, knowing it was Qin Zixuan's doing, nodded to Hu Yan, "Thank you, Master Hu." Hu Yan smiled, "You're welcome." Despite the few words exchanged between Su Wenying and Qin Zixuan, Hu Yan could sense a subtle tension in the air. Qin Ru led them to the largest stall, their own, managed by a supervisor, not an owner. After Qin Ru's instructions, the staff served tea and Jiangqing specialty snacks. Su Wenying nodded. The Jade Market is a highly profitable business. Under Master Hu's meticulous management, it must be thriving. Your talent is evident. Hu Yan replied, "It's mostly luck. I'm just an amateur having fun." Internally, Hu Yan marked this seemingly gentle girl from the south as a potential threat. She knew a lot and had been pretending otherwise. Su Wenying spent time observing the transactions without making any purchases, simply enjoying the spectacle. She nodded occasionally, clearly impressed by Hu Yan's business operations and likely experienced in jade trading herself. In 3 hours, 4 valuable jade stones had been cut, an impressive feat. Master Hu, I heard a TV series called Golden Eye is being filmed here. Is that true? Yes, Hu Yan replied. It's a joint investment by me and brother Hua. Su Wanying nodded. I've read the novel. I suspect you resemble the protagonist with the ability to see through everything. Is that true? Hu Yan laughed. If I had such powers, I'd be traveling the world gambling on jade. Why work hard for a living? Su Wanying nodded, seemingly talking to herself. Working might not be your true purpose. Since she seemed to be talking to herself, Hu Yan ignored her. He had considered a life of gambling on jade, buying lottery tickets, or finding rare treasures, possibly making more money. But he stayed, perhaps for reasons Su Wanying guessed. Thinking this, Hu Yan glanced at Qin Zixuan. She smiled, her face blushing. Su Wanying coughed. Master Hu, can we talk privately? Hu Yan looked at Qin Zixuan, who nodded, so he got up. Sure. They walked to a corner within sight of the others, respecting Qin Zixuan. After a pause, Su Wanying spoke. Hu Yan, you're more impressive than I imagined. Before coming, I'd heard rumors about you but didn't believe them until your performance yesterday. Hu Yan frowned. So yesterday was a setup. Sort of. Su Wanying smiled bitterly. I wanted to buy a good antique and was curious about you, so I had Kiwi Zhengshan test you first. The result was beyond our expectations. What's your purpose? Hu Yan asked. Su Wanying sighed. Hu Yan, there are many good girls out there. Don't get involved with the Qin family, it's not worth it. Hu Yan laughed. Thanks for your concern. But I've made my choice, and I'll stick with it, no matter what. Su Wanying smirked. Aren't you afraid Qin Zixuan might end up in danger? Hu Yan's voice turned icy. You better explain, or your situation could become even more dangerous. Su Wanying seemed completely unfazed by Hu Yan's threat. It seems you really care about Qin Zixuan, she remarked. Hu Yan responded. Stop beating around the bush. Do you doubt my capabilities? Su Wanying scrutinized Hu Yan carefully before nodding. Qin Zixuan is lucky to have found a good man. Seeing Hu Yan still looking at her with a cold, death-like gaze, Su Wanying's tone shifted. I believe you have the means to kill me silently, she sighed. A martial arts master comparable to those from hidden families, with silent, deadly poison techniques. How could I not believe you? This time, it was Hu Yan who was shocked. I'm just a nobody. Why would the Su family be so concerned about me? Su Wanying smirked. That's because you're naive. You have no idea how dangerous this world can be. She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and continued. A man who started practicing martial arts in his 20s and could scare off Wu Zhanen with one move, how could no one notice? Someone who never studied painting yet creates masterpieces and knows the long-lost Jinuisho technique, how could no one be interested? An enigmatic person with seemingly clairvoyant eyes, a master of medicine and antique appraisal. Your brilliance is too glaring. As Su Wanying listed these points, Hu Yan's mind raced. Even Qin Baoxiang didn't notice these things. Why did you? That's why Qin Baoxiang is seen as a nouveau riche by true business moguls, Su Wanying said, seemingly apologetic. Sorry, I spoke of your future father-in-law. She emphasized future father-in-law deliberately. Hu Yan, tired of the riddle, said, Miss Su, what exactly do you want? I don't have much patience. If my hand slips, things could get messy. Despite her calm demeanor, Su Wanying took a step back at Hu Yan's words. Don't be impulsive. Hu Yan nodded. As long as you cooperate, everything will be fine. Su Wanying looked into Hu Yan's eyes, seemingly convinced of his sincerity. Alright, I admit, I recently learned some things. When I heard Qin Zixuan got engaged, I looked into it and found that your remarkable skills appeared after you met her. I managed to obtain some blood samples from both of you. In today's world, it's nearly impossible to protect your blood samples from being stolen, so Hu Yan believed her. Su Wanying continued, do you know what we found in your? No, in both your blood samples. She didn't wait for Hu Yan's response and answered herself, modern technology couldn't detect anything unusual. However, hidden family secrets revealed that both of your blood samples possess extremely high martial arts potential. Is that a problem? Su Wanying nodded, and then shook her head. Not for me, but for some, it's a huge problem, she said, glancing at Qin Zixuan. Because of this, my brother insists on marrying Qin Zixuan. You understand how precious this bloodline is, right? Oh, I forgot to tell you, very few people know about my brother. He's a martial arts prodigy discovered young and has been training in seclusion. Hu Yan nodded, I see. So, You mean that my potential and Qin Zixuan's have made us targets for some people? You could say that. Su Wanying nodded. In this world where martial arts practice is rare, those with talent are extremely valuable. Ho Yan suddenly smiled mischievously. Are you trying to seduce me? Su Wanying was rarely seen angry. I am not that bored. But many will try to break you two apart. Good to know, Hu Yan said. No need to blush so adorably though. Su Wanying bit her lip, momentarily at a loss for words. Right now few people know about this, but it won't be long before you face many troubles, Su Wanying said angrily. I've said enough. Do as you wish. With that she turned and walked away, leaving Hu Yan alone. Returning to the group. Neither Hu Yan nor Su Wanying showed any signs of the tense conversation. However, Su Wanying began buying jade stones. She would wait until about a third of the stones in a pile were bought, then she would purchase the rest. Such bold moves surprised even the store manager, who had never seen anything like it. When Su Wanying successfully cut 5 valuable jade pieces, the manager broke into a sweat. Qin Ru reassured him that it was not his fault. The manager relaxed slightly, realizing Su Wanying was extraordinarily skilled, not just lucky. Ho Yan observed her process carefully and saw no irregularities, concluding she must have an exceptional ability to calculate probabilities. Typically, a pile of stones would be reshuffled after some were sold to prevent easy picks and minimize losses for those with little money. This increased the chances of multiple valuable stones in one pile, enhancing the excitement and enjoyment of the game. It was clear that Su Wanying had been monitoring the stone pile's changes even while talking, which explained her impressive streak. After distancing herself, Qin Zixuan confided in Hu Yan. There's a reason Su Wanying didn't come straight away this morning. We've known each other for a long time. Many second-generation wealthy kids train in martial arts from a young age. We had the same teacher. But her talent wasn't as good as mine. Later, when we studied abroad, I went to a better university than hers. Ho Yan smiled and nodded. And you beat her in looks too, so she keeps picking on you. Maybe I'm overthinking it, Qin Zixuan said. When we trained together we were young and... Hu Yan laughed. You often beat her up? Qin Zixuan nodded. From what Qin Zixuan said, Hu Yan felt Su Wanying might be exaggerating. While her warnings could be true, they were likely not immediate concerns. For now it seemed only Su Wanying, feeling overshadowed by Qin Zixuan, was truly paying close attention to them. However, if Su Wanying's brother publicly pursued Qin Zixuan, many others would become aware. By the way, Hu Yan said, didn't you mention knowing a restoration expert at the provincial museum who specializes in ancient texts? Qin Zixuan nodded, yes. Why do you ask? Are you thinking about something specific? Clearly she understood Hu Yan's intention. Thank you for everything. Ho Yan shook his head. Protecting you and our future is my duty as a man. Though distant, Hu Yan noticed Su Wanying's displeased expression and furrowing brows. Hu Yan thought, this woman is quite formidable. Her reaction indicated she had been observing Hu Yan and Qin Zixuan closely, possibly even reading lips, a skill allowing someone to understand spoken words without hearing them. Behind Su Wanying, Qi Zinshan said, Wanying, you're letting your emotions get the better of you. That's not like you. To surpass others you must first conquer yourself. Controlling your emotions is the first step. Su Wanying took a deep breath and nodded, I know. But seeing Qin Zixuan always makes me angry. Why is she always better than me? No, you're wrong, Qi Zinshan said. You're better because your family has centuries of wealth. The Qin family is destined to be a flash in the pan. With their downfall, Qin Zixuan will fade too. While they talked, Su Wanying kept an eye on Hu Yan. Just as she was about to say, I know, it's only a matter of time, she saw Hu Yan silently mouthing words at her. Qin Zixuan will never fade. But you and those who wish her harm will be wiped out if I want. Su Wanying's lips trembled, realizing Hu Yan had acted. She thought she had been cautious. Does Hu Yan find me so unattractive compared to Qin Zixuan? Uncle Qi, let's go back. I might be in trouble. What? Qi Zhan was shocked. He dared. Why not? Su Wanying said. Even if he did, there's no evidence. What can be done? Qi Zhenshan gritted his teeth. Isn't he afraid of the Su family's revenge? Revenge, Su Wanying replied. That requires strength. Qin family security matches ours. Even if we get close, can we escape Hu Yan's mysterious poison techniques? She looked at Qi Zhenshan. You should check yourself too. Qi Zhenshan finally felt fear. She was right. Without evidence, what could they do? Unwilling to accept it, Qi Zhenshan asked, is there no way to deal with him? There is, Su Wanying said. My brother. Unless he returns, his innate energy protects him from all poisons. Good. Kiwi Zin Shan felt better. Let's bide our time. By the way, get his artworks quickly. They might become rare soon. As Kiwi Zin Shan spoke excitedly, Hu Yan silently mouthed to Su Wanying again, that old man is quite optimistic. He won't see my artworks or tomorrow's sunrise. Su Wanying's mouth opened. But she said nothing, merely mourning Qiu Zhenshan for 3 minutes internally as he basked in his illusion of triumph. Su Wanying had no doubt about Hu Yan's abilities, so she cancelled the rest of her plans and hurriedly left, giving an excuse. Qin Zixuan frowned and asked, "What is Su Wanying up to?" Hu Yan rubbed his nose, pretending to be unconcerned. Maybe she's going for a health checkup. Women sometimes feel unwell suddenly. Qin Zixuan gave Hu Yan a sideways glance. Seems like you know a lot about women. Hu Yan replied seriously, I'm a doctor. Qin Zixuan was defeated. Alright, you win. As expected, Hu Yan was right. After returning with Qi Zingshan, Su Wanying immediately consulted the Su family's private medical team for a thorough checkup. The results showed no problems at all. Qi Zhenshan breathed a sigh of relief. In his opinion, Hu Yan wouldn't target him, and he doubted Hu Yan would dare to offend the Su family, considering the potential backlash. Miss, I think you're being overly cautious. Even if Hu Yan is reckless, he wouldn't dare to provoke the Su family. If your father gets angry, even Tianhai wouldn't be able to handle the consequences. Su Wanying nodded but said nothing. She thought differently. If Hu Yan wanted to make a move, no one could stop him, especially without evidence. Even when Su Wanying warned him, Hu Yan had kept his back to the surveillance cameras. She believed that if Hu Yan did anything, it wouldn't happen in Jiangqing but perhaps back at her home, where it would be hard to trace back to him. Whether he has the guts depends on whether you can survive tonight, Su Wanying thought. She arranged for the medical team to stay close to Qiu Jinshan, just in case. Despite these precautions, Su Wanying couldn't sleep that night. It was only around 3 in the morning when she finally started to believe that Hu Yan's threats were just scare tactics and fell asleep. However, she was soon woken up by a phone call. Qi Zhengshan had passed away. She rushed to his room, finding the medical team already there. What was the cause of death, she asked. The chief doctor replied, acute myocardial infarction. We tried to resuscitate him immediately, but we couldn't save him. Su Wanying frowned. With your expertise, shouldn't you have been able to handle this? The doctor shook his head helplessly. Every case is unique. Despite our immediate efforts, we couldn't bring him back. Death itself, Su Wanying muttered. Hu Yan, could this really be your doing? She wanted to call Hu Yan but decided against it when she saw the dawn breaking. She waited until 8 in the morning to call him. Good morning, Miss Su, came Hu Yan's lazy voice. Su Wanying got straight to the point. Your prediction came true. Qi Zhenshan passed away early this morning. Hu Yan sighed. Heaven truly envies talent. I wanted to seek his guidance on painting today, but now he's gone. Su Wanying's breathing grew heavy. Fine, you win. Can you tell me how you did it? What Hu Yan sounded puzzled. Miss Su, are you so grief-stricken that you're imagining things? I was asleep at home. How could I have done anything? Grinding her teeth, Su Wanying said. There's no point denying it. Yesterday you used lip reading to tell me Qi Zinshan wouldn't see today's sunrise, and it happened. What do you have to say? Lip reading, Hu Yan sounded shocked. I don't have such a skill. Alright, Su Wanying bit her lip. What did you say to me yesterday from afar? Let me think. After a moment, Hu Yan said. I remember now. I told you it was going to be cold today, and that you should dress warmly. It was just a kind reminder. Despite her anger, Su Wanying realized she had no proof against Hu Yan. Fine, let's say you're right. Then tell me, how long do I have left? Let me think. Hu Yan paused again. After careful consideration, I'd say. You'll live until you die. Furious, Su Wanying threatened, Hu Yan, if you're not afraid, are you sure the Qin family can withstand the Su family's wrath? Hu Yan laughed. Relax, I was just joking. Such complex matters can't be explained over the phone. Let's meet and talk. Fine. Where are you? I'll come to you. No need. I'll meet you in front of Tianhai Hotel in 20 minutes. Su Wanying went downstairs and soon saw Hu Yan's car. Without a word, she got in. As Hu Yan started the car, he said, Miss Su, aren't you afraid to be alone with me? If you wanted to do something to me, my bodyguards wouldn't stop you, right? Hu Yan laughed. You're our esteemed guest. We're careful to serve you well. How could we have any bad intentions? Alright, Su Wanying said through gritted teeth. Tell me, how long do I have? I'm not good at fortune telling. I'm taking you to the Banruo temple. The abbot there is an expert and can answer your question. Stop the car, Su Wanying shouted. Ha Yan parked the car with a smile. Just tell me honestly, how long do you want me to live, she demanded. Of course. I want you to live a long and healthy life, Hu Yan said sincerely. Breathing heavily, Su Wanying struggled to calm herself. Alright, tell me your terms. Ha Yan gave her a thumbs up. Now you're talking. Under Su Wanying's murderous gaze, Hu Yan became serious. Tell me what you know. After a long pause, Su Wanying explained, every top business family has powerful backers. The Qin family is no exception. However, many suspect their backing has weakened, which is why their shareholders dare to act so boldly. Hu Yan nodded. This was something even Qin Zixuan hadn't known, though she had always wondered why the Qin family's shareholders were so daring. Su Wanying continued, many families tested the waters and saw no response from the Qin family's backers. This emboldened them to move against the Qin family. But during our investigations we discovered you. My presence alone affects your plans, Hu Yan asked, puzzled. Absolutely, Su Wanying nodded. Anyone with extraordinary abilities can influence the fate of a business empire. Your medical skills, appraisal talent, martial arts, and artistry have reached a critical level that ordinary people can't achieve. Why, I don't know, but perhaps my brother could tell you. Hu Yan pondered her words. It seemed even Qin Zixuan didn't know these details, though Qin Baxiang likely did, which explained his willingness to support Hu Yan and Qin Zixuan's relationship. How do you suggest I handle this, Hu Yan asked. Internally cursing, Su Wanying thought. Why ask me about your own problems, but given the situation, she had to answer. You've already shown your ability to retaliate effectively, she said. But they won't give up easily. They'll send stronger individuals to assess you. If you can still resist, they might reconsider their actions. Hu Yan smiled. Looks like my gamble paid off. If I'd been submissive, you might have struck by now. Unwilling to admit it, Su Wanying nodded. Hu Yan handed her a small bottle. Take these pills. They guarantee smooth skin and a radiant complexion for a year. Without hesitation, Su Wanying took a pill and swallowed it with water from Hu Yan's car. When can I stop taking these? And how can I get more next year, she asked. When Qin Zixuan and I marry without further harassment, you can stop. But if you want to continue, I don't mind providing more. Only useful people get special treatment. Someone like Kiwi Zhenshan was expendable. Silently cursing Hu Yan's ancestors, Su Wanying realized she had become Hu Yan's informant. Is this the legendary counterintelligence, Su Wanying thought, feeling utterly defeated. Su Wanying could never have imagined that she, the eldest daughter of the prestigious Su family, would end up becoming a spy for a nobody. Yes, before meeting Hu Yan, Su Wanying saw Hu Yan as nothing more than a complete nobody, a mere upstart. She didn't believe the rumors about Hu Yan possessing all those incredible abilities. Martial arts comparable to those of hidden families. A master painter whose skills were seen once in 1,000 years. A miraculous doctor capable of curing any illness. All of this seemed to Su Wanying like mere embellishments by the Qin family to boost their own pawn. But in just 2 short days, Su Wanying was utterly stunned. She didn't want to compromise, but she had no choice. The more privileged and born with a silver spoon, the more they feared death. Even if they didn't strive for anything, lying at home would still bring them billions, allowing them to live comfortably for a lifetime. Why risk dying for anything? For the family? For face? Please. Being alive is everything. Once you're dead, you have nothing. So, Su Wanying had been restraining her temper. Faced with someone who held her life in their hands, she had no choice but to comply. At this point, she had no choice but to give in. However, Su Wanying thought that if she ever found someone who could see through whatever poison Hu Yan had placed on her, that would be Hu Yan's end. And possibly the end of Tianhai and the Qin family as well. For now, she had to let Hu Yan revel in his perceived victory. Su Wanying bit her lip. When I find a way to break your control, I will repay you 100-fold, 1,000-fold. As Su Wanying's face flickered with various emotions, plotting how to retaliate against Hu Yan and the Qin family once she resolved her predicament, Hu Yan spoke up. Still want to go to Banruo Temple? Su Wanying shot Hu Yan a fierce glare and snapped, my life is in your hands now. What's the point of getting my fortune told? Hu Yan nodded with a smile. Good memory. I was worried you might forget. With that, Hu Yan opened the car door. Since we're not going to the temple, you can get out. I've got things to do. Su Wanying was at a loss for words. Yesterday she was treated like an honored guest. Today, she was dismissed like a nobody. The change was astonishing. Fine. You win with that, Su Wenying opened the car door to get out. Ho Yan said leisurely, "Don't be in such a hurry. If you find out what's wrong with you, then I lose. Wouldn't that be nice for you?" "Just wait," Su Wenying spat, before slamming the car door shut. Ho Yan gave her an okay gesture and drove off quickly. As soon as Hu Yan arrived at Tianhai pawn shop, he received a call from Qin Zixuan. "Ho! I finished today's tasks. How are we going to entertain Su Wenying?" "I've already taken care of it. You can relax today." Qin Zixuan was speechless. After a long pause, she asked, "Did you entertain her last night or early this morning? Was she satisfied with your performance?" "Huh? What's with the jealousy?" Hu Yan thought. "I entertained her a bit last night and finished it up this morning." "Really? That must have been tough for you," Qin Zixuan said, her teeth grinding. After all, Su Wenying was a formidable rival in every aspect. "Not tough at all," Hu Yan replied. "It was my first time, and it was quite fun. I'd love to do it again." Qin Zixuan's breathing became rapid and heavy. "We need to have a serious talk. Since you served the Su family's eldest daughter so well, what do you think I should reward you with?" She paused before continuing. "How about you give me the same full service you gave Miss Su?" Ho Yan replied, "No way. I was tricking her. I can't deceive you." Qin Zixuan was stunned. "Is this what the world has come to? My boyfriend is telling me he tricked another girl but wouldn't trick me." "Fine. You're so good to me," Qin Zixuan said, trying to keep her voice steady. "Was it in her bed or yours?" Ho Yan thought for a moment. Qi Xingshan died in the middle of the night, so Su Wenying was likely asleep. "In her bed. Is that important?" Qin Zixuan was at a loss for words. "Can you really speak about such things so confidently?" When Qin Zixuan didn't respond for a long time, Hu Yan asked, "By the way, Zixuan, I was so busy dealing with Su Wenying this morning that I haven't eaten yet. After handling such a big task, shouldn't you treat me to breakfast?" What Qin Zixuan was utterly confused. "You talk about these things so confidently, and now you want a reward." The more Qin Zixuan thought about it, the angrier she got. "I'd rather you starve," she finally snapped. "Are you on your period today?" "Why are you so angry?" Hu Yan asked. "If you don't want to treat me, I'll treat you." "Don't be mad, it's bad for your health." Qin Zixuan instinctively touched her head, then picked up the mirror on her desk to check if there was a meadow growing there. "This is too much. He does all this and then pretends to care about my health," with tears welling up in her eyes, she finally said. "I don't need your concern. I'm better off dead." Then she hung up the phone. Ho Yan was puzzled. What's wrong with her today? Did something happen? Worried that Su Wenying might have done something drastic to Qin Zixuan, Hu Yan parked his car and went straight to her office. He knocked on the door and heard Qin Zixuan say, "Come in." When he entered, Qin Zixuan turned her face away from him. However, Ho Yan noticed her red eyes. "What happened? Who bullied you?" Hu Yan quickly walked to her side. "Stop right there," Qin Zixuan said coldly. Ho Yan paused. "What's going on?" Qin Zixuan asked icily. "Did you shower? Are you clean?" Ho Yan was puzzled. "I did. I always shower after working out." Qin Zixuan couldn't hold it in any longer. "Every time?" "Forget it. Showering cleans the body but not the heart," she said, tears streaming down her face. Ho Yan was really worried now. "What's wrong? Do you think I'm dirty for dealing with Su Wenying? Even if I am, I won't let those who threaten you off the hook. If you mind, there's nothing I can do." Qin Zixuan felt something was off. She quickly turned to him and asked, "What did you do to her?" Ho Yan was initially angry, but seeing Qin Zixuan's tearful face, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. He explained, "The Su family allied with other families to divide Tianhai. To make an example, I had Qi Zhenshan." He made a throat-slitting gesture. Qin Zixuan looked at him in shock, then around the room to make sure no one was listening. "You killed Qi Zhenshan." Ho Yan shook his head. "I didn't do it myself. He had a heart condition. I just induced an emotional reaction to trigger an early attack." This was one of the techniques Hu Yan had learned from the 18 clay figures. Initially, he had tested it on Qi Zhenshan and found it quite effective. After further study, he realized it wasn't just about influencing emotions but could control the timing of an emotional outburst within a day. So, when Su Wenying and Qi Zhenshan were plotting against him and the Qin family, Hu Yan decided to act. With his keen eye, he accurately assessed Qi Zhenshan's heart condition. Thus, when he parted ways with Su Wenying and Qi Zhenshan yesterday, he planted an intense emotional trigger in Qi Zhenshan, set to go off during the low-pressure hours of the early morning. Then, Hu Yan explained how he had tricked Su Wanying into thinking she was poisoned when he hadn't actually used any poison. He wasn't arrogant enough to believe his methods were foolproof. By not using poison and making her think she was poisoned, it ensured that no one would ever find anything. Hearing Hu Yan's explanation of how he had served Su Wanying, which was completely different from what she had imagined, Qin Zixuan blushed and laughed through her tears. Seeing her smile, Hu Yan felt relieved. What happened? You scared me. Qin Zixuan bashfully glanced at Hu Yan. It's just that your vague words made me think. Well, her voice trailed off and she blushed even more. Hu Yan looked serious. Zixuan, what do you take me for? Sorry, Qin Zixuan apologized, holding his hand and pulling him to sit down. She feared he would really get angry. Seeing her like this, Hu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Zixuan, I don't have evidence, but I suspect your thoughts are dangerous. Let's go to kindergarten together. Qin Zixuan couldn't hold back her laughter, playfully hitting him. Annoying. Hu Yan hugged her, and they both laughed as they recalled their conversation. But thinking about how Hu Yan had risked so much for her, and completely offended Su Wanying, Qin Zixuan felt both regretful and worried. By the way, you haven't eaten yet. What do you want to eat? My treat, Qin Zixuan offered. Seeing her sweet and shy face, Hu Yan felt no desire for food. Right now I just want to eat you. Qin Zixuan's face flushed as she gently pushed him away. If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. Knowing she was embarrassed, Hu Yan stopped teasing. They found a quiet restaurant and had brunch together. Unexpectedly, Su Wanying didn't return home after becoming Hu Yan's spy instead. She called to invite Hu Yan to an antique fair the next day. Hu Yan had planned to go anyway. He had recently created several artworks and, through Zhao Pang and Qiu Chengzi, arranged to have them auctioned at the fair. This would both increase his reputation and provide Zhao Peng with some profit. Since Su Wanying wanted to go, Hu Yan agreed. They arranged to meet at the antique fair the next morning. Realizing she no longer had to pick up Su Wanying from the hotel, Qin Zixuan found it amusing. The two hadn't spent quality time together in a while, so after brunch, Qin Zixuan took Hu Yan shopping. Although she followed his advice not to buy luxury brands, she still bought him several items from his favorite brands, making up for her previous distrust. Despite her feelings of guilt towards Hu Yan, Qin Zixuan followed his wishes throughout the entire day. However, after dinner, she still went back to her own home. Of course, Hu Yan felt a bit disappointed, but he didn't want to force Qin Zixuan to do anything. He chose to respect her wishes, believing that was the right thing to do. This way he could feel better about himself. The next day, Hu Yan picked up Hua Shaoqiang and headed straight to the antique street. Although Su Wanying was also at Tianhai Hotel, waiting a few more minutes wouldn't make much of a difference. Hu Yan decided not to wait. The more he disregarded her presence, the more confident she would believe he was. And the less confident Su Wanying would feel. When Hua Shaoqiang asked why he didn't wait for Miss Su, Hu Yan replied, "You can't spoil women." Hey. Men, Hua Shaoqiang teased. I see you pamper Qin Zixuan quite a lot. Of course she's my woman. If a man doesn't pamper his own woman, is he even a man? Hua Shaoqiang was left speechless. Zhao Min, who had reconciled with Hua Shaoqiang, heard Hu Yan's words and couldn't help but scoff at Hua Shaoqiang. See, I told you. Alright, Hua Shaoqiang interrupted Zhao Min. I get it. With Hu Yan around, no woman would choose me. Okay. Good that you understand, Zhao Min laughed, still holding Hua Shaoqiang's arm. But if Hu Yan is around, why did you choose me? Hua Shaoqiang teased her. Zhao Min raised her neck and said, Humph. Because Hu Yan is already taken. I don't have a chance. Hua Shaoqiang's face instantly turned into one of utter despair. This made Hu Yan and Zhao Min burst into laughter. Soon, Hu Yan parked the car at the antique street. As they reached the entrance, Su Wanying was already there waiting. Good morning, Master Hu. And Mr. Hua. Seeing Su Wanying's friendly expression, Hua Shaoqiang gave Hu Yan a thumbs up, indicating you were right. Don't spoil women. The less you care, the more they come to you. Hu Yan smiled but didn't explain. He didn't want anyone to know about Su Wanying becoming his spy. As for Su Wanying's cheerful demeanor hiding her true feelings of resentment, Hu Yan found it amusing. Thus, while Su Wanying had to speak to Hu Yan with a smiling face, she avoided him as much as possible. However, in Hua Shaoqiang's eyes, it seemed like Su Wanying respected Hu Yan to the point of being too afraid to say much. Feeling this, Hua Shaoqiang felt a wave of self-doubt. No wonder Zhao Min and Hu Yan teased him. Comparing himself to Hu Yan, he felt utterly inadequate. Accompanying Su Wanning was Qiu Changzi. This was his territory, and with Qiu Zhan gone, Qiu Chengzi's took extra care of the young lady. Of course, Qiu Chengzi didn't know Qiu Zinshan's sudden death was related to Hu Yan. After the previous incident, he had grown more respectful towards Hu Yan. His words were as if he were a student seeking advice from a teacher. He treated Hua Shaoqiang politely, which further disheartened Hua Shaoqiang. What Hua Shaoqiang didn't know was that Qiu Chengzi, as a collector and antique enthusiast, didn't need to curry favor with business magnates like Hua Shaoqiang. But Hu Yan was different. After a lifetime of playing with antiques, Qiu Chengzi felt that, in front of Hu Yan, his own expertise was nothing. Whenever Qiu Chengzi asked Hu Yan about any antique, Hu Yan could explain its intricacies in the simplest terms, leaving Qiu Chengzi feeling enlightened. For someone deeply passionate about antiques, how could they not respect such a person? Hu Yan understood, but Hua Shaoqiang didn't. He only saw that this revered old man, respected by everyone in the antique street, behaved like a subservient grandson in front of Hu Yan. The stark contrast, combined with Qiu Chengzi's indifferent attitude towards him, confirmed Hua Shaoqiang's belief that he was indeed nothing compared to Hu Yan. As Hua Shaoqiang sank deeper into self-pity, the group soon reached the venue of the gathering. With collectors from various places arriving, Qiu Chengzi had set up large tents in the square, expanding the area and providing shelter from the winter cold. However, those willing to spend money enjoyed the comfort of the hall, with heating and air conditioning. The disparity in treatment for spenders and non-spenders was evident everywhere. Seeing this, Hu Yan laughed. Qiu Lao, you must be making a fortune just from the rental fees during this period. Qiu Chengzi smiled wryly. Don't tease me. You made over 100 million in a day with that Buddha statue. Compared to you, I'm just a beggar. What Hua Shaoqiang was instantly agitated. Hu Yan, that broken statue you got is worth over 100 million. Hu Yan rubbed his nose and didn't explain. Seeing this, Qiu Chengzi realized he had misspoken. Apologizing to Hu Yan, he explained to Hua Shaoqiang, that statue is only valuable because it's with Hu Yan. In anyone else's hands it would be ruined. He spoke from the heart. After Hu Yan took the deformed Buddha statue, Qiu Chengzi had privately contacted him. Out of pure curiosity, Qiu Chengzi requested to see photos of the statue after Hu Yan restored it. Hu Yan didn't refuse, knowing they were part of the same antique circle. After Hu Yan completely restored the Buddha statue, he sent photos to Qiu Chengzi, who was utterly shocked. The restoration was flawless. Hu Yan had perfectly restored the Buddha statue to its original form. After seeing the photos, Qiu Chengzi berated himself in front of the mirror for a long time. Hence, his immense respect for Hu Yan today. Feeling that his lifetime of antique expertise paled in comparison to Hu Yan's, Qiu Chengzi had no choice but to humble himself before him. But Hua Shaoqiang didn't understand this. To him it seemed like this highly respected old man, revered by everyone in the antique street, acted like a subservient grandson in front of Hu Yan. The stark contrast, combined with Qiu Chengzi's indifferent attitude towards him, confirmed Hua Shaoqiang's belief that he was indeed nothing compared to Hu Yan. Seeing Hua Shaoqiang's self-doubt, Zhao Min tightened her hold on his arm, using her soft and ample chest to comfort his wounded pride. It's okay, Hua Shao. Even if Hu Yan makes 5 million a day, it would take him over 50 years to match your family's wealth. So I was just teasing you earlier. If I really had to choose, I would still choose you. I'm sure most people would. Hua Shaoqiang felt a critical hit. Are you sure you're complimenting me? It sounds like you're praising my dad. Your choice would be my dad, right? Zhao Min was stunned. Indeed, speaking the brutal truth carelessly isn't wise. Haha. Hua Shao. You're so annoying. It's like saying a certain celebrity rose to fame because of her chest. The chest is hers, and people shouldn't criticize her for it. You're the sole heir of the Hua family. Everything in the Hua family is yours. That's your strength. Why shouldn't it be compared? Hua Shaoqiang thought for a long time. You're right, but why do I feel like all my charm is tied to my dad? Let's go, Hua Shao. They're already ahead. It's better to follow them than to miss out on the good stuff. With that, Zhao Min pulled Hua Shaoqiang along. Seeing that Hua Shaoqiang was again distracted by Hu Yan and the others, Zhao Min sighed in relief. Serving the young master isn't easy, Zhao Min thought. I must ask my language teacher how I could improve my persuasive skills. When they caught up, they saw that everyone had gathered around a painting stall. The owner of the stall was none other than Zhao Peng. Many people were inquiring about prices. Boss, just name a price. Yeah, are you here just to tease us? Whatever the price, you have to say something. Amid the noisy crowd, Zhao Peng sat with his eyes closed, like a meditating monk, ignoring the people around him. Seeing Zhao Peng's behavior, Su Wenying said, puzzled, this person is strange. Why ignore customers at his stall? Qiyu Chengzi has adjusted his glasses and took a closer look. Miss Su, these are Hu Yan's paintings. What Su Wenying was stunned. She had just admired the artistic level of these paintings, which was why she was so eager to buy them. Now, hearing Qiyu Chengzi's words, she became less anxious. If these were Hu Yan's paintings, she was determined to get them. So, Su Wenying focused more on the quality of the paintings. The more she looked, the more she felt these paintings were on par with any historical master. Additionally, because ancient artists were often conservative, even realistic painters sometimes depicted people with large heads. Regardless of their skill, from an aesthetic perspective, they couldn't compare to a modern realistic painter like Hu Yan. Hu Yan's characters were vivid, with flowing and dynamic strokes. The expressions in his paintings were lifelike yet devoid of mundane smoke, less vulgar, and more ethereal and free. In short, the more she looked, the more she felt these were extraordinary masterpieces. While Su Wenying and Qiyu Chengzi were engrossed in Hu Yan's paintings, Hu Yan was curious about Zhao Peng's behavior. Why was he ignoring the buyers? Did Zhao Peng think it was difficult to set a price? Hu Yan wondered. Does Zhao Peng realize the true value of these paintings and want to elevate their prestige? Hu Yan shook his head. His plan was not to focus on the current value of the paintings. Once Zhao Peng had been trained enough and Hu Yan found a suitable position for him, he would stop selling paintings. Those already sold would naturally be auctioned. After a period of fermentation, given Hu Yan's confidence in the quality of his paintings, he believed their value could increase tenfold or more. Continuously selling them would only kill their potential for appreciation. Has Zhao Peng figured all this out? Hu Yan wondered. Initially, Hu Yan wanted to ask Zhao Peng about his behavior, but he quickly decided against it. After all, everyone grows best by following their own instincts. Interfering too much can only hinder someone's optimal path. People are different, after all. With this in mind, Hu Yan patiently waited to see what Zhao Peng would do next. Among the crowd, besides Hua Shaoqiang, Qiyu Chengzi also recognized Zhao Peng. Qiyu Chengzi knew about Hu Yan's paintings being sold at Dongpeng Antiques and had even placed a deposit, hoping to get one sooner. He had mentioned his acquaintance with Hu Yan to Zhao Peng, hoping for some preferential treatment. However, Hu Yan had instructed Zhao Peng not to give special treatment to anyone claiming to know him, unless they approached him directly. Hence, Zhao Peng had politely refused Qiyu Chengzi back then. Qiyu Chengzi didn't take it to heart. If he had approached Hu Yan using Qian Jintang's name, Hu Yan might have conceded out of guilt towards the Qian family. But now, Qiyu Chengzi's had a different mindset. Even if it was his turn to buy, Zhao Peng would give him a random painting. Now, he had the chance to choose his favorite directly from the display. Comparing the two situations, he felt that spending more now was worth it. Initially, Zhao Peng hadn't acknowledged Qiyu Chengzi's claim of knowing Hu Yan. But now, with Hu Yan present, Qiyu Chengzi saw an opportunity he couldn't miss. So Qiyu Chengzi approached Zhao Peng and patted him on the shoulder. "Wake up, kid. Your boss is here." Zhao Peng opened his eyes and recognized Qiyu Chengzi. Back then, Qiyu Chengzi had explained his identity. When Hu Yan set up this stall, he had informed Qiyu Chengzi. "Mr. Qiyu, good to see you. I haven't had the chance to thank you for this spot." Qiyu Chengzi waved it off. "It's nothing. Not worth mentioning." Then, he eagerly looked at the paintings behind Zhao Peng, clearly indicating his interest. "Here to see the paintings?" Zhao Peng asked. Qiyu Chengzi beamed. "Exactly." Zhao Peng stepped aside. "Since you've been so kind, please, take a closer look." While Qiyu Chengzi was delighted, he was slightly disappointed as well. He wanted to buy, not just look. Seeing Zhao Peng's feigned ignorance, he had no choice but to ask, "Can I bring someone in with me?" He pointed to Su Wenying. Zhao Peng noticed Hu Yan, who gave a nod, signaling to let them in. Zhao Peng extended an invitation to Qiyu Chengzi and Su Wenying. Su Wenying's face lit up with joy. Viewing the paintings up close was far better than from a distance. Seeing Su Wenying and Qiyu Chengzi enter the stall, Hua Shaoqiang felt envious. "Hu Yan, can I go in and take a look later?" Hu Yan laughed. "No need, right? Others can only look but might not buy. You, my friend, can have a custom piece. Isn't that better?" Hua Xiaoqiang, who loved to show off, was delighted. Exactly. Our bond is special. How can they compare? Still, he couldn't resist. I still want to go in and take a look. I may not understand much, but look at all those envious eyes. Ho Yan rubbed his nose, feeling a bit helpless. Does he really need to show off? These people don't even know him. But since he liked it, Hu Yan nodded in agreement. To be fair, those lingering around Zhao Peng's stall weren't just there for fun. Most of them had some appreciation for art. The quality of the paintings was evident, which kept them rooted in place. Therefore, being allowed to view the paintings up close was a significant honor. Naturally, this made Hua Xiaoqiang want to experience the same. Someone familiar with Qiu Chengji's asked, "Mr. Qiu, can you get me in to see too?" At that moment, Qiu Chengzi was examining a painting with a magnifying glass, constantly marveling at it. He looked up to see Jiang Cheng's renowned art collector and city museum curator, Xie Zhongli. He didn't dare to be rude and glanced at Zhao Peng, who was pretending not to see. "I'm sorry, Mr. Xie. I can't decide that." He subtly pointed at Hu Yan. Xie Zhongli, seasoned in officialdom, quickly understood that Hu Yan was the key. He had no choice but to approach Hu Yan. "Young man, I'm Xie Zhongli, the curator of the city museum. It's a pleasure to meet you." Seeing this, Hu Yan knew Xie Zhongli must be genuinely passionate about his paintings to approach him so humbly. "It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Xie. I'm Hu Yan, an appraiser at Tianhai Pawn Shop." Xie Zhongli nodded. "A young talent. You're too kind." Xie Zhongli furrowed his brows. "But I've often checked Tianhai Pawn Shop's website and never seen these works." He pointed to Zhao Peng's paintings. Ho Yan explained, "These are personal collections, not from the pawn shop. Mr. Zhao is a good friend of mine." I see. Xie Zhongli nodded, rubbing his hands, looking somewhat embarrassed despite his age. "Ho Yan, may I have the honor of viewing these after Mr. Qiu?" "Of course. It would be our honor. Your expertise in art is well known. Having your appreciation would be a great honor for the artist." Xie Zhongli's face lit up. "You're too kind. I'm just passionate about traditional art. When I see good work, I can't move on. These pieces though. The skill, the essence. Compared to my collection, mine are garbage." Ho Yan shook his head. "You're too modest. I've heard your collection is magnificent." Xie Zhongli shook his head. "I don't know if you've examined these closely, but compared to mine, it's not even worth mentioning." He sighed deeply, clearly enamored with Hu Yan's works. Many people recognized Xie Zhongli. His words attracted a crowd. "Mr. Xie, what's the value of these paintings?" "Yes, I want to buy one for my collection. Are they worth it? Are these modern works or ancient relics?" After a barrage of questions, Xie Zhongli patiently explained, "I can't state the exact value, but my most expensive piece is worth 10,000 per foot. Compared to these, they fall short." The crowd buzzed with excitement. "Are they that valuable? No wonder the owner ignored us. He must think we can't afford them. Does this mean each painting is worth millions? Are you sure they're worth that much?" After the crowd calmed down, Xie Zhongli continued, "I can't set a price, but if I can afford it and the owner is willing to sell, I would definitely buy one. Even if it means buying a house, I would." "Wow." The crowd gasped collectively, realizing their initial price guesses were way off. "So you believe these paintings are highly collectible?" Xie Zhongli nodded. "More than that. These are heirloom-worthy masterpieces." Ha Yan silently praised Xie Zhongli and understood Zhao Peng's strategy. Zhao Peng's refusal to sell was to attract discerning buyers. Zhao Peng had evolved from a profit-driven novice to someone with a long-term vision. Ho Yan nodded approvingly, seeing his friend grow rapidly. Just then, Yu Chengzi exclaimed, "Well said. Truly worthy of our top art collector." He waved to Xie Zhongli. Xie Zhongli approached. Yu Chengzi was holding a painting, examining it with a magnifying glass. "Look, Mr. Xie." "Wow," Xie Zhongli gasped. "You have a 10-fold magnification. Let me use my 30-fold one." Yu Chengzi nodded. When Xie Zhongli's 30-fold magnification was applied, both men froze. They exchanged astonished glances. "A treasure. A treasure indeed." They spoke in unison. The crowd erupted again. "Mr. Xie, what did you see?" "Yes, tell us. Can we have a look too?" The commotion nearly toppled Zhao Peng's tables. To protect the paintings, Qiu Chengzi and Xie Zhongli stepped back, securing them. Seeing the escalating chaos, Hua Xiaoqiang, Zhao Peng, and Su Wenying tried to calm the crowd. But there were too many people. They couldn't hold them back. Suddenly, a girl with a long bag stepped in gracefully but powerfully, using Tai Chi-like moves to push back the crowd. Soon, a group of security guards surrounded Zhao Peng's stall. Zhao Peng shouted, "Everyone, calm down, or I'll pack up." His words worked, and the crowd slowly settled, watching from a distance, waiting for Xia Zhonglu to explain the painting's value. Helping to block the crowd was Shen Moling. She had been learning painting and calligraphy from Hu Yan for a while. During this time, Hu Yan suggested she change her martial arts style to better align with her true nature, allowing her to better utilize her strengths and find her own style more quickly. Shen Moling understood that Hu Yan had her best interests at heart and naturally didn't refuse. While practicing her painting and calligraphy at home, she also kept up with the martial arts techniques Hu Yan taught her. As a result, her movements had shifted from the hard and fierce Baji Quan to the softer and more flexible Tai Chi style. Seeing her moves, Hu Yan nodded in approval, thinking her artistic skills must have also improved significantly. Originally, Shen Moling wanted Hu Yan to take some time to evaluate her current level in painting and calligraphy. But since Hu Yan was busy, he suggested she bring her works to Zhao Peng's stall for everyone to see. After all, every artist follows their own inner voice. Hu Yan could teach her techniques, but he didn't want Shen Moling to simply mimic his style. That way she would never become a true master. Shen Moling, being from a prestigious family, understood Hu Yan's intentions and didn't blame him. Instead, she felt even more grateful and respectful towards her young teacher. Hua Shaoqiang, however, didn't know her background. To him, this girl, while not quite as beautiful as Qin Zixuan, exuded a deep, classical, intellectual beauty that he rarely saw in his peers. Though Hua Shaoqiang had seen many women, most of them were superficial beauties. He had rarely encountered someone with such profound grace. Previously, during the Peng Siyuan incident, he had heard of a skilled girl named Yao Ru. He assumed this extraordinary girl before him must be Yao Ru. Even though Hua Shaoqiang felt she was still not quite on Qin Zixuan's level, her exceptional aura closed the gap, making her a high-caliber beauty in her own right. Even Su Wanying glanced at Shen Moling a few times, indicating that Hua Shaoqiang's judgment wasn't off. The security guards were drawn from Qin Zixuan's team at Tianhai Pawn Shop, partly to help Qiu Chengzi manage the antique fair's security, and partly to protect Zhao Peng's collection of Hu Yan's works. As the crowd calmed down, Shen Moling approached Hu Yan, bowed slightly, and said, "Teacher." Hua Shaoqiang, puzzled, glanced over. Hu Yan explained, "I taught her some painting and calligraphy techniques. She insists on calling me teacher, and I couldn't refuse." Hua Shaoqiang nodded in understanding. Shen Moling opened her backpack, took out her artworks, and handed them to Hu Yan. Hu Yan flipped through them and nodded. "Very good, significant progress. Without being influenced by my works, you'll soon develop your own style." Shen Moling bowed again. "It's all thanks to your excellent guidance, teacher." She truly felt this way. If she had continued her previous approach, she would never have found her own style. While teaching her techniques, Hu Yan also continually encouraged Shen Moling to express her inner self, both in her art and martial arts. This led Shen Moling, who was naturally gentle, to discover the joy in painting and calligraphy as she continued to learn and express her true nature. It no longer felt like a heavy burden as it had before. As Hu Yan reviewed Shen Moling's works, Hua Shaoqiang also looked at them. To his surprise, Shen Moling's artworks seemed almost on par with Hu Yan's. "I think this young lady's skills are not far off from your own," Hua Shaoqiang commented. Hu Yan smiled but didn't respond. Shen Moling, noticing Hua Shaoqiang's apparent friendship with Hu Yan, explained, "Compared to my teacher, I am still far behind." She took out a magnifying glass. "Take a look." With the magnifying glass, Hua Shaoqiang realized the intricacies involved. He had seen Hu Yan's works under magnification earlier. Even under 10-fold or 30-fold magnification, Hu Yan's lines remained flawless. In contrast, Shen Moling's works, while impressive from a distance, showed slight imperfections and breaks under magnification. It's like comparing high-quality photos that remain clear when enlarged with low-quality ones that become blurry. After examining the artworks, Hua Shaoqiang still praised her. "Though I am not an expert, with your talent and continued effort, your future accomplishments will surely be significant." "Thank you." Shen Moling smiled gratefully. "That's right," Hu Yan agreed. "Finding the right direction, success is just a matter of time." Shen Moling respectfully bowed to Hu Yan. "Thank you, teacher." Hu Yan nodded with a smile, pleased to see Shen Moling on the right path in her art. "Hang your works up, and let everyone see them," Hu Yan suggested. Shen Moling nodded, and, with Zhao Peng's help, displayed her works at the booth. Seeing new artworks being put up, the crowd assumed they were by the same artist and began to applaud. After all, there were more outsiders than experts in the crowd. Qiu Chengzi glanced at Shen Moling's calligraphy, didn't even use a magnifying glass, and resumed discussing Hu Yan's works with Su Wanying. Meanwhile, Zhao Peng followed the prearranged plan, consulted Hu Yan, and priced Shen Moling's artworks before displaying them. Seeing prices ranging from 50,000 to 100,000, many were tempted. The earlier commotion had drawn a larger crowd. At a glance, the untrained eye couldn't tell much difference between Shen Moling's and Hu Yan's works. Shen Moling had started by imitating Hu Yan's techniques. Even though she had developed her own style, to the untrained eye, they still looked quite similar. As people prepared to buy, Shen Moling whispered to Zhao Peng. Zhao Peng nodded and announced, "The priced artworks, though similar in appearance to the unpriced ones, are by a different artist. Please carefully consider your purchases. Once sold, no refunds or exchanges." This made people realize the newer works had a different signature Changjiang Shen Moling's pen name, symbolizing the inheritance of Hu Yan's artistic teachings. After Zhao Peng's announcement, those who were impulsively ready to buy hesitated. Many sought Xie Zhonglu's opinion. After examining Shen Moling's works, Xie Zhonglu also carefully looked at her. He had overheard the conversation between Hu Yan and Shen Moling. He then commented, "I can only say the prices are fair and there's room for growth." Hu Yan nodded appreciatively. Though the prices were fair, selling without recognition is always tough. Artworks are different from other antiques. Without a renowned name, few would pay a high price. Hu Yan's own experience had shown that even if an artwork's intrinsic value exceeds its price, it still might not sell well initially. It takes continuous exposure and appreciation to build a reputation. Shen Moling's works, with Xie Zhonglu's endorsement, would gain recognition faster. However, discerning buyers knew that a fair price meant no quick profit. The art market is filled with hopeful buyers, but most end up losing money. After Xie Zhonglu's endorsement, many were hesitant, while some were willing to pay a high price for Hu Yan's works. As a result, Shen Moling's works remained unsold. Hu Yan patted Shen Moling's shoulder. "Don't be discouraged. Take the feedback to heart." "I understand," Shen Moling replied. "I always wanted to see my works displayed alongside yours. Now, it's a dream come true." "Oh," Hu Yan asked, "what do you think you've gained?" Shen Moling smiled wryly. "Without comparison, there's no perspective. I thought I had improved significantly, but compared to you, I see how vast the gap still is." It wasn't just her perception, it was true. Hu Yan had never stopped learning, and his progress far outpaced hers. Despite this, Hu Yan's works at Zhao Peng's stall continued to increase in value, with pre-orders pouring in. Seeing the gap means your eye for quality is improving. That's a good thing. Recognizing problems is the first step to solving them, Hu Yan encouraged. As Hu Yan spoke with Shen Moling, a loud voice came from the back of the crowd. "I'll buy all these priced paintings." The crowd parted to reveal a young man in a long traditional robe, carrying a folding fan despite the cold. Behind him were several attendants. Seeing this man, Hua Shaoqiang exclaimed, "Gan Naren, young Master Gan? What brings you to Jiangbei?" Well, Gan Naren laughed. "Isn't this Hua Shao? What a coincidence. I wondered why this place seemed so grand. Now I see why." He warmly shook hands with Hua Shaoqiang, then pretended to notice Su Wanying. "Ah, no wonder it's so grand. Both Hua Shao and Miss Su are here." "You're still as charming as ever, young Master Gan," Su Wanying replied. "You're a famous collector. How about giving us your thoughts on these paintings?" Of course, Gan Naren waved his fan dramatically. "I've already bought all the priced ones. That speaks for itself." "Oh," Su Wanying said. "And what about the unpriced ones?" Gan Naren laughed. "I might offend some people, but I must say, these are all trash. Obvious fakes." When Gan Naren declared that the previously praised paintings were obvious fakes, the crowd became chaotic. Among them, only a few knew those were Hu Yan's works. Hua Shaoqiang was the first to react angrily. "Gan, just because you've been in the collecting world for a few years, don't think you're a master. Watch your tongue." Gan Naren was confused by Hua Shaoqiang's strong reaction. He wanted to ask why, but the noisy crowd made it impossible to communicate. "Director Xi, didn't you just highly praise these paintings? Could you explain?" someone shouted. "Didn't you say these were excellent? How come they're fakes now?" No wonder the seller didn't name a price, they're obviously fakes. "Everyone, be careful. This might be a scam where they act high and mighty to rip us off. Nowadays, if you have enough money, you can hire anyone." The crowd murmured, and their looks towards Xie Zhonglu, Qiu Chengzi and Su Wenying changed. They felt embarrassed, except Su Wenying, whose expression was complex. She had suffered at Hu Yan's hands and secretly hoped this incident would humiliate him. She immediately put down Hu Yan's paintings and pretended to admire Shen Moling's works, nodding and making appreciative sounds. Ho Yan only smiled, showing no displeasure. Hua Shaoqiang, however, pulled Gan Naren aside and demanded, "Why do you say these paintings are fakes?" The crowd fell silent, curious about Gan Naren's response. He was still puzzled by Hua Shaoqiang's anger. "Hua, I'm just expressing my opinion. Why are you so upset? Did you buy any of these so-called masterpieces?" "Stop talking nonsense." Hua Shaoqiang was still furious. "Explain yourself, or we're done." Gan Naren forced a smile. "Come on, Hua, the paintings aren't yours. Why are you so angry? Besides, with our friendship, what's serious enough to end it?" Seeing their close relationship, Hu Yan intervened. "Hua, everyone has different opinions on art. There's no need to force it." He signaled Hua Shaoqiang to calm down. Reluctantly, Hua Shaoqiang agreed. "All right, but you'd better have a good explanation." Gan Naren, noticing Su Wenying's supportive look, had a plan. "It seems Hua Shaoqiang brought Miss Su here. Maybe he overpraised these paintings, and my comment embarrassed him." Turning to Su Wenying, he said, "Miss Su, you must understand, Hua is trustworthy, but collecting isn't his strong suit. Don't misunderstand." Su Wenying smiled. "Of course, young Master Gan. Please, share your thoughts." Gan Naren nodded. "As this gentleman said, everyone has different views on art. This is just my opinion, so don't take it too seriously." Pointing at one of Hu Yan's paintings, he continued, "Honestly, at first glance, these works stunned me. If they're real, my collection at home would seem crude in comparison." He paused, then added, "Just based on realism, these works are outstanding. That's why I doubted their authenticity." Hearing this, Qiu Chengzi and Jia Zhonglu sighed in relief, exchanging a knowing look. Gan Naren went on, "Today's forgery techniques are advanced. From an artistic perspective, these paintings are problematic." He pointed to a painting of a lady. "This portrait doesn't reflect the style of ancient masters. It's a modern aesthetic. The figure is exaggerated, not fitting traditional beauty standards. This isn't a true classical portrait." Really, even the crowd felt something was off. "Your reasoning is too far-fetched. These are modern works, so they match modern tastes. They're not meant for ancient viewers." "Exactly. This logic doesn't make sense. I love this painting. As long as it's not fake, I'll buy it. Explain why you think it's fake." Gan Naren didn't expect the crowd to dismiss his expertise. He realized his reputation in the South wasn't well known here. Clearing his throat, he said, "Collecting requires both sharp eyes and intelligence." He pointed to his head, a sentiment many collectors agreed with. "The reason I think these are fakes is that if they were genuine, selling them here is absurd. Think about it. A renowned modern artist's painting can fetch millions at auction. If these works are real, their value would be in the billions." He laughed. "Does anyone believe this? Would a master sell such valuable art at a street stall? Are they that desperate?" The crowd fell silent, realizing he had a point. "Right, if these are so valuable, why sell them here? They could go to auction where they'd fetch much higher prices. The rich there could easily afford them. Good thing I didn't rush to buy." "Yeah, impulse buying is dangerous." As the crowd murmured, Zhao Peng laughed. "Do you think I gave you the chance to buy impulsively?" The crowd fell silent, realizing Zhao Peng hadn't set a price, hinting at something fishy. Collecting is indeed tricky. It's best to be cautious, they thought. Qiu Chengzi asked, "Young Master Gan, have you carefully examined these paintings? Can you really judge them from a distance?" Qiu Chengzi's tone suggested doubt, implying Gan Naren couldn't accurately judge from afar. Gan Naren thought, "Does this old man not know who I am? Old man, you don't need to look closely to see these are fakes." Ignoring Qiu Chengzi, he turned to Shen Moling and Zhao Peng. "Help me pack these price paintings. I'll buy them all, no discount needed." Gan Naren thought his grand gesture would impress Shen Moling, attracting her attention. Hua Shaoqiang, observing, whispered to Hu Yan, "Compared to you, I'm nothing. Look at how he tries to impress." Hu Yan smiled and shook his head. Gan Naren, seeing no response from Zhao Peng and Shen Moling, felt awkward. Zhao Peng glanced at Shen Moling, giving her the decision. Shen Moling, deep in thought, frowned. Gan Naren assumed she was overwhelmed by his generosity, thinking, "Got it." Artist bow to money. He imagined Shen Moling thanking him over dinner, planning to win her over with a few tricks. Don't be surprised, miss. I genuinely love your work. If you feel grateful, just treat me to dinner. He fluttered his fan, thinking it would impress her. Shen Moling, seeing the predatory look in his eyes, asked, "What techniques are used to create such fake paintings?" "You're asking that?" Gan Naren, thinking she was impressed, nodded. "Yes, tell us. We're curious too." Gan Naren addressed the crowd. "From what I know, the simplest method involves photographing, transferring, and enhancing the image repeatedly until all flaws are gone. Even under magnification, no flaws are visible. This process, while complex, is worth it." The crowd understood, nodding in agreement. Shen Moling, seeming enlightened, said, "So you heard someone say these paintings look flawless under magnification, leading you to believe they're fakes?" Gan Naren, embarrassed, admitted it was true. Given his explanation, it seemed impossible for such masterpieces to be sold here. To ease his embarrassment, Gan Naren urged, "Pack these for me. We can discuss the secrets over dinner." Smiling arrogantly at Shen Moling, he felt victorious. "Not interested," Shen Moling replied coldly. "I won't sell my paintings to you." Gan Naren was completely stunned. In his entire life he had never been refused a purchase before. For a moment he thought he had misheard. "What did you say?" Zhao Peng, who had been holding back out of respect for Shen Moling, saw no need to continue now that she had spoken. "She said she won't sell to you." Zhao Peng even made a please move aside gesture. "Don't block others from viewing the paintings." What Gan Naren was nearly beside himself with rage. "What's the meaning of this? Aren't these paintings here to be sold?" Shen Moling, usually gentle and not one to argue, made an exception today. "My paintings are for those who truly understand them. If someone truly appreciates them, I'd give them away for free. But I won't let a blind person with ulterior motives buy them." Gan Naren felt as if he had been hit by 1,000 arrows. You. Ha 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 ho, Hua Shaoqiang laughed, patting Gan Naren on the shoulder. "When did you become blind? This isn't your territory, where money can get you anything." Gan Naren reluctantly nodded, still unwilling to accept it. He asked Shen Moling, "Can I ask why?" Shen Moling pointed to Hu Yan's paintings. "These were painted by my teacher. If you say they're fakes, then what about mine?" This Gan Naren was speechless. After a moment he said, "It can't be. If these are real, the artist must be a nationally, or even globally renowned master. If they're genuine, I'd buy them all, no matter the price." "If money could buy them, many people here would already own them," Zhao Peng scoffed. Gan Naren couldn't believe the paintings were genuine. His earlier statement was partly out of anger and partly to save face. Zhao Peng's words silenced him. Before he could respond, Xie Zhonglu added, "Exactly. There's not even a price tag on them. They might not be for sale at all. Then why display them?" Gan Naren countered. Shen Moling, usually patient, was protective of her teacher, Hu Yan. Criticizing her work was one thing, but belittling Hu Yan was another. "I don't know my teacher's reasons, but I love calligraphy and painting and hope others recognize my work. True collectors, those who truly appreciate art, should feel the same. Real collectors love what they collect, not just for showing off." Shen Moling's words were clear. "You doubt my teacher's work? I doubt you're a real collector." Gan Naren, born with a silver spoon in his mouth and used to praise, had never faced such humiliation. But instead of getting angry, he found Shen Moling's defiance even more attractive. "Miss, I admit my mistake. But can you prove these paintings are genuine?" Shen Moling smiled. "I witnessed my teacher creating many of these. Maybe my word isn't enough, but I trust the opinion of true experts here." She looked at Xie Zhonglu and Qiyu Chengzi, who nodded in agreement. Shen Moling continued, "I'll teach you something on my teacher's behalf." She carefully took out one of Hu Yan's paintings and a magnifying glass. Under high magnification, my teacher's works still show clear, precise lines and textures. But with the method you described, repeated copying and retouching would blur the details, leaving only uniform ink dots. Xia Zhonglu and Qiyu Chengzi applauded. "Well said. Truly a masterful student." "Indeed, very insightful." The crowd, recognizing her expertise, cheered. "Well done. A young lady with such knowledge. True professionals are different. Learned something new today." Gan Naren, realizing his mistake, wasn't foolish. He bowed deeply to Shen Moling. "I apologize for underestimating Jiang City's masters. I sincerely wish to apologize to you and your teacher, and hope to have the chance to collect one of your teacher's masterpieces." Shen Moling, seeing his sincere apology, softened but still replied, "As a great collector, what do you think these paintings are worth?" Gan Naren was cornered. He had earlier said they were worth millions if genuine. Reluctantly, he maintained, "These works are worth between 1 to 2 million each." Shen Moling nodded. "All right, I'll take my teacher's place and offer you one. For 2 million, pick whichever you like." Gan Naren, despite feeling cheated, had to comply. "Thank you." Choosing the largest landscape painting, he said, "I'll take this one. Please wrap it up, and I'll transfer the money." Zhao Peng quickly packaged the painting. This price was 10 times what Hu Yan initially set, so he didn't argue. Jia Zhonglu and Qiu Chengzis, however, looked displeased, as they had planned to buy Hu Yan's works for much less. Su Wanying, expecting Hu Yan to be humiliated, was surprised. Instead of being exposed, Hu Yan's reputation soared. Gan Naren completed the purchase, feeling more at ease. He realized the paintings were indeed valuable. Hua Shaoqiang, seeing this, patted his shoulder. "Now do you understand why I was angry?" "Yes, Hua, I misjudged. I learned a lot today." Hua Shaoqiang, knowing this benefited Hu Yan, didn't hold a grudge. Zhao Peng, feeling he had repaid Hu Yan's help, winked at him. Hu Yan smiled in return. Gan Naren, seeing Shen Moling's softened gaze, felt successful. "Miss Shen, may I treat you and Mr. Zhao to dinner?" Shen Moling looked at Gan Naren and then shook her head. "No, thank you. I don't dine with people with poor eyesight. Perhaps you and Mr. Zhao can go instead." Due to Gan Naren's sudden appearance and his high bids for Hu Yan's paintings, the original potential buyers were deterred by the inflated prices. Only Su Wanying, after discussing with Hu Yan, purchased a smaller portrait for 8 million. Since it was still early, and with the crowd around Zhao Peng's stall being driven away by the high prices, Hu Yan and his group continued exploring the antique market. Su Wanying commented, "Your friend is quite shrewd." He posted the video online. "It seems your pen name 3000 Years is going to gain even more recognition. He's my best buddy. It's only natural for him to think of me," Hu Yan replied with a smile. Though he sounded casual, he was genuinely touched inside. Zhao Peng transferred the 20 million from Gan Naren directly to Hu Yan's account, showcasing his growth. Gan Naren for some reason didn't leave and stayed with Hua Shaoqiang. Observing Hua Shaoqiang shaking his head repeatedly, he muttered, "It wasn't her." Unable to contain his curiosity, Gan Naren asked, "Hua, what are you mumbling about?" Hua Shaoqiang frowned. "People say Jiang City has beautiful women. I didn't believe it before, thinking that beautiful women were mostly from Jiangnan. But do you know, this Shen Moling, I always thought she was another beauty close to Hu Yan. But now, it seems she might not even be in the top tier among the women around Hu Yan." "Huh?" Gan Naren was stunned. He had stayed behind hoping to get closer to Shen Moling. Though no one explicitly told him, it was becoming clear that Shen Moling and Hu Yan shared a special connection. Given Hua Shaoqiang's close relationship with Hu Yan, if neither of them had romantic interest in her, it might be his chance. "You're joking, right? I think Miss Shen's looks are on par with the famous Su Wanning from Jiangnan. Could it be that there are even more beautiful women around Hu Yan?" Hua Shaoqiang smirked. "You're really clueless, huh? Do you know who Hu Yan's fiancé is?" Who? Hua Shaoqiang proudly declared. Qin Zixuan from Tianhai. His pride was evident, as if Qin Zixuan were his own girlfriend. Qin Zixuan. Gan Naren was shocked. Though Qin Zixuan wasn't a celebrity, those familiar with her, or with connections to the Qin family, like Su Wanying's circle, knew her. For someone like Gan Naren, who kept tabs on well-known beauties, this was astonishing. "You're not kidding, right? Who exactly is Hu Yan? During the Qin family banquet, it was said even you couldn't win her over. Is that true?" "Yes," Hua Shaoqiang admitted. "I lost to Hu Yan." Gan Naren gasped. The renowned national son-in-law Hua Shaoqiang, losing to an unknown figure, was hard to swallow. But understanding the delicate nature of these matters, he refrained from probing further. "Is Qin Zixuan as beautiful as they say?" Hua Shaoqiang nodded. "Even more beautiful than the rumors. That's why I've always wondered what kind of girl could rival her in beauty, yet be entirely different in style. Someone like Miss Su Wanying, perhaps." Hua Shaoqiang shook his head. "You've never seen Qin Zixuan. To be honest, they're not on the same level. Su Wanying is more on par with Shen Moling." Gan Naren's eyes widened. Now he was even more intrigued. Not only did he want to see Qin Zixuan, but he also wanted to see this other beauty Hua Shaoqiang mentioned. Meanwhile, Yixie Zhonglu and Qiu Chengzi joined Hu Yan's group, lamenting the missed opportunity to buy Hu Yan's paintings. After some wandering, they still hadn't found any satisfactory collectibles. While genuine items were present, they were either overpriced or not worth the gamble. Eventually, Hu Yan stopped at a stall displaying bronze items. Bronzes are typically avoided by casual collectors due to their age, scarcity, and the difficulty in authenticating them. Many replicas are poorly aged, often using unsavory methods. Seeing Hu Yan's interest, the group followed. The stall, with a few large bronze items and smaller ones like wine vessels and coins, seemed unremarkable. Hu Yan examined each item carefully, occasionally asking about the price. Jia Zhonglu asked the stall owner, "May we handle these?" "Go ahead, they're sturdy," the owner replied. Jia Zhonglu picked up an incense burner, tapping it lightly. The sound it made was dull and unimpressive, so he put it down and shook his head. Qiyu Chengzi picked up a wine vessel, rubbed it, and sniffed. Finding it fishy, he too shook his head. Hu Yan, however, remained engrossed, eventually asking about a tripod. 800,000, the owner replied. "May I take a closer look?" Hu Yan asked. "Sure, but be careful. It's quite old and fragile," the owner cautioned. Hu Yan examined it meticulously. Xia Zhonglu and Qiyu Chengzi, recognizing it as a fake, speculated on Hu Yan's intentions. Seeing Hu Yan still engrossed, Gan Niren nudged Hua Shaoqiang. "Isn't Hu Yan a certified appraiser? His judgment seems off." Hua Shaoqiang smirked. "Do you understand?" "Well, not deeply," Gan Niren admitted. "But even I can tell this is fake. It's not worth studying." Ignoring their skepticism, Hu Yan negotiated, "Can you come down on the price?" The owner chuckled. "What's your offer?" Hog Yan gestured 50,000? "That's fair," the owner said. "No, I mean 5,000, Hu Yan corrected. 5,000? No way. This is a family heirloom," the owner protested. "Then name your price," Hu Yan suggested. After some thought, the owner said, 15,000. "Take it or leave it." "Deal," Hu Yan agreed. The group was stunned. The owner packed the tripod, and Hu Yan paid. Su Wanying, curious, asked, "Did you just find another hidden gem? What's its real value? I'd like to buy it from you." Hu Yan laughed. "This isn't bronze." What Su Wanying was puzzled. "Then why did you buy it?" "I never said I was buying bronze," Hu Yan replied. "So what is it?" Su Wanying pressed. "This is an alchemy furnace. The odd appearance is due to heavy metal and herb residues on it," Hu Yan explained. Everyone was bewildered. They had all assumed Hu Yan was evaluating bronze artifacts. Instead, he had identified something entirely different: an alchemy furnace, a legendary item. Alchemy furnaces are legendary Taoist artifacts used for refining elixirs. Historical texts like Tang Wangji's Tour of Baishan and Song Dynasty's Lu Yu's poems reference their esteemed place in ancient practices. Such relics are rare and highly valued, as evidenced by the reverence in ancient literature. Hu Yan's acquired furnace has a ring on its lid, 2 ears on the sides, and 3 legs at the bottom, embodying Taoist principles of 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Prompted by Hu Yan's explanation, the group finally realized the significance. Qiyu Chengzi asked, "Hu Yan, how did you recognize this as an alchemy furnace right away?" Hu Yan didn't reveal his secret that the price tag was suspiciously marked with a question mark. Instead, he explained, "Haven't you seen rural cooking pots? They get deformed and rough from prolonged use. This furnace's bottom shows similar wear. And who has seen bronze items with such intricate carvings?" "Carvings?" Jia Zhonglu asked. "What do they signify?" "These are Taoist symbols, like those used in stories to ward off evil. It's said that specific symbols engraved on an alchemy furnace can retain heat effectively. Legends say that a true alchemist can naturally form elixirs in such a furnace, unlike our modern pills that are manually rolled." Xie Zhonglu muttered, "I thought those were just myths. Could they be real?" Hu Yan laughed. "I can't say for sure. I bought it because it's rare, not necessarily valuable." In truth, Hu Yan knew the legends were based on reality. While the quest for immortality is fiction, superior medicinal elixirs with real benefits did exist. Ancient martial arts families and sects often had their own recipes for these powerful concoctions. Hu Yan, having inherited the knowledge of 2 disciples of Ji Hong, was aware that real alchemy could produce effective health-boosting pills. He had many recipes and techniques but lacked an authentic alchemy furnace until now. For this reason, he considered the 15,000 yuan well spent. He would have even paid the original 80,000 yuan if necessary. Qiyu Chengzi chuckled, "You always downplay your finds. The rarer the item, the more valuable it is. You probably hit the jackpot again." Hearing this, Su Wanying's eyes sparkled with interest. "Hu Yan, can you part with it?" Hu Yan shook his head. "No." "Why not?" Su Wanying pouted, trying to appear innocent. Knowing her true nature, Hu Yan couldn't help but smirk. "You don't even know what it does or its real value. Why do you want it?" Does it only hold value in your hands? Su Waning retorted. Exactly. Remember, I'm also a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Are you saying you can use this to make elixirs? Su Waning finally understood. Yes, Hu Yan nodded. I don't believe it. Can these elixirs be more effective than modern medicine? Actually, yes. Modern purification methods often waste medicinal properties. Traditional techniques preserve these properties better, Hu Yan explained. Su Waning wasn't convinced. Can you prove that this furnace can produce better medicine? Absolutely, Hu Yan replied confidently. Great. Since I'm not in a hurry to go home, how about you show us your alchemy skills? Su Waning challenged. Hu Yan pondered. I can, but why should I perform for free? Will you pay me? Su Waning was speechless for a moment. Fine, how much? 15,000 per person, Hu Yan said. That's daylight robbery, Su Waning exclaimed. Take it or leave it. I'm not begging you to watch. Hu Yan shrugged. Despite her irritation, Su Waning realized that watching alchemy was a rare opportunity worth the price. Hua Shaoqiang immediately responded, 15,000 is reasonable. Count me in. Me too, Gan Naren added. I'd also like to buy one of the elixirs. Qiu Chengzis and Xie Zhonglu exchanged looks and agreed, we can't miss this. Count us in. Su Waning fumed internally, feeling as if only she was hesitant about the money. Ho Yan called Qin San to transport the furnace home safely, as it was too cumbersome to carry around. With that arranged, they continued exploring the market. Soon, they came across a large crowd. Upon closer inspection, they saw a vendor hosting a makeshift auction. Even Qiu Chengzi, who was familiar with the market, was surprised by this unique approach. These young entrepreneurs are clever, Xie Zhongli remarked. Indeed. We're getting old, Qiu Chengzi agreed, glancing at Hu Yan with a hint of regret for not purchasing his artwork earlier. Hu Yan observed, their items are genuine, which makes the auction format effective. The auction had a bold sign, 10 times compensation for any fakes. This guarantee drew the crowd's attention, and the enthusiastic bidding created an engaging atmosphere. While the auction items, mostly late Qing dynasty ceramics, weren't valuable, the auctioneer's clever strategy turned it into a lively event, with bidders caught up in the excitement. As the bids climbed, Hu Yan noted the genuine satisfaction on the faces of the successful bidders, contrasting with their earlier skepticism. Hua Shaoqiang and Gan Naren, who had been critical earlier, couldn't help but laugh at the spectacle. Even they recognized the ingenuity of transforming mundane items into coveted auction pieces through clever marketing. In this spirited environment, Gan Naren reflected on his own impulsive purchase of Hu Yan's painting, realizing the similarities. People often deceive themselves, and it's these small, everyday deceptions that shape much of human experience. Actually, Hu Yan's business strategy for the Gambling Stone Workshop is quite similar to this civilian auction house. Among the pile there is definitely one good item. It's the same concept as 10 times the compensation for a fake. However, after thinking carefully, Hu Yan realized that this sales method is even more thorough. Success is inevitable, but because it's so thorough, people who have experienced it once will not come back. The consequence of acting on impulse is bearing the punishment for that impulse. However, Hu Yan's Gambling Stone Workshop clearly could not be run this way. The saying reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles holds true here. Hu Yan felt that today was a worthwhile trip, as he had learned something new. But this was just for show, there was no place here for him to demonstrate his skills. So, Hu Yan led the group to continue moving forward. After walking for a while they heard distant shouts. Master's original 8 broken diagrams in Jin Hui Shui, the only one in China, 3,000 years old painting. Don't miss it. 8,000 for a painting, you won't lose out or be deceived. The only existing masterpiece by Master Jin Hui Shui. Su Wenying and those who knew Hu Yan's identity looked at him. Hu Yan touched his nose, looking embarrassed. It seemed that these people thought he was making extra money by hiring people to set up stalls here. There was no other way, Hu Yan had to lead the team over. As they approached, people began to exchange puzzled looks. If they were laymen, they might be quite impressed by these paintings. However, those around Hu Yan had some knowledge of calligraphy and painting. Even Su Wenying's family had a considerable collection. Influenced by this, they had some insight into the quality of the calligraphy and paintings. Hu Yan, these works can't be yours, right? What do you mean? Hu Yan asked back. Su Wenying thought for a moment and said, although I'm an amateur, I can tell that these works look too stiff. They seem lifeless, unlike your other works, which are much better. Hu Yan nodded slightly. Qiu Chengzi's, however, was not stingy with his praise. The young lady's eyesight is not bad. These are genuine imitations. If I'm not mistaken, these should be pictures downloaded from the internet and repeatedly transferred using the method mentioned by young Master Gan. Yes, Xie Zhonglu nodded. That's right. Look at. As he spoke, he took out a magnifying glass and pointed it at the nearest painting. These paintings have no texture lines. When magnified, they are all rigid ink dots. Naturally, they are lifeless. Everyone nodded in agreement, except for Gan Naren, who looked embarrassed. Earlier, he had exaggerated the technique of transfer printing, not expecting that even a half-amateur like Su Wenying could see through it. Moreover, from Su Wenying's earlier conversation with Hu Yan, he vaguely guessed something. Brother Hua. This Hu Yan, could he be the painter from 3,000 years ago? Hua Xiaoqiang curled his lips and said, You were so busy showing off earlier that you didn't notice Zhao Peng and Shen Moling looking at Hu Yan every time they spoke. Gan Naren had been focused on Shen Moling, missing many details. Now thinking back, he realized that criticizing someone's painting as fake in front of the artist himself was quite embarrassing. However, on second thought, Gan Naren didn't mind too much, as he had previously praised Hu Yan's work. He had only mentioned they were fake, not that they were bad. There is a significant difference between the two. Gan Naren walked over to Hu Yan and cupped his hands. Brother Hu Yan, I was impolite earlier. In front of a master like you, I was showing off my mediocre skills. Please forgive me. No worries, Hu Yan waved his hand. I should thank you for adding gold to my works. Gan Naren gave a thumbs up and said, With such words you prove your high caliber. I am impressed. The two shook hands and laughed heartily. Hu Yan, not being a narrow-minded person, spoke truthfully. This quality naturally gained Gan Naren's approval. By the way, Gan Naren said after laughing, What do you plan to do about someone openly selling fake versions of your works here? Hu Yan smiled and said, No need to worry. The existence of fakes highlights the value of the real ones. If someone buys a fake, it only means they never valued my work in the first place. It has nothing to do with me. Gan Naren thought for a moment and gave a thumbs up again. High. Truly high. Even if you manage here, you can't manage the whole country. Moreover, it's a form of publicity, isn't it? Hu Yan nodded with a smile. Su Wenying initially wanted to watch the excitement, but was surprised to see Hu Yan laughing it off. Although she didn't hear their conversation, thinking carefully, she understood Hu Yan's reasoning. If fakes become widespread, the value of the genuine works would only increase. This kind of understanding is not something that can be grasped without experience. Seeing Hu Yan quickly comprehend the significance, Su Wenying's evaluation of him rose another notch. After walking for a while, they were attracted by a stall selling teapots. The stall owner had a good sales pitch, with no markings on the items, relying entirely on the buyer's discerning eye. This business attracted those with a keen eye. Of course, relatively speaking, the prices were not low. With the rise of tea culture and various health benefits of tea being promoted, even ordinary families now have a few tea sets. Especially the elderly. Seeing Qiyu Chengzi and Xie Zhonglu fascinated, Hu Yan and the others decided to stop and rest. They saw Qiyu Chengzi's pick up a Zisha teapot, hold it in his hand, and gently lift the lid. To their surprise, the entire teapot was lifted along with the lid. Qiyu Chengzi's and Xie Zhonglu exchanged a smile and nodded. Su Wenying, not understanding, asked Hu Yan, Why are they smiling? Hu Yan explained, Zisha teapots and many other types of teapots are meticulously handcrafted. The lid fits perfectly with the spout. This is a simple test method. If you can lift the teapot by its lid, it is at least handcrafted. Su Wenying nodded, showing a look of realization. She thought to herself, I should try this at home. If any lids fall off, I'll throw those teapots away. Can't afford to lose face. Qiyu Chengzi's and Xie Zhonglu asked about the price. The owner said it was a genuine product from Yixing and the price was similar to those locally. Both elderly men, knowledgeable about the items, happily bought a set each of their favorite styles. Meanwhile, Hu Yan was playing with a teapot that looked quite unusual. The teapot was Celadon, resembling a mythical creature Piaiju. It looked a bit ferocious, and there was an inconspicuous small hole on the handle. How much is this teapot? The owner said, I found this by accident while cleaning the warehouse. It should be quite old, but I can't say for sure. Based on the craftsmanship, it should be at least 50 to 60,000. Hu Yan nodded and said, The item is good, but the price is a bit high. The owner thought for a moment and said, Then you name a price, and if it's reasonable, I'll sell it to you. After all, this style is not popular now. Hu Yan said, 20,000, and I'll buy it. The owner thought for a moment and said, How about 25,000? Hu Yan shook his head and said to the group, "Let's go." After walking 10 paces, the owner called out, "Sir, it's yours." Hu Yan turned around and walked back slowly. He completed the transaction with the owner. After walking a long way again, Su Wenying looked at Hu Yan with disdain and said, "Did you find another treasure? We agreed you would help me buy a good one, but you keep taking everything for yourself." Pouting, she added. Hu Yan smiled and said, "This is really not a treasure, it's a bad one. If you like it, I can sell it to you." Su Wenying thought for a moment, suspecting Hu Yan was tricking her. With his eye, he could buy a bad item? She didn't believe it. "Okay, sell it to me." "How much?" Hu Yan thought and said, "Since it's you, I won't charge much." 200,000. Su Wenying gasped, furious. "Do you think I'm foolish and rich? I saw you buy it for 20,000. Hu Yan didn't indulge the young lady's temper, and looked at Hua Shaoqiang, saying, "Brother Hua, I'll sell it to you for 200,000. Sure. Hua Shaoqiang agreed quickly, "I'll take it. Don't back out, I'll transfer the money now." Su Wenying's face fell. Despite all her calculations, she was still tricked by Hu Yan. "No way. I saw it first. Hua Shaoqiang, can you let me have it?" Hua Shaoqiang shook his head like a rattle. "Hu Yan gave you a chance earlier, you didn't want it. Who's to blame?" Su Wenying was furious. But there was no way out. He made a valid point. What could she do? Even with her family's wealth and power, she couldn't be unreasonable. "Fine," Su Wenying said to Hu Yan. "But you must help me buy a decent item." This was Hu Yan's previous promise, so he didn't refuse. "No problem. As long as there's something here, I'll make sure you get it. Even a pet needs to be fed occasionally." That's what Hu Yan thought. Su Wenying smiled. "By the way, what's so special about this teapot that it's worth 200,000? 200,000? Hu Yan was puzzled. "Who said it's worth 200,000? Su Wenying was confused. "Didn't you just sell it to Hua Shaoqiang for 200,000? Hu Yan said, "I was just giving you face. Otherwise this thing would sell for at least 500,000. What? Su Wenying was stunned. Hu Yan approached a water vendor, bought a few bottles of spring water, distributed them, and bought a bottle of cola. After drinking some water, Su Wenying, finally composed, asked, "What's so special about this teapot?" Hu Yan laughed. "It's significant. It's not a teapot at all, it's a wine pot." What? Su Wenying was puzzled. "Didn't you ask the owner about the teapot's price?" Hu Yan nodded. "Yes, I did. Otherwise, knowing the truth, would he sell it to me?" Su Wenying was once again enlightened. "You can play like this." Qiu Chengzi nodded repeatedly. "Yes, often antiques are played this way. Think about it, if someone asks a teapot maker about a wine pot, they'll know it's not their product. They'll start wondering about its origin and value." Xia Zhonglu added, "Exactly. To a teapot seller, it's an outdated style. But if they know it's a wine pot, they'll think of many things. Whether they'll sell it or not is another matter." Su Wenying was both amazed and amused. Thinking about it, it made perfect sense. Su Wenying suddenly thought of something and asked, "Hu Yan, didn't you say this isn't a valuable item? Why did you just say it's worth 5 million? Hearing this, even Qiu Chengzi and Xie Zhonglu, who hadn't seen the special qualities of the wine pot, looked at Hu Yan with puzzled expressions. Without saying a word, Hu Yan glanced around and saw a tea vendor nearby. He walked over and bought a pot of hot tea. After returning, he poured the hot tea into the white tray beneath the wine pot. The emerald green tea, clear and fragrant, was actually top-grade Biliochun tea. Qiu Chengji and Xie Zhonglu, both connoisseurs, shook their heads slightly, thinking that Hu Yan was wasting good tea. Ignoring their expressions, Hu Yan opened the wine pot he had just bought from Hua Shaoqiang and poured a bottle of cola into it. In ancient times, people liked to drink hot wine, so they often poured cold wine into a pot and soaked it in hot water. As he spoke, Hu Yan placed the wine pot in the tray filled with hot tea. A few minutes later, Hu Yan took a paper cup, lifted the wine pot, and began to pour. To everyone's astonishment, although Hu Yan had clearly poured cola into the wine pot, what came out was emerald green tea. Most people thought Hu Yan was performing magic. Qiu Chengji and Xie Zhonglu exchanged glances, and said simultaneously, "A yin-yang pot. A bagua transforming pot." Hu Yan nodded, "That's right. This is a yin-yang pot, also known as a mandarin duck pot or bagua transforming pot." Qiu Chengzi spoke first. "Wait, I've seen a bagua transforming pot before. When you open the lid, the trick is revealed." As he spoke, he opened the wine pot lid. "Look, A mandarin duck pot usually has the pot's interior divided into two parts to hold different liquids. The tight-fitting lid blocks the corresponding hidden hole in the handle, allowing different liquids to flow out. But this wine pot only has a single chamber inside. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, that's not how they usually are. And we didn't see you blocking any holes when you poured the drink. Also, where did the tea come from? We only saw you pour cola in. Hu Yan smiled. You didn't watch carefully. He lifted the teapot and blocked the hole in the handle. When he poured again, it was indeed cola that came out. Then he turned the wine pot over. At the bend of the handle, just where a pinky could reach, there was a small hole. I get it. Su Wenying clapped her hands and said, when Hu Yan put the wine pot in the tea, he said it was to warm the wine, but actually the tea was being drawn in through that small hole, right? Ho Yan gave her a thumbs up. Correct, this mandarin duck pot is quite ingenious. It has an upper and lower chamber instead of a left and right one. This way, if the owner wants to harm someone, they can pour the drink, and the victim will never know what happened. At this point, everyone nodded in understanding. Thinking about such a cleverly designed mandarin duck pot, it was obviously not a modern product. Huiyu Chengzi asked, Master Hu Yan, what period do you think this item is from? Ho Yan said, I believe this is a mid-Qing dynasty porcelain item, and it's an official kiln piece. The lack of seals and official markings is probably because it was meant to be used as a poison wine pot. Su Wenying finally understood. So that's why you said it's not a good item. It was used specifically for holding poisoned wine, a murder weapon. Exactly, Hu Yan said. And since it's a royal court item, do you think it's worth 5 million? Everyone nodded in agreement, and Huiyu Chengzi carefully examined the pot. As he looked, he sighed in amazement. This is what is called limited perception. Excellent porcelain typically has a seal or inscription on the bottom. The empty base of this pot caused antique experts to lose interest, overlooking its exquisite design. After a long examination, Huiyu Chengzi said, This isn't a picture, it's a Yahtzee. Jiazong Lu nodded. Yes, in porcelain, picture is common and rarely noticed. But this piece's symbolism suggests a vindictive nature. Ho Yan, who could trace the pot's origins, knew its true value. The pot was indeed worth 5 million. This item was from the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty. The emperor, known for his decisive actions, had ordered the creation of such vessels to eliminate political obstacles. Of course, even though Hu Yan knew this, he wouldn't disclose it. Knowing the era of the item is enough for experts to verify it. Detailed historical accounts would be pointless without evidence. If the pot's history were confirmed, its value would increase many times over. Hu Yan handed the wine pot back to Hua Shaoqiang, saying, Brother Hua, it's best not to use this pot. However, it holds great value as a collectible. He then looked at Su Wenying. So, this item is not suitable for you, is it? Su Wenying thought for a moment, and agreed. She was looking for something to give as a gift, and couldn't present a harmful object. Thus, Hu Yan's reputation in the group rose even higher. From then on, whenever Hu Yan examined an item, the others would inspect it carefully. This amused Hu Yan. Fortunately, Hu Yan hadn't seen anything worth buying. As it got late, everyone felt hungry. They decided to head back and have a meal. During dinner, everyone was curious about the incense burner Hu Yan had, wondering about its mysterious qualities. As a result, they kept urging Hu Yan to demonstrate his alchemy skills at the table. Ho Yan thought for a moment, and called Tianhai Cosmetic Supplies manager, asking for some medicinal herbs. What Hu Yan wanted was the traditional herbal medicine for treating injuries. It's not that Hu Yan didn't know other recipes, but he only trusted the herbs from Tianhai Cosmetics. After all, those were wild herbs collected by villagers hired by Qin Zixuan. Once dinner was over, Qin San brought the alchemy furnace and the herbs. Ho Yan asked the hotel manager for a large marble slab to place on the table. He then put the alchemy furnace on the slab. Next, he placed the charcoal that Qin San had brought under the furnace and lit it. Then, Hu Yan added the herbs to the furnace in a specific order. After covering the furnace, Hu Yan fanned the charcoal to make the fire stronger. Now, they just had to wait for the elixir to be made. During the process, there was no magical display, which left people a bit disappointed. Especially Huiyu Chengzi and Xia Zonglu, who, due to their age, were tired from walking all day. Seeing them drowsy made Su Wenying smile. Perhaps she was pleased that Hu Yan was finally having a tough time. However, soon she too began to feel sleepy. Just as everyone was about to doze off, Hu Yan said to Hua Shaoqiang, Brother Hua, want to see something interesting? Hua Shaoqiang, who was about to fall asleep, perked up immediately. What is it? Hao Yan pointed at the alchemy furnace. While everyone is asleep, I'll show you a trick. As soon as he spoke, those who seemed to be asleep opened their eyes wide. Hao Yan felt a bit embarrassed. Alright, let's all watch together. Hao Yan took out a thermometer and placed it on the outer wall of the furnace. Su Wanying, who had been leaning in close, quickly stepped back several paces. Following her lead, others also stepped back. But the expected explosion of the thermometer didn't happen. Hao Yan smiled at Hua Shaoqiang, brother Hua. Come and see the temperature. Hua Shaoqiang stepped closer to look. 28 degrees. What? Everyone was shocked and crowded around. It was indeed 28 degrees, matching the room temperature. This isn't scientific. Metal conducts heat the fastest. The furnace lid should be several hundred degrees. Interesting, it seems we are constantly being proven wrong. This is an amazing treasure. Can modern science explain this? People were full of questions and comments. Hugh Yan just smiled. Because, at that moment, he had discovered a change in his vision. While everyone was drowsy, Hugh Yan, who had been observing the furnace, realized he could see inside it. In other words, his eyesight had evolved again. X-ray vision. This was an extraordinary ability. However, Hao Yan noticed that he could only see inside when he wanted to. Additionally, using this ability quickly drained his energy. His desire to see the truth inside the furnace was because he had noticed many runes etched on it. He wanted to understand their function. So, when he wanted to see, he did. According to traditional Chinese medicine, herbs have 5 elemental properties. In Hugh Yan's vision, when the furnace was refining herbs of a specific property, the corresponding runes would light up. No wonder ancient alchemists could create pills directly, while modern herbal pills must be manually shaped. Hugh Yan realized. The function of the runes was to better purify the essence of each herb. Once all the essences were extracted, a rotating furnace wind inside the furnace would bind them into pill form. It is said that top-quality pills have natural pill patterns, formed in this way. Luckily, Yao Ru's family recipe didn't contain any difficult-to-refine herbs. As a result, Hugh Yan couldn't use the advanced alchemy techniques and hand seals he learned from Ji Hong's disciple. Of course, Hao Yan had no intention of showing off his skills. However, the fact that the outer wall of the alchemy furnace didn't change temperature at all shocked everyone. Moreover, thanks to the change in his eyes, Hugh Yan noticed something different about the furnace. At this point, everyone was completely out of patience. Hua Shaoqiang was the first to ask impatiently, Hao Yan, tell us, why doesn't the outer wall of the furnace change temperature? This is completely unscientific. Seeing everyone's eager eyes, Hao Yan thought for a moment and said, everyone, be patient. Watch closely, and you might understand. After saying that, Hao Yan began to trace his fingers over the furnace. However, those observing closely noticed that Hugh Yan seemed to be drawing a strange pattern on the outer wall of the furnace. About a quarter of an hour passed. Hao Yan's forehead was slightly sweaty before he stopped moving. Just as people were about to ask again, Hugh Yan suddenly exhaled loudly and shouted, "Hey!" With a loud shout, he slapped the furnace hard. This unexpected action startled everyone who was unprepared. But Hugh Yan didn't stop despite their astonishment. His movements became faster and more frequent, as he kept slapping the furnace's outer wall. When Hugh Yan's face was covered in sweat and his breathing became heavy, he finally stopped. After exhaling deeply, Hugh Yan said, "Everyone, take a look." In front of everyone's eyes, the previously seamless furnace began to shed pieces like falling autumn leaves. Even more strangely, the pieces didn't fall to the ground but floated up like burning paper and disappeared from view. Su Wanying couldn't help but raise her hands to cover her mouth in shock. The others were equally dumbfounded. After everyone calmed down a bit, Hugh Yan, anticipating their questions, began to explain, "Don't laugh at me. Initially, although I recognized this as an alchemy furnace, I didn't expect it to have such a concealing method." Pointing at the furnace, Hugh Yan continued, "What we saw earlier was a furnace concealed by an array. This is its true form." Indeed, as Hugh Yan finished speaking, the furnace revealed its true appearance. No longer rusty and blackened, it now appeared as a light golden furnace with flame-shaped hollow patterns. If this had been seen earlier, even those who had never encountered such an item would have recognized its extraordinary nature. A sense of ancient dignity emanated from it. But what shocked everyone the most was, through the hollow flame designs, they could now see some of the internal workings. Inside the furnace, flames seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, roasting various herbs. Whenever an herb turned into a thick liquid, the flame's color changed noticeably, gently cradling the liquid. As the different liquids mixed, they began to swirl. Such a precise and magical scene was beyond anyone's imagination. After the initial shock, Hua Xiaoqiang immediately took out his phone to record it. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit, taking out their phones. However, just then, Hu Yan slapped the furnace again. Instantly, the furnace reverted to its old, worn-out appearance. Hua Xiaoqiang, caught in the excitement, couldn't help but complain, "Hu Yan, what are you doing? Are you performing a magic trick?" Hu Yan apologized. "I'm sorry, I don't want this to spread. Let's pretend we didn't see anything. I'm not planning to sell this furnace." Without the magical scene to record, filming lost its purpose. Everyone reluctantly put away their phones. It seemed Hu Yan had seized the right moment. He slapped the furnace again. The furnace lid spun rapidly and rose up. 5 perfectly round pills slowly emerged from the furnace. Hu Yan took a prepared porcelain bowl and caught the pills as they fell. Everyone leaned in, trying to see the pills in the bowl. Each pill was perfectly round, and those with sharp eyes could see faint flame patterns on them. "Is this the 5 elements imprint pill?" Yu Chengzi couldn't help but exclaim. "Yes, this is it. I thought it was just a legend. Turns out it really exists," Xia Zhonglu said in disbelief. Su Wanying, not understanding, asked, "What's special about these pills?" Yu Chengzi explained, "Legend has it that these pills contain the essence of yin-yang and the 5 elements. Wood attribute pills have wind patterns, earth attribute pills have hill patterns, metal attribute pills have sword patterns, water attribute pills have flowing water patterns, and fire attribute pills have flame patterns. What's the value of such pills?" Hua Xiaoqiang asked. Xie Zhongluyu and Yu Chengzi exchanged glances and shook their heads. Finally, Yu Chengzi said, "Such legendary items can't be priced. However, I've heard that a royal family from an oil-rich country once offered $100 million for such a pill found in an ancient tomb, but they didn't get it." Wow! Everyone gasped in shock. Naturally, they thought, no wonder Hu Yan won't sell the furnace. It's like a super money printing machine. Seeing their reactions, Hu Yan smiled. "These pills are indeed fire attribute pills. But even with the flame patterns, they're not worth that much. The herbs used aren't that rare." Hearing this, everyone became interested. "How much are you selling them for?" "I don't care, I must get one." "Me too." Su Wanying, puzzled, asked. "You don't even know what these pills do, and he hasn't named a price. Why are you all reserving them?" Yu Chengzi laughed. "Miss Su, you don't understand. These fire attribute pills are very effective against cold and damp conditions. Many elderly people, who grew up in poor conditions, suffer from rheumatism. For some, it's just mild back pain, but for others, walking is difficult. These pills are a miracle cure for such ailments." "Really?" Su Wanying exclaimed, and then turned to Hu Yan. "I don't care. You must save one for me. I was going to buy a good antique for my grandfather's 80th birthday next month. This pill is more important than anything. He doesn't have any other illnesses, just severe leg pain. When it gets cold, he can't walk." Yu Chengzi nodded. "Exactly. I believe he'll recover quickly after taking this precious pill." Hearing this, Su Wanying became even more eager. She grabbed Hu Yan's sleeve and shook it. "Sell it to me." Hu Yan smiled, took a tissue, wrapped a pill, and handed it to Su Wanying. Su Wanying held it like a treasure, fearing someone might snatch it away. "How much?" "I'll transfer the money right now." "No need? It's a gift," Hu Yan said. Su Wanying was stunned. "Why are you so generous?" Hu Yan said, "Strictly speaking, this isn't for you. It's a gift for Mr. Su. I heard he's a war hero. A small pill is a token of respect, something he deserves." Su Wanying fell silent. She hadn't expected this side of Hu Yan. What she didn't know was that the relationship between the Su and Qin families was a matter of their father's generation. Hu Yan genuinely admired Mr. Su. Mr. Su had recently been recognized as a war hero, having never sought any benefits from the state. Such a person deserved Hu Yan's respect. Hu Yan didn't elaborate, turning to the others. "If any of you have war heroes in your family, this pill is free. If not, I'll keep the rest." "Wait," Hua Xiaoqiang protested. "Hu Yan, my grandfather isn't a hero, but he does suffer from neck and back pain." "Exactly. We all have elderly relatives. Just name a price," Yu Chengzi added, demonstrating his own back pain. Even those who didn't speak showed eager expressions. Hu Yan said, "Actually, we have similar treatments at our Yangtze Beauty and Wellness Center. They are effective for both treatment and health maintenance, just slower than this pill. If you must buy, I'll sell each pill for 100,000. Deal. 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 Everyone there was wealthy, and despite Hu Yan offering a better option, they insisted on buying the pills. Perhaps it was the alchemical process that had amazed them. They might not all be buying for the cure, but more for the novelty of owning such a pill. Ho Yan didn't argue and sold the remaining 4 pills. Those who didn't get one were promised future batches. The price wasn't arbitrary, it was based on what Hu Yan's eyes had shown him, and he didn't overcharge. But Hu Yan predicted that as these pills gained recognition, their value would likely increase significantly. The buyers wouldn't regret their purchase. After settling this, they looked at the furnace with even more awe. This was truly a priceless treasure. However, they knew that only Hu Yan could fully utilize it. In someone else's hands, it would merely be an ornament. So, no one asked to buy the furnace but reserved any future pills Hu Yan might make. Ho Yan explained that it was a stroke of luck this time, and not every attempt would succeed. Those knowledgeable in ancient texts understood that Hu Yan wasn't lying and didn't press further. The most affected was Su Wanying. Realizing Hu Yan had such capabilities, she couldn't predict what surprises the future held. At the time, everyone was captivated by what they saw and didn't think much of it. However, after parting ways with Hu Yan and returning to their homes or hotels, the more they thought about it, the more extraordinary it seemed. Could such amazing techniques have truly existed in ancient times? Or were there even more incredible things out there? Or perhaps Hu Yan himself possessed even more remarkable abilities? Countless questions swirled in their minds. They picked up their phones several times but put them down again. Without a certain level of relationship, even if they asked, Hu Yan would probably just brush them off. To unveil that layer of mystery, they needed to maintain a good relationship with Hu Yan. These people were all smart and instinctively made the same choice. Among them, Su Wanying felt the most awkward. Her relationship with Hu Yan was too unique. Even though Hu Yan had control over her, deep down, Su Wanying still looked down on him. In her mind, once those hidden forces made a move, Hu Yan would be obliterated instantly. Moreover, even if Hu Yan had poisoned her, those people could easily solve the problem. However, on the day it happened, Su Wanying sent her blood sample back. A few days passed, and she still hadn't received any information. Today, after seeing Hu Yan's alchemy display, Su Wanying's confidence was completely shaken. She realized that even among hidden families, many ancient techniques had been lost over time. Therefore, anyone with expertise in certain fields would attract attention. Hu Yan possessed multiple skills, and if any one of them gained recognition from those people, things would become complicated. After much thought, Su Wanying decided to keep a proper distance from Hu Yan and avoid making things worse. Of course, Hu Yan had his reasons for showing off his alchemy skills in front of these people. First, it was to promote Yangtze Beauty and Wellness Center. Second, because these people had significant resources, they could spread the word about his abilities. If someone with enough power had a genuine need, they would seek him out, bringing abundant resources his way. Lastly, it was a demonstration for Su Wanying. The message was clear: those mysterious forces valued unique skills and abilities, and Hu Yan had many more than they knew. This was also a form of deterrence, making Su Wanying think twice before taking extreme actions. By now, Hu Yan had achieved his goal. The next day, when the same group returned to the antique street, they looked at Hu Yan differently. The first to speak was Su Wanying. Hu Yan, thank you so much for the pill. After my grandfather took it, he sweated profusely that night and said it tasted awful. But that's not important. This morning, he called to say he could walk on his own. He was overjoyed. When I told him it was a gift from you, he said he would thank you in person if he had the chance. Hu Yan waved his hand. I truly admire those revolutionary veterans. It's my honor to do something for them. Please tell your grandfather not to worry about it. Our happy lives today were earned with their blood and sweat. Hu Yan spoke sincerely, and no one present doubted his words. Those who previously thought Hu Yan and Su Wanying didn't get along now smiled at the sight. After all, getting caught between them would benefit no one. With this change in mood, everyone felt more relaxed. Unconsciously, the two previously opposing camps seemed to merge into one. After strolling for a while, they found themselves back at Zhao Peng's stall. Compared to the previous day, it was now crowded. The reason, of course, was the high-priced painting sold the day before. Many people were admiring and taking photos from a distance, with a row of security guards neatly standing in front of the stall, allowing only a distant view. Seeing no way to get through the crowd, the group followed Hu Yan and left. With his sharp eyes, Hu Yan noticed that several of Shen Moling's paintings had been sold. He was genuinely happy for her. Though his own skills came easily, the deeper he delved, the more he appreciated the profoundness of each art form. Thus, Hu Yan genuinely liked and admired those who were passionate about their crafts. As the main market day approached, more stalls were set up. Moreover, more people from far away came to broaden their horizons or find collectibles. Hu Yan looked at Qiyu Chengzis and said, "Mr. Qiyu, your brilliant idea has brought so many people to Jiangcheng. Not only has your business improved, but it has also boosted the local economy." Saying this, Hu Yan gave a thumbs up. Qiyu Chengzi smiled and shook his head, seeing the antique street gradually decline. "If we continued operating as before, my descendants might struggle to make ends meet on rental income alone." With everyone smiling, Qiyu Chengzis continued, "I was actually inspired by the Gambling Stone Workshop. I heard that after the Dunyuan Gambling Stone Workshop got a new owner and changed its business model, its revenue increased several times. I thought, why not create a trend in the antique world too? So, I came up with this idea." People praised him, while those in the know secretly glanced at Hu Yan. They thought, this guy is hiding so much. Even the old antiques of Jiangqing don't know that he's the boss behind the Gambling Stone Workshop. Pretending not to notice, Hu Yan continued walking. Soon, they were attracted by a stall selling old books. Recently, Hu Yan had been mobilizing all his connections to find ancient books. Handwritten books by ancient masters were the best treasures in his eyes. After all, he could now almost fully replicate the skills of the ancients. So, when he saw the old book stall, he couldn't help but approach it. Seeing Hu Yan go over, the others, having witnessed his skills yesterday, wouldn't miss this opportunity. They all squatted in front of the old book stall. Fortunately, after searching for a long time, Hu Yan found that most of the old books were printed, with no handwritten ones. After a long search, Hu Yan finally found a handwritten notebook. However, after flipping through it, he was a bit disappointed. It turned out to be a notebook on physiognomy. Although Hu Yan admired the craftsmanship of the ancients, he wasn't too fond of the fortune-telling and face-reading practices. But after thinking for a while, he realized that everything in the world had a reason to exist. After all, physiognomy and the art of yin and yang were ancient sciences. Many famous strategists and military leaders in history were fond of such skills. Maybe there was some mysterious knowledge in it. So, instead of buying it directly, Hu Yan activated his retrospective vision. According to legend, during the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty, there was a man named Ji Tianbao. He was a hereditary doctor but also knowledgeable in divination and physiognomy. Unexpectedly, he took in a wasteful apprentice. One day, this apprentice discovered that his master was secretly calculating the fate of the Qing dynasty. So, the apprentice took Ji Tianbao's calculations to Emperor Qianlong. Upon hearing this, Qianlong immediately had the apprentice arrested. The apprentice betrayed his master, and both were executed. Actually, it wasn't Ji Tianbao who calculated the fate of the Qing dynasty, but his ancestor, Ji Shan. Ji Shan had calculated the fate of the Qing dynasty before they conquered China. For Nurhaci, he not only predicted the Qing dynasty's 296-year reign, but also painted a picture for Nurhaci. The painting depicted 12 different peonies, representing the 12 emperors of the Qing dynasty. At the time, Nurhaci wasn't angered by this prediction. Instead, he rewarded Ji Shan with 100 taels of gold. Maybe because even a 200-year reign seemed precious to Nurhaci, who hadn't yet conquered China. However, for Qianlong, who had already secured the throne, this was a great humiliation. Perceptions differ greatly depending on the context. Interestingly, Hu Yan saw that this notebook belonged to the old man Ji Shan. What surprised Hu Yan the most was that all the events following Ji Shan's life were accurately predicted by the old man. When he received the reward from Nurhaci, he even obtained an imperial pardon, not an edict, as Nurhaci wasn't an emperor then. Unfortunately, this didn't change the fate of his descendants. When Ji Tianbao's apprentice betrayed him, Ji Tianbao didn't even get a chance to speak before being executed. If someone else had told this story, Hu Yan wouldn't have believed it. But Hu Yan vaguely remembered that the Qing dynasty had an embroidered screen depicting 12 peonies, matching Ji Shan's predictions. Moreover, this screen was from the early Qing dynasty. Stories might deceive, but memories couldn't. With this, Hu Yan gained a new understanding of divination and physiognomy. Hu Yan asked the vendor for the price and, without haggling, handed over 20,000 yuan. This action naturally shocked everyone who came along. They were even more curious as to why Hu Yan would spend so much money on an old, tattered notebook. Seeing the decrepit state of the notebook, Hua Shaqiang was the first to ask, "Hu Yan, don't tell me this ragged book is a treasure." Hu Yan smiled but didn't say anything. Then he thought, The only way to test the truth is through practice, so, he asked, Huaji, when is your birthday? Hua Xiaoqiang, puzzled by the unrelated question, still replied, May 25, 1991. What time? Hua Xiaoqiang was confused. What time? Who remembers that? My parents never told me. Ho Yan nodded, realizing most people nowadays don't know their exact birth time. Moreover, since all clocks are set to Beijing time, there's a significant deviation. It seems the accuracy of the birth time is crucial for fortune telling. Ho Yan thought that one reason modern fortune tellers often make mistakes could be due to inaccuracies in birth time. According to Zhishan's ancient knowledge, the birth time must be accurate. In ancient times, people used local time. Nowadays, all of China follows Beijing time, which clearly deviates from the requirements of traditional fortune telling. It's essential to understand that the concept of time in metaphysics is different from ordinary understanding. A small discrepancy can lead to a significant error. For example, in metaphysical terms, Z hour at night is considered the next day. If the time is incorrect, then the entire birth chart will be wrong. With half of the 8 characters wrong, the entire reading is useless. So, Ho Yan thought of another method. Hua Ji, can you write a few words for me? No problem. Hua Xiaoqiang took out a pen and notebook and wrote a few words. Ho Yan, don't tell me you can read characters. Hu Yan smiled. Why not? He looked at the characters Hua Xiaoqiang had written. In an instant, using his newfound vision and Zhishan's knowledge, he determined Hua Xiaoqiang's exact birth time. With this information and the ancient metaphysical knowledge, many things became clear. Hua Xiaoqiang was shocked. You really can? What do these characters indicate? Ho Yan, immersed in the joy of deciphering, didn't answer immediately. The others, not in a hurry, patiently waited, knowing that when Hu Yan claimed to be skilled at something, he usually was. Ho Yan finally emerged from his thoughts and looked at the characters Hua Xiaoqiang wrote again. The strong will always be strong. Though the calligraphy wasn't impressive, the sentiment was clear. Ho Yan recited, wealth resides in the northwest. During the deep winter, the wealth deity is in command, and the traveling horse carries wealth. The direction and time are correct. Today is a high day, and this hour is Sai, indicating urgency. Ho Yan's eyes lit up. Congratulations, Hua Gi. Today you will get what you desire. A treasure is waiting for you. Really? Hua Xiaoqiang looked skeptical, thinking Hu Yan was just bluffing. Ho Yan laughed. How about this? If you find something valuable, share half with me, okay? Hua Xiaoqiang smirked. Let's see. If it's true, we'll talk. What should we do to seize this opportunity? Ho Yan said, based on the characters in your current wealth position, we should head in the 10 o'clock direction. Look for 2 people arguing. If you know them, step in and mediate. That's when the opportunity will arise. What? Everyone was shocked. To say it in such detail and then actually encounter it would be miraculous. Let's go and see if it's true. Yes, let's see. I've never seen anything like this in my life. They eagerly headed in the 10 o'clock direction, not looking at the exhibits, just searching for the argument. After about half an hour, they hadn't seen anything. Hua Xiaoqiang couldn't help but tease, Hu Yan, are you a con artist? Ho Yan, a bit unsure himself, mumbled, it shouldn't be wrong according to the notebook. What's going on? He glanced at his watch. It was almost 10 o'clock. Looking up, he saw Hua Xiaoqiang staring at a stall. The stall displayed various weapons and antiques, axes, hooks, spears, chains, swords, and more. Hua Xiaoqiang was shocked because, under the crossed bows, 2 people were quietly arguing. Could it really be that uncanny? Hua Xiaoqiang muttered. Ho Yan saw it too, and so did the others. What's going on? Everyone asked. Hua Xiaoqiang, with a strange expression, said, those are my 2 friends. They should have told me if they came to Jiangcheng. I did tell them I was coming here, but... Before Hua Xiaoqiang could finish, Hu Yan urged, hurry, don't miss the opportunity. With everyone around him, Hua Xiaoqiang approached the 2 men. The 2 were surprised to see him. Hua Gi. What are you doing here? Hua Xiaoqiang, feeling a bit off, replied, is it unusual for me to be in Jiangcheng? But why didn't you tell me you were coming? The 2 men looked uncomfortable, mumbling but saying nothing. After a while one of them said, we had some urgent matters to handle before looking for you. Hua Xiaoqiang nodded, still displeased. What could be so urgent that you can't tell a brother? These 2 were Hua Xiaoqiang's childhood friends, but had drifted apart due to different social circles. In their school days they were close. But as Hua's family grew in wealth, their statuses diverged and they grew distant. Although Hua Xiaoqiang still considered them good friends, the gap in status widened their distance. Taking them aside, Hua Xiaoqiang asked, "What's going on with you two?" Zhang Xiaolong said, "All right, Hua Ji, I won't hide it. Both Hu Ji and I have family troubles. We urgently need money. We brought some family collectibles to sell, hoping not to run into anyone we know." Hu Yi, whose real name was Li Nan, was nicknamed because he was born in the year of the tiger. "Why didn't you tell me Hua Xiaoqiang was unhappy?" Li Nan, with a gloomy face, said, "To be honest, we didn't want to bother you. Both our families do export business, but our orders were cancelled last year. We hope to fix it this year, but things only got worse. We've exhausted our resources over the past year." Hua Xiaoqiang nodded, understanding their plight. Export business often faced reliability issues. Foreign partners were known for their fickle nature, making it risky. He had heard of such issues but never expected it to happen to his friends. "All right, stop talking. What are you selling? I'll buy it. When you get back on your feet, you can reclaim it." The two exchanged glances. Zhang Xiaolong said, "Hua Ji, if you like it, we'll sell it to you outright. It's the same as selling to anyone else." Li Nan nodded, "Yes, even if we recover, we don't plan to keep these items. They're wasted in our hands." "Okay, let's see what you've got." The three returned to the stall. Zhang and Li found the vendor. Their items were with the vendor for sale. "Sir, we've found a buyer. We won't need you to sell them. Thank you for your help these past days." Though they were polite, the vendor wasn't pleased. "You're grown men, know some rules. We agreed on a commission if I sold it. I didn't charge rent. Now you have a buyer and ditch me? You think I'm a fool?" Li Nan, irritated, retorted, "We're not selling it at your stall. This is our friend who decided to buy it. How does that concern you?" The vendor sneered, "How do I know you're not conspiring to cheat me?" What Zhang Xiaolong was speechless. The vendor wasn't wrong, such things happened often. "Forget it, we'll pay," Hua Xiaoqiang said, turning to the vendor. "How much?" The vendor eyed him and said, 50,000. "Not a penny less." 50,000. Hua Xiaoqiang was annoyed. It wasn't about the money, but the principle. "How much is your daily rent?" 50,000. Zhang Xiaolong added, "We might as well rent a spot ourselves." The vendor snapped, "Save it. You think you can cheat me? No way. We'll part ways." Hua Xiaoqiang, rolling up his sleeves, growled, "You think there's no law?" But before he could act, the vendor picked up a brick from under the table. Hua Xiaoqiang stopped immediately. The vendor, with a mocking look, sliced the brick in half with his hand. This wasn't a trick. Breaking a brick in hand required real skill. Hua Xiaoqiang was stunned, slicing through a brick with a hand, as if cutting tofu? No wonder Hua Xiaoqiang was stunned. Ho Yan stepped forward and picked up the half brick the vendor had sliced. "What do you think you're doing?" the vendor asked warily. Ho Yan smiled and said, "Nothing much. I just found your trick interesting. I've learned a bit of this myself and thought I'd give it a try." The vendor showed a hint of disdain. "You think this is some kind of trick? You're in for a disappointment." Before he could finish, Hu Yan held the half brick end, mimicking the vendor's stance, sliced it with a horizontal chop. Crack! Crack! The half brick split with a crisp sound. It was much harder to split a half brick than a whole one. The vendor's face filled with disbelief as he sized up Hu Yan. "What's your point?" "No point," Hu Yan replied. "When you close up, you'll have to return their belongings, right?" The vendor said. "That's right. But so what?" Ho Yan said. "All right then, we'll wait until you close up and then deal directly with the owners." The vendor's face turned red with anger. "No way. I'm not backing down today. You think you can cheat me? No chance." "All right." Hu Yan turned to Zhang and Li. "Take your stuff. Let's see what he does. You have proof of ownership for your items, right?" Zhang and Li understood Hu Yan's meaning. Zhang Xiaolong looked at the vendor and said, "Our weapons have identification certificates. Taking our belongings isn't illegal. If you obstruct us, we'll call the police." With that, they reached for their items. The vendor was stunned. "At least give me some rent money." Ho Yan took out 200 yuan and threw it on the vendor's stall. "Is this a fair price?" The vendor reluctantly nodded and took the money. He had no choice, he couldn't fight, and if it went to court, he'd have no case. Zhang Xiaolong retrieved a sword, and Lai Nan took out a curved knife. Even without seeing the items themselves, the intricate scabbards indicated their high value. Hu Yan's keen eyes noticed that the gems on the scabbards alone were worth millions. No wonder they couldn't sell them here. Such items would be better suited for an auction. Zhang and Li's families likely didn't want to attract attention. Though auctions were good, they had their downsides. Even with confidentiality, discerning buyers could easily identify the item's origins. Ultimately, Hua Xiaoqiang bought the weapons for 3 million each. After thanking Hua Xiaoqiang, Zhang and Li hurried home due to urgent family matters. They agreed to meet again later. After they left, Hua Xiaoqiang turned to Hu Yan and said, "You really pulled it off. I'm impressed." Hu Yan himself was surprised. The character reading was just a pretext. The real prediction was based on Hua Xiaoqiang's birth date and face. The others were also curious about Hu Yan's abilities. After a while, Su Wanning asked, "Hu Yan, how much are those weapons worth?" Hu Yan touched his nose and said, "At least you won't lose money." Since Hua Xiaoqiang bought his friend's items, Hu Yan didn't want to give an exact price and risk offending him. Hua Xiaoqiang appreciated Hu Yan's tact and admired him even more. After walking for a while, Su Wanning said, "Hu Yan, wandering around like this isn't getting us anywhere. Can you tell me when I'll find something I like?" "Alright, let's see." Hu Yan was also curious about his newfound skill. It felt like having a new toy, and he couldn't put it down. Su Wanning wrote 2 characters on a piece of paper. Her handwriting was elegant, befitting a well-bred lady. Hu Yan saw the words Pai Huai wandering. After retracing some of Su Wanning's life experiences, Hu Yan began to deduce what she sought. During the process, Hu Yan suddenly felt dizzy, and his vision blurred. The taboos recorded in Jishan's notebook surfaced in Hu Yan's mind. He hadn't believed them before. He thought this skill was just an ancient technique, like medicine or martial arts. The warnings about revealing divine secrets, and the limitations on frequent use in a day seemed exaggerated. Now, he realized they might not be mere warnings. Finally, Hu Yan finished his deduction, feeling dizzy and drowsy. "Your wealth position is southeast. Go 5 steps and take 3. Su Wanning wanted to ask for more details, but everyone noticed Hu Yan's condition wasn't good. So, Su Wanning suppressed her curiosity and followed Hu Yan's directions southeast. After about 15 minutes, they arrived at a large stall. A group of 5 people was examining something. Hu Yan moved closer to see what they were looking at. They were inspecting some old coins, specifically a few Yuan Dao 2 coins. "These are too heavy, they must be lead replicas plated with silver. Just look at them for fun. Genuine ones are so rare nowadays, even the silver ones are mostly aged replicas." "Exactly. Genuine ones go for tens of thousands each. You can't easily find them." Listening to their conversation, Su Wanning looked at Hu Yan. Hu Yan nodded, and made a grab gesture. Understanding, Su Wanning walked over and said, "Excuse me, are you buying? May I take a look?" The 3 men glanced at Su Wanning, noticing she was an extraordinarily beautiful southern girl. Their initial displeasure turned into gentlemanly smiles. "Go ahead, young lady. Yes, take your time. But be careful, genuine ones are rare. Right, don't get scammed." Su Wanning smiled and nodded, then looked at the vendor. "Boss, how much for these silver coins?" The vendor, seeing Su Wanning, also brightened up. Indeed, beauty has a powerful effect. The vendor, who was indifferent to others, smiled warmly at her. 50,000 each. That's the lowest price. Without saying much, Su Wanning picked up 2 coins and tapped them together. The coins made a dull clunk sound. She communicated with Hu Yan through her eyes. Hu Yan, feeling better, walked over and selected 6 coins. "These, please." Su Wanning obediently handed the coins to the vendor. "Wrap these for me." "Certainly." The vendor happily placed the 6 coins in a gift box and handed it to Su Wanning after she paid. The 3 men, who had been looking at the coins, couldn't believe it. "Young lady, you should have listened. These are fake. Even if you have money, don't waste it. These are lead-filled, worthless. If you like coins, I have genuine ones at home. How about checking them out after we finish here? No strings attached, you can bring your friends." Su Wanning politely responded, and thanked them. Meanwhile, Hu Yan looked at a pile of porcelain shards on the stall and asked, "How much for these?" The vendor, less friendly to Hu Yan, said, "Big ones are 20,000, medium ones 10,000, small ones 5,000. Hu Yan nodded. "I'll take them all. Can you give me a discount?" "Really? All of them?" "Yes, all of them. Can you lower the price a bit?" Sure. The vendor began counting the shards. After a while he said, 13 large ones, 18 medium ones, and 63 small ones. That totals 615,000. How about 600,000? Hu Yan said. How about 570,000? We didn't haggle over the silver coins. The vendor thought for a moment and gritted his teeth. All right, 570,000 it is. Ha Yan looked at Su Wenying. Pay the man. Without hesitation, Su Wenying paid. After the transaction, they walked a bit further, and Hu Yan said, Miss Su, you'll have to treat everyone to a nice meal. Su Wenying wanted to ask why Hu Yan had her buy obviously fake coins and broken porcelain, but seeing him speak first, she said, no problem, whatever you want. But you must explain what we just bought. Hu Yan nodded and led everyone to a seafood restaurant near the antique street. Eating seafood at this time of year meant Hu Yan wanted Su Wenying to spend more, but this was nothing for Miss Su. Summer Zhonglu tried to leave several times but was persuaded to stay. Truthfully, Summer Zhonglu wanted to see what other miracles Hu Yan could perform. In the restaurant's private room, Hu Yan didn't hold back and ordered a large table of top-quality seafood. After setting down the menu, Hu Yan picked up the box of silver coins. He stood one coin on the table and flicked it with his finger. The coin spun on the table. This was a common way to test silver coins, and no one found it surprising. Hu Yan smiled. You can't hear the coin's humming sound when it spins, confirming these are lead-filled. Right. Everyone nodded, waiting for Hu Yan's explanation. Hu Yan said, honestly, at first, I also thought these were fake. The weight and size were all wrong. Of course, Hu Yan was making this up. In fact, the moment he saw them, Hu Yan knew these coins had just been unearthed. The vendor had dug them up while excavating his vegetable cellar. Someone had already tried to buy them, but the vendor, a regular supplier to the antique street, decided to keep them, thinking they might be valuable. He checked online and set high prices for them, not expecting to actually sell any. Surprisingly, he had managed to sell a few items. Feeling confident, he raised the prices further. He didn't expect today's big sale. Hu Yan held the still spinning coin and said, This is a top-notch aging technique. What? Everyone was bewildered. Could fake coins with an aged appearance be valuable? Seeing everyone's confusion, Hu Yan patiently explained, Actually, there's a little-known secret about these yuan shikai silver dollars. When they were first made, they weren't just silver coins. The earliest versions of yuan shikai coins were actually gold coins. The yuan shikai coin, more accurately called the yuan shikai portrait with jiahe on the reverse silver coin, was minted under the Beiyang government to standardize the currency. In February 1914, they issued the National Currency Ordinance, establishing a silver standard. The ordinance stated a unit of pure silver weighing 6.48 grams shall be called yuan, and a silver coin weighing 7.2 grams, with 89% silver and 11% copper, shall be considered legal tender. Based on this, the Central Mint and the Jiangnan Mint started producing these silver coins in December 1914 and February 1915. The coins featured Yuan Shikai's portrait, and were commonly known as yuan heads or yuan shikai coins. Since these silver coins circulated from 1921 until the liberation, people have long believed yuan shikai coins to be silver. This is why those three men were so certain these coins were lead-filled fakes. What they didn't know was that during the initial production, some gold coins were also made. Hu Yan's explanation was interrupted by Xie Zhonglu, who slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, how could I have forgotten?" That he shook his head in regret. Hu Yan smiled. "Mr. Xie, you didn't forget. It's just that fake yuan shikai coins are so common that finding genuine ones is rare, let alone gold ones, right?" Xie Zhonglu nodded. "Exactly. I thought these coins were poorly made fakes. The vendor's price didn't seem right, so I didn't look closely." "Ah." Hu Yan continued. "That's the point of their deception." He picked up one of the fake coins and said, "Gold coins are smaller than silver ones. So, someone wrapped these gold coins with aluminum and lead, making them look like this." As he spoke, Hu Yan pinched the edge of the coin with his fingers and with a snap, peeled off a corner of the aluminum and lead coating, revealing a shiny golden edge underneath. "It's really gold!" Everyone gasped in amazement, passing the coin around and exclaiming in awe. After a while, Hua Shaoqiang asked, "How much are these gold coins worth?" Hu Yan thought for a moment and said, "Generally, genuine silver coins are worth a few hundred. Even rare commemorative editions fetch up to 50 or 60,000. As Mr. Xie said, the vendor's pricing was unprofessional. The reason the vendor priced them as he did was because he believed they were genuine, having dug them up himself, hence his confidence." Hu Yan continued, "That's why people were misled. Fortunately, Miss Su was lucky enough to get them. In my opinion, an 8-year version of the Yuan Shikai silver coin, due to its rarity, can sell for 50 or 60,000. These template-like gold coins are even rarer. worth nearly $1 million due to their scarcity and historical value. What do you think, Mr. Xia? Xie Zhonglu nodded, exactly. Based on their rarity, Yuan Shikai gold coins typically range between 1.6 to 2.6 million. If the disguises are completely removed, their value could be even higher. Miss Su, you've made a fortune. This meal is worth it. Su Wanying, smiling with narrowed eyes, wasn't concerned about the money. She valued the rarity of the coins Hu Yan had helped her find. Wealthy families often cherished rare coins, believing them to bring good fortune. Ho Yan, I toast to you, thank you. Ho Yan raised his glass and clinked it with Su Wanying's. Being a well-bred lady, Su Wanying didn't ignore the others. I'm also very grateful to everyone for accompanying me. Without you, I wouldn't have been so lucky. Oh, it's nothing. We should thank you, and Hu Yan for the surprise. The compliments and laughter continued. Only Hua Shaoqiang said seriously, knowing Hu Yan means either being very lucky or very unlucky. I've seen it firsthand. Luckily I'm one of the lucky ones. Ha ha ha. Hua Shaoqiang's words made everyone laugh. Only Su Wanying's smile was a bit awkward. According to you, am I lucky or unlucky? Naturally, no one knew what Su Wenying was thinking. After toasting and drinking, Hu Yan said, millions of yuan won't matter much to Miss Su. However, the real highlight is those porcelain shards. What? Everyone exchanged puzzled looks. They thought Su Wenying could gift the rare coins and make anyone happy. After all, these were exceptionally rare gold coins from the Republic of China. But now, Ho Yan said the coins were just an appetizer. Qiaoyu Chengzi's eagerly asked, those porcelain shards, from my perspective, seem like Qing Dynasty official kiln pieces. But they're just fragments. What's their value? Honestly, I thought you overpaid. Ho Yan smiled. True, if they were just fragments we overpaid. But... He pointed to the box of porcelain shards. What if I told you these pieces could be reassembled into a complete artifact? What would its value be? What? Xie Zhonglu and Qiyu Qingji's jaws dropped. Complete. The two exchanged glances. Xie Zhonglu said, even if reassembled, if done well it's worth millions. Those pieces were exquisite. But how didn't I see they could be reassembled? Ha Yan smiled. Honestly, not only can they be reassembled, but I can make it impossible to see the seams. Everyone looked at each other, seemingly accustomed to Hu Yan's miracles. Hua Shaoqiang asked Xie Zhonglu, Mr. Xia, if what Hu Yan says is true, what would it be worth? This Xie Zhonglu hesitated. After a while he said, that would be a treasure. Its value could be in the tens of millions, even over 100 million. Qiaoyu Chengzi nodded, exactly. If it's a rare piece and someone loves it, it could be worth any amount. Remarkable Hu Yan. Ho Yan knew the next question would be how he saw that these shards could form a complete piece. So, before anyone could ask, he said, the reason you didn't see it is that most of the pieces have white backgrounds. So, he opened the box of shards and began assembling them on the table, as if he had practiced many times. Soon, a complete porcelain vase lay flat on the table. When the fragments were perfectly placed, everyone could envision the vase's original form. It was a rare ink-painted white porcelain vase. The simple, elegant ink strokes on the pristine porcelain showcased superb artistry. This was undoubtedly a top-tier treasure. The room was filled with exclamations and incredulous murmurs. Everyone glanced at Hu Yan, proving Hua Shaoqiang's earlier comment. But knowing Hu Yan meant either good luck or bad. Most hadn't seen the bad luck, but they all witnessed the good fortune. After the excitement subsided, Su Wanying raised her glass again. Thank you so much. Without you, I'd have dismissed these as rubble. You didn't keep them for yourself, showing great integrity. Ho Yan modestly shook his head. I promised to help you, and I always keep my promises. Su Wanying nodded subtly, understanding his message. His promise also asked her to keep hers. After another toast, Su Wanying said, restoring this treasure is a big task. I entrust it to you, Master Hu. Hu Yan laughed. It's my duty. Then he added, I can help restore the porcelain, but Miss Su, could you part with the remaining shards? I assure you, there's nothing valuable left. Initially hesitant, Su Wanying felt reassured by Hu Yan's confidence. She had learned to trust Hu Yan's judgment over the past few days. If you don't mind, they're yours. Hu Yan nodded. Thank you, Miss Su. Amid laughter, they enjoyed the meal. On the surface, Su Wanying had gained the most. But only Hu Yan knew he wasn't losing out. Having traced the origin of these items, Hu Yan knew where to find the remaining pieces. Ho Yan didn't deceive Su Wanying among those shards. There indeed weren't enough pieces to form a complete porcelain item. However, by tracing the shard's history, Hu Yan discovered that near the vendor's house, where these pieces were dug up, there were more similar items. Those additional pieces would complete these fragments into at least 3 whole porcelain items. This would be a small fortune for Hu Yan. Giving the acquired pieces to Su Wanying was strategic for Hu Yan. First, because Su Wanying would be very useful in the future, and the carrot and stick approach is a timeless method of managing people. Secondly, the place where the rest of the pieces were located had even more valuable items. Upon returning home, Hu Yan's first task was to call Qin San. He gave Qin San a simple instruction to buy the property at a specified address. Qin San had done similar tasks before, so Hu Yan had no worries. With that taken care of, Hu Yan turned to his newfound skill divination. Like a child with a new toy, he was eager to use it. Who should I try it on? Hu Yan thought. Got it. Zhao Peng. Hu Yan had always been concerned about Zhao Peng's well-being. Since Zhao Peng had no family, Hu Yan considered himself Zhao Peng's only relative. Recalling Zhao Peng's birthdate, Hu Yan wanted to ensure there were no mistakes and took out a notebook with Zhao Peng's handwriting to verify. Satisfied, he began the divination. He skipped the past, knowing almost everything about Zhao Peng due to their close relationship and his previous experiments using his retrospective skill on Zhao Peng. What mattered more was Zhao Peng's future. Using Zhao Peng's birthdate, Hu Yan calculated his astrological chart and analyzed his future. After a while, Hu Yan's brows furrowed. This shouldn't be. If Zhao Peng had any issues recently, why is he still at his stall, selling paintings? Zhao Peng's future had some deviations from what Hu Yan expected but was generally within an acceptable range. Fortune-telling can only provide a general direction. Specific events are influenced by many factors and can't be absolutely accurate. However, the problem lay in the immediate future. According to Hu Yan's divination, Zhao Peng was due for some trouble in the next few days. Yet, as Zhao Peng's closest friend, Hu Yan knew nothing about it, which was odd. Not considering Zhao Peng an outsider, Hu Yan called him directly. What are you up to? Zhao Peng's calm voice came through. What else? Just at my stall, getting some stock. Zhao Peng's overly calm tone convinced Hu Yan that his divination was correct. Old Zhao, not telling me what's going on isn't right. Don't you consider me a brother? Zhao Peng was silent for a moment, then said, I see you're busy entertaining important people. My issues are small, not worth bothering you with. Hu Yan was immediately displeased. Now you're hiding things from me? I told you, your matters are big to me. What's going on? After a long silence, Zhao Peng hesitantly said, Old Hu, it's really not a big deal. Just that the shop's glass has been smashed a few times recently. What? A few times? Hu Yan was shocked. Someone is trying to ruin you, and you think that's a small matter? And why didn't Wu Yuan and Wu Shuang tell me? Zhao Peng said, I warned them. If they told you, we'd be done. It doesn't matter if they're business partners or girlfriends. Hu Yan was speechless. Reflecting on Zhao Peng's behavior, he realized many things. Zhao Peng was different from most people. Typically, when someone gets help and succeeds, they often credit their own abilities, forgetting those who helped. They take the kindness for granted. Clearly, Zhao Peng wasn't like that. When selling Hu Yan's paintings, Zhao Peng wasn't thinking of his own profit but how to promote Hu Yan's name. Hu Yan silently acknowledged, I didn't misjudge you, brother. However, Hu Yan didn't express this. Do you know who's responsible? Yes. Zhao Peng said, not guessing. I had someone investigate. I haven't offended many people. It's the Jiang family's 3 sisters, with whom Wu Shuang had a conflict. Their eldest husband, Jiangxi, used to be a thug. He's out of the game now but still knows some delinquent youths. They're the likely culprits. Hu Yan acknowledged and said, Don't worry, this will be resolved soon. Zhao Peng replied, No need. It's not a big deal. You're busy. Cut the crap. Bullying my brother is not a small matter. Hu Yan snapped. I know you think replacing a few glass panes isn't costly. But what about the store's reputation? Zhao Peng fell silent. Of course, he knew that. Wu Yuan had been calling him every chance she got, urging him to resolve it. Otherwise, the constant vandalism would ruin the store's reputation. Sometimes at night, when no one was around, the thugs pried open the shutters and smashed the glass. Other times, even in broad daylight, they'd storm in with masks, smashing everything in sight. Wu Yuan had reported it, but it was useless. The CCTV captured masked vandals, unidentifiable. The police questioned the Jiang sisters, who denied any involvement. Zhao Peng's calm demeanor was misleading. Inside, he was troubled. He had even told Wu Yu and Yuan they could shut down if needed. But Wu Yu and Yuan wasn't willing. She enjoyed the steady income with minimal effort and didn't want to give up the store. Wu Yu and Hyun had even asked her husband, Wang Dong, for help. But Wang Dong found it tricky. The police suggested either finding a mediator or catching the culprits in the act, neither of which was practical. When Zhao Peng's porcelain store was targeted by Jiang Yanqing's goons, there was no chance of reconciliation. Catching them red-handed was also unrealistic. They had heard of a similar situation in college, where a new bathhouse owner tried to catch vandals in the act. It ended in a deadly brawl, resulting in the owner's downfall. Therefore, Zhao Peng refrained from any drastic actions, reporting each incident and replacing the glass. This had happened 5 times already. Zhao Peng, stressed, didn't want to burden Hu Yan, knowing how busy he was. He even warned Wu Yu and Yuan and Wu Xuan not to tell Hu Yan, or they'd be done. After a long pause, Hu Yan said, "Don't worry about it. Continue selling my paintings. I'll handle the rest." "No. Old Hu, listen. It's not worth it for this small matter." Zhao Peng tried to persuade him. Hu Yan retorted, "No more talk. Remember, no one bullies you except me." Zhao Peng, on the other end, felt his eyes moisten. "If you can bully me, I'd truly be hopeless. I thank the heavens for bringing you into my life." Zhao Peng wasn't weak. He was a recent college graduate facing society's harsh realities. Even the bathhouse owner in his 40s had acted irrationally out of anger. Zhao Peng, several times, had grabbed a large knife ready to fight. But remembering Hu Yan's advice to stay calm and consult him first, he held back. Ultimately, Hu Yan didn't disappoint. This reaffirmed Zhao Peng's faith in the world.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.